Awakened from a dream, I found an unfamiliar door within my home. Behind each door lay a strange new world. In the realm of nightmares, Jiang Cheng embellished a piece of information he received from a robust man, recounting it to the portly individual who was on the verge of tears. If one were to perish here, would their entire family suffer a gruesome fate? Indeed. Then why do you appear so unperturbed? The portly man widened his eyes in disbelief. Jiang Cheng turned his head and replied in a solemn tone, "Because I am an orphan." Chapter 1. Nightmare. Madam, could you kindly reiterate what you just stated? Yes, but please, I implore you, do not disclose this to anyone, especially my husband and my daughter. I understand. Now, may we commence? This all began with a phone call. It was my sister who called 3 nights ago. Her demeanor was peculiar, her teeth chattering, and her voice emerged from her throat in strained whispers. A dream? Yes, a dream that was so vivid, remarkably vivid, so much so that it felt unlike a dream. Yet your sister still describes it as a dream. Why is that? Because there is no basement in her home. What is even more terrifying is that when confronted with that strange door, she felt an inexplicable urge to open it. What happened next? She vanished on the very night she called me. So, you sought me out today to doctor. Jiang. Yes, go on to I could too dream of the door. Just yesterday, as he switched off the recording device, silence enveloped the modest room. Jiang Cheng sat at his desk, his gaze cast downward, a copy of the evening newspaper from Rome City resting before him. Missing person notice. Hu Yin, female, 47 years old, 160 centimeters tall, rectangular face, fair complexion. Recently suffering from poor mental health, she went missing late at night on the 13th, dressed in a pale pink silk nightgown. If anyone has information. His eyes drifted past the contact details to a photo printed slightly to the left of the notice, depicting an older woman. This was the woman who had visited him yesterday, leaving behind a recording. Jiang Cheng had no habit of reading newspapers. This one had been brought by the police approximately an hour prior. They had deduced, based on leads, that Hu Yan had been here the day before her disappearance. He had accurately conveyed Hu Yan's mental state, along with the tale she told. He also submitted the recording she had permitted him to keep. The man of a similar age seemed unnaturally composed, whether responding to inquiries or recounting the extraordinary story. The crisp sound of keystrokes punctuated the air as everything proceeded in a normal, orderly manner. As night deepened, the distant neon lights flickered to life. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the time in the lower right corner of his computer screen, stood up, and approached the studio door, first closing the glass door to the outside, followed by the inner door, and then locked it. Having completed these tasks, he took a moment to prepare himself a cup of coffee. Cradling the coffee cup, he settled onto the sofa nearby. The sofa was intended for clients visiting his studio. Both Mrs. Hu Yin from yesterday and the 2 police officers from an hour ago had sat there. The once glossy upholstery had dulled, and the armrests bore creases. Jiang Cheng reached into the gap between the armrest and the sofa, deftly retrieving a recording device. The indicator light, signaling activation, flickered on, and after a few gentle nudges of his index finger, the voices of the officers began to play. Soon followed by his own voice. As he listened, he sipped his coffee. Once the cup was emptied, the dialogue with the officers concluded, and he rose from his sofa, his expression remaining notably unchanged. He turned the rinsed coffee cup upside down on the drying rack, dried his hands, and walked toward his desk. As he passed the sofa, he casually picked up the recording device. Business had not been particularly prosperous of late, and the earlier recording belonged to the woman named Hu Yin, who had left a lasting impression on him. Her story was undoubtedly bizarre, yet for someone who had encountered a considerable number of patients with mild to moderate delusions, Jiang Cheng was more invested in the integrity of the narrative. The police's visit had also provided him with new insights. During their conversation, they had subtly suggested that Hu Yan's disappearance might involve a relative, while in her account, her sister had gone missing prior to her. The corroboration of these 2 events lent credibility to the notion of Hu Yan's sister's disappearance. Furthermore, the missing person notice published by Hu Yan's family indicated that she had left home late at night, attired only in a nightgown, a delicate silk garment. Considering the extraordinary nature of Hu Yan's disappearance alongside the prior vanishing of her sister, Jiang Cheng sensed that this matter was far from straightforward. Thus, his studio was divided into 2 levels. The lower level served as a reception area, while the upper loft naturally became his living quarters. The space, roughly 30 square meters, had been partitioned into 2 rooms. Ascending the narrow staircase led to the living room, with the bedroom situated further inside. The bedroom lacked a bed, containing merely a thin mattress laid upon the floor. At this moment, Jiang Cheng lay in the center of the mattress, the blanket pulled up to his chin, sleeping with meticulous care. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, he suddenly jolted awake, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, his eyes gradually unfocused, and moments later, narrowed to a mere slit. Rising from the mattress, he sat up slowly. His mind was clear, every part of his body responsive, yet he found himself unable to control this vessel. An unfamiliar sensation of palpitations surged from his chest, akin to something having been unlocked. First, his left leg swung off the mattress, followed by the right he stood, his movements stiff and mechanical. While his mind raced with thoughts, his body began to move autonomously. Forward, left foot, right foot, right foot, point one step, two steps. Like a marionette, he ambled toward the bedroom door, then into the living room. Finally, he descended the wooden staircase, one step at a time. The old staircase, expected to creak incessantly, emitted not a sound. Not only the stairs, but Jiang Cheng, upon waking, heard no sounds whatsoever. The night was eerily silent, as if it had succumbed to death itself. His eyes roamed within a limited range, and the current situation was undeniably peculiar and perilous. Through the veil of night, the once familiar surroundings morphed into the unfamiliar. As his final foot touched the ground, he beheld a door before him, a door entirely black, embedded in the wall. Chapter 2. The game begins. In the distance stood a desolate bus station, eerily empty, and no vehicles in sight, nor any uniformed personnel. The sky was ominous, with rain falling gently, and a small group of 4 or 5 individuals huddled on the broad platform. The dilapidated state of the station was evident, from the exposed red bricks of the platform to the old, neglected awning. This disrepair forced the few travelers to seek refuge in a corner of the platform from the rain. At that moment, all eyes among the travelers were directed toward a single point. Amidst the curtain of rain, approximately 30 meters away, stood a man holding an umbrella. The man remained utterly still, maintaining this posture for a full 10 minutes. As the travelers engaged in hushed whispers, he suddenly stirred and began to approach the platform. He drew nearer. Indeed, he was a man of proportionate build, possessing an agreeable appearance. His upper body was enveloped in a work jacket that was conspicuously several sizes too large for him, while below, he wore a pair of checkered pajamas, his feet adorned with cartoonishly plush slippers. The slippers, soaked by the rain, emitted a squelching sound with every step he took. Folding his umbrella, Jiang Cheng, having hurriedly arrived in a state of disarray, looked up at the few individuals before him. Raindrops trickled down the fabric of his umbrella, coalescing into a stream that dripped onto the platform. The petite girl with an innocent demeanor cautiously inquired, "Are you a newcomer?" "Do not pose foolish questions," retorted a burly man with a thick beard, casting a glance at the girl before his gaze lingered for a moment on Jiang Cheng's slippers, then focused intently on his face. The look in his eyes bore the predatory scrutiny of one appraising their prey. After a pause, he remarked, "An intriguing newcomer, exhibiting such calmness upon arrival here." There were 5 individuals in total. Jiang Cheng did not observe anyone else nearby the platform. In addition to the previously mentioned innocent girl and the bearded brute, there was a woman in her mid-30s with thin lips, her appearance unremarkable, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. That a lecherous balding man in his 50s stood nearby, and a young man, impeccably groomed and attired like a clerk, whose eyes bore the remnants of recent tears, his posture slightly hunched. Jiang Cheng scanned the faces of those present, ultimately fixing his gaze on the bearded man. "Where is this place?" "We refer to it as the Dream Realm, for every visitor arrives here from the realm of dreams," the burly man replied, "through a black iron door that does not exist." Jiang Cheng nodded, as this aligned with his own experiences. "What must we do?" "Based on the scenes that unfold, uncover clues to complete tasks, all the while striving to survive." He gestured towards the distant curtain of rain. "The Dream Realm is merely the designation bestowed by those who first encountered this place. You need only understand that upon opening that door within the dream, you may behold a village, a skyscraper, or perhaps a forest, a snowy expanse, or a desolate wilderness. Any scene that has ever manifested in our reality may appear beyond that door. All seen from our world will emerge beyond the door." Jiang Cheng countered. "Indeed. Then what distinguishes this place from our world? Is it not the case that what lies beyond the door is simply our world?" Jiang Cheng posed a question that was both astute and somewhat perplexing. "However, our world can never accommodate 2 identical versions of ourselves simultaneously." The burly man's voice was somewhat muffled. His words bore a peculiar weight, yet were not difficult to comprehend, at least not for Jiang Cheng, who furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that someone in the world beyond the door has encountered their own self?" "Indeed." The burly man seemed uncertain whether to speak of such fears, or to deem it pointless to share with a newcomer who had yet to ascertain whether they could endure this task. In any case, he chose to conclude the topic. He nodded, turning his gaze back to the curtain of rain. The rain intensified, casting a somber hue over the entire world as the skies gradually darkened. Newcomer, the woman with the beauty mark, turned to him and suddenly said, "In this world, death results in being erased from the real world. Are you not afraid?" "More accurately, it results in disappearance," Jiang Cheng corrected her. The woman's eyes widened slightly, her gaze appraising Jiang Cheng with keen interest. "As a fellow newcomer, you surpassed this weeping wretch by far." She cast a disdainful glance at the clerk-like young man, whose body shivered violently at her words. Jiang Cheng chose to disregard her and turned his attention back to the burly man. The burly man stood at the edge of the rain curtain, his gaze darting anxiously around the vicinity. "You are waiting for someone," Jiang Cheng remarked to the burly man. "There is still one person yet to arrive." And I know that the person you await is a plump individual, quite agile." "Newcomer, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." The expression on the burly man's face was beyond mere surprise. "Indeed, there is someone yet to arrive, which is why the task has not commenced, but I am curious, how did you come by this knowledge? Especially the detail regarding their agility and girth?" No sooner had he spoken than a figure sprang up from about 30 meters away within the rain, racing towards the platform under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Two legs, resembling plump sausages, swung nimbly, skillfully avoiding puddles, before executing a final leap and landing solidly on the platform. In that moment, a collective thought echoed in everyone's minds. "Good grief. It truly is an agile, plump person." Upon arrival, the plump man fixed his gaze firmly on the oversized work coat worn by Jiang Cheng. He was clad only in a khaki shirt, thoroughly soaked by the rain and trembling. "From a cold can. Cannot." Jiang Cheng decisively interrupted the plump man's fantasy, tightening the coat around himself anew. "What is going on here?" inquired the balding man, who had remained silent until now, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "I encountered him on the way. I came to scout in his stead. The cost being a coat and an umbrella," Jiang Cheng stated matter-of-factly. The shivering plump man presented a rather pitiable sight, and thus no one was inclined to extend him any assistance, save for the innocent girl who, feeling sorry for him, lent him a scarf to wrap around his neck. Chapter 3. The Journey. Finally, it seemed that everyone had gathered, and the robust man naturally assumed the role of leader within the group. The ensuing task was about to commence, and everyone prepared themselves accordingly. As the light drew nearer, two beams pierced the darkness, heralding the slow arrival of a brand new luxury coach that came to a halt beside the platform. "Speak less, observe more, ensure safety before undertaking any action, and avoid solitary endeavors," the robust man urged, lowering his voice as he imparted a few last pieces of advice before the bus doors swung open. The woman with a mole by her lips appeared discontented with the robust man's demeanor and retorted, "Risk and reward coexist. To gain something, one must first make a sacrifice." No sooner had she spoken than the bus door opened. A young man leaped down from the vehicle, sporting a buzz cut, a blue sweatshirt, and faded denim jeans, his youthful appearance suggesting he was in his early 20s. He was chewing something, likely gum. "Apologies for the delay, esteemed passengers. The inclement weather has caused unforeseen holdups," he announced, surprising everyone with his voice, which belonged to a woman. The woman introduced herself. "I am honored to be your guide for this journey. My surname is Zheng. Feel free to call me Xiao Zheng or Zheng Dao." Everyone tacitly refrained from addressing her directly. "Now, please board the bus quickly," she courteously urged. "The weather is poor and the roads are treacherous. We must make haste." The group boarded the bus in an orderly fashion from left to right. First the robust man, followed by the woman with the mole, the male clerk, a balding middle-aged man, Jiang Cheng, the agile chubby man, and finally the innocent girl who took the last available seat. Upon entering the vehicle, they discovered other passengers already on board. A couple occupied a seat towards the rear left. The girl was engrossed in a magazine, while her boyfriend, donned with a mask and headphones, leaned against the window, dozing. Additionally, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a large boy sat in the front row behind the driver. They appeared to be mother and son, though the boy seemed unwell, his demeanor glum and his eyes wandering. Jiang Cheng noticed that his fingers were bandaged as he passed by. After everyone settled in, Zheng Dao greeted them to find their seats, and once the bus door closed, she took her place beside the driver. The robust man sat behind the mother and son, while the woman with the mole chose to sit directly behind Zheng Dao. Jiang Cheng opted for a seat in the second row behind the couple. Just as he settled in, an enormous figure leaned towards him. "Brother, let us sit together." It was the agile, chubby man. "That is fine, but I'm not accustomed to sitting inside," Jiang Cheng replied. "No worries, I can squeeze in." Half a minute later, the chubby man managed to wedge himself into the seat, but his presence encroached upon Jiang Cheng's space, compelling him to shift outward. The male clerk attempted to negotiate seating with others several times, but was met with cold shoulders, ultimately finding a seat beside the innocent girl. "Brother, could you enlighten me about the situation here?" The chubby man leaned in, lowering his voice. "I fell asleep and woke up here." Jiang Cheng recounted the embellished details he had gleaned from the robust man, nearly bringing the latter to tears. "So, if we die here, the whole family will be doomed?" "Indeed. Then why do you seem unfazed?" Jiang Cheng turned and replied in a formal tone, "Because I am an orphan." The journey proceeded with an unsettling calmness, one so profound that the male clerk began to suspect it might continue uninterrupted. However, the sudden screeching of brakes shattered this illusion, obliterating any semblance of tranquility. Crash! The immense inertia, accompanied by the shattering of glass, swept through the bus like a tempest. The vehicle had collided with something. The male clerk cowered in his seat, screaming incessantly until the robust man dragged him out of the bus and slapped him twice. "Shut your mouth if you don't want to die," he threatened fiercely. The male clerk, disheveled and dazed, cowered on the ground for a moment before scrambling to the back of the group. Indeed, the bus had collided with a tree. The driver exited to inspect the damage and discovered that heavy rains had caused a landslide on the roadside, altering the vehicle's trajectory and resulting in the crash. Fortunately, no one sustained serious injuries, though many bore superficial cuts from the glass shards. Regrettably, the bus was inoperable. Jiang Cheng surveyed the surroundings, noting the desolation. They were utterly isolated with only a single, straight path leading into the unknown. Despite the rain lessening, it continued to fall. "Austin Bissingers, y sincerely apologos," Zheng Dao approached, rubbing her hands, revealing flecks of blood on her arms. "It appears today's journey has been derailed." Within just a few hours of their initial meeting, she had expressed her apologies twice, yet everyone sensed that neither instance was genuine. According to the robust man, she was merely a catalyst for the unfolding narrative. Even Jiang Cheng, a newcomer, recognized that this was not a prudent choice. However, the robust man and the others acquiesced and turned towards the forest. The true task had commenced. The once relaxed atmosphere transformed dramatically. "Thank you." As they traversed the muddy path, one misstep could lead to a fall. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at a 3-story villa. The edifice was shrouded by dense foliage, making it difficult to discern from a distance. "Is this place inhabited?" the innocent girl whispered. The villa's state of disrepair was evident. It had likely been unattended for 5 years, with towering piles of fallen leaves blanketing the entrance. Jiang Cheng observed the robust man's silhouette, sensing a shift in his mood. Everyone could perceive it, but the innocent girl merely seemed to be complaining. Yet, from their grievances and discontent, Jiang Cheng detected an undercurrent of fear. Once everyone had gathered, the chubby man, sharing an umbrella with Jiang Cheng, urged, "What are you staring at, big brother? Hurry up." "All right." Knocking on the door yielded no response. The robust man gave it a tentative push, surprised when the sturdy wooden door creaked open slightly. "It's not locked." When the door swung fully open, the interior came into view. The spacious living room appeared somewhat outdated, yet lacked a sense of ruin. A thin layer of dust coated the floor and the rectangular dining table. Chapter 4. The Villa. Beneath the lavish sofas lay a thick fur carpet, and the fireplace not far off was dark and empty, suggesting remnants of ash from previous fires. Night had enveloped the world, and they should not have been able to see so clearly. However, the chandelier above still glimmered, casting fragmented reflections of light upon the newcomers. This villa still had power. Soon, they discovered an abundance of food in the refrigerator: vegetables, rice, meat, and even some snacks. In the far corner, a basket of eggs sat, appearing remarkably fresh, as if placed there just an hour prior. Yet, judging by the dust on the floor, that was impossible. The group's attention, however, was clearly not on the food. The robust man surveyed the provisions without a trace of surprise and finally remarked, "At least we won T-starve." A sound of running water echoed from behind, prompting Jiang Cheng to turn and see the woman with the mole twisting the tap, clean water flowing forth. After shutting off the faucet, she turned to the others and said leisurely, "It seems we won T die of thirst either." Following this, they stumbled upon a secluded room resembling a storage area, filled with neatly stacked firewood. The second floor was designated for living quarters, comprising a master bedroom, a study, and 2 smaller bedrooms. Additionally, there was a locked room at the end of the corridor. It was evident that both the robust man and the woman were intrigued by the locked room, yet they both tacitly refrained from suggesting any intent to force it open. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was secured by a black iron door, which the robust man shook without any movement. The group had spent a significant portion of the day in this world, especially after enduring a car accident and a long trek. They were now both cold and hungry. The robust man proposed to lead the middle-aged gentleman to gather firewood for kindling, while the woman, Jiang Cheng, and the portly fellow would prepare the meal, leaving the pure-hearted girl and the male clerk to tidy up the house. Jiang Cheng gazed at the array of ingredients on the table, lost in thought, while the woman let out a cold chuckle, disregarding him entirely. Fortunately, the portly man was quite the culinary expert, exhibiting remarkable knife skills and culinary prowess. In no time, a delectable spread was laid before them, complete with a thoughtfully fried egg for each person. The living room was already tidy, and everyone gathered around the cupboard, bowls in hand, ready to feast. The fire crackled vigorously in the cupboard, emitting a symphony of pops and hisses. After dinner, the group convened to deliberate on their mission. However, the discussion devolved into a heated argument between the robust man and the woman. This was perhaps inevitable, as the task had only just commenced, with scant clues at their disposal, and these two were the most authoritative voices present. Their familiarity with the process suggested they had successfully completed several missions before. As night deepened, the robust man insisted that everyone should sleep in the living room, while the woman steadfastly argued for the second-floor bedrooms, claiming they might harbor clues. Ultimately, the two parted on an unsatisfactory note. The pure-hearted girl chose to accompany the woman, and as they approached the staircase, the male clerk suddenly dashed past them. Jiang Cheng surmised that the robust man's earlier slap had left a psychological scar. Thus, the robust man, the balding middle-aged man, Jiang Cheng, and the portly fellow remained in the living room for the night, while the other 3 ascended to the upstairs bedroom. Fools, the robust man muttered under his breath, watching the departing figures. Sleeping in the living room posed fewer complications, especially since only men remained. With 3 long sofas available, each man could occupy one, leaving one to keep watch. The robust man volunteered to take the first shift and retrieved a pocket watch from his coat, opening its cover and placing it on the small table in the center. It was approximately 10 p.m., and dawn would break around 6 a.m., granting them a total of 8 hours. With 4 of them present, each person would stand watch for 2 hours, ensuring ample rest for all. No one objected. The robust man's arrangement seemed entirely reasonable. Just as he was about to continue, he caught sight of the portly man staring oddly at the pocket watch. "No need to look. The time is inaccurate," he paused, then explained. "All clocks brought into the dream realm are disrupted. Its sole function now is as a timer." The watch displayed 4:18, clearly misaligned with reality. Recognizing that both Jiang Cheng and the portly man were newcomers, the robust man elaborated further, explaining that encountering phenomena contravening scientific understanding was entirely normal in the dream realm. Their task was to navigate these anomalies, to uncover hidden clues, and ultimately unravel their mission to escape the dream world. Jiang Cheng raised his hand, prompting the robust man to inquire, "Do you have something to say?" He continued, "In the dream realm, there are either 0 occurrences or countless occurrences. Once you have opened that door, it will follow you until your demise." At that moment, the robust man seemed to recall something, adding, "The full name of the dream realm is the Nightmare Barrier." "The barrier? How can one completely escape this nightmare barrier?" asked the balding middle-aged man, his voice hoarse and unsettling. The robust man shot him a glance and replied, "Do not ask such foolish questions. You are not a novice, and should understand that this question is as unanswerable as our inability to ascertain the precise temporal point of our current existence." The middle-aged man fell silent, his expression darkening. Jiang Cheng raised his hand once more. The robust man, somewhat exasperated, gestured for him to speak freely without the need for formality. "It should be sometime between late March and mid-September of 2006, Jiang Cheng stated earnestly. The robust man and the now downtrodden middle-aged man exchanged bewildered glances, while the portly man regarded Jiang Cheng with skepticism, uncertain of his intentions. "How do you know?" the robust man inquired. Jiang Cheng calmly retrieved a small bag from his pocket and handed it to the group, revealing a bag of Deji Yuan pastries. He turned the bag over, pointing to a line of small print. Production date, March 18, 2006. Shelf life, 6 months. Then, before their astonished gazes, he tore open the bag, pulled out a piece of bread, and after chewing thoughtfully, declared, "The texture is delightful, remarkably soft, and not at all stale. Given that it has been stored in a refrigerator-like environment, I would surmise the actual date might be even earlier." Chapter 5, The Night Watch. The atmosphere, tinged with a hint of awkwardness, came to a close. The robust man rose, declaring it was late and urging everyone to rest while he took the first watch. His watch would last from 10 p.m. to midnight, leaving them with 6 hours. After some discussion, it was decided that Jiang Cheng would take the watch from midnight to 2 a.m., the middle-aged man from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., and the portly man from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. The robust man settled onto a thick cushion by the hearth, encircling himself with warmth as the flames danced, casting flickering shadows across his face. Jiang Cheng reclined on the adjacent sofa beside the portly man, while the middle-aged man sat somewhat distant from them at the opposite end of the living room. "Brother," the portly man leaned closer, whispering, "Are you asleep?" Jiang Cheng turned over, presenting him with his back. Throughout the robust man's 2-hour watch, Jiang Cheng remained alert, but fortunately, aside from the crackling of the firewood, nothing transpired. When the hour was up, the robust man approached and nudged Jiang Cheng awake. "Stay sharp during your watch. If anything occurs, wake us immediately," he cautioned, a hint of concern in his tone. The likelihood of unusual events peaking around midnight is significant. "What kind of events?" Jiang Cheng inquired as he sat up. The robust man's expression darkened, but he lowered his voice to respond, "Paranormal occurrences." After their brief exchange, the robust man lay back on the sofa previously occupied by Jiang Cheng, while Jiang Cheng moved to sit by the hearth, assuming his watchful duty. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the occasional snore from the portly man. The middle-aged man and the robust man both appeared to be sleeping, though Jiang Cheng suspected they were, in fact, wide awake, just as he had been moments before. 2 hours swiftly passed. Jiang Cheng made his way to the other side of the living room, gently rousing the middle-aged man. After adding more firewood to the flames, he settled cross-legged in front of the hearth, holding the pocket watch in hand. The middle-aged man's experience paled in comparison to that of the robust man and the woman. Yet he had survived 2 missions and understood all too well the implications of the robust man's reference to the paranormal. He was acutely aware of their terrifying nature. As Jiang Cheng had surmised, since the robust man had begun his watch, the middle-aged man had not slept a wink, remaining ever vigilant against potential misfortunes. An hour and a half passed without incident. He added more wood to the fire, which blazed brightly, enveloping him in warmth and momentarily dispelling the chill within. As the 2-hour mark approached, he realized his watch was nearly over. Rising slowly, he turned a glance out the window. Through the curtain's gap, the sky outside appeared to be lightening ever so slightly. Those trapped in nightmares tend to vehemently resist the night, yearning instead for the dawn. And the middle-aged man was no exception. Just as he was preparing to awaken the portly man for the next watch, an overwhelming urge to urinate surged forth, catching him entirely off guard. He stared at the mineral water bottle in his hand. Had he drunk too much? His gaze shifted toward the bathroom, the earlier tension dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable sense of familiarity and, oddly enough, safety. It should be fine, he reassured himself, adjusting his glasses as he cautiously approached the corner restroom. With a gentle tug, he opened the door and, after a moment's hesitation, proceeded with his business, leaving the door wide open since the living room was comprised solely of men. After relieving himself, the middle-aged man felt an immediate sense of lightness. To speak candidly, after a day of incessant toil and a sleepless 6-hour stretch, his physical stamina and mental vigor were beginning to falter, for he was no longer in the bloom of youth. Gazing into the mirror at his weary visage, the middle-aged man sighed, removed his spectacles, and turned on the faucet, splashing a handful of cold water onto his face. The icy water, though biting, invigorated him. Just as he was about to wash his face anew, he caught a glimpse in the mirror and was startled to discover a figure standing silently behind him, having made no sound as it approached. "Who?" The shock lingered for less than a second before the middle-aged man regained his composure. Although his vision was blurred without his glasses, the rotund silhouette unmistakably revealed the identity of the intruder. It was me. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the stout figure, the middle-aged man felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he chided, "Next time you come, please announce yourself instead of materializing behind me." He wiped his face with his sleeve, donned his glasses, and turned to dry his hands. Yet, in that fleeting moment of complete rotation, a chilling dread coursed through him, as if his veins had turned to ice. There was no one behind him. Where had the stout man gone? Daylight broke. The three individuals sleeping in the upstairs chambers, much like those in the living room, had left one person to keep watch. The male clerk, huddled in a corner of the bedroom, was just about to yawn when a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, startling him so profoundly that he nearly toppled from his chair. The woman in bed and the innocent girl were also roused by the scream. Exchanging anxious glances, they rushed downstairs. Jiang Cheng and the burly man surrounded the stout figure, who sat on the floor, pale and trembling, the source of that horrific scream all too evident. Their eyes fixated on the bathroom in the corner, laden with trepidation, unease, and bewilderment. The woman with a mole by her lips surveyed the surroundings but found the middle-aged man absent, preparing herself for the worst. She shook off the innocent girl's hand and approached the bathroom alone. The door was ajar. She stood at the threshold and stole a quick glance inside. Even one as seasoned as she could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The middle-aged man stood rigidly before the mirror, his body facing the door. Yet his head twisted a full 180 degrees to gaze back at the reflection. Through the mirror, one could see his eyes wide with terror, nearly bulging from their sockets. Regaining her composure, the woman cautiously approached him, followed by the burly man. After observing for a few seconds, Jiang Cheng joined them, peering into the bathroom from the doorway. The woman withdrew her hand from the middle-aged man's neck and, after a pause, stated he was killed by a sudden, tremendous force that snapped his neck. This was an evident conclusion, and no one dared to dispute it. He must have been subjected to a severe fright before his demise, the burly man added, fixating on the middle-aged man's wide eyes. Chapter 6. Taboos. After examining the corpse, the trio exited the bathroom, each feeling a profound discomfort in the presence of such an eerie cadaver. The time of death was estimated to be within the last 3 hours. Glancing at the pocket watch in hand, the burly man affirmed, this suggests it occurred sometime between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. How can you be so certain? The innocent girl inquired, to which the burly man briefly explained their assigned watch schedule, handing her the watch to reveal that it had recorded precisely 7 hours. Jiang Cheng's next shift was that of the middle-aged man, while the stout figure had been roused from slumber due to a pressing need to relieve himself, only to discover the lifeless body of the middle-aged man. As a newcomer, Jiang Cheng had spoken little, preferring to listen and analyze, absorbing insights primarily from the seasoned burly man and the woman with a mole by her lips. Through the information exchanged during their discussion, Jiang Cheng comprehended that in this world, it was exceedingly rare for one to be killed without cause. Those who met such a fate must have transgressed certain taboos. These so-called taboos were likely the key clues to unraveling their task. What had he done that we had not? The male clerk, cowering between Jiang Cheng and the innocent girl, was evidently terrified. He wished to avoid an ambiguous fate like that of the middle-aged man. The innocent girl furrowed her attractive brows and spoke. Could it be that his visit to the bathroom on the first floor was the hidden taboo of this task? Those who enter must perish? Surely not. The stout man muttered from his crouched position, hands resting on his knees. I went to the bathroom as well. Just yesterday, while searching the living room. Jiang Cheng turned to regard the stout man and replied after a moment, then you ought to exercise caution. Despite your thick neck, it could still be snapped with sufficient force. The stout man nearly broke into tears at this remark. The burly man seemed somewhat displeased with Jiang Cheng's attitude, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely shaking his head and asserting that shouldn't be the case. Nearly all of us have used the first-floor bathroom. If something were amiss, it would not have only claimed the middle-aged man. Perhaps it's merely a matter of timing? The woman with the mole remarked enigmatically. You must realize that malevolent spirits seldom strike in rapid succession. The burly man cast a fierce glare at her, yet unusually refrained from retorting. Could those entities truly exist? Jiang Cheng's long-held suspicions were confirmed. The door that had appeared in his dreams undoubtedly belonged to the realm of the supernatural, where the presence of malevolent spirits seemed plausible. Thus, what we must contend with in this world is not merely humans, but specters. The male clerk went pale with fear. Given his previous demeanor, no one wished to engage him. Since there had been a death, it was clear that this villa was indeed their destination. The notion of their journey was a mere illusion, and the appearance of that vehicle was solely to transport them here, the innocent girl observed as she surveyed their surroundings. Asserting, the issue lies with this villa? What could possibly be wrong with the villa? The innocent girl locked eyes with the stout man who posed the question, contemplating before responding, For instance, perhaps some heinous events have transpired here in the past. This villa appeared quite opulent, and there were no signs of decay. Its inexplicable abandonment was indeed suspicious, and Jiang Cheng found the innocent girl's words to be credible. The burly man approached the villa's entrance, grasped the doorknob, and pulled with all his might, but the door did not budge. It was locked. Without attempting a second time, he turned to say, "It seems this is unquestionably the task location. We cannot leave until we unravel the events that transpired within this villa." Having established the task location, the group dispersed to search for clues. The dawn had arrived, and the threat of danger appeared diminished. Nevertheless, the death of the middle-aged man served as a grim reminder to all, particularly to the newcomers, Jiang Cheng, the stout man, and the male clerk. To enhance efficiency, they spontaneously formed teams, pairing an experienced individual with a novice. The stout man joined forces with the burly man. The male clerk was paired with the woman bearing the mole, while Jiang Cheng and the innocent girl teamed up. For safety's sake, their search radius was temporarily confined to the first floor of the villa. The burly man's group was tasked with scouring the living room and nearby doors, while the women's group was to investigate the more remote storage rooms, and Jiang Cheng along with the innocent girl ventured into the kitchen and dining area. The groups remained within sight of one another, ensuring mutual support in case of any incidents. Drawing from their prior experiences, their search was more thorough and meticulous this time. Half an hour later, the three groups reconvened before the fireplace, with daylight fully illuminating the surroundings. The burly man took the object handed to him, rubbed it between his fingers, and brought it to his nose. It was blood. He looked up at the woman, who nodded in response. "I also found this nearby," she said, revealing a pale green brooch shaped like a maple leaf, suggesting its owner was likely a gentle girl. Once a girl was bound in the storage room. "What discoveries have you made?" the woman inquired, directing her attention to the burly man. "Come and see for yourselves," he replied, leading the way toward the entrance, with the others following closely behind. Standing at the threshold, the brawny man fumbled and pressed a spot on the wall, while Jiang Cheng, blessed with keen eyesight, discerned a pale blue button embedded in the ornate painting that adorned the doorframe. The button melded seamlessly with the sky blue backdrop, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. As the button was pressed, a fissure appeared on the right wall of the door, gradually revealing a concealed, exquisitely crafted shoe cabinet. The cabinet boasted 3 tiers. Apart from the third tier, which remained relatively intact, the dividers between the first and second tiers had succumbed to disrepair, resulting in a haphazard assortment of shoes. After a brief categorization, 2 pairs of men's leather shoes, a pair of women's red high heels, and 3 pairs of women's casual shoes lay before them. The woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth selected a pair from the 3 casual shoes and placed it beside the red high heels, suggesting that these 2 pairs likely belonged to the same individual. The remaining 2 pairs of casual shoes evidently belonged to a younger girl, their sizes perfectly matching. The third tier housed a pair of men's athletic shoes, which, upon comparison, differed significantly in size from the men's leather shoes. It appeared that this villa once accommodated a family of 4, a male head of the household, a female head, a girl, and a boy. The pure-hearted girl remarked that this arrangement corresponded with the layout of the second-floor bedrooms, 1 master bedroom for the couple, a room for the girl, and another for the boy. The second floor, which Jiang Cheng had visited yesterday, aligned with the pure-hearted girl's description. The boys' and girls' bedrooms were easily distinguishable. One was filled with a variety of dolls, while the other was adorned with military weapon posters on the walls and military journals strewn across the desk, exuding an unmistakable essence of a military enthusiast. Subsequently, both groups turned their gazes towards Jiang Cheng and the pure-hearted girl. The family dynamic appeared strained. They had discovered numerous shattered plates and cups in the trash, some still stained with blood, Jiang Cheng noted. The woman with the mole added, "There are also some marks on the wooden staircase railing, which we suspect may be scratches left by fingernails." This was an undeniable clue. Following the direction indicated by the pure-hearted girl, they indeed found traces of friction along the staircase. The brawny man ascended to touch the marks, his expression shifting as he confirmed, "Indeed, these are scratches. A family of 4, a dysfunctional atmosphere, broken dinnerware, scratches, and a young girl in captivity. Any combination of these elements pointed toward a family tragedy. There must have been a girl who suffered abuse here," Jiang Cheng mused. "What should we do next?" The male clerk murmured, "Rescue this unfortunate girl?" The woman with the mole interjected, "Whatever transpired here belongs to the past. We cannot alter it. What we can do is uncover the truth and conclude our mission." "But haven't we already deduced the truth?" The brawny man retorted impatiently. What the girl endured, who participated in the abuse, whether she is alive or dead. None of this is known. How can we conclude the mission? The male clerk, startled by the brawny man's outburst, fell silent. The pure-hearted girl looked at him with pity. He seemed so weak and not particularly clever, making it unlikely he would survive the task ahead. Even if he managed to escape this time, the next a rumbling sound interrupted their thoughts. Everyone turned towards the source, where the overweight man sheepishly clutched his stomach. Never mind. We've searched the first floor sufficiently. Let's prepare to eat. After a morning of exertion, even the brawny man felt a pang of hunger. Just as they were about to head to the kitchen, a voice emerged from behind. We haven't checked there yet. Jiang Cheng pointed towards the bathroom where the middle-aged man's corpse had been. I believe there may be clues there. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned grave. They were all aware of what Jiang Cheng alluded to, yet convincing themselves to investigate was no small feat after all. Someone had died there. Entering the bathroom might invoke a taboo linked to the cause of death. In deciding the search areas, everyone had tacitly avoided that spot. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fear. Taking a deep breath, the brawny man declared, he is right. There is a strong possibility of finding clues there, although it entails some risk. If we do not solve this mission, we all face peril. The woman with the mole unusually refrained from countering. She evidently grasped the stakes involved, yet still remarked sarcastically, so who will go? At that moment, Jiang Cheng interjected, who among you has been to the bathroom on the first floor? Everyone raised their hands. After counting, Jiang Cheng continued, thus, everyone could potentially trigger the death taboo, so this is not merely about finding clues, it is also about saving your own lives. The pure-hearted girl frowned and asked, but surely we can't all go in together? The brawny man stroked his stubble thoughtfully, nodding, the space inside is too confined. If too many enter, it will be difficult to maneuver should anything happen. That's correct, Jiang Cheng agreed. I estimate that 2 people would suffice. So, who volunteers to go in? The timid male clerk exclaimed excitedly. The group fell silent. All right, let's draw lots to decide. This will be fair for everyone, Jiang Cheng said, extending his hands. Agreed. After some preparation, Jiang Cheng produced several slips of paper, 2 of which were shorter. He rolled them into small cylinders before the group and placed them in his palm, explaining that those who drew the short slips would enter. This method should work perfectly, he assured, but the overweight man stared at the slips in Jiang Cheng's hand, swallowing hard. But there are only 5 slips, and there are 6 of us. Others began to notice the discrepancy, casting puzzled looks at Jiang Cheng. Because I won draw, Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly. The group was taken aback, and then some grew irate. The brawny man shouted, what gives you the right not to draw? Because I haven't been to the bathroom, Jiang Cheng calmly stated. You've been here for a day and a night, and have consumed so much water. How could you not have gone? The male clerk, feeling emboldened, shouted hysterically. You just want to cheat. Let him go in alone. The woman with the mole glared at Jiang Cheng with a disdainful expression, sneering, being clever here comes with consequences. I understand, Jiang Cheng replied, unflinching, but I truly haven't been to the bathroom. I have evidence. He pointed toward a window sill, where a gust of wind lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing 2 water bottles behind it. One was full, while the other was half filled. Both distinctly tinted a pale yellow that was far from ordinary water. They glimmered enticingly in the morning light. This is... The male clerk gasped, eyes wide. Uh-huh. Jiang Cheng nodded, slightly embarrassed to confirm their suspicions. I figured the bathroom would be quite dark, so I... The brawny man regarded Jiang Cheng with a complex expression. The others were similarly speechless. You truly are a clever little fox. With Jiang Cheng having not entered the bathroom, the remaining 5 proceeded to draw lots. Jiang Cheng craned his neck to watch. In the end, the brawny man and the male clerk were fortunate enough to be chosen. Upon opening the bathroom door, they discovered that the middle-aged man's corpse was missing. The bathroom was not particularly spacious. It could hardly conceal an adult's body. This is not the world we inhabit, the woman behind them suddenly remarked. Experiencing inexplicable occurrences is quite normal. One simply needs to acclimate. As she had said, the brawny man displayed no surprise, while the male clerk, however, sobbed at the doorway until the brawny man kicked him inside. The others waited outside. The search proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Within 5 minutes, the 2 emerged, the brawny man holding a piece of white tissue. After closing the bathroom door, they gathered in the living room, and the brawny man unfolded the tissue to reveal a strand of hair. I found this in the bathtub. It wasn't there yesterday. The burly man exhibited an air of caution, refraining from even a cursory touch of his hair. The length of the locks suggested they belonged to a woman. Chapter 8. Male Model. Could they possibly belong to the abused girl? The innocent girl posited that the girl, having endured severe mistreatment, transformed into a vengeful spirit, ultimately responsible for the demise of the middle-aged man in the early hours. As it stood, her analysis seemed rather plausible. While there was a possibility of such a scenario, further evidence was required. Upon exiting the restroom, the burly man's imposing demeanor had noticeably diminished, and fine beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead. Jiang Cheng discerned that he was not as tranquil as he appeared. "Let's dine first," someone suggested. The culinary duties were entrusted solely to the rotund man, while the innocent girl assisted with washing the vegetables. Before long, a delectable meal was prepared, and despite the unsettling atmosphere, the group consumed every morsel, a testament to the rotund man's culinary skills. "Are you a chef?" the burly man inquired, sipping hot soup, his gaze toward the rotund man's broad face becoming considerably more amiable. "No," the rotund man scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I just get around. I've done various jobs, so I know a bit about everything." "What do you all do?" the burly man inquired, his voice softening. "It's quite serendipitous for us to gather here. I am Afanli, a Bodyworth. I am Xiaoyu. I work at an insurance company." The male clerk murmured. "I am Chen Xiaoming, currently studying law at university." The innocent girl introduced herself. When it was the turn of the woman with a mole by her lips, who initially seemed aloof, she spoke slowly. "You can call me Sister Nguyen. I'm older than all of you. As for my profession," she smiled subtly, "I sell goods." No one lingered on that matter. Their collective curiosity turned toward Jiang Cheng, surpassing even that directed at the self-proclaimed Sister Nguyen. Jiang Cheng straightened his posture and declared earnestly, "I am Hao Shuai, a male model." "A model?" The innocent girl appeared somewhat incredulous. "Are you with a film company?" Jiang Cheng slowly turned his head, casting her a look imbued with significance. "I work night shifts." The group regarded him with astonished expressions, yet no one offered commentary. Each individual had the right to choose their profession, and they believed Jiang Cheng indeed possessed the physique for such a vocation. In this world, daylight seemed fleeting, and after exchanging a few more words, the sky darkened once more. As he had stated, half an hour later, nightfall returned. The group gathered around the fireplace in the living room, warming themselves while analyzing the clues they had gathered thus far. For safety's sake, they had moved some firewood from the storeroom to the living room during the day, ensuring they would not find themselves short of wood at night. The rotund man sat closest to the fire, occasionally tossing in a log. The flames blazed fiercely, casting a warm glow on their faces. Chen Xiaoming persisted in her earlier theory, asserting that other members of the household had mistreated the girl, ultimately leading to her tragic demise, and that the spirit haunting the villa was that of the girl from the four-member family. She seemed fixated on this notion, her emotions intensifying with each mention, contrasting sharply with her previously gentle demeanor. Given her studies in law, Jiang Cheng speculated that she might have a compelling story. After several rounds of discussion, no new insights emerged, and yawns began to circulate, indicating that Jiang Cheng was not the only one who had not slept well the previous night. Family rose, stretching his slightly numb legs, and suggested, "Perhaps we should retire for the night." His suggestion was quickly met with agreement. Since the middle-aged man's mysterious death occurred on the first floor, the group decided to sleep on the second floor that night. Xiaoyu timidly proposed that they all stay together for safety, but her words were swiftly dismissed by Sister Nguyen, who remarked that they might miss something. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in fear, yet no one inquired about what Sister Nguyen had alluded to. Despite this, the group tacitly avoided the bedroom occupied by the girl. They planned to split into two groups, one to sleep in the boys' room and the other in the master bedroom. Sister Nguyen and Chen Xiaoming, being women, naturally chose to stay together in the master bedroom, the very room where the male and female owners had resided, having slept there the previous night. The rotund man insisted on sharing a room with Jiang Cheng, so they entered the boys' room together. Next were Fan Li and Xiaoyu, both of whom clearly wished to stay in Sister Nguyen's room, as the two women seemed more experienced, and their chances of survival would be greater alongside them. Ultimately, after deliberation, Sister Nguyen and Chen Xiaoming opted for Fan Li, and the three of them entered the room, closing the door behind them. Only Xiaoyu remained alone in the corridor. A chilling gust swept through, prompting him to instinctively hug himself, goosebumps erupting on his arms. He hurried to the door of Jiang Cheng's room, knocking rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. "It's me, open the door." Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on the adjacent door, which had a slight crack, trembling gently with the breeze, as if something were about to burst forth. That was the girl's bedroom. Startled, Xiaoyu spun around, pleading with a quavering voice, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that, please forgive me." After thoroughly checking the room, Jiang Cheng settled back comfortably, casually twisting open a new bottle of mineral water and taking a small sip before teasingly asking, "What did you call me? How shui? How shui?" Jiang Cheng closed his eyes in contentment. "How shui? How shui?" The rotund man interjected. Sighing, Jiang Cheng released a breath of satisfaction and motioned for the rotund man to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, Xiaoyu darted in like a gust of wind, slamming the door shut behind him. Following the earlier incident, Xiaoyu dared not utter a word, obediently curling up in the corner of the room, fearful of provoking Jiang Cheng into casting him out. "You," Jiang Cheng gestured with his chin towards Xiaoyu. "Sleep on the bed." "Me? Sleep on the bed?" Xiaoyu's expression was one of disbelief. This was a single room with a standard single bed, meaning only one among the three could occupy the bed, while the others would have to sleep on the floor or squeeze onto the sofa. Unwilling? No, thank you." "Handsome," Xiaoyu stammered in surprise. "Brother, where do I sleep?" The rotund man asked Jiang Cheng. Standing by the bed, the rotund man glared at Xiaoyu, who lay sprawled on the bed, his eyes filled with envy. He then turned to Jiang Cheng, asserting, "I believe I should sleep on the bed." Jiang Cheng took a blanket and spread it on the floor, lying down and twisting his body as he said, "No, you cannot." The night watch was a duty designated to the rotund man and Jiang Cheng, as neither could trust the individual on the bed. Jiang Cheng deemed Xiaoyu's watch as unnecessary, so he took it away. They agreed that the rotund man would keep watch for the first 3 hours, after which Jiang Cheng would take over. "What I need to do?" Xiaoyu, cocooned in the blanket, poked his head out to inquire. "You need to sleep." Although the villa had electricity, the voltage fluctuated at night, causing the overhead incandescent light to flicker and emit occasional buzzing sounds. The ambiance, coupled with such lighting and sound effects, was reminiscent of a horror film. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to switch off the lights. With the moonlight filtering in through the window, he could vaguely discern the room's layout. The rotund man leaned against the sofa. The first hour was manageable, but gradually his eyelids began to droop. Despite knowing the danger of falling asleep, he found himself unable to resist, ultimately nodding off completely. His slumber was deep. It did not last long. At least, when he groggily awoke, the room was still enveloped in darkness. He rubbed his eyes, a sense of dread creeping over him. Beside the bed lay a figure, Jiang Cheng, while on the bed, Xiaoyu had curled herself into a cocoon. At present, everything seemed perfectly normal. Despite his fatigue, the rotund man dared not succumb to slumber. He was caught off guard by the pressing need to relieve himself after drinking too much water. This bedroom was equipped with a bathroom, situated approximately 5 meters from the rotund man, a small space encircled by translucent glass. However, ever since the inexplicable demise of the middle-aged man in the bathroom, the rotund man developed an aversion, both psychological and physiological, towards the bathroom. He was reluctant to approach it, even resisting proximity. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Cheng's prior method of coping, the mineral water bottle. Yet, despair swiftly enveloped him anew as he realized that Jiang Cheng had discarded the water bottle into the trash bin before retiring for the night. And that trash bin, he swallowed hard. It stood silently before the bathroom door. With no choice, he began to maneuver his body, inching toward the bathroom, each step akin to tentatively testing the precipice of danger. At last, he approached the trash bin and swiftly retrieved the empty mineral water bottle. However, just as joy began to swell within him, his peripheral vision caught sight of something amiss, and he mechanically turned his head to discover an arm protruding ominously from behind the glass door of the bathroom. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Fan Li suddenly rose from the sofa and swiftly approached the door, pressing his ear against it. What was happening? Warm Jie and Chun Xiaoming, who lay in bed, also sat up, having refrained from undressing, unwilling to risk a deep slumber in the face of potential danger. Fan Li placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon witnessing this, Warm Jie and Chun Xiaoming instantly hushed. The air itself seemed to thicken. Approximately a minute later, they heard an exceedingly faint creak, as if a door had abruptly swung open. Moments later, slow, deliberate footsteps echoed in the corridor. But. Each step sounded as though it were submerged in water, accompanied by an unsettling dragging sound, akin to someone hauling a heavy object along the corridor floor. The footsteps receded towards a particular direction, ultimately fading into silence. The expressions of the three, Fan Li, Warm Jie, and Chun Xiaoming, turned as frigid as ice, realizing the sound had vanished towards the end of the corridor, where nothing but a locked room awaited. Something had gone awry. It had to have. Who was it this time? The timid clerk named Xie, who could cook, or perhaps that peculiar house shui. In the dim confines of the cramped bathroom, the rotund man stared wide-eyed in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Not a sound escaped his lips. A hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Jiang Cheng crouched beside him, their bodies pressed closely together, his hand covering the rotund man's mouth. Both of their gazes were fixated on the door. The door stood ajar, moonlight streaming in through the window. The bed was already empty, the blankets nowhere to be found. And the mere thought of what they had just witnessed made the rotund man's teeth chatter in fright. A shadowy figure, swaying unsteadily on the floor beside the bed, rose with an unnatural gait, its form grotesquely distorted, its bulk decidedly not Jiang Cheng. Indeed, it was not, for Jiang Cheng was hiding behind the bathroom door, having yanked the rotund man inside, while simultaneously muffling his cries. The two crouched in silence, hardly daring to breathe, peering through the translucent glass at the scene outside. The grotesque figure crawled onto the bed, where Xie lay, unaware if she was asleep or otherwise. The shadow's movements were exaggerated, pressing the bed down with a cacophony of creaks, yet she remained oblivious. Until, with a slight tremor, the bed abruptly fell silent. Jiang Cheng and the rotund man dared not move. It wasn't he until the figure emerged from the covers and slowly approached the door that the sound of water echoed, particularly clear in the stillness of the night. By the dim moonlight, Jiang Cheng discerned that the figure was dragging a blanket behind it, and within that blanket, he turned to glance at the bed, which was now desolate. The rotund man quaked with fear, his massive frame trembling uncontrollably, prompting Jiang Cheng to pinch him sharply with his fingertips. The rotund man's face flushed crimson, yet he ceased to tremble. Once the sounds of water and the dragging of an object faded beyond the door's threshold, Jiang Cheng and the rotund man remained motionless. They held their position, uncertain of how much time passed until the door creaked open. The first to appear was Fan Li, followed closely by Warm Jie and Chen Xiaoming, all three edging along the wall, entering with caution. Only then did Jiang Cheng release the rotund man, and the two emerged from the bathroom. The rotund man's lips quivered, leaving Jiang Cheng to recount the events that had just transpired. He had been asleep when an overwhelming chill jolted him awake. In his hazy state, he had suddenly noticed a pitch-black shadow lurking beneath Xieyu's bed. Chapter 10. Sighs. Jiang Cheng made no sound as he quietly rose and slipped into the bathroom. The rotund man, upon awakening, beheld not Jiang Cheng on the floor beside the bed, but rather the very shadow that had just emerged. In other words, it was a ghost. The true Jiang Cheng was hidden behind the bathroom door, seizing the opportunity to pull the rotund man inside while he stood dazed before the bathroom. Chen Xiaoming groped for the light switch in the bedroom, and when the lights flickered to life, they revealed a scene of disarray on the bed, with puddles of water dotting the floor. The water stains trailed from the bed all the way to the door. As they approached the entrance to peer outside, they discovered the corridor bore similar water stains, leading all the way to the locked door at the corridor's end. The thought that Xieyu had been taken away, ensconced in a blanket by the ghost, sent chills down their spines. No one dared to hope he might still be alive. Fan Li suppressed the chill within, turning to Jiang Cheng and asking, "What did the ghost look like? Did you see it clearly?" The rotund man shook his head vigorously, claiming the room had been too dark, and he was too. Others understood he meant too terrified. After all, being a newcomer, his fears were understandable. Just as Warm Jie opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Cheng interjected, "It was that girl." "What?" "The ghost was the girl from the family of 4. Fan Li exclaimed in astonishment. "How do you know?" Since their arrival, no one had seen a photo of this family, thus they were unaware of their appearance, except for the middle-aged man and Xieyu. Jiang Cheng raised his gaze, fixated on the locked door at the end of the corridor, and after a moment declared, "The ghost was wearing a pair of women's casual shoes. I've seen them in the shoe cabinet." Warm Jie scoffed. "Are you planning to reason with a ghost?" "Enough," Fan Li interjected. "Let us keep our comments to a minimum. I'm preparing to check that room. Who is coming with me?" He was referring, of course, to the locked room at the end of the corridor where the ghost had dragged Xieyu, disappearing before that very door. This was a crucial lead. Ultimately, everyone decided to venture forth together, as separation would only invite greater peril. Moreover, according to Fan Li and Warm Jie, ghosts in the dream realm seldom commit multiple murders in quick succession. Unlike before, Fan Li merely nudged the door lightly, and it swung open. The lock had been disengaged. Behind the door lay a modest room, devoid of windows, requiring the faint light from the corridor to illuminate its contents. It measured roughly 2/3 the size of a boy's bedroom. The interior was dim, and none dared to enter just yet, until Jiang Cheng stepped forward, extending a hand to feel along the wall near the door. With a sharp click, the lights in the room flickered on, though they had braced themselves. Upon seeing the room, everyone instinctively gasped in shock. In the center of the room lay a crumpled blanket, with a pair of shoes dangling limply from its edge, touching the floor. After a brief moment of calm, Sister Nguyen stepped forward and slowly lifted the quilt. Ah! Chun Xiaoming instinctively covered her mouth. Xiaoyu lay curled up under the covers, his eyes bulging, pupils dilated, and his complexion a ghastly shade of blue. The muscles in his face and neck were contorted, clearly indicating that he was deceased. His arms were stiff, positioned like claws defensively clasped over his chest, as if warding off some unseen threat, with veins standing out prominently on the back of his hands. Jiang Cheng approached and pulled back a corner of Xiaoyu's shirt. His body was marred by numerous bloodstains, resembling marks left by a whip or similar instrument, alongside several wounds inflicted by sharp objects. His hands were tightly shackled together with handcuffs. Sister Nguyen held a backpack she had found nearby, filled with a whip, a dagger, hemp rope, handcuffs, and several candles of varying thickness. Upon comparison, the hemp rope in the backpack matched the one previously discovered in the storeroom. The portly man stared at the gruesome implements, his voice trembling with fear. Had Xiaoyu been tortured to death by ghost? No. Jiang Cheng stood up, noting that the wounds on his own body were remarkably orderly, devoid of any signs of struggle. This implied that he had lost consciousness during the ordeal. I believe he was initially scared to death, then dragged here for further torment. Whip corpse. Jiang Cheng nodded, affirming this hypothesis. Brother, can you not be so composed? The portly man lamented. If it weren't for you being with me, based on your reaction alone, I would suspect you were responsible for this. Jiang Cheng maintained a righteous demeanor, retorting, stop with the nonsense. Although such occurrences do happen in nightclubs, they're always consensual and rarely escalate to such extremes. Sensing the conversation veering off course, family quickly intervened, suggesting they focus on finding clues. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng pointed to the shoes on Xiaoyu's corpse, declaring, these shoes are wrong. They're not the pair he wore previously. Prompted by Jiang Cheng's observation, everyone shifted their gaze from his face to the shoes. They were a pair of ordinary, somewhat worn athletic shoes that indeed clashed with Xiaoyu's otherwise refined office attire, and they appeared quite bulky. Family retrieved the dagger from Sister Nguyen's found backpack, squatting on the floor to carefully cut the tightly knotted shoelaces, removing the shoes. What unfolded next astonished everyone. Inside the athletic shoes, another pair of shoes was surprisingly concealed. They were a misshapen pair of leather shoes, and Xiaoyu's feet were grotesquely contorted within, as if all the bones had been crushed and then forcefully stuffed inside. It was evident that these were Xiaoyu's actual shoes. Are these shoes belonging to the boy in a family of 4? Chun Xiaoming mused, gazing at the athletic shoes in confusion. But we found a pair of athletic shoes in the shoe cabinet on the first floor. Jiang Cheng recognized her confusion. Although the two pairs of athletic shoes appeared similar in style, their sizes were vastly different, indicating they did not belong to the same individual. Could the pair in the shoe cabinet be shoes the boy wore during his growth? And this pair belongs to him now. A silence enveloped the group until Sister Nguyen, with a peculiar expression, remarked, so you mean to say there are 3 men in this villa, 1 male head of the household and his 2 sons? Chapter 11. Analysis. Family seemed to have an epiphany, his expression shifting oddly, and he picked up the athletic shoes, turning to walk towards the door. He headed down the corridor, seemingly intent on going downstairs. Everyone followed suit, with the portly man and Jiang Cheng trailing at the back. As they passed the boy's bedroom, Jiang Cheng pulled the portly man into the room. What are you doing? The portly man exclaimed, covering himself in fear. Checking some things. Why drag me into this? Jiang Cheng began to open each drawer in the bedroom, and soon he squatted by the bed, unearthing a pair of slippers from beneath it. He held the slippers up, looking at the portly man calmly, and replied, because I am afraid. The portly man could only respond with silence. After a while, Jiang Cheng and the portly man arrived in the living room downstairs, where Sister Nguyen and the others were gathered around the shoe cabinet, having turned out all the shoes, which were now neatly arranged on the floor. Hearing Jiang Cheng's arrival, family set down a pair of women's casual shoes he had been holding. The portly man noticed the uneasy expressions on the faces of the 3. Just as Chun Xiaoming opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Cheng interjected, did you discover that this villa contains not only 2 boys, but also 2 girls? Fan Li's eyes flickered, as if he was about to say something but held back, eventually murmuring, "Newcomer, what exactly is your background? Stop with the unnecessary talk. First, tell us what you found," Jiang Cheng calmly said as he placed his belongings down. Family presented 2 pairs of shoes to Jiang Cheng, which were both women's casual shoes of identical size, and according to their earlier deductions, belonged to the same girl. Fan Li's face darkened as he turned the shoes over, revealing that the outer side of the left shoe was severely worn, while the wear on the right shoe was concentrated on the inner side. He raised his head, locking eyes with Jiang Cheng, explaining that the wear patterns were indicative of walking habits, and once such habits are formed, they are nearly impossible to correct, thus confirming that these were 2 different individual shoes, meaning there were 2 girls in this villa. But why is there only one girl's bedroom on the 2nd floor? Chen Xiaoming inquired. And why does that bedroom only contain a single bed? Jiang Cheng shook his head, stating that the 2 small bedrooms upstairs housed girls, each naturally containing a single bed. What do you mean? Jiang Cheng produced a pair of slippers he had found under the bed in the room, plastered with military posters, noting that they were of a smaller size, and suggested comparing them with the casual shoes. While a direct comparison wasn't necessary, Family still took the slippers to place them side by side with the casual shoes, allowing everyone to see clearly that the owner of the slippers was likely a woman. Is it not too far-fetched to assert that a girl resides in that room based solely on a pair of slippers? Perhaps those slippers were simply left behind in a boy's bedroom, some argued. Furthermore, the decor of that room suggested it belonged to a boy. However, a boy's bedroom would not contain such items, Jiang Cheng rebutted, pulling out a package from his pocket and handing it to the questioning Chen Xiaoming. She raised an eyebrow upon receiving it. It was a package of open sanitary pads. I found more than one package in the bedroom drawer, Jiang Cheng continued. Sister-in-law regarded Jiang Cheng, deducing that this meant the 2 bedrooms upstairs were occupied by girls, one of whom exhibited more masculine traits. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. There is one master bedroom, shared by the male and female heads of the household. Based on our deductions, the remaining 2 small bedrooms belong to the 2 girls in the villa. Could be on the 3rd floor? The portly man suggested quietly. We have yet to explore that area. Before he finished, Sister-in-law shook her head, stating, that is unlikely. I observed when we arrived that only the 1st and 2nd floors have windows, while the 3rd floor is a dark room. Logically, no one would place a bedroom in a windowless dark room, especially someone as affluent as the owner of this villa. Chen Xiaoming seemed to grasp something, her expression tense. So, these 2 boys are not members of this family. They are intruders. Family shot her a glance, coldly retorting, they should be referred to as invaders. Moreover, they are not merely boys. They are 2 adult men, Jiang Cheng added. At this, Chen Xiaoming shuddered violently. Indeed, with the assumption that these 2 individuals were the children of the male and female heads of the household having been debunked, the remaining pairs of shoes suggested that one pair was close to Jiang Cheng's size, while the other was even larger than Fan Li's size. Jiang Cheng surveyed the 2 pairs of athletic shoes lying side by side on the floor. Upon first seeing this particular pair, he had found it peculiar. It was too cheap and excessively worn, clearly out of place among the other shoes in the shoe cabinet. And those living in this villa did not strike him as individuals who would settle for such shabby items. The living room was momentarily engulfed in silence, as previous notions were dismantled, transforming the narrative from a rather straightforward family tragedy into one of villainous intrusion. After a brief pause, the portly man glanced around before whispering. So, 2 men broke into this villa, first dispatching the male and female owners, then imprisoning their 2 daughters, ultimately leading to their demise. Do you recall the water stains left behind after the ghost passed? And the strands of hair found in the bathtub on the upper floor? Sister-in-law, with a somber expression, remarked that the ghost was likely the one who had been drowned in the bathtub. As for Xiaoyu, who was frightened to death and subsequently dragged away for torment, it was also the ghost's vengeance. This could explain why the ghost adorned him with the shoes left by the intruders, as she envisioned him as the very person who had once tormented her. It was not out of sympathy for this rotund figure, but rather an acknowledgement that their time was running short. Jiang Cheng had already sensed that the days in this world were growing increasingly brief, while the nights stretched interminably. According to his calculations, within the span of 2 more nights, daylight would vanish entirely. What would transpire once daylight disappeared? The portly man's eyes widened like saucers, his throat convulsing. Jiang Cheng turned to him, patting his shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. There's no need to worry. The pallor of the man's cheeks slightly regained some color. Jiang Cheng continued, at worst, ghosts will roam freely, committing murder. The portly man? Chapter 12. the box. With a preliminary analysis of the case in hand, their current search became decidedly more focused. The portly man remained closely tethered to Jiang Cheng, while family, annoyed by his substantial frame obstructing his view, had reprimanded him several times, yet the portly man feigned ignorance, leaving others at a loss. Soon, they made a discovery in the master bedroom. On the wall adjacent to the bed hung a solid wooden frame, within which resided an old photograph. The image appeared to have been water-damaged, the background yellowing, yet the central figures, a family of 4, stood together clearly. The male and female heads of the household occupied the center, with the woman resting her hands on the shoulders of a girl with 2 braids, who stood obediently before her mother. A taller, seemingly more rebellious girl stood beside the man, her pant cuffs and sleeves rolled up, revealing what appeared to be traces of tattoos on her slender wrists. Her chin held high. It appeared that this was indeed the family residing in the villa. However, it was peculiar that each of their faces was exceedingly blurred, as was the background, rendering it impossible to ascertain the location where this photograph was taken. Chun Xiaoming gazed at the photograph in a daze before suddenly becoming animated. I remember this photograph wasn't here this morning. That wall was blank. Sister Nguyen maintained a calm demeanor, explaining nonchalantly that this was quite normal, as such occurrences frequently transpired within the dream realm. Afterward, they uncovered a pair of pliers in the room where Xieyu's corpse was found, accompanied by a flat, round tin box reminiscent of one that might contain candy. The portly man rattled the tin, producing a clattering sound from within. What is this? Just as he extended his chubby hands to twist open the box, Jiang Cheng seized him, his gaze fixated on the pliers, his expression gradually morphing into one of peculiarity. What's wrong? The portly man inquired, an inexplicable fear creeping in. Jiang Cheng's expression slowly returned to calm, as he replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought there might be more clues in the bedroom. I'll go check." "Oh, all right." The portly man nodded, initially wishing to accompany Jiang Cheng, but unable to quell his curiosity about the contents of the box. Merely 3 seconds after Jiang Cheng departed, the portly man finally managed to open the box. His eyes transitioned from curiosity to confusion, then bulged increasingly until they nearly popped from their sockets. By the time Jiang Cheng returned, covering his ears, the portly man had already lost his voice, with Fan Li covering his mouth, disdainfully dragging the trembling figure aside. Jiang Cheng peeked in, discovering the box overturned on the floor, several milky white objects scattered around it. Indeed, they were teeth. Jiang Cheng nodded, affirming his earlier suspicions. Fan Li and Sister Nguyen seemed to have anticipated the box's contents, their expressions lacking surprise, while Chun Xiaoming turned pale, visibly trembling. "Men truly are a wretched lot," Sister Nguyen declared coldly. "They're all beasts." Jiang Cheng, upon hearing this, glanced at Fan Li, who appeared taken aback, then retorted, "What are you looking at me for?" Jiang Cheng, seeking another avenue, turned to the portly man in the corner, only to meet his resentful gaze, prompting Jiang Cheng to awkwardly divert his eyes. With no further leads nearby, Jiang Cheng suggested they explore the door on the 3rd floor, but Fan Li halted him, pointing out the window. "It's already getting dark." Darkness was indeed swiftly encroaching. The portly man initially believed that given last night's events, everyone would choose to sleep together for safety. However, to his dismay, Sister Nguyen not only dismissed this notion, but also ousted Fan Li. With a resounding bang, the door was shut. Fan Li stood outside the master bedroom door, clutching a blanket, resembling a husband cast out of his home, bearing a floral pillow on his shoulder. "It's all right, big brother," the portly man consoled. "You can sleep in our room." "No need. You all sleep. I'll go downstairs," Fan Li replied, truly shouldering his blanket and pillow and descending the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Jiang Cheng retreated into the previous bedroom, and after a moment's consideration, the portly man mustered his courage to follow. Upon entering the bedroom, Jiang Cheng turned on all the lights, then leaned against the door, seemingly attuned to the sounds outside. "Brother, we're not actually staying here tonight, are we?" the portly man asked, his face ashen, glancing nervously under the bed, recalling that the ghost had emerged from beneath it the previous night. "Of course not. I'll head to the study shortly," Jiang Cheng replied candidly. "I'll go too." Approximately 10 minutes later, darkness enveloped the outside world. Jiang Cheng glanced at his watch, rose, and gently opened the door. He then stealthily approached another room, slowly pushing the door open and slipping inside, the portly man following closely behind. After shutting the door, they each found a chair to sit upon. The portly man attempted to turn on the light, but was stopped by Jiang Cheng. Observing the surrounding darkness, sweat pouring from him, The portly man couldn't help but exclaim, "Just let me turn on the light. Otherwise, I feel as if there are ghosts lurking everywhere." Jiang Cheng relented, nodding all right. The portly man shifted his body and finally located a switch on the wall. Just as he was about to press it, Jiang Cheng's voice drifted from behind him. "Now, the ghost won't have any trouble finding you." In the master bedroom, on the bed, Chun Xiaoming clutched a pillow, softly weeping. The ghost in this task was far more absurd and terrifying than the one in her previous endeavor. The very thought of those horrifying tools and the teeth within the box made her body tremble uncontrollably. "All right, don't cry," she consoled herself. "You should also recognize that the ghosts in this villa target man. Once we drive family away, we'll be safe." Chun Xiaoming lifted her head, her eyes red. "But what about the other three?" Chapter 13. Slippers. People? Chun Xiaoming's eyes widened. Indeed, Sister Nguyen involuntarily tightened her grip on her collar, a shiver running through her as she remarked, "Sometimes they are more terrifying than ghosts." The fire in the fireplace blazed brightly, casting a warm glow throughout half the living room. Family, sitting before the hearth with a dark expression, occasionally tossed in a few more logs. He was well aware of the reasoning behind Sister Nguyen's insistence on expelling him. The specter haunting this villa was said to have been wronged by two men, and thus, its vengeful targets are predominantly male. The tragic fates of the deceased middle-aged man and the unfortunate Xiaoyu serve as poignant examples. Contemplating this grim reality, family grasped two thick logs and tossed them into the fireplace, igniting the flames further. It seemed that only the ferocity of the fire could stave off the chill that gripped his heart. The current circumstances had become increasingly clear. In other words, the mission was drawing to a close, yet the closer they approached the end, the more frenzied the spirit would become. Surely, something sinister would transpire this night. The only uncertainty was who would perish. This understanding compelled him to decline the rotund man's suggestion of sleeping together, alone. His chances of encountering the ghost were 1 in 3, but in their company, it would be a certainty. The fate of those marked by the ghost flashed a fleeting terror in his eyes. While the specter rarely claimed multiple victims at once, it was not beyond its capacity. Moreover, he had his own plans. He was confident that if he remained in this place, he could survive until dawn. His gaze drifted toward the fireplace. Current evidence suggested that the ghost had likely perished by drowning, and before him blazed a fierce inferno. In the study, the plump man squatted in the shadows, scarcely daring to breathe. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he craned his neck toward Jiang Cheng's position and whispered, "Do you think if we hide here, the ghost won't know?" "I don't know," Jiang Cheng replied in a measured tone. The rotund man felt a slight relief wash over him. "That's good. I said I don't know," Jiang Cheng reiterated with a rhythmic intonation. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Cheng, the plump man's mental fortitude had strengthened significantly. This time, he only trembled for less than 5 seconds before he resumed a semblance of normalcy in their conversation. "To be honest, brother," the rotund man said, fixing his gaze on Jiang Cheng and swallowing hard, "I believe you're no ordinary person. After encountering that ghost yesterday, I was utterly petrified. Yet you managed to recall what shoes she was wearing. You must be a model, or perhaps a police officer, am I right?" The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his theory, excitement coloring his features. To his surprise, Jiang Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think if you believe I'm a police officer, it will ensure your survival? Or that if I present my badge, the ghost will spare us both?" The flicker of hope ignited in the rotund man's heart was swiftly extinguished, and he despondently muttered, "So, we are doomed, then?" Just as Jiang Cheng was about to respond, the plump man interrupted, his face contorted with despair. "I bet you're about to say it's only me who's in danger, not us, right?" Jiang Cheng, somewhat begrudgingly, fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again, "But you need not be so pessimistic, perhaps there is still a chance." Just as the plump man lifted his head, eager to continue the conversation, Jiang Cheng suddenly gestured for silence, prompting the rotund man to immediately close his mouth. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. As approximately 10 minutes slipped by without a sound, the rotund man remained on high alert, his ears straining. Jiang Cheng rose from his chair, casting a quick glance towards the desk. The plump man heard him mumbling softly about the lack of any commotion. "Brother," the rotund man exclaimed, his voice transformed with surprise, "you're not waiting for the ghost here, are you?" "Don't speak," Jiang Cheng replied, frowning as he approached the door. "Stay put. I'll go check." The plump man hurriedly followed him. "No, let us stick together." Upon reaching the corridor, the dim light overhead flickered weakly. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng approached the master bedroom door and gently knocked. After a few seconds, a wary female voice inquired, "Who is it? What do you want?" Jiang Cheng replied earnestly, "I believe family is in trouble." At this, the door cracked open slightly, revealing only a sliver, as the woman peered out with one eye. "How do you know?" After scrutinizing Jiang Cheng and the plump man through the narrow gap, she finally nodded. "All right." The door swung open to reveal the woman standing behind it. They had not dared to turn on the lights, and the room was shrouded in darkness. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's declaration about family, the rotund man's expression shifted to one of anxiety. He did not comprehend how Jiang Cheng had arrived at such a conclusion, yet he felt an inexplicable urge to trust him. Jiang Cheng entered first, with the rotund man trailing closely behind. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, Jiang Cheng suddenly halted, causing the plump man to bump into him. The woman had stepped aside to allow them entry, urging, "Come in quickly. What are you dawdling for?" She frequently cast anxious glances toward the far side of the corridor, as if anticipating something to emerge. Before she could react, Jiang Cheng placed a hand on the rotund man's shoulder, and they swiftly turned to retreat down the corridor. The rotund man had not expected Jiang Cheng, despite his lean appearance, to possess such strength. He was almost dragged along. His mind was engulfed in a state of blankness. Yet in that moment, he wisely refrained from voicing any objections until they reached the corner of the corridor by the staircase, where Jiang Cheng pulled him quickly out of sight. "What did you discover?" The plump man gasped. He noticed beads of cold sweat trickling down Jiang Cheng's profile. "That woman is suspicious," Jiang Cheng whispered. The rotund man's flesh quivered in alarm. "What is suspicious about her?" "She was wearing flip-flops." "Flip-flops?" "Yes," Jiang Cheng confirmed with a nod. "I inadvertently noticed when entering." He continued, "We are all acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this villa, where we might face the relentless pursuit of malevolent spirits at any moment. How could she possibly have removed her shoes for a pair of cumbersome flip-flops?" Chapter 14. The Disappearance. "This is hardly a vacation." The rotund man seemed to realize something, paling as he spoke. "So you mean that the woman we just saw was a ghost?" "That seems to be the case," Jiang Cheng nodded. "Then that woman and the girl named Chun Xiaoming inside must be." "Enough," Jiang Cheng interrupted him. "Let us head to the living room." To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Jiang Cheng did not intentionally tread lightly as they descended the stairs, but when they arrived downstairs, they found only the fire crackling vigorously in the fireplace. Family, who should have been by the hearth, was nowhere to be seen. The rotund man, feeling a surge of fear, inquired, "Could it be that something has happened to him as well?" Jiang Cheng scanned the surroundings before responding. "Come out. We are human, not ghosts." No sooner had he spoken than a figure as robust as a bear emerged from behind the sofa, Family's vigilant gaze fixed upon them. A gleaming knife clutched in his hand. "What are you two doing down here?" He quickly glanced at the staircase before focusing his attention back on Jiang Cheng. "Where are the others?" "They're in trouble," Jiang Cheng replied. Family regarded them with suspicion, according to his earlier deductions. The women in this mission should have been safe. How could such a thing occur? The rotund man hurriedly recounted their recent encounter to Family. Family's expression shifted slightly, followed by a heavy sigh. "If what you say is true, they're likely in grave danger." Grave danger is an understatement, the plump man thought to himself, wishing only that their demise would not be as gruesome as Xieyu's. Now that the ghost had made its appearance, Jiang Cheng and the others felt somewhat safer. Yet following the earlier incident, even the rotund man found it impossible to sleep. "Let us rest for a while," Jiang Cheng suggested. "I want to sleep. I'll wake you in 2 hours." Having been through numerous such ordeals, Family seemed accustomed to the situation. He lay down not on the sofa, but in front of the fireplace. No one could discern whether he truly slept, though the knife he had scavenged from the kitchen was concealed somewhere on his person. By the warm hearth, the rotund man's nerves began to waver. It had been an eternity since he had enjoyed a restful slumber. Only the remnants of his consciousness clung on. He sat upon the couch, his vision gradually blurring. When he finally opened his eyes again, dawn had crept in, and Jiang Cheng and Family were huddled together, whispering about something. Jiang Cheng's complexion appeared much like his usual self, though Family displayed occasional bursts of agitation. The rotund man shifted slightly, causing the sofa to emit a faint creaking sound. Jiang Cheng turned his head and asked, "Awake?" The rotund man replied, a hint of embarrassment evident as he rubbed his face. "It's dawn. Should we head upstairs to take a look?" "There's no rush. Let's wait until it's fully light." When the daylight was indeed bright, Jiang Cheng stood and declared it was time. The trio gathered their belongings and commenced their ascent up the staircase. Family still gripped the sharp knife from the previous night, while Jiang Cheng wielded a rolling pin, and the rotund man, surveying the kitchen devoid of anything significant, hoisted a cutting board against his chest as a makeshift shield. They slowly approached the corridor on the second floor, inching closer to the master bedroom. At that moment, they had all but confirmed that Sister Nguyen and Chun Xiaoming had undoubtedly encountered some misfortune. The master bedroom door was ajar by a third, and silence reigned within. Jiang Cheng extended his hand and pushed the door open. The rotund man immediately raised the cutting board. They had mentally prepared themselves to witness two lifeless bodies, or perhaps a ghost lunging at them. Yet, upon opening the door, they found nothing. No bodies, no specters, no traces of blood, no signs of struggle whatsoever. The bedding lay meticulously arranged, the items on the tables and chairs orderly, and a silk robe draped across the sofa, as if the mistress had merely stepped away. "Where is everyone?" the rotund man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Cheng crouched to inspect beneath the bed, while Fan Li, with a grim expression, searched the wardrobe, then the bathroom, behind the sofa, and finally combed through several nearby rooms, including the one where they had discovered Xieyu's body. Nothing. They were nowhere to be found. Sister Nguyen and Chun Xiaoming, two living beings, seemed to have vanished into thin air. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng suddenly proposed to Fan Li. "Is it possible that they are alive and have successfully left this place?" The rotund man interjected, "But how do we explain the ghost we encountered last night?" Jiang Cheng understood the implication. Since the ghost had taken Sister Nguyen's form and appeared in the master bedroom, where both she and Chun Xiaoming had been, they must have faced some calamity. The previous night, Jiang Cheng had remained on the second floor and heard no sounds of anyone wandering the corridor, indicating that Sister Nguyen and Chun Xiaoming had not left their room. Furthermore, all the windows in the villa were sealed shut, eliminating the possibility of an escape through them. Regarding the means of departure, Family shared his experience, stating that typically, after gathering all clues, a black iron door would manifest. However, he emphasized that this door could appear anywhere, though it generally would not be too obscure and would often relate to significant clues within the task. "Like the iron door we pushed open in our dream?" Jiang Cheng inquired. Family nodded, "Indeed. You may envision it as a passage connecting the dream realm to the real world." Returning to the first floor's living room, Jiang Cheng seated himself upon the plush carpet, with Fan Li and the rotund man taking their places opposite him. They now faced a rather intricate situation. "All right," Jiang Cheng began, lifting his gaze. "Let's assume that Sister Nguyen and the others have successfully departed from here. How might they have accomplished it?" The rotund man, retracting his neck, stammered. "But I can't shake the feeling that they were killed by the ghost." Jiang Cheng regarded him with an icy demeanor, responding, "Such speculation holds no merit. If you insist they have perished at the hands of the ghost, we may as well await our demise." The rotund man, taken aback by Jiang Cheng's coldness, fell silent. Fan Li then nodded in agreement, asserting, "You are correct. Sister Nguyen and the others must have discovered a means of escape. Therefore," he clapped his hands on his thighs and rose to his feet. Chapter 15, Time. He cast a glance out the window. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet he understood that, according to their earlier calculations, only 3 hours of daylight remained, and half of that time had already elapsed. Once night descended again, the world they inhabited would plunge into an eternal twilight. "Time is of the essence. We must search separately," Jiang Cheng declared, scanning the surroundings. "Fan Li, you form one group, and the rotund man will accompany me. Move swiftly, especially in regard to items such as keys. There may be clues behind that iron door on the third floor, but I have tried it before, and without a key. Our tools alone will not suffice to open it." Understood. Without further ado, the two groups dispersed. Jiang Cheng's group, with an extra member, was tasked with searching the more expansive first floor, while Fan Li took the second. Their search swiftly bore fruit. Jiang Cheng discovered a length of rope in an inconspicuous corner behind the staircase, tied at one end to the corner of the corridor on the second floor, the other end dangling to the ground. He ascended the staircase and found the other end of the rope secured in a spot where he and the rotund man had hidden the previous night. However, there had been no rope there at that time. Upon hearing the footsteps of the two ascending, Fan Li emerged from the study, asking, "What is going on?" Jiang Cheng pointed to the rope. Fan Li's expression suddenly shifted. "I tied the handle of this door with rope to a nail beside it yesterday. How could the rope be gone?" The The rotund man, with keen eyes, stepped inside and retrieved a piece of rope from behind a stack of firewood. It had been severed cleanly in two. Family took it, felt it, and confirmed it was cut with a tool like a dagger. Behind the small room for storing firewood, there was another door, the firewood in front having been moved aside, creating a clear space. Jiang Cheng approached and pushed against the door, but it would not budge. Peering through the glass, he glimpsed the rear of the villa. The ground was scantily covered with fallen leaves, yet due to the prior rain, the earth remained damp and muddy. On the muddy ground, distinct tire tracks were etched. "Those are from the large bus," the rotund man exclaimed in surprise. "But curiously, there are only fours around here. There's south no road for a bus to enter." Nonetheless, that detail had become irrelevant. What mattered was that they had unraveled how Cistern Wan and Chen Xiaoming had departed. The rotund man mimicked Jiang Cheng, shaking the door vigorously, but it showed no signs of yielding. "Quit shaking it," Jiang Cheng advised. "You want to be able to open it." The rotund man ceased his efforts, but still asked, "If this door can't be opened, how did they leave?" Suddenly, Family interjected from behind. "It's time." "Time?" "Yes," Family replied, looking at the bewildered rotund man, nodding. "It's a matter of time. The bus will only appear at a specific hour, and then the door can be opened." "At 3:07 a.m., Jiang Cheng stated. Family regarded him with surprise, nodding. "You thought of it as well. What are you two talking about?" The rotund man blinked, confused. "What 3:07 a.m.? Do you remember when Xiaoyu died?" Jiang Cheng asked. "I checked my watch then. It displayed 3:07 a.m. The rotund man asked incredulously. "But in this world, isn't the time displayed on watches inaccurate?" Family continued. "It is indeed inaccurate, but at a certain specific time, it becomes precise again. On the night Xiaoyu died, as I heard the strange noises, I also glanced at the time." He pulled out a pocket watch and waved it before the rotund man's eyes. It too read 3:07 a.m. "But not long ago, I checked the time, and it showed 6 o'clock a.m. This means that all timepieces will suddenly synchronize to 3:07 a.m. at a certain moment." The rotund figure's eyes suddenly narrowed, and as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Cheng. "So last night in the study, you were waiting for the watch to display 3:07 a.m. For at that precise moment, the specter would make its appearance." Although Jiang Cheng's face betrayed no reaction, the rotund man continued. "When the time arrived and the specter did not come to seek us out, you ventured to tentatively seek out Cistern Wan. It was only upon your first glimpse of her, alive and well, that you uttered to her that Family had." He abruptly halted, for after all, Family was still standing here, limbs intact. After their meal, the three gathered together. Family remarked that he had counted 6 tire tracks on the ground behind the villa, indicating that the large passenger bus had visited 3 times, coinciding perfectly with the 3 nights they had spent in the villa. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and Family held his pocket watch, glancing at the time intermittently. Time slipped away, and just as the rotund man felt his head growing heavy with sleep, Jiang Cheng suddenly announced, "The time has come." Family stood as well, slipping the pocket watch into his pocket. Together, they made their way towards the storage room in the corner of the living room, with Jiang Cheng and Family displaying utmost caution. After all, the mission was at its critical juncture, and no one could predict whether the specter would materialize unexpectedly. As they stepped into the wood storage room, a light suddenly illuminated the vacant space behind the villa. A large passenger bus approached from a distance, gradually halting approximately 20 meters from the villa. Family took a deep breath, resting his hand on the door before gently pushing it open. The door swung wide. The rotund man's face was alight with excitement, nearly moved to tears. Family was the first to step out, followed by the rotund man, and then Jiang Cheng. Having been enveloped in the villa's warmth, they were momentarily unprepared for the chill outside. Family turned up the collar of his leather jacket. Jiang Cheng wrapped his coat tighter around himself, while the rotund man could only hug himself for warmth. The bus door opened slowly, and the trio approached. The same individuals were aboard, the couple and a mother with her child, all seated obediently in their places. Home. Such an enticing word. The rotund man could hardly resist the urge to board immediately, but someone behind him tugged at him, allowing Family to step ahead. Turning around, the rotund man noticed Jiang Cheng gazing calmly at the bus. "What is it?" Jiang Cheng remained silent. Chapter 16. The trap. At this moment, Family, who had boarded the bus earlier, noticed that Jiang Cheng and the rotund man had not followed. He turned back, his expression tinged with confusion. However, the rotund man was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, for he perceived Director Zheng locking eyes with Jiang Cheng, his countenance growing increasingly grim and venomous. After a few seconds, with no sign of the driver moving, the bus door slammed shut with a loud bang, startling the rotund man. The bus then sped away, leaving behind 2 deep tire tracks. No, no! The rotund man, terrified by Director Zheng's gaze, trembled uncontrollably. Comparing Sister Nguyen's earlier predicament to the current situation, he belatedly shouted, "This is a trap. Director Zheng is not human. He is a ghost." Jiang Cheng paid no heed to the rotund man, merely watching the bus vanish. Softly uttering, "Farewell." Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Cheng headed straight for the iron door leading to the 3rd floor. The rotund man attempted several times to ask Jiang Cheng questions, but he never found the opportunity. Jiang Cheng extended his hand, and to his surprise, the iron door swung open, not pushed by him, but rather unlocked from within by a hand, which then drew the door wide. "It's you." As the door opened, the rotund man gasped. There stood Chen Xiaoming, maintaining her seemingly harmless demeanor. She opened the door, and Jiang Cheng entered first, with the rotund man hesitating momentarily before following suit. As Sister Nguyen had described, the 3rd floor indeed housed a dark room, devoid of windows, illuminated only by 2 white candles as thick as an infant's arm. Nevertheless, the flickering candlelight revealed that the room was quite spacious, larger than the master bedroom, with a pure black iron door embedded in the wall a few meters away. Upon seeing this iron door, the rotund man felt a profound sense of relief. The black iron door exuded an inexplicable air of eeriness, a sensation that could not be feigned. "I am curious how you discerned that it was a trap." Chen Xiaoming sat in a chair, one hand propping her chin, while the other gestured vaguely in the direction behind the villa. She appeared entirely unperturbed, her eyes even glimmering with a hint of excitement, not directed at the rotund man, but rather at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng sat across from her, regarding her intently. "Although your setup was quite convincing, leaving ropes on the stairs and severing the twine in the storage room to create the illusion that you exited through the back door, I find it puzzling that if you had already departed, then why did the ghost masquerading as Sister Nguyen still appear in your bedroom? That does not add up. Furthermore, your carefully tidied master bedroom raises questions as to why the ghost would go to such lengths." Chen Xiaoming smiled. "Yet despite all her elaborate schemes, you were still lured out of the villa, albeit at the last moment you did not board that bus." Jiang Cheng shook his head, asserting, "You are mistaken." "Oh." Chen Xiaoming's smile widened, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "What is incorrect?" She assumed Jiang Cheng was merely a stubborn individual, relishing the encounter with such an intriguing person in the dream realm after a long absence. "There are 3 points of error. First, I was not deceived into leaving the villa. I did so willingly." Jiang Cheng elaborated. "The muddy ground behind the villa bears tire tracks, yet conspicuously lacks any shoe prints left by you, indicating that you never actually left the villa. This is a ruse. Secondly, the only one deceiving us is you, for Sister Nguyen is deceased." He produced a small object from his pocket, tossing it before the now somber-faced Chen Xiaoming. It was a button, square, made of tortoise shell, and rather rare. "I found it in the master bedroom, still attached to a frayed thread when I discovered it," Jiang Cheng stated, if memory serves. "It belonged to Sister Nguyen's coat. I surmised that when I arrived at your room, the ghost had just slain Sister Nguyen. During her struggle, this button was dislodged. And after waiting for the ghost to depart, you tidied the room to prevent us from discovering that Sister Nguyen had been killed by the ghost, thus creating an illusion that you had escaped the mission." After finishing his explanation, Jiang Cheng fell silent. The smile had vanished entirely from Chen Xiaoming's face. After a pause, she composed her voice and inquired, "And what is the 3rd point?" "The 3rd point, the most crucial one." Jiang Cheng sat upright, his gaze steady as both Chen Xiaoming and the rotund man felt a sense of tension. "I wish to know, who endowed you, this unremarkable, short-statured, self-righteous, dull-witted, flat-chested fool, with the audacity to scheme against me?" He stared intently at Chen Xiaoming. The rotund man was momentarily speechless. He knew Jiang Cheng was an unpredictable individual, yet he had not anticipated such a sharp tongue. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, as Chen Xiaoming's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. "I answer you, sister." Chen Xiaoming abruptly seized a nearby porcelain vase and hurled it, but Jiang Cheng deftly dodged. Her face flushed with anger. She appeared ready to confront Jiang Cheng. After evading, Jiang Cheng calmly remarked, "I advise you to think carefully. This is a sealed room, and it is just the 2 of us if you do not acquiesce to my wishes. Some rather unfriendly occurrences may transpire. Chun Xiaoming sneered. Are you threatening me? The rotund man interrupted, licking his lips. Brother, there's not just you here. There's me too. Jiang Cheng shot a glance at the rotund man, continuing to address Chun Xiaoming. Yes, there's also a rotund man, so contemplate your options wisely. Chun Xiaoming, in a fit of rage, retorted with a laugh. In less than 10 minutes, the door will open. I do not believe you would dare to do anything. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, wearing an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turned out there were still 10 minutes left. As he stood up, a meaningful smile graced his lips. For it would not take long at all. 30 seconds would suffice. The plump man suddenly widened his eyes. Chun Xiaoming clenched her fists tightly, trembling as if caught between fury and fear. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, if you have any questions, do ask. How did you open this door? Chapter 17, The Return Journey. In other words, when I arrived yesterday, Sister Nguyen's body was still in the bedroom. Indeed, right behind the door, Chun Xiaoming paused, fixing Jiang Cheng with a cold smile. Had you taken a few more steps inside yesterday, that ghost would have dragged your corpse here too. Jiang Cheng ignored her and continued to inquire, where is Sister Nguyen's body now? Chun Xiaoming stood and walked toward the door, and Jiang Cheng immediately followed, maintaining a distance of less than a meter. The door hasn't opened yet. I can't escape, Chun Xiaoming scoffed. Jiang Cheng, closely trailing her, shook his head and replied, don't misunderstand. Merely being close to you brings me joy. Chun Xiaoming choked on her words, choosing to ignore him. Upon reaching the wall, she fumbled and pressed a button, causing the room to come into sharp focus. The overhead light illuminated. Almost simultaneously, the plump man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he beheld the room arranged like a church. A massive crucifix hung on the wall, with Sister Nguyen bound upside down upon it, her face contorted, clearly lifeless. Upon closer inspection, the entire crucifix, like Sister Nguyen, was inverted. Surrounding them were various archaic and gruesome torture devices, exuding a distinctly medieval essence, many stained with grotesque blood. This was a chamber of torment. The crucifix signified divinity, while the inverted cross symbolized the devil. Jiang Cheng stared expressionlessly at the instruments of torture, realizing that this family were devotees of evil. The plump man was taken aback by the scene, while Chun Xiaoming gazed at Jiang Cheng with keen interest. You seem to have guessed this from the start? The arrangement here could not have been hastily executed. Thus, the owners of these implements must be the villa's inhabitants, not the two unfortunate outsiders. Jiang Cheng nodded. Didn't you just see it? A flash of realization struck the plump man, and he quivered as he stammered. It's the bus that came to pick us up. The male driver, the mother with her child, the ticket seller dressed as a man, and the girl from that couple. They're all one family. They're the owners of this villa. Precisely, Chun Xiaoming shrugged, and the man from that couple, along with the older boy from the mother-child duo, are victims imprisoned and tormented by this family. Hell is empty, and the devils walk among us. The murderous female ghost was not seeking vengeance. She merely continued her malevolence from life, for those ingrained traits are impossible to shed. When did you uncover the truth? Jiang Cheng asked Chun Xiaoming. After that ghost killed Sister Nguyen, the photographs we found on the wall suddenly became clear, she said, producing a picture, the wooden frame evidently discarded for convenience. Jiang Cheng took the photo, which depicted a family of 4 from the villa, each face recognizable from his memories, the backdrop being this very torture chamber. In one corner of the picture, 2 men lay chained, their heads bowed, rendering their faces obscured, yet their attire matched that of the 2 men from a bus. A faint ethereal glow began to emanate from the door, causing the entire space to tremble. Mission accomplished. The door is about to open. Why deceive us? What benefit do you gain from this? Jiang Cheng steadied himself, seizing the moment to pose his final query. Chun Xiaoming, evidently accustomed to the tremors accompanying the door's opening, had already reached the iron gate while the plump man clung to the wall to prevent himself from falling. The iron gate swung wide, revealing a shroud of gray mist beyond. Without another word, she vanished into the fog. Jiang Cheng glanced back at the plump man and stepped into the mist as well. A wave of disorienting dizziness washed over him, and, as his body steadied, it felt as though he had stepped onto a solid, even surface. Lowering his gaze, he discerned the wooden floor beneath him, and everything around him began to feel familiar. Outside, the night remained shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through. Everything mirrored the scene from which he had departed. He reached into his pocket, extracting an object that felt slightly coarse. Under the dim moonlight, he recognized it as a piece of paper, meticulously folded multiple times. As he began to unfold the paper, A sudden pause seized him as a hand quietly settled on his right shoulder. Jiang Cheng slowly raised his hands. There are 20,000 in the hidden compartment of the third drawer on the left side of the desk. The drawer is locked. The key is in the second-to-last coffee cup in the kitchen. No sound echoed behind him, and after a moment's hesitation, he continued, "That's all the money there is. If you seek to rob more, I suggest you head upstairs, but there's no bed. Only a mattress, so you'll have to make do." After a brief silence, the hand on his shoulder trembled, and a voice boomed with vigor, "Brother, you have quite a nice place here." Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng swiftly grasped the hand resting on his shoulder, pivoting and forcefully pressing the rotund figure against the wall. "Brother, brother," the plump man exclaimed, grimacing in pain. Jiang Cheng recognized this portly individual who had barely survived in the dream realm and coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" He quickly glanced at the spot where the door should have been, now merely an ordinary wall. However, it was evident that this was not the plump man's home. The plump man's right arm creaked ominously, as if on the verge of being broken. He hurriedly explained, "I was simply thinking how wonderful it would be if I could be with you when I entered that door, and when I emerged, I found you standing with your back to me. Perhaps it's fate for us to meet." But before he could finish, Jiang Cheng interrupted, "Enough. You want me to guide you through the nightmare barrier." Chapter 18. The Newspaper. Nightmares differ only in their initial encounters and the multitude that follows. The plump man surely understood that it was only thanks to Jiang Cheng that he survived this mission, and he likely would not be so fortunate next time. Embarrassed at being exposed, the plump man's face flushed. Jiang Cheng swiftly searched his person, finding nothing of particular note, and released him, switching on the overhead light. The plump man leaned against the wall, rubbing his arm while surveying Jiang Cheng's workspace. "Brother," he said, stretching his neck to see several medical records laid out on the desk. "Are you a doctor?" "Indeed. What do you specialize in?" Jiang Cheng approached the desk, seated himself, and tilted his head, declaring, "I specialize in treating various grievances." The plump man swallowed hard, as if wishing to say more, but wisely chose silence, complying with Jiang Cheng's request to sit on the sofa opposite him. The sofa appeared rather worn, with cracked and peeling armrests. One side could recline, transforming it into a makeshift bed. At times, Jiang Cheng would suggest that patients seeking his counsel lie down here to facilitate relaxation. Through their conversation, Jiang Cheng learned that the plump man was named Wang Fugue and had dabbled in various occupations over the years, with his most recent role being that of a long-haul truck driver. However, due to certain circumstances, he had since resigned, residing far from Rong City, any city. The plump man admitted that this was his first venture into the nightmare realm. Jiang Cheng retorted, "How is it that you're dressed so neatly and carry an umbrella? This is hardly the attire of an ordinary person at rest." The rotund man scratched his head, awkwardly explaining that he had a heated argument with his boss over a salary dispute, which led to him being expelled from the employee dormitory. With no money to afford a hotel, he sought refuge in a small park, intending to endure the night until dawn. However, he had not anticipated that he would fall asleep and awaken in that ghastly place. Was it also through a door? Indeed, the man nodded, his complexion gradually darkening, revealing that the door was situated on a wall within the park, although he distinctly remembered that there had been no door there before. Similar to Jiang Cheng's experience, it appeared that all individuals who ventured into the realm of dreams entered through a door that did not exist, with the only distinction being the location of said door. Jiang Cheng tilted his head to check the time. It was now the early hours of the morning. He turned to the rotund man and stated formally, "You may stay until dawn, but upon the break of day, you must leave." The man gazed at Jiang Cheng with anticipation. Yet, Jiang Cheng showed no inclination to alter his decision. After delivering his statement, he ignored the man and took a seat, retrieving a piece of paper that had been folded multiple times from his pocket. He spread it out flat on the table. The rotund man craned his neck to see, and eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, he slipped over for a closer look. It was a newspaper, its pages slightly yellowed, with much of the text becoming indistinct. Jiang Cheng flipped it over, revealing a prominent headline on the reverse side that read, "Mansion Massacre Case Solved. Murderous Family Plunges into River." The article detailed the case, noting that the male and female owners of the mansion, along with their 2 daughters, were cult followers. The male owner had deceived unsuspecting victims into boarding a bus disguised as a tour vehicle, while one daughter posed as a tour guide and the other lured victims online with phishing posts, all orchestrated by the female owner. They imprisoned and tortured the victims within the mansion, and within a month, Local police had received numerous reports of missing persons, including a pair of twin brothers. Ultimately, the police, by compiling the movements of the missing individuals, managed to locate the secluded mansion hidden in the dense forest. But the keen-sensed criminals had already fled, taking 3 victims with them. In the dead of night, they sped away in the bus along a remote path, but due to torrential rain, part of the road collapsed, and the bus, traveling at excessive speed, plunged into the river nearby. When found, the entire criminal family and the 3 victims had drowned. This indeed provided the background information for the previous mission, or one could say the truth. However, what captivated Jiang Cheng further were the subsequent photographs, which depicted the corpse of a drowned individual, likely released at the request of the police. The accompanying text indicated that the identity of the corpse could not be confirmed at the moment, and they hoped anyone with information regarding the deceased would come forward. From the photographs, the deceased appeared tall and robust, with facial features somewhat obscured, as if altered in some manner. The individual wore a striking black leather jacket, and there were additional images of items discovered with the deceased. The rotund man's gaze gradually descended until he spotted a pocket watch. Initially stunned, he then became suddenly animated, exclaiming, "Doctor, this is—" Jiang Cheng interrupted, "It looks like family." The date on the newspaper was June 1st, 2006, indicating that this incident occurred 14 years prior, and family had perished in a bygone era. No wonder the police had been unable to find any related information about him at that time. The rotund man pondered for a moment and recognized that Jiang Cheng was correct, given that the individuals from the previous mission referred to it as the nightmare barrier. It was evident that the horrors of that world were immense, with each encounter likely fraught with life and death crises. Warm's sister and Fan Li had evidently endured several missions, yet still met tragic ends at the hands of vengeful spirits. "Doctor," the rotund man stammered, "do you remember the water stains where the ghosts appeared in the mansion?" Jiang Cheng nodded, explaining that since the malevolent family had all drowned, even in death, they retained that characteristic. The rotund man nodded, his face pale, and suddenly appeared to recall something, his round eyes fixated on the newspaper in Jiang Cheng's hands. Noticing Jiang Cheng's wary expression, the rotund man hurriedly clarified, "Doctor, don't misunderstand. I simply wish to know where you acquired this newspaper." Jiang Cheng's eyes darted, and he replied, "Chen Xiaoming gave it to me." "Her?" The rotund man displayed a look of skepticism, then added, "Doctor, while I may not be as astute as you, I am not foolish. If she had this, she would never have given it to you, even if it meant destruction." Chapter 19. The Hostage Complex. Jiang Cheng feigned a sigh. "Initially, I did not comprehend, but upon reflection, she might be suffering from a mild case of Stockholm Syndrome, commonly referred to as the hostage complex, hence I suspect." The rotund man's heart sank. "What do you mean?" "I think she may have developed feelings for me," Jiang Cheng stated with a hint of resignation. The rotund man was momentarily speechless. After a pause, Jiang Cheng turned to him and asked, "Why are you silent?" The rotund man took a deep breath. "Give me a moment to smoke and gather my thoughts." Just as Jiang Cheng was eagerly about to analyze Chen Xiaoming's feelings for him, attributing them not solely to his good looks, his stomach inadvertently rumbled. The rotund man immediately perked up, asking Jiang Cheng if he was hungry and offering to prepare something to eat. Recalling the rotund man's culinary skills from their mission, Jiang Cheng nodded and pointed towards the kitchen. The rotund man dashed off. Left alone, Jiang Cheng smacked his lips, feeling a sense of lingering anticipation. Jiang Cheng seldom cooked, and the refrigerator was mostly stocked with frozen foods, with a box of instant noodles tucked away in a corner purchase during a discount sale. After half an hour of effort, the rotund man managed to whip up a couple of dishes. Lacking a staple, he hastily tore open several packets of instant noodles to fry. When he brought the food to the table, Jiang Cheng devoured a substantial portion. "Doctor," the rotund man said after taking a bite of noodles, "do you usually live here alone?" Jiang Cheng raised his plate, transferring the remaining food into his bowl, and promptly consumed it. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he nodded, "Most of the time, yes, and I have no intention of accommodating anyone else." The rotund man grimaced. "Doctor, please don't say that. Though I may not possess your wisdom or charm, I have held many jobs and can certainly be of assistance to you." The rotund man felt a spark of hope, becoming animated as he exclaimed, "Doctor, you need not rush your decision. Take your time to consider it. I'm truly quite useful." "Let us discuss this tomorrow," Jiang Cheng said, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. "I'm tired. I think I'll turn in for the night." The rotund man swiftly collected the bowls and took them to the kitchen, the sound of water running as he washed the dishes. "Doctor, you should go to sleep. I'll handle the dishes and manage to spend the night on the sofa. However, when the rotund man finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, shaking off the water from his hands, he found Jiang Cheng sitting motionless on the sofa before the table. "Doctor," the rotund man inquired, puzzled. "Do you still have something to attend to?" Jiang Cheng scrutinized him for a moment before raising an eyebrow and saying, "You should go upstairs to sleep. I am afraid of the dark when alone." The rotund man froze momentarily, then, as if struck by an unpleasant thought, suddenly covered his rear in alarm, exclaiming, "Doctor, I'm not as easygoing as you might think." "Not so." The rotund man contemplated for a moment, resolutely stating, "I would never." "Very well then," Jiang Cheng responded naturally, standing up without a hint of coercion, and made his way towards the stairs. Just as he was about to disappear from sight, he paused and turned to the rotund man, saying, "Be cautious tonight. That door for my dream appears right there," pointing to the wall opposite. "Also, unlike you, I did not enter that door voluntarily. I was seized by a gigantic, ghostly hand that reached out from within." After Jiang Cheng departed, the stout man sat alone on the sofa, his gaze fixed uneasily upon the wall, unable to determine the veracity of Jiang Cheng's words. He was a person who did not adhere to conventional wisdom. However, in a certain sense, he was trustworthy, having at least led himself out of the nightmare's realm. As soon as the stout man closed his eyes, he vaguely felt the iron door Jiang Cheng had spoken of reappearing, accompanied by a monstrous, clawed hand extending forth from within. With a pallid complexion, he lingered downstairs for less than 5 minutes before hurriedly ascending the stairs, only to encounter Jiang Cheng leaning against the handrail, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Cheng remarked, "You can sleep in the living room. I will take the inner room." The stout man followed Jiang Cheng's line of sight to a door that partitioned the modest living room, presumably leading to the bedroom. "Doctor," he declared with righteous indignation, "if you fear the dark, I could consider squeezing in with you." Lying on the mattress, Jiang Cheng found himself lacking in sleep, his half-closed eyes fixed on the desolate ceiling, as scenes from his nightmares replayed incessantly in his mind. The stout man had previously suggested to Jiang Cheng not to close the door, allowing for mutual vigilance. Yet, Jiang Cheng believed he required no such oversight and politely declined, not only closing the door as usual, but also locking it. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Jiang Cheng naturally thought of the missing Hu Yin and her sister, who had vanished prior to her. Their disappearances were likely intertwined with this so-called nightmare. According to family, those who perish within the nightmare manifest as missing persons in the real world, vanish without a trace, in an eerie manner, leaving no clues for anyone to pursue. The missing person notice for Hu Yin clearly stated that she had disappeared in the dead of night, clad in a pale pink silk nightgown, without her husband, who shared the same bed, noticing a thing. Nightmares differ only in their frequency. Once that iron door appears in your dream, escape becomes nearly impossible until death claims you. As these thoughts swirled, drowsiness gradually enveloped Jiang Cheng, and he surrendered to its pull, closing his eyes. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he heard a clattering sound, reminiscent of renovations next door or nails being hammered nearby, causing the floor to tremble lightly. He turned over, curled up, and covered his head with the blanket, slipping back into slumber. Ultimately, it was a series of knocks that compelled him to open his eyes. "Doctor," the stout man's booming voice resonated from outside the bedroom. "Are you awake?" After rising and tidying himself briefly, Jiang Cheng opened the door and stepped out. The living room outside the bedroom was deserted, devoid of the stout man's presence, prompting him to descend the stairs. His phone displayed that it was already 11 a.m., a surprise to Jiang Cheng, who had not anticipated sleeping until noon, and his head still felt heavy. Chapter 20. Dr. Jiang. Upon hearing footsteps descending, the stout man poked his head from the kitchen. "Doctor, I appreciate your patience. The meal will be ready shortly." Jiang Cheng mumbled a vague acknowledgement as he settled onto the sofa, the previous night's experiences flickering in his mind, occasionally vivid, other times fragmented, inducing a slight headache. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that the office appeared to have undergone renovations. The shelf that housed patient files had previously shown signs of collapse, which Jiang Cheng had merely wrapped with wide tape for expediency. Now, the tape had been removed, and nails had been driven into the broken sections for reinforcement, along with rust being cleared from the metal clips on the shelf. The disheveled wires along the wall and ceiling had been meticulously organized, affixed neatly to their rightful places. A folded ladder leaned against the wall, presumably to avoid staining the paint, with a piece of paper tucked in between. On the floor of the desk lay a scrap of old newspaper, on which rested a hammer, a pair of dull scissors, a roll of black electrical tape, and various types of metal nails. This seemed to be the source of the morning's clattering sounds. "Doctor," the stout man's voice echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of running water, creating a lively atmosphere. "Do you like spicy food? I made braised ribs." There was a brief pause in his movements, but he quickly resumed. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Cheng's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. After glancing at the screen, he swiped right and answered the call. "Doctor." "Jiang," a youthful male voice emerged from the receiver. "Are you at the studio?" "Yes." "Then I'll head over now," the man replied eagerly. "I'm nearby. Should take about half an hour." "All right." Jiang Cheng nodded before ending the call. At that moment, the stout man emerged from the kitchen, holding a pot that was quite hot, wrapping the edges with some paper towels. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze, he sheepishly chuckled, saying he had not found a bowl to use, so he had to make do. "There are rags in the kitchen," Jiang Cheng remarked. The stout man paused. A few seconds later, realizing Jiang Cheng was referring to his burnt finger, and with tears welling up in his eyes, he said, "Doctor, thank you." Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng scrutinized the used paper towels and said with a smirk, "Paper towels are free. Why use so many at once?" Though his words suggested otherwise. The stout man's culinary skills were indeed impeccable. Jiang Cheng devoured more than half the pot of ribs, along with 2 substantial bowls of rice. Had the stout man not swiftly snatched the last rib away, Jiang Cheng might have remained oblivious to the flavor of the dish he had prepared. "How was it?" the stout man inquired eagerly. "Doctor, my cooking is not too shabby, right? I learned from a chef at Drunken Immortal restaurant. I was his apprentice." Jiang Cheng set down his bowl, extracting a paper towel to wipe the grease from the braised ribs from the corner of his mouth. "It's average," he said, suddenly burping. Once he regained his composure, he continued, "But I feel you've worked hard for so long. I wouldn't want to eat too much and make you uncomfortable." The light in the stout man's eyes gradually dimmed, akin to a child awaiting praise from an adult. The cheerful sound of running water turned into a drawn-out, melancholic tone. Jiang Cheng gazed at the table, polished to the point of reflecting silhouettes, and suddenly said, "Stout man?" The sounds from the kitchen halted, and after a brief pause, the stout man responded, "Doctor, did you call for me?" "In a moment, I have a client coming over." Jiang Cheng's voice was calm, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. "So I need you." Shortly thereafter, the stout man emerged from the kitchen with dry hands. Jiang Cheng, leaning against the sofa, opened his eyes upon seeing the stout man approach. The stout man retrieved his work jacket from the coat rack and was about to say something when Jiang Cheng interrupted, speaking languidly. "There is a large supermarket nearby, with a comprehensive selection of ingredients, and most importantly, it's inexpensive." The stout man furrowed his brow in confusion, as he often struggled to comprehend the man before him. However, the confusion on his face soon morphed into excitement, and he eagerly replied, "Don't worry, doctor." Moments later, the stout man vanished like a gust of wind from Jiang Cheng's sight. Jiang Cheng rose, approached the shelf of medical records, and his fingers glided across the files until he swiftly extracted one. The cover bore the name Hu Yan. Upon opening the file, he found a detailed account of Hu Yan's initial behavior here, even documenting her leg shaking and her vigilant gaze frequently directed towards a particular direction, the door. Hu Yan had disappeared after dreaming of a door. According to her, her sister had experienced the same, paralleling Jiang Cheng's own experiences, albeit with distinctions. At the very least, Hu Yan and her sister had been able to convey the message of dreaming of a door. Her sister had informed Hu Yan over the phone, and Hu Yan had conveyed it directly to Jiang Cheng, indicating they had not immediately entered that door after dreaming of it. However, Jiang Cheng was different, as was the chubby man. They both found themselves thrust into a nightmarish realm the very instant they dreamed of the door. When a sound of knocking resonated, Jiang Cheng was seated at his desk, perusing yet another medical case. Without lifting his gaze, he uttered, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a remarkably youthful gentleman, clad in a full Armani suit, adorned with tortoise-shell glasses, a shirt with a gilded collar, and a blue and white striped tie. His brown leather shoes struck the aged floor with a cheerful thud, exuding the essence of Florentine craftsmanship that accompanied Italian handmade footwear. Dr. Jiang, the young man, radiating an aura of charisma, flashed a smile that could shatter all defenses. Whether intentional or not, his hair was parted down the middle, reminiscent of a guide in a wartime film. He leaned slightly forward, his expression brimming with obsequiousness. Slowly, Jiang Cheng set down the medical case in his hands. finally lifting his gaze to glance at him. "Pai Ruan, is it about your girlfriend again?" "Indeed," the young man replied, forcing a smile. "I am utterly tormented by this matter, which is precisely why I've come to seek your counsel, Dr. Jiang." Upon seeing the chubby man, Pai Ruan momentarily faltered. After Jiang Cheng leisurely clarified that this was his friend, Pai Ruan's face instantly blossomed with the warmth of a long-lost acquaintance, leaving the chubby man somewhat taken aback. "Hello." Pai Ruan grasped the chubby man's vacant hand. "I am Pai Ruan. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The chubby man's face registered a look of confusion as he glanced at Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng's expression revealed nothing, prompting him to turn back to the young man. With a regretful and conflicted look, he said, "Hello, my friend. While I empathize with your plight of suffering from such an affliction at a young age, I am not a doctor, and discussing it with me will be of no avail." Pai Ruan's hand froze midair, suddenly recalling his need to prepare spare ribs. The chubby man excused himself and retreated into the kitchen, bustling about with clangs and clatter. Hearing the mention of his girlfriend caused Pai Ruan to sigh. "Things are much the same as before, only the severity has intensified. I often find myself doubting whether my feelings for her are genuine, fearing she thinks I have an ulterior motive." At this juncture, Pai Ruan became animated, raising his voice, "But Dr. Jiang, you know me well. How could I ever be that kind of person?" Jiang Cheng retrieved a blue-covered notebook, inscribing a few lines within, nodding as he replied, "I am aware." Following this, Pai Ruan began to pour out his heart, recounting the sacrifices he had made since being with his girlfriend, only to be met with her misunderstandings. As he spoke of his deep affections, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Once the chubby man had cleaned the spare ribs, he placed them in a pot to simmer over low heat. After hearing the bubbling sound from the pot, he washed his hands and stepped back into the room. Pai Ruan continued his fervent discourse, while Jiang Cheng displayed little empathy, interjecting only occasionally, mostly remaining a patient listener. The chubby man, intrigued by Jiang Cheng's work, pulled up a chair to observe. Fortunately, neither Jiang Cheng nor Pai Ruan expressed any objections, as Pai Ruan lamented his efforts and the continued doubts from his girlfriend. The chubby man could no longer contain himself, but just as he was about to offer words of comfort, he met Jiang Cheng's gaze. "Dr. Jiang." Pai Ruan finally expressed his exhaustion, rubbing his forehead as he spoke in a weary tone. "In summary, my girlfriend suspects that my motivations for being with her are impure and that I have ulterior designs." Jiang Cheng closed the notebook, deftly securing his pen within it. "Dr. Jiang, I kindly request that you devise a treatment plan concerning my girlfriend's current state." Pai Ruan stood, earnestly beseeching Jiang Cheng. "I would be most grateful." Jiang Cheng nodded, acknowledging the task at hand. With a sigh, Pai Ruan took his leave. As soon as he exited, the chubby man leaned closer and remarked, "Doctor, that fellow seems rather decent. Albeit with a few minor weaknesses, his feelings for his girlfriend appear genuine. I truly cannot fathom why she is so convinced of his insincerity." Jiang Cheng opened a drawer, placing the notebook inside before looking up. "Is that your conclusion?" The chubby man blinked in confusion, seemingly not grasping Jiang Cheng's implication, and replied vaguely, "What are you implying, doctor?" Jiang Cheng gestured for him to remain silent, and moments later, the door swung open once more. Pai Ruan strode back in, a look of chagrin on his face. "Dr. Jiang, how forgetful of me. I nearly overlooked something crucial. My girlfriend's 80th birthday is the day after tomorrow. You simply must attend." Satisfied with the confirmation, Pai Ruan departed. The chubby man was left momentarily speechless. Upon the door's closure, he noticed a young woman in secretary attire lingering outside, clad in a white blouse and a black professional skirt, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding both intellect and allure. After exiting, Pai Ruan instinctively wrapped his left arm around the woman's waist, and the pair departed, laughing amiably. A blue sports car roared off into the distance. "What are you gazing at?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "Doctor," the chubby man suddenly declared, "I no longer wish to strive." His joy seemed so pure. He first flipped through a book, then turned to face the chubby man, tucking the remainder under his arm. "Zhao Guiqin," he announced loudly. A private entrepreneur, owner of 9 villas, countless luxury vehicles, assets exceeding $1 billion. At the tender age of 89, he glanced at the chubby man, and currently single. The chubby man's lips quivered, seemingly at a loss for words. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted to one of realization as he pulled out another document from under his arm. Lu Niu Ma, a landlord with dozens of apartments to her name, at the age of 77, also single, he set down the folder, speaking earnestly to the chubby man. "Do not be deceived by her youth. Her affliction is quite severe, and she has no children." Taking a deep breath, The chubby man resolutely stated, "Doctor, I believe I'm still young enough to make another effort." Following Jiang Cheng, he queried, "Doctor, how do you possess these individuals' information? Are they all your patients?" In a manner of speaking, Jiang Cheng replied, "What ailments do they suffer?" Jiang Cheng regarded the chubby man, enunciating each word. They experienced the profound emptiness of solitude during the night. The chubby man shivered involuntarily, then suddenly grasped something, his eyes widening as he asked, "So, the girlfriend of that Pai Ruan fellow was introduced by you?" Jiang Cheng, somewhat sheepishly, rubbed his nose. "It is my duty as a doctor. Witnessing long-lost smiles grace their faces brings me genuine joy." Jiang Cheng chose not to respond further, ascending the stairs with an air of mystery, leaving the chubby man to calculate that the spare ribs would likely require another hour to finish cooking. He proceeded to wash the greens he had purchased, peeling the yam and potatoes, preparing to make a pot of bok choy stewed, with spare ribs supplemented by yam for nourishment, along with a side of sweet and sour shredded potatoes. Chapter 22. The Cheongsam. The only shortcoming was that Jiang Cheng rarely ventured into the kitchen, resulting in the absence of even a proper chef's knife, leaving only a dull fruit knife. This limitation rendered certain dishes difficult to prepare with precision, transforming the sweet and sour shredded potatoes into mere chunks. But the chubby man figured Jiang Cheng would not mind. Completing all preparations, the chubby man exited the kitchen. He then picked up his tools, resuming the finishing touches on the workspace that had already been tidied to a significant extent. Armed with a screwdriver, which he had seemingly unearthed from nowhere, he tightened several loose screws on a standing coat rack, then gently tapped at the joints with a hammer to secure them more firmly. Finally, he wrapped a layer of black insulating tape around it. Just as the chubby man was shaking the coat rack to test its stability, he suddenly noticed an item hanging in the middle, a garment of a slightly bluish hue. It was nearly imperceptible at first glance. Parting the surrounding clothes, he was astonished to discover was a blue cheongsam, with a standing collar, short sleeves, and crafted from silk. Its exquisite workmanship was evident. Adorned with several peony embroideries, its value was unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, he could detect a faint, elegant fragrance. This was undoubtedly a woman's garment. The chubby man instantly felt invigorated. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, and moments later, Jiang Cheng appeared, cradling a large bucket filled to the brim with clothes. His arrival coincided with a peculiar expression on the face of the portly man. "What are you doing?" Jiang Cheng inquired, tilting his head to gaze at the man, as the clothes in the bucket nearly spilled over. "Doctor," the rotund man said, employing a characteristic male manner of communication, raising his eyebrows in a conspiratorial manner, "I found a chi pao on your clothes rack." Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. "A blue one, with such a large slit on the thigh." The man gestured with both hands, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. There was no malice in his intent. To him, everything about Jiang Cheng was novel and shrouded in mystery, akin to the thrill of inadvertently uncovering another secret. He suddenly found himself anticipating Jiang Cheng's explanation. "Is it the only one?" Jiang Cheng set down the bucket laden with clothes and rummaged through it. "That can't be right. There should also be a pink-fitted one and a white fringe shawl." He lifted his gaze, fixating on the man, and asked, "Could you check again?" The man was baffled. Jiang Cheng then overturned the bucket, and the man paused for a moment, his pupils dilating in astonishment. If Pai Ruan had shattered his worldview, this scene now ground his barely reconstructed perceptions into dust. As the bucket tipped, clothes tumbled out, and a cursory glance revealed that most were women's garments, various and sundry, rendering an ordinary chi pao insignificant. Only then did the man come to a sudden realization of the kind of person he was facing. He had greatly underestimated Jiang Cheng, who not only facilitated the pure love between someone like Pai Ruan and a wealthy woman, but was also capable of embracing a life fraught with peril. "Why aren't you speaking?" Jiang Cheng asked. With a flick of his eyes, he remarked, "I think you might have misunderstood. These clothes do not belong to the people you imagine. I'm not Pai Ruan. I have my principles." The man covered his face, internally pleading for the doctor to cease his words. However, he could not voice his thoughts. After calming himself, he inquired, "Whose clothes are these then?" He paused, as if a realization dawned upon him, and his expression brightened considerably. "They belong to your girlfriend, don't they?" Upon uttering this, the man felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, this was the most sensible and reasonable conclusion. He had been pondering the most absurd thoughts. To be fair, Jiang Cheng was quite handsome, and if he kept silent, he appeared to be a perfectly normal individual. He also held a respectable and dignified job. "No," Jiang Cheng shook his head. They belong to my landlord, who is also my employer. She left these clothes here. The man shivered slightly, his gaze towards Jiang Cheng shifting dramatically, as though the entire world had turned bleak. Jiang Cheng paid him no mind and, after tidying up the scattered clothes, took the bucket to the bathroom, where a massive washing machine awaited. Moments later, the sound of the washing machine whirring filled the air. It seemed that the number of clothes stuffed inside was excessive. Or perhaps the machine was simply outdated, producing a dull noise that cast doubt on whether the garments would be adequately cleaned. The man wandered to the door, pulled it open, and quietly lit a cigarette, his eyes vacant and lost in thought. While the washing machine worked, Jiang Cheng retrieved the empty bucket and placed it at the edge of the stairs. Concerned it might obstruct the narrow passage, he gently nudged it closer to the wall. As he turned, he caught sight of the man's melancholic and bewildered profile, a visage etched with untold stories. "Hey, I smell the aroma of ribs," Jiang Cheng said casually. "Could you check if it's ready?" The man, upon hearing this, discarded his cigarette and stepped into the kitchen. As he passed by Jiang Cheng, he lingered for a few seconds, his lips moving as if he wished to say something but ultimately refrained. Before long, the savory scent of meat wafted through the air. The man emerged, holding a steaming pot of soup with a cloth, while Jiang Cheng had already placed a cloth on the table. The pot was set down precisely upon it, and the man then presented a plate of spicy and sour potato chunks along with 2 generous bowls of rice. "Doctor," he said, watching Jiang Cheng devour his second bowl of rice, "slow down. No one is competing with you." Jiang Cheng poured himself a bowl of soup, and, after drinking it down with satisfaction, he set the bowl down and wiped his mouth with a napkin, while the man had barely made it through half of his first bowl. With a tone of concern, Jiang Cheng asked, "Why aren't you eating your vegetables?" The man glanced at the 2 small pieces of potato remaining on the plate and the solitary cabbage leaf spiraling in the soup pot. Slowly, he set down his chopsticks and replied, "Doctor, I'm on a diet." "Oh," Jiang Cheng nodded, "then I one tea urge you to eat." After the meal, the man dutifully went to wash the dishes, while Jiang Cheng sat at his desk in the study, the crisp sound of keystrokes revealing a hint of nonchalance. The man blinked, as if grappling with a perplexing thought. "Doctor," he ventured, "I noticed a plethora of medications in the kitchen cabinet, most of which are for treating injuries and pain relief. What are you stockpiling all these for?" Jiang Cheng appeared to be in excellent health, and the man even thought that if he were to indulge himself, he might not stand a chance against Jiang Cheng. Clearly, these were not medications he required. To his surprise, upon hearing the man's question, Jiang Cheng seemed to genuinely contemplate it. He then walked to the kitchen and retrieved a box of cooling pain relief patches. Tearing open the box, he extracted a patch and turned to scrutinize the man with an assessing gaze, occasionally glancing down at the pain relief patch in his hand. The man found Jiang Cheng's scrutiny baffling, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "Doctor," he hastily said, "why are you looking at me?" Initially skeptical, the man soon recalled the events of his nightmare, causing him to feel indifferent to everything else. When he awoke again, the sky had darkened, and he realized Jiang Cheng was nowhere to be found at the desk. He turned his head, discovering that the kitchen was also devoid of Jiang Cheng's presence, jolting him awake. Night had fallen, and the timing of a nightmare's onset was unpredictable. Without Jiang Cheng, any nightmare would be a catastrophe for him. "Doctor?" he called out, panic rising within him. Just as he was about to search upstairs, the door swung open, and a tall, slender figure stepped inside. Jiang Cheng entered, laden with bags, and casually closed the door behind him. "Doctor!" the man exclaimed, filled with hope. "Where have you been?" Jiang Cheng handed several bags to the approaching man, who discovered they contained small boxes of the medications he had seen in the cabinet earlier that afternoon. "This is medication," Jiang Cheng replied, shedding his coat and draping it over the clothes rack. "Just place them in the cabinet you saw earlier." "Doctor, why did you buy so many medications?" The man, as curiosity deepened. There were only the 2 of them present, and neither was injured. For whom were all these medications intended? Suddenly, a scene from the villa flashed through his mind, sending a chill up his spine and causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. He speculated whether Jiang Cheng might be a pervert, preparing to imprison him long-term, akin to the family in the mission's villa. Those injury and pain relief medications were surely meant for him, to prevent him from dying from a severe injury. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Jiang Cheng's initial statement about wanting to kick him out now appeared to be nothing more than a ruse to ensnare him. No wonder he had been able to swiftly unravel the Villa family's conspiracy. They were clearly cut from the same cloth. Thus, it was no surprise he could see through their trap so easily. He must now devise a means of escape from this place, and the sooner, the better. as he anxiously searched for a reason that would not arouse Jiang Cheng's suspicions to leave the studio. Jiang Cheng's voice suddenly echoed. No one would take an interest in the imprisonment and abuse of a fat man. The fat man abruptly turned to Jiang Cheng and noticed him leaning against the desk, perusing a medical record without raising his head. Can I really leave? Jiang Cheng's words left the fat man in a quandary. Although this individual appeared somewhat eccentric and his thoughts diverged from the norm, he did not seem to embody the qualities of a ruthless villain. After a few moments of contemplation, the fat man resolved, Doctor, I believe it is best for me to stay. We can look out for each other. He paused, licking his lips awkwardly, and added, But could you enlighten me as to what these medications are actually for? Jiang Cheng seemed to have resolved the matter at hand, putting away the medical records, and then lifted his gaze to the fat man, his expression seemingly inquiring if he truly wished to know. The fat man nodded vigorously, with a hint of resignation. Jiang Cheng pressed his lips together, as if he had deliberated deeply. Very well, he sighed, I shall tell you, but you must promise me that this secret remains between us. It is of utmost importance to me. The fat man, influenced by Jiang Cheng's gravity, straightened his posture, the atmosphere turning solemn as if they were making an oath. He surmised that Jiang Cheng might be afflicted with some unspeakable ailment, necessitating these medications. He recalled Jiang Cheng's earlier remark to Chen Xiaoming, claiming that 30 seconds would suffice for a certain task. Perhaps he had not been dishonest. Suddenly, the fat man began to feel a swell of sympathy for the seemingly decent man before him. He mused that fate is indeed equitable. Everyone harbors profound, unspoken sorrows. And now Jiang Cheng was willing to confide in him. Encouraged by this thought, the fat man looked at Jiang Cheng with encouragement in his eyes. Doctor, I am ready. You may begin. Very well, Jiang Cheng nodded. The bandages are intended to restrain you. The medical tape can effectively seal your mouth to prevent you from crying out and attracting the police, and the analgesics will ensure you remain conscious during your ordeal. I also have 2 boxes of stimulants, but please understand, these are not easily procured and are quite costly, so whether they can be utilized depends on your fortune. Jiang Cheng seemed to recall something and continued, Oh, and I prepared some hallucinogens to mix into your drinking water. Do not worry. I will present it to you shortly. The fat man. Chapter 24, Coffee. Doctor, please do not frighten me, the fat man said with a grimace. Trembling slightly, do not be deceived by my robust appearance. I am merely a erode of strength and am easily frightened. Jiang Cheng glanced at him, seemingly recalling the delectable meals the fat man prepared, and chose not to press further. Since associating with Jiang Cheng, the fat man had become considerably more relaxed. After a short while, he resumed his lively demeanor. Doctor, the fat man licked his lips and asked softly, Do you think we will still enter nightmares tonight after we fall asleep? Nightmares, fraught with peril, evoke a chilling and hauntingly vivid realism. The fat man understood Jiang Cheng's implication. The energy expended in nightmares could not be replenished like physical stamina. If this continued, they would grow increasingly weary, ultimately succumbing to the nightmares. From Fan Li and Sister Wan, they had learned that while nightmares were terrifying, they often left a glimmer of hope, which starkly contrasted with the established rules of nightmares. That is a relief. The fat man exhaled deeply and then continued. I was contemplating whether to tough it out and avoid sleeping tonight. Utterly futile. Jiang Cheng shook his head. You can only endure for a few nights at most. Once you can no longer resist and fall asleep, you will surely perish in the nightmares. The very notion of death sent a chill down the fat man's spine, prompting him to hastily clarify that he was merely venting and had no intention of doing so. Care for some coffee? Jiang Cheng, drying his hands, walked toward the kitchen, casually inquiring as he passed by the fat man. The fat man was somewhat taken aback. That would be much appreciated, doctor. The sound of clinking echoed from the kitchen as Jiang Cheng retrieved 2 coffee cups from the rack. American, Italian, latte, or a cappuccino. The fat man awkwardly replied, Doctor, I am not well versed in coffee. I usually drink the instant kind that costs $1 at the supermarket. Perhaps you could make me a cappuccino? I apologize, Jiang Cheng replied, but we are out of cappuccino. Then how about a latte? We are out of that as well. An American? No. Then Italian will do. The fat man conceded, pulling back his neck. Thank you for your trouble, doctor. The fat man was momentarily stunned. No American, no Italian, no latte, no cappuccino? Then what do you have? Instant, Jiang Cheng emerged from the kitchen with 2 coffee cups. But I must correct you. The current retail price is $1.50, not just $1. It has increased. Only instant? What choice do you leave me? The fat man exclaimed. Jiang Cheng sat across from the fat man, took a gentle sip from his coffee cup, and stated, "Because life necessitates a sense of ritual." The fat man realized that debating with Jiang Cheng was futile. To avoid being ensnared in further arguments, he wisely chose to remain silent. "Drink up while it's still warm," Jiang Cheng advised. "This time I haven tea added too much sleeping aid. You can gauge the strength, and I'll have a better idea for next time." The fat man. As the night deepened, the distant neon lights flickered to life, and through a half-open glass window, glimpses of the vibrant world outside could be seen. The fat man rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought by the window. Reflecting on the myriad experiences within the nightmares only deepened his appreciation for the beauty of the real world. Jiang Cheng lounged alone in his office chair, engrossed in a horror film while munching on fries dipped in ketchup. He called out to the fat man, but the latter would not budge. After finishing the film The Village of the Damned, Jiang Cheng nearly dozed off. Upon opening his eyes, he found the fat man curled up on the sofa, blocking his ears, a look of utter discomfort on his face. Noticing Jiang Cheng's awakening, the fat man, as if seeing a beacon of hope, released his hands and exclaimed, "Doctor, what movie are you watching? That ghost is too terrifying." "The ghost you refer to is called Chu Rinmei," Jiang Cheng explained, "a suffering woman from a feudal society, and also the archetype of the Lady of the Camellias penned by Mr. Lu Sun." The fat man instinctively tuned out Jiang Cheng's words. After shutting down the computer, the two ascended to their sleeping quarters. The fat man mentioned that he felt a bit cold the previous night, prompting Jiang Cheng to fetch him a new blanket. Seizing the last opportunity as Jiang Cheng entered the bedroom, the fat man offered that if the doctor felt scared after watching a horror film, he could accompany him. However, before he could finish, the bedroom door slammed shut, followed by the sound of the lock clicking. The fat man lay down, frustrated, recalling that Jiang Cheng had previously advised him to dress appropriately and wear shoes before sleeping. Thus, taking advantage of the sunny weather, he had cleaned his shoes and, while out buying groceries, purchased a new pair of sneakers, which he was now wearing. The studio was somewhat remote, providing a tranquil atmosphere at night. Jiang Cheng habitually pulled the blanket up to his chin, his breathing steady and rhythmic. His constitution differed significantly from that of most. He was not particularly sensitive to temperature changes and rarely fell ill, possessing a rather dull pain response. At times, he even felt like an emotionless automaton. He drifted into a deep slumber. In this slumber, he experienced a profound dream. Not classical, not contemporary, nor jazz. The melody of this piece diverged from any genre he was familiar with. This sound seemed to be born of darkness. Born of darkness, it would return to darkness. Jiang Cheng felt everything slipping away from him, as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean or traversing an endless tunnel. Despair, only despair and nothing else. A sharp cracking sound pierced the air, akin to a pure black fabric being violently torn apart, jolting Jiang Cheng awake. He found himself standing at the corner of the first floor of the studio, facing a looming black iron door. The body instinctively took command before the mind could catch up. He extended his hand and pushed open the door before him. After a moment of disorienting dizziness, he felt his feet regain their footing upon solid ground. Before him stood a building reminiscent of a school, modest in size, easily visible in its entirety. Several structures quietly loomed under the fading glow of the sunset, casting deep gray shadows, exuding a certain romanticism. Squinting at the sun, he deduced that the time in this world was approximately 4 or 5 in the afternoon. No one else was in sight nearby, and the school gates had already been closed, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight. He cast a few decisive glances towards the school before turning resolutely in the opposite direction. Chapter 25, The School. Across the way, a row of 2- or 3-story buildings stood. Much like the typical vicinity of a school, these were establishments such as restaurants, internet cafes, and stationery shops. The internet cafe was bustling with business, while the expression of the female owner standing before the stationery shop resembled that of someone on the brink of despair. Jiang Cheng paused for a few seconds before the entrance of a CAF, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first floor was nearly empty. He located the staircase and ascended to the second floor, then directly to the third. Upon arrival, he discovered that the window-side seats were filled with patrons. About 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were now fixed upon Jiang Cheng's face. "Doctor, it's wonderful to see you here," exclaimed the portly man crammed into a corner, tears glistening in his eyes. Jiang Cheng had not anticipated encountering the man in this place, but after a fleeting glance, he shifted his gaze away. The individuals before him seemed to be the teammates for this mission, and their number had increased since the last time, including Jiang Cheng. There were a total of 8 people. Greetings, a man clad in a white suit rose to his feet, smiling warmly at Jiang Cheng. You are truly remarkable to have found your way here independently. Indeed, Jiang Cheng had not chosen this CAF at random. The surrounding buildings were predominantly low, making this the spot with the best view. Furthermore, the third floor featured expansive glass windows, allowing a clear sight of the school across the street. It should be noted, the suited man shrugged, that I have inquired with the staff here. This is not an ordinary school, but rather an art institution. Just as he was about to elaborate further, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted in the air. Where's this place? Who are you? I'm calling the police. Jiang Cheng turned his head to see a middle-aged man in a tank top loudly questioning, his agitation suggesting it was his first foray into the nightmare realm. We have shared all the necessary information with you. Whether you can accept it is your concern, replied a young man slouched on the sofa, wearing a cap. He squinted at the middle-aged man and suddenly grinned. I'm not your father, so I have no obligation to concern myself with your well-being. I'm calling the police. I'll report you for illegal detention. The middle-aged man's expression was fierce, yet Jiang Cheng discerned with a mere glance that it was merely fear manifesting. The man had likely realized the disparity between this world and reality, yet he was instinctively rebelling against this truth. Otherwise, he could have chosen to leave instead of remaining here. Among the three recognized newcomers, besides the tank-topped middle-aged man, there was a man and a woman. The woman wore an adorable dinosaur onesie, complete with a short tail, her complexion pale, as if on the verge of fainting. The man fared slightly better, yet according to the portly man's later account, he had initially been even more distraught than the middle-aged man, not only questioning all present in a state of agitation, but also appending tables in the CF. Well then, the suited man stepped forward, speaking with a natural ease. Since everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the school. Is the school definitely the mission location? Inquired a woman dressed in a cheap owl, her subtle smoky makeup evoking a sense of nostalgia from the previous century. Her figure was commendable, though her features were unremarkable. Not necessarily. The suited man replied with a smile, but attempting it poses no danger. We all know that only upon reaching the actual mission site will we encounter those entities. Upon hearing him mention those entities, a solemnity descended upon the group, and silence enveloped them. As the group exited the CAF, even the hysterical middle-aged man fell silent, trailing at the back of the line. Seizing the opportunity, the portly man squeezed closer to Jiang Cheng. Doctor, he whispered, I was nearly frightened to death when I didn't see you upon my arrival. Jiang Cheng, uninterested in idle chatter, directly inquired, how did you find the CAF? Unexpectedly, the portly man licked his lips, a shy demeanor crossing his face. I didn't find it. I was born here. I pushed the door open and directly stood at a table on the third floor, with the school right across from me. Jiang Cheng shot the portly man a sidelong glance, remaining silent for a while before continuing. What about the others? They all arrived after me. Did they also spawn in the CAF? Not entirely. The portly man shook his head, then gestured with his chin towards the front of the line. The man in the suit, like you, found his way here on his own. Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply, realizing that aside from himself and the suited man, the remaining 7 individuals had all originated from the CAF, especially since the portly man had directly stood at a table on the third floor. Doctor, if you insist on framing it that way, I'll argue with you, the portly man remarked, appearing considerably more composed than during his first encounter with the nightmare. But please refrain from using the term spawn. I find a sin to be far more sacred. Jiang Cheng clicked his tongue, ready to impart a lesson to the portly man when they arrived at the school entrance. The main gate stood silent, but a smaller door creaked open. Subsequently, a middle-aged woman emerged, introducing herself as the reception teacher to welcome them. Uncertain of the mission's content and the identities they were to assume, the group wisely chose to follow the middle-aged woman, the first in line, without uttering a word. Typically, the role of the first person is to clarify the character's identities and the mission background that the players would face. Through their exchange with the woman, they learned of their assumed identities. They were part of a photography team from a cultural media company, invited to capture the upcoming anniversary celebration of the school. Indeed, as the suited man had mentioned, this was an art institution primarily enrolling students in music and related disciplines. Though modest in scale, it had garnered significant acclaim, having produced numerous stars. Your company's equipment was delivered a day early, the middle-aged woman stated, and it is currently stored in our equipment room. You need not worry. May we visit the equipment room? Inquired a young man wearing a cap, who at that moment had his hat turned backwards, a single earring reflecting light in the sunset. The woman abruptly halted, her expression darkening as she gazed at the young man's face. No, absolutely not. Chapter 26, Dormitory 404. The unexpected turn of events startled everyone. The portly man instinctively took a step back, pulling Jiang Cheng along, while the girl in the dinosaur onesie stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Only the suited man calmly pushed past the stunned young man in the cap, approaching the woman with a smile that radiated warmth. We were merely inquiring. After all, the equipment is quite delicate, and any mishandling could lead to unnecessary complications during our upcoming shoot. The suited man nodded understandingly, then continued, I see. In that case, we will wait for a more convenient time. Jiang Cheng observed the man's performance from a distance, his expression inscrutable. The suited man maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to the dangers lurking in this world. The doctor, in a hushed tone, approached the portly man. Do you not also feel that this individual does not bear the appearance of a benevolent soul? Jiang Cheng cast a fleeting glance at him, musing. Whether or not he is virtuous remains uncertain. However, he is undoubtedly a figure of complexity. The portly man pondered. Should we thus exercise caution in our dealings with him? Since the conclusion of their previous endeavor, he had come to the realization that the perils of their mission were not solely rooted in the ferocity of malevolent spirits, but that sometimes treachery could lurk within their own ranks. To his surprise, Jiang Cheng displayed an air of indifference, waving his hand dismissively as he remarked, treat him as one would any other. An individual who reveals themselves as extraordinary at the outset is merely that, extraordinary, not necessarily fearsome. The true dangers often lie hidden in the most unexpected of places, akin to a venomous serpent, striking with lethal precision. The portly man blinked his small eyes and surveyed the crowd, suddenly feeling a pervasive distrust towards everyone. He took a step closer to the doctor, nearly pressing against him. The campus was larger than they had anticipated, adorned with pleasant scenery. The trees lining the paths were sparse yet orderly, and as they passed a small garden, blooms were still in full display. Were it not for the nature of their mission, it could have been a most delightful stroll. The woman leading them spoke little, yet was responsive to queries, thereby providing them with a semblance of understanding regarding the institution. The establishment was named Yueying Music Academy, and true to its title, it followed an elite path. Despite the campus's considerable expanse, the student body was rather modest, with classes comprising no more than 20 individuals. As they passed the main teaching building, the woman lingered momentarily, but upon noticing that Jiang Cheng and his companions had no intention of capturing the moment in photographs, she promptly guided them away. The campus remained desolate, devoid of any students prior to dismissal. The woman led them to a dilapidated dormitory building, a structure reminiscent of a bygone era, its design harking back several decades, and it seemed somewhat out of place amidst the modernity of the campus. The old door creaked ominously as it opened, sending a chill down their spines. You will reside here, the middle-aged woman stated expressionlessly, gesturing towards the dark corridor that lay ahead. For meals, proceed to the canteen. You possess staff cards, allowing access to either the student or staff dining facilities, though it is advisable to avoid peak hours. The woman in the cheapao, arms crossed, interjected unexpectedly, this place is uninhabitable, far too decrepit. Casting a disdainful glance at the walls, which were marred by unknown fungi, and fanning the air before her nose. It is filthy. Having a place to stay is already a luxury. Do not be so finicky, scoffed the man in the duckbill hat, who had previously been silenced by the woman. Surprisingly, the guide came to the defense of the woman in the cheapao, assuring them, rest assured, while the exterior may appear worn, we have prepared your rooms for occupancy. Habitation poses no issue. Given her reassurance, they had little choice but to acquiesce. It was evident that the majority were displeased with their accommodations, and their concerns extended beyond mere hygiene. It was the oppressive aura of the building itself that unsettled them. Standing before the edifice, they all felt an inexplicable eeriness, as if the structure possessed a sentience, silently observing the living beings that approached it. The woman handed 4 keys to the man in the suit, and Jiang Cheng noticed that they were antiquated brass keys designed for locks that were now seldom seen. Each key bore a piece of white tape affixed to its end, inscribed with a number, 404, 405, 406, 407, 4 distinct rooms. Approaching the nearest room, Jiang Cheng pushed the door open, only to be met by a rush of stale air that compelled him to retreat hastily. Once the mustiness dissipated, the interior gradually came into focus. The dormitory contained 2 beds, one on each side, positioned against the walls adorned with faded celebrity posters, now nearly illegible. Two small tables lay stacked in the corner, suggesting that the room had been uninhabited for quite some time. Trash littered the floor, alongside dusty, empty mineral water bottles. The solitary window was half intact, the other half shattered, leaving a gaping hole through which the wind gusted freely. The layout of the rooms on each floor was presumably similar, indicating that the rooms designated as 404, 405, and so forth were also meant for double occupancy. Indeed, the portly man chimed in. How do you expect us to sleep with so few beds? His intent was to persuade the woman to relocate them, even if it meant sleeping on the floor of a classroom. This cursed place was deeply unsettling and made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. To his astonishment, the woman responded with an inscrutable smile. For tonight, you shall make do. Perhaps tomorrow will bring better accommodations. The portly man's expression froze in disbelief. Very well, Jiang Cheng conceded. We shall reside here for the night. He swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, when does the celebration commence? It would be prudent to prepare in advance. In 7 days, she replied. Jiang Cheng nodded, indicating his understanding. Surely we can explore the campus during our free time? The man in the suit suggested. The scenery is truly splendid. We would like to walk about and take in the sights. After all, such an opportunity is rare. Chapter 27. The Guardian. I fail to comprehend your meaning. The man in the suit remarked with polished civility. Is there something unusual that transpires after dusk? The woman turned her head, casting him a curious glance. She did not respond. The middle-aged man in the vest, who had been on the verge of a breakdown, attempted to pursue her for further clarification, yet she vanished around a corner, as if she were a specter, her pace deceptively slow yet elusive. Where did she go? The man, trembling, queried, unable to fathom how a living person could disappear in an instant. Curiosity may lead you to follow her. The young man in the duckbill hat drawled, chewing gum nonchalantly. Perhaps she will take you along. Feeling the palpable discontent of the others, the man chose to remain silent, obediently trailing behind. The further they ventured inward, the more pronounced their discomfort became. An eerie, sinister atmosphere clung to them, as though a pair of bloodshot crimson eyes were fixated upon them from the shadows, yet they could not discern their source. The oppressive, damp air enveloped them, infused with the musty aroma of mold and other unidentifiable odors. The corridors were cluttered with debris, forcing them to navigate along the center. Upon locating the staircase on the right, they ascended cautiously. The atmosphere within the dormitory was indeed dismal. Walls were marred by dark mold and yellow stains, while the floor was littered with unrecognizable, tattered remnants that appeared to have been abandoned for ages. Doctor, the portly man furrowed his brow and approached, seemingly on the verge of voicing a concern, but Jiang Cheng intervened, stepping ahead to create distance between them. A girl clad in dinosaur pajamas hid amidst the group. Her eyes reddened as she softly murmured, "It appears rather sinister here. Nothing bad has transpired, has it?" The man in the duckbill hat adjusted his crooked cap and scoffed. "In my opinion, something certainly has gone awry. Otherwise, it would not be forsaken. What could have occurred here?" The man in the vest's eyes widened in alarm. With a smirk, the duckbill hat youth adopted a conspiratorial tone. Perhaps someone perished here. At the mention of possible death, the man in the vest and several others in the group shuddered violently, while the girl in the dinosaur pajamas began to weep anew. Though she could have cried more fervently, it seemed as if an instinctual fear of attracting something untoward kept her sobs subdued, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet, this is not the realm of reality, where compassion flows abundantly. Or rather, those who are brimming with compassion have already perished in previous endeavors. Even the gentleman clad in a tailored suit, who has always maintained an air of sophistication, could not suppress a flicker of disdain, although he swiftly masked this subtle aversion and resumed his demeanor of nonchalance. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng's keen gaze did not miss it. "Suit brother," Jiang Cheng exclaimed. "I genuinely believe you are a good person," he stated earnestly, "and being in your company significantly enhances our chances of survival. You are not only radiant, but also immensely helpful." The suited man momentarily froze, seemingly perplexed by Jiang Cheng's unexpected words, yet he found them quite flattering, as they served to bolster his carefully crafted persona. "It's nothing," he replied with a nod and a smile, his meticulously styled hair untouched. "Since our paths have crossed, it must be fate. I shall do my utmost to ensure everyone's safe passage from this place." This was the first time the portly fellow had heard Jiang Cheng compliment someone, and an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. "Well said," Jiang Cheng praised. then turned to the newcomers, including the girl in dinosaur pajamas and the middle-aged man in a tank top. Suit brother has made his intentions clear. You should quickly gather around him. He will protect you. He is our guardian. The suited man was taken aback. The portly fellow muttered, "This plot seems oddly familiar." In an instant, several individuals surged towards the suited man, with the girl in dinosaur pajamas, appearing fragile, being the first to grasp his left arm. Another newcomer, a young man, managed to seize his right arm. Perhaps due to age, the middle-aged man in the tank top was a beat slower. By the time he arrived, the prime spots beside the suited man had already been claimed, leaving him to stretch his arm and grasp the collar of the suited man's jacket. Thus, the suited man found himself pushed to the forefront, unable to retreat, all the while having to continually soothe the others with his cultured tone. Upon reaching the fourth floor, the suited man excused himself to retrieve the keys, finally freeing himself from those who had latched onto him like barnacles. At that moment, his face flushed, and the cause of his embarrassment, aside from the physical crowding, was undoubtedly Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was gazing at him with unabashed admiration, sincerely believing him to be a good person. "All right," the suited man declared, "since everyone holds such faith in me, I shall assign the rooms." Under his distribution, the woman in the cheap how and the girl in dinosaur pajamas were placed in room 407, while the middle-aged man in the tank top, the young man, and another woman of darker complexion were assigned to room 406, leaving him and the youth in the duckbill cap in 405. His gaze shifted from one to the next, and when it landed on Jiang Cheng, his smile morphed into a grimace. "My friend, I see you are already acquainted with the portly fellow beside you. You shall reside in room 404. 404, a number that bodes ill." Undoubtedly, this was the suited man's act of retribution. Just as the portly fellow was about to protest, Jiang Cheng patted his shoulder and interrupted with a light-hearted tone. "Good. Let's heed our guardian." The suited man's face turned a shade of green, yet he was compelled to maintain the erode of a good person, while the portly fellow felt a sense of awkwardness wash over him. After all, with a door between them, it was ultimately safer than standing foolishly in the foreboding corridor. Upon acquiring the key and opening the door, even though he was prepared, the sight within the room left the portly fellow utterly astonished. It was not due to neglect, but rather it was remarkably pristine. The neatly arranged bed, a table polished to perfection, and a solitary windowsill adorned with a nameless flower emitting a faint lavender hue, infused with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The portly fellow remarked, "Doctor, do you not think that we caught in this nightmare resemble a drifting weed in a chaotic world, uncertain of where to take root, living each day as if it were our last, with death potentially lurking around the corner?" "Perhaps," Jiang Cheng sighed, "but at least I have you by my side." The portly fellow, moved by these words, felt tears welling up as he said, "Doctor, I never expected our bond to deepen so profoundly in such a short time. Do you feel a sense of happiness knowing I am with you in your final moments?" Jiang Cheng gazed into the portly fellow's sincere eyes, responding with emotion. "Portly fellow, take a moment to reflect. If you survive, could the dangers we faced have truly claimed my life? I am more likely to perish after you." He continued, "So rest assured if that day comes, I will ensure that your ashes are laid to rest in the flower pot of my studio. For your robust physique means you will possess a higher calcium and phosphorus content than the average person. Doctor, if you can articulate such words, please continue to do so." Having thoroughly examined the room, Jiang Cheng found nothing suspicious except for a small cabinet that was locked and impervious to his efforts. Confirming their safety, the portly fellow collapsed onto the bed, his stomach audibly rumbling. "Doctor, I am so hungry." However, darkness had fully descended, and venturing out in the absence of any clues would be both foolish and perilous. Moreover, the woman who had guided them had specifically warned against nighttime excursions, the reasons for which remained unclear. To his surprise, Jiang Cheng produced a large piece of chocolate from his pocket, wrapped in red, reminiscent of the kind that had been popular during his childhood. "Where did you obtain this?" The portly fellow sat up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "On the way here, I broke off a piece and offered it to you," Jiang Cheng replied, handing it over as the portly fellow eagerly accepted. As he took a small bite, realization dawned upon him, and he looked up to inquire, "Did you get on the way to the CF?" The portly fellow recalled seeing several supermarkets nearby when they exited the CF, yet he could not fathom how Jiang Cheng, devoid of money, had acquired the chocolate. Upon entering the nightmare, most of their belongings, including money, had been stripped away. Jiang Cheng also took a small bite of the chocolate, gazing into the darkened window. Chewing slowly as he said, I did not purchase it. Not purchased? Indeed. Then how did you come by it? The moment the portly fellow uttered this question, his eyes widened in sudden realization as he gasped. You did not steal it, did you? Preposterous. Jiang Cheng glared at him. The shopkeeper's wife insisted on giving it to me. When I declined, she became quite upset. The portly fellow eyed Jiang Cheng suspiciously. Come now, doctor, tell me. Where can one find such a generous shopkeeper's wife? I would like a dozen. Do not be so pessimistic. Jiang Cheng comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. You may not even survive tonight. Room 407. The girl in dinosaur pajamas curled up on the bed, her blanket wrapped around most of her body, shivering incessantly. Sister, she called to the woman in the chi-pao seated in a chair, her voice trembling. Do you not find it chilly here? I am freezing in my pajamas. Are you not cold? The woman in the chi-pao, like Jiang Cheng, had entered the room and immediately conducted a meticulous inspection. Aside from discovering a half-broken comb in the drawer, she found nothing amiss. Even the trash can was impeccably clean, with a brand-new garbage bag fitted inside. If you merely seek to initiate conversation to alleviate your fear, I advise against wasting your breath. The woman in the chi-pao responded coldly. It serves no purpose and will only futilely distract us, thereby diminishing our chances of survival. The girl in dinosaur pajamas appeared momentarily stunned by the chi-pao woman's assertiveness and fell silent, though her stomach still audibly protested. Turning away, the woman in the Chong Sam commanded, "Draw the curtains." The girl in dinosaur pajamas had her bed adjacent to the window, where a blue curtain hung, not particularly large, yet sufficient to obscure the window. Trembling, the pajama-clad girl extended her hand from under the covers and swiftly pulled the curtain shut. Be gentle, the woman in the Chong Sam admonished sharply, apprehensive that a careless tug might invite unforeseen complications. The pajama girl paused, bewildered. What sort of trouble could arise? The Chong Sam woman cast a few glances her way, ultimately diverting her gaze and ignoring the question as she rose and settled into her own bed, pulling the covers up to her chin. Doctor, the stout man remarked, observing Jiang Cheng as he moved the mattress to the floor. Why forego a bed when you have one? After a moment's reflection, he added with sudden clarity, Are you preparing for some phantom to emerge from beneath the bed? Not quite, Jiang Cheng replied, spreading his blanket and arranging his pillow, striking it several times until a depression the size of a human head formed. Then, comfortably lying down, he shifted about, declaring, I am simply accustomed to it. The stout man nodded, though he had never entered Jiang Cheng's bedroom in the real world. He recalled Jiang Cheng mentioning that if one wished to pilfer something beyond mere money, they could visit his room, albeit there would be no bed. Only a mattress to make do with. By the way, the stout man scratched his head, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Doctor, why are you targeting that man in the suit? He hasn't wronged us. Your actions seem entirely futile, and you've unnecessarily made a formidable enemy. To put it bluntly, he continued, if you hadn't antagonized him, we likely wouldn't find ourselves in this room, 404. Jiang Cheng gazed at the ceiling, hands tucked beneath his head, and after a lengthy pause, he replied slowly, because he initiated the tricks first. The stout man was taken aback, sitting upright with wide eyes. What did you say, doctor? Chapter 29, The Sound. After accepting the 4 keys handed to him by the woman, Jiang Cheng calmly tucked them into his left pocket, stating, then, his left hand remained buried in that pocket, engaged in some unknown task, all the while he incessantly spoke to distract our attention. The stout man felt his mind beginning to falter. His vigilance heightened. He asked, could it be that he did something to the keys? Nodding, he muttered to himself, so, Doctor, you sent the pajama girl and the others over to interrupt the suit man's clandestine antics? Indeed, though I cannot ascertain whether it was successful. Grinding his teeth in indignation, the stout man exclaimed, Doctor, that man in the suit seems harmless, yet unbeknownst to us, he is scheming behind our backs, even going so far as to relegate us to room 404. I'll take a nap. Jiang Cheng dismissed him, turning over, remember to wake me in an hour. Understood. The stout man accepted the watch Jiang Cheng tossed him. The strap was too short to wear, so he held it in his palm, though not particularly tired. He sat up, wrapping the blanket around himself to avoid dozing off inadvertently. The night was eerily quiet. The entire campus felt lifeless. The stout man pondered whether any students resided nearby, for such tranquility was unfathomable otherwise. An hour passed, and the stout man descended from the bed, rousing Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, having slept lightly, had already stirred at the stout man's movement, but remained in a daze until the stout man nudged him awake. After sitting up, Jiang Cheng stretched his neck and shoulders. The pillow was uncomfortable, as he was used to the buckwheat pillow at home and found the cotton one too soft. No, the stout man reassured him. Rest assured, even the sight of a cockroach would rouse me. You know my vigilance is particularly high. Jiang Cheng stood, approached the door, keeping a safe distance, and listened for sounds in the corridor. Doctor, the stout man remarked, they should all be asleep. It's exceedingly quiet around here. Though the stout man was no longer hungry after consuming chocolate, he felt an overwhelming thirst. Another half-hour passed, and Jiang Cheng estimated it was time to act, instructing the stout man to feign ignorance regardless of what occurred. The stout man, filled with questions, nonetheless agreed, trusting Jiang Cheng. Creak, creak, creak. Each sound was measured just right, soft enough not to disturb, yet distinctly clear in the stillness of the night. What are you doing? The faint scratching made the stout man shudder. Many people instinctively recoil from such sounds. Gradually, sounds emanated from next door. Though faint, the chaotic noises betrayed the occupants' panic. The adjacent room, 405, housed a suited man and a cap-wearing individual. Upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Cheng ceased his coin scraping on the wall, meticulously brushing away the remnants of plaster and discarding them in an inconspicuous corner. However, the footsteps veered away from room 404, halting before the door, followed by a flurry of knocking and voices from the suited man and the cap-wearer. In no time, the corridor erupted with commotion. Jiang Cheng feigned grogginess as he slowly opened his door, seemingly startled to find everyone outside, his expression shifting to one of alarm. What is going on? What happened? Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, the suited man momentarily hesitated, before asking in a peculiar tone, "Did you hear a strange noise?" Strange noise? Jiang Cheng scratched his head. No, I just fell asleep. It's quite peaceful here. None? The suited man's face darkened, as if a realization struck him. He rushed. What about that chubby guy in your room? I'm right here, the stout man announced, poking his head out. Guardian, what do you need from me? Caught off guard, the suited man dispensed with formalities, directly inquiring, Did you hear a peculiar noise? Like the sound of a spoon scraping? The stout man widened his egg-shaped eyes, perplexed. No, I've been awake. I didn't hear anything. Their gazes toward the suited man's face were laden with intrigue. If only those in room 405 had heard the strange noise, did that imply they would be the first to encounter those entities? In other words, they would perish first. Seeing the decisiveness of those in room 406, the occupants of room 407 promptly departed, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily retreating to their own quarters, slamming the door shut as if fearing something might follow them inside. This left only the gloomy-faced suited man and the cap-wearer. Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Cheng appeared contemplative, then suddenly blurted, Could it be that hearing strange, scraping sounds triggers the conditions for the malevolent spirits to strike? My heavens, how terrifying! Stout man, Jiang Cheng turned, panicked. You truly didn't hear anything? I, like everyone else, was asleep. I didn't hear a thing. Jiang Cheng spread his hands, adopting a look of innocence that evoked sympathy. That is splendid, the stout man replied. It means we won die. With that, the two closed the door, leaving the suited man and the cap-wearer standing alone in the dim corridor light. Chapter 30. Doctor, I am not sleepy at all. The cap-wearer, seemingly incensed, took a few steps forward, raising his fist as if to pound on the door of room 404. But the suited man acted swiftly, stepping in front to restrain him. Once back in their room, the suited man turned and cautiously locked the door. The young man in a duckbill cap clutched his hat and forcefully threw it onto the bed, turning around with an unfriendly tone to inquire. Could that sound possibly be the work of those two rascals from room 404? The cap-clad individual bore several deep scars on his head, with the most pronounced one extending from the nape of his neck to behind his ear, a significant reason for his perpetual headgear. He did not appear as youthful as he seemed, likely in his 30s, yet his attire exuded a certain flamboyance. The man in the suit leaned against the wall, his expression dark and foreboding, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, I doubt it. Having just arrived here, the conditions that trigger the malevolent spirits remain unclear to me. I do not believe they would dare to engage in such antics. He paused, unless they are of unsound mind. With the suit man's reminder, the anger of the duckbill cap began to subside. He was not dim-witted and recognized the validity of the suit man's reasoning. His countenance gradually shifted to an unnatural hue, indicating that the source of that frictional sound was indeed not produced by the players, but rather, he glanced at the suit man, ultimately refraining from uttering the word ghost. In the realm of nightmares, an unspoken rule prevailed. Once a mission commenced, unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to invoke that term. as if speaking it would summon misfortune upon oneself. So far, nothing had transpired, so there was no need to frighten oneself, the suit man advised, urging them to maintain their composure. He unfastened the neat buttons of his suit and the top 2 buttons of his shirt, taking a deep breath before addressing his companion. The room we selected, 405, is theoretically situated in the safest location, flanked by other occupants, and a neighboring room, 404, bears an ominous name, likely the site of a past tragedy. Therefore, regardless of what transpires with them, we can obtain first-hand information, provided we are not the first to arrive. Upon hearing this, the duckbill cap appeared to recall something and cautioned, "We must be vigilant. That gaunt fellow in 404 seems to be deliberately targeting you." The suit man chuckled, revealing a set of stark white teeth, and disdainfully remarked, "I shall be cautious, and at the right moment, I will ensure he remains here permanently." With the suit man's declaration, the duckbill cap felt compelled to say no more. After discussing the arrangements for their night watch, he decided to retire for the evening, understanding that his vigor would directly impact his survival in this nightmare. In room 404, the portly man sensed it was time to address serious matters. Thus he sat up in bed and poked his head out, asking, "Doctor, do you think someone will die tonight?" In the previous villa mission, a middle-aged man had met an inexplicable demise on the very first night. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, feet pointed forward, face turned backward. Alarmingly, the plump man had been the first to discover him, nearly soiling himself in fright while he was groggily preparing to relieve himself. That horrifying image haunted his mind, resurfacing at times. "I don't believe so," Jiang Cheng pondered for a few seconds before responding. The portly man muttered, "But doctor, you said we wouldn't enter a nightmare tonight. And here we are." Jiang Cheng turned his gaze to the portly man, observing him for a brief moment before suddenly stating, "Portly man, I just recalled something very important." "What do you wish to say, doctor?" The portly man nodded, intrigued by the doctor's unusual seriousness, sensing he might have uncovered a crucial clue. "Be cautious while you sleep tonight. It's best to pull the covers up to your chin," Jiang Cheng instructed, gesturing earnestly. The portly man felt a twinge of fear and quickly scanned his surroundings, wrapping the blanket tightly around himself before cautiously asking, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Cheng stood up, clapping his hands, "Because if a ghost comes to twist your neck tonight, you might still have a chance to struggle." The portly man could only respond with a stunned silence, perhaps feeling pity for the trembling, portly man, or perhaps out of a sudden pang of conscience. Jiang Cheng volunteered to keep watch, suggesting the portly man rest first, promising to awaken him later for a shift change. However, the portly man shook his head, sighing, "No need, doctor. Your story was too invigorating. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I see a ghost twisting my neck. I'm not at all sleepy." Given the portly man's insistence, Jiang Cheng relented, agreeing on a time for the portly man to wake him before he, too, retired for the night. The portly man sat on the bed, cocooned in blankets, yet he could not shake the chill radiating from within him. Truth be told, upon entering this dormitory, he had an unsettling premonition, sensing something was amiss. Yet, despite careful observation, he could not pinpoint the source of that eerie feeling. When Jiang Cheng mentioned his own premonition, the portly man shared an unvoiced intuition, believing that death was highly probable tonight. Lacking any concrete evidence, it was merely the instinct of those of his stature. Ultimately, he propped his pillow upright against the wall, leaning back against it, concluding that such a position would prevent a ghost from twisting his neck. Before long, soft snores emanated from Jiang Cheng's side. The portly man couldn't help but admire Jiang Cheng's ability to sleep soundly at any time and in any place. In stark contrast to the clear delineation of responsibilities between rooms 404 and 405, the situation in room 406 was rather dismal. Although there were 3 individuals present, mutual trust was notably absent. Moreover, with only 2 beds in the room, one person would inevitably have to endure the night on a chair. 2 men and 1 woman found themselves in the room, with the woman asserting dominance. She possessed an unremarkable appearance, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Yet her gaze was sharp as a blade. Had Jiang Cheng been present, he might have discerned from her straight posture and calloused palms that she was likely a martial artist, perhaps even familiar with firearms. However, the 2 men lacked such discernment, recognizing only that she was not to be trifled with. It was clear that she was no novice in the realm of nightmares, as her composure suggested experience. The woman claimed the superior bed, positioned against the wall and away from the window, for who knew when a ghostly visage might materialize outside. The middle-aged man in a tank top and the other man were both novices in this realm, sitting side by side on the edge of the bed, visibly anxious. Chapter 31. The Objective. The middle-aged man in the tank top gazed at the woman as profile, his lips quivering slightly until he realized he did not even know her name, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "May I inquire your name?" he ventured. The woman cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Yuan." Her voice bore a unique quality, tinged with a rare, smoky depth. The woman, who identified herself as Yuan, turned her head, her interest piqued. "Go on," she urged. "I can tell that Miss Yu is not an ordinary person and likely possesses considerable experience in dealing with our current predicament, so you wish for me to protect you, and once we escape, you'll reward me handsomely for my services," Yuan interjected with a sudden smile. "Is that the case, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Taifu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Miss Yu. As long as you ensure my survival, I guarantee the reward will be more than satisfactory." "More than satisfactory, you say?" Yuan stroked her chin, feigning deep contemplation. Observing Yuan's demeanor, the man seated beside Zhou Taifu could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "Miss Yu, I hope you can assist me as well. While I may not possess the wealth of Mr. Zhou, if I can survive this ordeal, I would offer everything I have." "Oh." Yuan tilted her head, seemingly intrigued by the latter's proposition. Zhou Taifu, sensing an opportunity, declared, "Miss Yu, simply focus on my safety, and whatever this penniless fellow offers, I shall provide double. No, tenfold." "You are indeed quite generous," Yuan sighed, with her lips pressed tightly together. Zhou Taifu suddenly became agitated. Trembling, he rose to his feet and inquired, "So, Miss Yu, have you agreed? What is the significance?" Zhou Taifu was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly of such importance? Shouldn't the immediate concern be how to survive and escape, or perhaps to sit down and discuss terms? To his astonishment, Yuan did not even glance at him, imparting a sense of indifference regarding whether he could provide an answer, a feeling that made him exceedingly uncomfortable. However, being the one in need, he could only endure it. "My line of work is rather peculiar," Yuan began slowly, reclining against the back of her chair, her entire demeanor exuding an air of relaxation. "People pay us to undertake certain tasks," she continued, "though I must clarify, not in places like our own country, but rather in war-torn regions, which is why we are sometimes referred to as mercenaries." Zhou Taifu sensed an unsettling shift in the conversation and stammered, "You Miss Yu? What exactly are you trying to convey?" "Nothing much," Yuan replied, casually brushing a strand of hair away from her temple. Strangely, this gesture did not convey any feminine allure, but instead radiated a chilling aura akin to leaves swept away by an autumn breeze. Both the middle-aged man in the vest and the man beside him felt a shiver run down their spines. "I simply find it unfair." She lifted her gaze, that frigid emotion reappearing in her eyes, her dark pupils seemingly capable of devouring all light. "In the realm of reality, wealth and power allow you to act as you please, but do understand, this is a nightmare world. Everything you take pride in and flaunt in the real world is utterly inconsequential here. To survive in this realm, one can only rely on it." She curled her fingertips and tapped her temple, suddenly smiling. "This is also why I'm fond of this place. So please, respect it and its rules." Room 407. The girl in dinosaur pajamas huddled on the bed, trembling, completely cocooned in her blanket with only her small eyes peeking out. "Sister in the Chong Sam," she said in a quivering voice, "the sound is still there, as if it's just a wall away from us." The Chong Sam-clad woman's face had lost its earlier calmness. Moments earlier, the girl in dinosaur pajamas had suddenly confided that she had heard a strange scratching noise. This immediately reminded her of the sounds heard by the two individuals in room 405. Could it be that the entity had shifted its target? She felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. If that entity truly had its sights set on the occupants of room 405, it typically would not change its target. The only solace for the woman in the Chong Sam was that she had yet to hear the so-called scratching sound. Regardless, staying in room 407 was no longer an option. The entity had already fixed its gaze on this place, and it was highly probable that the utterly oblivious girl in dinosaur pajamas would be the first victim of the night. "Little sister," the Chong Sam woman asked, "can you still hear that scratching noise?" She was making her final confirmation. Yes, the girl in dinosaur pajamas nodded repeatedly, clearly terrified to the core. Though her fear was no longer as overt, the sound seemed to be moving. She mimicked the position of the scratching with her finger, tracing along the wall until it pointed closer to the Chong Sam woman. "Sister," the girl in pajamas seemed on the verge of tears. "The sound is like it's right above your head." "What?" The Chong Sam woman shot her gaze upward, but the space above was empty. Even more terrifying was the fact that she had not heard any sound thus far. The night was as silent as death in her ears. Rapidly, her mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that her initial judgment was flawed? Hearing the scratching noise might not be a precursor to death, but rather those who did not hear it could be the targets. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The reasoning was simple. If those who heard the scratching were marked by the entity, the first to perish should have been the two in room 405. In other words, if the occupants of room 405 were indeed dead, then there should not be any further casualties that night. Why would the scratching sound seek her out needlessly? Chapter 32. Who's knocking at the door? The Cheongsam woman could no longer remain seated. She stood and moved towards the door. Sister in the Cheongsam, the girl in pajamas, evidently terrified, was unwilling to stay alone in the room. Where are you going? She leapt from a bed, barefoot on the cold, hard concrete floor, casting a pitiful glance at her. All right, sister promises you. The Cheongsam woman took a deep breath and slowly opened the door, but only a tiny crack. The corridor was eerily quiet. Were it not for the knowledge that several rooms nearby were occupied, she might have thought it was just the two of them there. Not sensing anything amiss, she stepped out, swiftly closing the door behind her. Not only that, she left a slight gap in the door of room 407. After all, even if she found safety in another room, the inadequately secured room 407 would undoubtedly be the prime target for an entity's attack. She had clarified her objective, room 404. The occupants of room 405 had already heard the eerie scratching noise. Regardless of what it represented, she was unwilling to take that risk, especially with the two individuals residing there looking decidedly untrustworthy. The Cheongsam woman, wise and experienced, had long outgrown the phase of judging by appearances. Thus, the insincere charm of the suited man would not work on her. There are no good people in nightmares. They simply meet their demise a bit faster and more tragically. She dismissed room 406 due to the abundance of newcomers. Too many newcomers meant too many uncertainties, and a single misstep could spell disaster for her. Like most seasoned individuals, she preferred to avoid newcomers. However, she held some hope for Jiang Cheng and the chubby fellow, particularly Jiang Cheng. He appeared somewhat dazed and bewildered. To be honest, she found him somewhat incomprehensible. In nightmares, she had encountered fools and simpletons, but it was rare to find someone like Jiang Cheng, who seemed to navigate this perilous landscape with such ease, especially since he was not a novice. Several nightmare missions had taught her one crucial lesson. This place is teeming with hidden talents, and many are adept at feigning ignorance. The two rooms were not far apart. Yet each step she took was cautious and deliberate, as if fearful of awakening something lurking in the shadows. She remained vigilant, her peripheral vision never wavering. Closer, even closer. She gazed quietly at the door, not far ahead, pondering how to deceive them into opening it so she could blend in for the night. The people inside were not foolish. Naturally, they could not reveal that someone in their room had heard the scratching sound. Otherwise, who would dare open the door for them? She paused, anxiously considering her next move. She suddenly froze. It was now deep into the night, and the corridor lights had long been extinguished. How was she able to see anything? She turned her head, scanning her surroundings, and quickly located the source of light. It emanated from a slightly ajar door ahead, a faint glow seeping through the crack. Her pupils dilated as she felt a tremor run through her, her gaze slowly rising until she discerned the room number above the door. 407. 407. She shivered violently, as if a snow-cold bomb had detonated within her heart. How could it be 407? Her own room? The room she had just vacated had vanished. Indeed, those who had not heard the scratching sound were the targets. The entity was about to strike her. An overwhelming fear seemed to ignite her survival instinct tenfold. She understood that until the very last moment, she still had a chance. With the right approach, survival was possible. In nightmares, there are seldom situations of certain death. Here, everything is inherently equitable. The pressing concern is to ascertain whether room 407 is indeed the genuine room 407. More precisely, what awaits her inside, the woman in dinosaur pajamas or a specter. The capabilities of a ghost elude scientific explanation, even the most rudimentary logic. Thus, it is entirely plausible that the room 407 before her is the authentic one, and it represents her sole chance for survival. She resolves to take a gamble. Perhaps the specter seeks to deceive her into believing that this is not the true room 407, thereby causing her to forfeit her opportunity for life. With this realization, she hastens toward room 407. As she moves, the area behind her, once illuminated, is gradually engulfed by darkness, as if it had never existed. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door of room 407, but did not immediately push it open. Who is it? A terrified female voice emanated from within. Who's knocking? It was the voice of the woman in dinosaur pajamas, sounding disturbingly real, filled with fear and anxiety, as if she were on the brink of death from terror. Then, she clenched her teeth, and there should have been no further developments. If fortune favored her, the next day, someone might discover a relatively intact corpse, hers. Hurry! She began to pound on the door. Open up! The woman inside, clad in dinosaur pajamas, seemed frightened by such urgency, bursting into tears and mumbling incoherently. Who are you? Are you a ghost? While pleading for her life. She appeared as pitiful as one could imagine. The woman in the cheongsam outside could even hear the creaking of the bedboards, trembling under the weight of the pajama-clad woman's sobs. The woman in the cheongsam called out, "It's really me, your sister in the cheongsam. I just left. Please believe me." And now she hesitated. "I'm about to come in." The sobbing persisted within, desperately stifling her cries. The woman in the cheongsam could vividly envision the helpless expression of the pajama-clad woman inside. It felt so real, so genuine that it seemed impossible to be a mere fabrication. Consequently, while continuing to speak, the woman in the cheongsam gradually retreated, ultimately turning and fleeing. Strangely, at the very moment she ran away, the weeping from within abruptly ceased. The slender beam of light that had remained from the ajar door vanished as well. In its place came a series of thuds, reminiscent of something crawling out from the door, masquerading as room 407, using all its limbs. It certainly could not be the woman in dinosaur pajamas. The act was convincingly performed, yet the woman in the cheongsam discerned the flaw. The ghost impersonating the pajama-clad woman uttered through her tears, "You can't come in if the door isn't closed. Are you a ghost?" The door had been shut by the woman in the cheongsam herself. How could the pajama-clad woman possibly know? Chapter 33. The Chase. The woman in the cheongsam was quite certain that the pajama-clad woman, after her departure, would not dare approach the door, let alone verify whether it was properly closed. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the eerie sounds pursued her relentlessly, akin to an insatiable parasite. Just as the sounds drew near, seemingly on the verge of overtaking her, a light suddenly appeared before her. Unlike the previous illumination, this light was distinctly bright and radiated a warmth reminiscent of celestial light. It revealed a door, half open. A familiar yet foreign face emerged from behind the partially open door. Jiang Cheng stood there, a round head peeking out behind him. The stout man blinked at the disheveled woman. Then his pupils dilated in terror, as if witnessing something horrifying. The woman in the cheongsam understood that he had likely spotted the entity pursuing her. The stout man anxiously attempted to communicate with Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng paid him no heed. Eventually, the stout man, seemingly irate, attempted to close the door without permission, which sent the woman in the cheongsam into a panic. "Don't close the door!" she screamed, her voice hoarse. The door before her was her only hope. She could distinctly sense the chilling breath of the entity trailing her. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng remained positioned in front of the stout man, and he was ultimately a moment too slow. In a desperate split second, the woman in the cheongsam darted through the gap of the open door, and Jiang Cheng stepped back just in time for her to collide with the stout man. Taken by surprise, the stout man toppled over, exclaiming in shock. In the next instant, the woman in the cheongsam swiftly turned and slammed the door shut. She was saved. Curiously, the moment the door clicked shut, the cacophony of footsteps in the corridor vanished entirely. The night resumed its prior stillness, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Leaning against the door, the woman in the cheongsam gasped for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the stout man had managed to regain his footing, rubbing his sore shoulder and abdomen, his expression filled with displeasure and suspicion. In contrast, Jiang Cheng's demeanor was comparatively calm. He scrutinized the woman in the cheongsam, seemingly waiting for her to catch her breath before prompting her to recount the events that had transpired. Taking a deep breath, the woman in the cheongsam gradually composed herself, turning to meet Jiang Cheng's gaze. "Thank you," she nodded, her disheveled hair clinging to her face, rendering her somewhat disheveled. In truth, from the moment she left room 407 to her escape into room 404, where Jiang Cheng and the stout man were located, only a few minutes had elapsed. Yet to her, it felt as protracted as a century. It was a desperate chase for survival. Jiang Cheng tilted his chin and urged her, "Speak. What have you encountered?" He paused, then added, "You are safe now, so I need you to be as detailed as possible. Perhaps harboring some doubts about the identity of the woman in the Cheongsam, Jiang Cheng maintained a prudent distance from her, a notion she found perfectly reasonable. To be frank, she had not anticipated that he would allow her entry. Although she was grateful for her salvation, she could not help but harbor a modicum of disdain for Jiang Cheng. Naturally, she concealed this disdain from her expression. If the roles were reversed, she would never have opened the door to someone being pursued by a ghost. Firstly, it might lead to her own demise, and secondly, one could never discern whether it was a ghost's ruse, making it difficult to differentiate between a human and a specter. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to hold her breath, remain silent, and pretend she had heard nothing. Once the woman in the Cheongsam steadied her breath, she began recounting the eerie scraping sound she had heard from the pajama-clad woman in her room, followed by the events that transpired after she left the room. The inexplicable appearance of room 407 and the entity pursuing her. She refrained from directly stating that what chased her was a ghost, but it was an undeniable truth. Upon hearing her account, the stout man furrowed his brow and remarked, "You say that hearing eerie scraping sounds isn't a precursor to murder by a ghost? Only those who didn't hear it are in danger? That's peculiar." Jiang Cheng mused, his brow furrowing in thought. "What are you thinking?" the stout man inquired. "I'm pondering the purpose behind its actions," Jiang Cheng elucidated. "Could it be that the sounds are merely intended to instill fear?" The inquiry posed by Jiang Cheng certainly piqued the interest of the woman in the Cheongsam, who habitually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and instinctively glanced toward the door. However, in the next instant, she seemed to have an epiphany, her pupils dilating as a chill raced up her spine. Her blood ran cold, as if ice had formed within her veins. Only her mind remained exceptionally clear, as scenes from mere moments ago flashed through her mind like frames from an old slideshow. At the moment she was about to be captured by the ghost, it was Jiang Cheng who had opened the door and saved her. Yes, it was this Jiang Cheng behind her who had opened the door. Yet she distinctly remembered that the doors in this dormitory required pushing from the inside to open outward. How could it be? With a soft gulp, she felt her throat constrict. This was bad. In the next moment, the enigmatic voice of Jiang Cheng, laced with a semblance of a smile, wafted from behind. The tranquility previously present now supplanted by a peculiar and fervent madness. "Why are you silent?" Jiang Cheng inquired ominously. The woman in the qipao trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The rotund figure behind her joined in, his tone becoming increasingly bizarre, his voice sharp and distorted. "Why don't you speak? Speak! Why won't you speak?" Ultimately, his shrill voice pierced the air like a blade. A cacophony of venomous, twisted, and resentful emotions amalgamated, distinctly revealing that it was a woman's voice, youthful yet brimming with unquenchable grievances. The woman in the qipao could no longer withstand it. She frantically attempted to push the door open, but it remained immovable, as though welded to the wall. As the voices drew nearer, she screamed and turned around, only to find the once immaculate dormitory transformed grotesquely. The walls were peeling and decayed. A pile of inky black objects lay strewn across the bed, and a chair and table, one leg severed, lay overturned in the corner. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a faint glow on the crimson stains on the floor. The entire space reeking of the marks left by time's relentless passage. The figures of Jiang Cheng and the rotund man had vanished. Just as the expression of terror on the qipao woman morphed into confusion, she heard a peculiar sound, a cackling, reminiscent of grinding teeth or something sinister laughing above her. Chapter 34. The Scene. The woman in the qipao steeled herself against her terror and glanced upward. In the next instant, her expression froze. Her eyes bulged, and she collapsed backward, her mouth agape, emitting a chilling scream. A shadow swept past her, and the searing agony lasted but a fleeting moment before silence enveloped everything. The dark corridor was shrouded in a misty hue, lingering ominously. It was a serene night, at least for Jiang Cheng and the rotund man, until the sudden eruption of a piercing scream shattered the stillness. The rotund man remained in a deep slumber, cocooned under two blankets, having taken Jiang Cheng's kind suggestion to cover himself up to his chin, revealing only his cherubic face. At that moment, a shrill cry pierced the air outside their room. Someone is dead. The rotund man jolted awake, nearly toppling from his bed. Jiang Cheng had been keeping watch in place of the rotund man just hours ago. The source of the scream was a woman, youthful in voice, whom Jiang Cheng recognized, one of the newcomers clad in dinosaur pajamas. "Doctor," the rotund man stammered, attempting to articulate something, but perhaps still groggy from sleep. His words were merely a repetition of his fright, devoid of any substance. Thus, Jiang Cheng shushed him and promptly approached the door. It was only when he heard the sound of the door opening and the chaotic footsteps that he stepped outside, the rotund man trailing behind him. A visage of terror etched upon his face. Not far away, the pajama-clad woman lay crumpled on the ground, while a crowd had gathered at the doorway of the adjacent room, faintly illuminated by the trickle of blood seeping from within, a glaring crimson hue. Judging by the volume of blood, it was evident that the occupant inside was in grave peril. The rotund man's eyes darted about, and after a moment, he swallowed hard and whispered, "The Qipao woman is missing." In truth, it was unnecessary for him to state this. Jiang Cheng had already discerned her absence from the throng, rendering the identity of the deceased unmistakable. The pajama-clad woman, her face drained of color, disregarded all else, consumed by relentless screams. Damn it! The man in the duckbill cap, already in a foul mood, was further irritated by the girl's incessant cries. After cursing under his breath, he turned pale with anger and approached her, delivering a sharp slap. The resounding crack silenced the world. The pajama-clad woman crumpled to the ground, her voice stifled, her body trembling, yet her eyes mirrored a suffocating despair. This time, no one came to her aid, not even a word of comfort. Even the previously genteel man in the suit turned a blind eye to her plight. In a certain sense, it was only after death occurred that the true nature of their task began. Jiang Cheng, accompanied by the rotund man, approached step by step, and the others began to notice their advance, even the middle-aged man in a vest stepping aside for them. This was indeed a dormitory, yet it appeared long abandoned, with not a single window remaining intact. A pair of pale legs emerged from around the corner, and upon closer inspection, they bore specks of blood. Jiang Cheng was now certain. This was unmistakably the corpse of the Qipao woman. The texture of the stockings suggested exquisite delicacy, her legs elegantly shaped, fair and straight, likely the result of rigorous training. The door was ajar, though it was unclear whether it had been that way upon arrival or if someone had left it so. Regardless, he pulled the door open fully and stepped inside first. Upon seeing this, the rotund man shuddered violently, the tremors coursing through him, as if the surface of a lake had rippled. He opened his mouth, intending to dissuade Jiang Cheng, but it was too late. Jiang Cheng had already entered the room, lowering his gaze to a corner within. There, near the edge, lay the body of a woman. Surrounding the corpse was a vast expanse of blood. The blood was in disarray, splattered across the table, wardrobe, and discarded bed, even staining the surrounding walls. The floor of the dormitory was uneven, the blood pooling toward the side of one bed, ultimately forming a sizable crimson puddle. The ground felt slightly muddy, each step producing a disconcerting slickness. It was indeed the Qipao woman's body, face down upon the ground, and from this angle, there were no visible signs of struggle or external injury, making it impossible to identify the source of the blood. Just then, several more individuals entered. The man in the suit, the duckbill cap wearer, and another woman, each paling at the sight of the Qipao woman's lifeless form. Sometimes, having one's suspicions confirmed is a torment in itself. Next, the rotund man, summoning his courage, stepped inside, slipping on a patch of blood and nearly falling. The air was thick with a pungent, sweet metallic odor mingled with a faintly rancid scent, evoking bizarre images in Jiang Cheng's mind. This was an old affliction of his. He shook his head, attempting to suppress the feeling, only to find it counterproductive. In a moment of disorientation, he took a step back. To his surprise, this simple movement triggered a chain reaction, causing the man in the suit, the duckbill cap wearer, and the woman with the ponytail from room 406 to all retreat simultaneously. "What's wrong?" the duckbill cap wearer exclaimed. Jiang Cheng, disregarding him, opened his right hand, pressing his thumb and forefinger against his temples. After a moment, he felt slightly better. When he raised his head again, he noticed the man in the suit and the others had retreated to the doorway. All eyes were fixed on him, as if any discord might prompt them to flee. "What is the matter with you?" Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, questioning. The duckbill cap wearer scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly failing to detect anything amiss, before replying. "It's nothing, just found you rather odd." He bit his lip, speaking with an air of caution. "Have you discovered something?" "No." "Are you sure?" The man in the suit appeared skeptical. "I assure you, I have not," Jiang Cheng affirmed. "What I need now is someone to come over and help me turn her body to examine it. Perhaps we might uncover some clues." "Who will assist?" he added. Once these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the room. although the act of turning over a corpse would not summon vengeful spirits. The grotesque appearance of the body instilled a deep-seated fear within everyone present. Chapter 35, Doubts. Just as the portly man prepared to muster his courage and assist, he suddenly caught sight of Jiang Cheng's piercing gaze directed at him. That gaze radiated an unmistakable chill of rejection, causing the man to instinctively retract his neck. Jiang Cheng then shifted his focus, locking eyes with the man in the suit. Under Jiang Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, the man's complexion shifted, an unsettling premonition churning within him. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Cheng interrupted, addressing him politely. "Guardian sir, I kindly request your assistance." The suited man glanced at the corpse of the woman in the qipao, his lips twitching involuntarily. At this moment, the woman with the duckbill cap and the ponytail beside him displayed expressions of palpable relief. However, in an instant, their faces were overtaken by profound anxiety. "Me?" The man in the suit furrowed his brow. Jiang Cheng nodded, affirming, "Yes, it is you." Hearing the exchange within the room, the middle-aged man in the vest, another man, and the woman in pajamas all edged closer to the door, though none dared to cross the threshold. Everyone's attention was firmly fixed on the suited man. Faced with the situation, the suited man contemplated for a few moments before acquiescing. He and Jiang Cheng positioned themselves beside the qipao woman, each grasping one of her shoulders as Jiang Cheng instructed, preparing to turn her over. The suited man only extended his hand to grasp the opposite shoulder after witnessing Jiang Cheng's touch upon the deceased body. Together, they heaved the qipao woman over. The woman in pajamas gasped from outside, her legs buckling, nearly sending her tumbling into the pool of blood. Even the ponytailed woman, accustomed to various corpses from her days as a mercenary, felt her color drain. The qipao woman's death was horrifying in its extremity. Most chilling was the absence of her chin. Her upper jaw lay starkly exposed, revealing twisted muscles beneath. It was clear that something had seized her jaw and violently wrenched it away. Overcome by the gruesome sight, the portly man could barely suppress the urge to vomit. At this moment, the qipao woman lay sprawled on the ground, her elegant garment drenched in blood, resembling a vivid ink painting in vermilion. Most terrifying of all were her eyes. They were wide open, brows exaggeratedly raised, as if she had witnessed something profoundly horrific before her demise. Even in death, her face bore an indescribable terror, her eyes remaining unclosed, revealing traces of blood within when examined closely. Once the initial discomfort subsided, the ponytailed woman approached, crouching beside the body of the qipao woman. After a moment, she said, "Her tongue is also missing." Her tone was unervingly calm, devoid of any emotional inflection, merely stating a grim fact. Yet, this calmness only served to heighten the unease among the listeners. She is dead?" The man in the vest shuddered violently. Although he had already come to that realization, it could not compare to the sheer horror of witnessing the corpse firsthand. No one acknowledged him. In nightmares, the dead were a commonplace occurrence. Their focus was on uncovering the circumstances of her demise and discerning the taboos tied to their task, proceeding with caution to avoid them. Blood had splattered throughout the room, on the walls, the bed, the wardrobe, even the ceiling, its long-forgotten metallic scent infiltrating their nostrils, establishing a disquieting tone for the mission ahead. She must have had her jaw violently snapped and torn away, the ponytailed woman observed as she scrutinized the corpse. While she spoke of a human, everyone was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the work of a malevolent spirit. It was this spirit within their task that had taken her life. Such a degree of strength and speed could hardly be attributed to anything else. After their examination, the woman in the duckbill cap crossed her arms and proposed leaving the area. Everyone concurred, and Jiang Cheng cast one final glance at the qipao woman before exiting the room. The small group gathered just outside the door to exchange brief thoughts on the woman's death, but even the portly man could discern that their conversation was devoid of substance, filled with trivialities. As the crowd began to disperse, the timid woman in pajamas, who had lingered behind, suddenly spoke up, shyly suggesting they should handle the qipao woman's body, ideally giving her a proper burial for dignity. A vivid red handprint marred her delicate face, rendering her even more pitiable. Were they outside, such a visage might garner sympathy, but they were in a nightmare realm. The man in the suit and his companions ignored her, but the portly man, feeling sorry for her, reassured her that they were in the dream world and needn't concern themselves with such matters. Perhaps the body would vanish soon. To his surprise, upon hearing that the corpse might inexplicably disappear, the girl grew even more frightened, clearly conjuring numerous unsettling thoughts. This was no longer a matter for the portly man to fret over. He had merely conveyed the harsh truth. According to the guiding woman, their mission was to be invited to film the Academy's anniversary celebration, scheduled in 7 days. Reckoning the time, only 6 days remained. Thus, this was the deadline for their task. Given the urgency, the group quickly resolved to head to the cafeteria for breakfast before exploring the school. Since their identities in this task were those of photographers, they should roam freely. Clues might be hidden in inconspicuous places. The portly man suddenly reminded them, "Don't forget, our camera is still in the equipment room." Jiang Cheng turned and replied, "Then let us disperse and reconvene at the equipment room door at noon." This was a sensible suggestion, and no one voiced opposition. Jiang Cheng and the portly man turned to descend the stairs, at which point the woman in pajamas hurried after them, pathetically trailing behind, her little tail swaying adorably. Perhaps only the portly man had acknowledged her earlier, prompting her to take a chance with them. After all, with the Qipao woman's death, she had truly become a solitary figure in room 407. "Following us won't be of any use," Jiang Cheng said calmly. "The daytime is relatively safe. If I were you, I would contemplate how to spend the night." The woman in pajamas hesitated, and then, as if coming to a realization, she turned and dashed in another direction. The ponytail woman stood before room 406, lost in thought. The campus was larger than anticipated. Yesterday, with a woman as their guide, it felt effortless, but now, finding the cafeteria on their own proved to be quite the challenge. Jiang Cheng seemed distracted throughout their journey, leaving the task of navigation to the portly man, which directly contributed to their prolonged search for the cafeteria. "Doctor," the portly man swallowed hard, "have you discerned something?" Chapter 36, Second Development. The cafeteria was an independent 2-story building, quite spacious, yet situated in a somewhat secluded location, nestled beside a small grove on the western square of the academy. Nearby, a few dilapidated structures resembling residential buildings loomed. Jiang Cheng had initially assumed the first floor was the student cafeteria, while the second catered to faculty. However, upon entering, he discovered that the ground floor was partitioned by several large screens, dividing it into east and west sides. The east side was more expansive, bustling with youthful girls, some carrying trays, while others congregated in small groups, clearly the student dining area. The west side, smaller and less frequented, served as the faculty cafeteria. At that moment, breakfast was being served, and the cafeteria was alive with activity. The vibrant faces of girls, some innocent and others alluring, captivated the portly man. To his surprise, Jiang Cheng incisively remarked, "You simply enjoy peeping at beautiful women. It has nothing to do with your tragically short-lived youth." After a brief pause, he continued, "It's akin to the general disdain for square dancing, the aversion isn't truly towards the dance itself, but rather the elderly women who partake in it." The portly man pondered for a moment, attempting to muster arguments to counter his assertion, yet finding none, he reluctantly fell silent. Jiang Cheng first guided the portly man through the student dining area, then, traversing a partition, they entered the faculty dining zone. To the portly man's surprise, they did not encounter any of their companions involved in the task. "Doctors," he questioned, "don't they eat?" "They certainly didn't have dinner last night," Jiang Cheng casually replied. "The woman who led us last night took them to a supermarket along the way. They must have gone to procure instant meals, where the foot traffic is relatively low, thus minimizing risk." After a few moments of contemplation, the portly man suddenly realized and lamented, "These teammates are exceedingly cunning, unwilling to brave the perils of the war's fog. They've left the two of us to tread upon the mines." At this moment, Jiang Cheng appeared to have found a satisfactory position and sat down, while the portly man angrily took a seat opposite him, resting his chin on one hand. Jiang Cheng raised 2 fingers, shaking them gently as he stated, "First, I was not ensnared by their schemes. The intelligence I have gathered cannot be shared unconditionally. Second," he looked at the portly man, "do not readily accuse others of cunning. Before you utter such words, reflect on your own foolishness." Upon hearing this, the portly man visibly deflated, placing his hands on his knees beneath the table. However, he was now resolutely determined. A few minutes later, he perked up again and asked Jiang Cheng, "Doctor, what shall we eat? I'm utterly famished." The two made their way to the serving window. One must concede that this institution excels in certain aspects. The fare in the faculty dining hall mirrors that of the student cafeteria entirely. This may also be attributed to the exorbitant tuition fees. Art, after all, demands substantial investment. With dishes such as sweet and sour ribs, seafood congee, and fried knife fish, Jiang Cheng directed the serving lady to dish out 5 or 6 hearty plates. He then produced a temporary staff card to make the payment. With a beep, the meal was now theirs, including that of the portly man. Due to the abundance of food, the portly man had to make 2 trips to carry it back to their previous table. Isn't this a bit excessive? He questioned, eyeing the plates that occupied more than half the table with a measure of bewilderment. Consuming so much for breakfast cannot be easily digested. Jiang Cheng shoved an entire piece of knife fish into his mouth, deftly extracting the bones, and then savored a spoonful of seafood congee before responding languidly. I'm currently in a growth phase. I need to eat more. Haven't you ceased growing a decade ago? The portly man could not resist chiming in. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng laid down his chopsticks and, with utmost seriousness, explained, "This is my second growth spurt, focusing on enhancing a particular aspect of my physical capabilities." The portly man retorted, "Doctor, please, spare me your ramblings." After their meal, the dialogue between Jiang Cheng and the portly man became somewhat more normalized. With Jiang Cheng's interference, the portly man suddenly realized that he was no longer anxious. In fact, he felt a surge of eagerness. What do you think caused the death of the woman in the Qipao? At the mention of the Qipao woman, the portly man's expression turned peculiar. The thought of being torn apart by the malevolent spirit during the task was chilling. Jiang Cheng, having eaten hastily, had a fishbone lodged in his throat, taking some time to dislodge it, which left him with a sore throat, altering his voice. Do you also find it strange? Yes, the portly man nodded. Logically, she is not a newcomer. She should be aware that being out at night is perilous. He paused, adding quietly, especially alone. Indeed, Jiang Cheng affirmed. Continue. I can only deduce this much for now. The portly man looked towards Jiang Cheng, humbly stating, "Doctor, you must have considered more than I have. Please share your thoughts." The portly man's demeanor shifted, leaning closer and lowering his voice. "Are you suggesting that she encountered a ghost? It is possible, but the likelihood is low." At this point, Jiang Cheng's face lost its playful expression. He seemed to have genuinely contemplated the situation. If we assume she did encounter a ghost, then why would the ghost not kill her in her dormitory, but instead drive her into the corridor? He then appeared puzzled. This was an obvious matter, and he could not recall Jiang Cheng ever posing such questions. Jiang Cheng nodded, looking at him with an expression the portly man could not comprehend. Precisely. Because the corridor is dark and secluded, making it an ideal location for a ghost to enact a murder. The evidence corroborates this, as she perished there. Doctor, the portly man inquired, increasingly perplexed. What exactly are you trying to convey? Jiang Cheng let out a slight sigh. Portly man. Think carefully. Can the Qipao woman overlook something so readily apparent that you can discern? Jiang Cheng gradually shifted his gaze, his eyes unfocused, as though he were immersing himself in the Qipao woman's predicament. If I were her, what could compel me to abandon the relative safety of my dormitory and venture into the evidently dangerous corridor? There is but one possibility. His eyes refocused on the portly man, a glimmer of understanding flowing within. I would be certain that I had been marked by a ghost. Remaining would mean certain death, while leaving might afford me a glimmer of hope. Chapter 37. You are all in cahoots. The portly man contemplated briefly and recognized the validity of Jiang Cheng's statement. Doctor, while your reasoning holds, we had never encountered a ghost, nor did we possess any understanding of their habits. How could she ascertain that she was being stalked? Jiang Cheng smiled. Do you recall the 2 individuals from room 405? The portly man furrowed his brow. The man in the suit and the one in the flat cap? Yes, Jiang Cheng nodded. Why were they unable to sleep soundly last night? Wasn't it because of your mischief, making a noise with a coin against the wall to frighten them? The portly man abruptly paused, his pupils dilating as if a realization struck him. Doctor, are you suggesting that someone deliberately implanted an idea in her mind, indicating that there was a ghost lurking nearby, already fixated on her? He grew increasingly animated. If she didn't flee, she would face death. Indeed, Jiang Cheng replied, though I must clarify that this is not my assertion. It is merely a plausible sequence of logical development. However, the portly man pondered for a moment. The Qipao woman does not appear to be easily deceived. After all, she was out during the dead of night, while the man in the suit and his companion only began their antics after we had just lain down. The risks and psychological pressures they faced are starkly different. Sometimes, words need not be overtly explicit. One merely needs to plant the seeds of doubt, and the rest, Jiang Cheng said slowly, she can complete through her own imagination. The more intelligent and cautious a person is, the more susceptible they become to losing their way. Particularly in the realm of dreams, where logic fails to provide explanation, even the slightest hint of doubt can be magnified infinitely. Caution is commendable, yet unending vigilance and excessive suspicion can yield counterproductive outcomes. Jiang Cheng's words took the portly man considerable time to digest. With most of the cafeteria patrons having departed, he exhaled deeply. Doctor, if, hypothetically, everything you posited were to hold true, then who might be responsible for driving the Qipao woman into the corridor for her demise? Jiang Cheng seemed taken aback by the portly man's use of the term drive, yet he found it quite fitting. What do you think? From a purely positional standpoint, the most likely suspect would undoubtedly be the woman in pajamas from the same room. Yet, as you observed, she is merely an overly dramatic newcomer. The portly man's expression soured as he continued. The remaining suspects would be the man in the suit and the one in the flat cap, along with the ponytail woman from room 406. Upon mentioning the ponytail woman, the portly man's gaze deepened. Wetting his slightly cracked lips, he looked up and remarked, I sense there is more to her than meets the eye. For reasons unknown, my entire being feels uneasy in her presence, as if a chill envelopes me, only to dissipate once I am away. It is an aura of menace. Upon hearing the mention of the woman with the ponytail, a peculiar expression flitted across Jiang Cheng's face, a sense of discomfort emanating from her very presence. A closer observation would reveal her gaze, sharp and piercing, akin to a glistening blade that could dissect you piece by piece. Leaning back against the plastic chair, Jiang Cheng maintained a steady gaze and continued. When I shook her hand, I noticed her wrist was broader than that of the average woman, and the tips of her fingers, particularly at the base, bore the remnants of calluses. As she made sweeping motions with her arms, her elbows hung heavily, facilitating the protection of her ribs and allowing for sudden bursts of power. Clearly, she is a practitioner of some sort, and not an ordinary one at that. The stout man, observing Jiang Cheng, nodded emphatically, asserting, so I say, it must be her. She lives right next to the woman in the Qipao, so the proximity is quite fitting. Indeed, he added, the previous suspect, Fan Li, was also linked to her. What is the matter? The stout man queried, confusion etched on his face. Am I mistaken? Could it truly be the man in the suit and the one in the duckbill cap? His eyes widened in disbelief. That shouldn't be. They should be terrified of you by now. How could they still have the inclination to scheme against others? Just then, a sharp, melodious bell rang out, startling the stout man. It was the bell signaling the start of morning classes, brief yet intense, and it irked him amidst their critical discussion of the case. Let us move on, Jiang Cheng said, rising to his feet. We should explore another area. Oh, all right, doctor, the stout man replied, as the two traversed the campus, which appeared far more expansive than its actual size. They found it nearly deserted, as most students had gone to class, leaving only a handful of staff members wandering about. The stout man was bemused by the peculiar glances they received from these staff members, as if they were rare and exotic creatures. Doctor, after they encountered such stares for the third time, the stout man could no longer contain his thoughts. Have you noticed how oddly they look at us? Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn on him, and with a nervous gulp, he added, could they all be ghosts in disguise, gradually revealing their true forms and ultimately slaughtering us? His fear escalated, his voice dwindling to a whisper, his legs trembling like two overcooked sausages. That seems unlikely, Jiang Cheng replied, shaking his head. The stout man, since meeting Jiang Cheng, had experienced difficulties in managing his expressions, often unsure whether to laugh or cry, as was the case now when his face began to twitch uncontrollably. Doctor, he stammered, if I didn't know your background, I would suspect you were in league with the nightmares, truly. At that moment, Jiang Cheng abruptly halted his stride. Chapter 38, The Newcomer. On the west side of the campus stood a rather dilapidated supermarket. The old glass door swung open halfway, adorned with a promotional poster of some K-pop idol. The fitted suit, rather unremarkable, failed to impress the individual before it. On the contrary, it seemed rather pedestrian. The man in the suit struck a long match, angled his face to ignite a cigarette, and then flicked his wrist to extinguish the flame. The one in the duckbill cap stood on the steps opposite him, sipping from a bottle of mineral water while nibbling on a piece of dry bread. With disdain, the man in the suit glanced at the poster, letting out a scoff as he slowly exhaled a cloud of murky smoke right into the face of the K-pop idol. Muttering, has the standard of aesthetics truly plummeted this much? Just as the man in the cap finished chewing a piece of bread, he was greedily licking the jam off his fingers. Yet his gaze was not on the man in the suit or the poster, but intently fixated on a group of girls nearby, his eyes roving over them like a ravenous wolf. They stood neither too far nor too close, forming a circle, dressed rather provocatively. One tall girl, her hair cascading loosely, occasionally glanced in their direction, a cigarette dangling from her fingers, though she attempted to project an air of indifference. The youthfulness etched on her brow betrayed her. Her smoking technique was rather clumsy, indicative of her recent initiation into this group. If only this weren't the dream realm. The man in the duckbill cap thought wistfully, licking his chapped lips. The man in the suit, catching wind of his thoughts, lowered his head to meticulously fasten the cuff of his right sleeve, then smirked, "Stop babbling nonsense. If you were in the real world, you wouldn't dare venture into such a place. You'd be hiding in some dark, sunless basement." Without sparing him a glance, he continued, "Let us not forget. There are police everywhere searching for you." He brushed his left hand across his body and adjusted the brim of the duckbill cap, pressing it down firmly. Standing in the shadows, he revealed only half of his chin from the man in the suit's perspective. "No need to be so anxious." The man in the suit's voice carried an indefinable tone as he adjusted his collar, inadvertently revealing the vivid designs of his suit lining. "I will keep your secret." He smiled, "And you know exactly what I desire. But we do not know who possesses the item," the man in the duckbill cap murmured, his voice muffled. "Then we shall seek it out, one by one. We have ample time. The woman in the cheapao is the first to perish," indicating a low probability of her possessing the item. In other words, even if she did, it has likely been taken by someone else. The man in the suit now appeared transformed, his genteel visage concealing a malevolent spirit. Yet the man in the duckbill cap seemed to grasp something, raising his head, his narrowed eyes fixed on the man in the suit's face. "Are you suggesting that someone orchestrated her demise?" The darkness of his pupils contrasted sharply with the stark white of his sclera, lending him a sinister air, a fitting reflection of his character. "Indeed." The man in the suit nodded. "Who could it be?" "That remains unclear for now. Could it be the woman from room 406? The man in the duckbill cap became suddenly tense. "Her aura is peculiar. The calluses on her knuckles and palms. Do you think she might be a police officer?" His breath released in a sigh of relief. "Then it's all well and good." "Ha!" The man in the suit appraised the man in the duckbill cap, his tone laced with amusement. "As long as you choose to collaborate with me, it matters not whether she is a police officer." He leaned forward, a smirk playing on his lips, "For I cannot allow her to leave alive." The man in the suit extinguished the cigarette, but in his fingers, coldly stating, "Just like those two fools from room 404. Achoo!" Jiang Cheng sneezed heavily. The stout man, clutching his arms, inquired with concern, "Doctor, you aren't coming down with cold, are you?" Jiang Cheng shook his head and glanced around. "No, I fear someone is merely longing for me from afar," silently voicing their yearning. The stout man chose to disregard the latter part of Jiang Cheng's statement. "Doctor," he asked curiously, "where exactly are we headed? I feel as though you are wandering aimlessly." "Indeed," Jiang Cheng readily admitted, "I am indeed meandering." The stout man paused, increasingly bewildered by the thoughts swirling in Jiang Cheng's mind. "I've had enough of this wandering," Jiang Cheng declared, halting his steps, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, he pointed down a path. "Let us head to the equipment room. We need to regroup with the others." It had been prearranged for everyone to convene at the equipment room by noon. The journey was relatively long, causing the stout man's anxiety to resurface. He stole several furtive glances at Jiang Cheng, his mouth twitching as if he wished to voice a question, but found himself unable to. "Are you wondering who exactly was responsible for the woman in the cheapao's death?" Jiang Cheng stated flatly, devoid of the usual interrogative tone, his demeanor as calm as if he were recounting an established fact. "Yes," the stout man nodded vigorously. They had previously broached this subject, but their discussion had been interrupted by the sudden ringing of the bell. "It was the ghost in our mission that killed her," Jiang Cheng asserted. The stout man, growing anxious, replied, "Of course, I know it was the ghost that killed her. What I mean is, the woman in pajamas." Jiang Cheng paused, turning to gaze at the rotund man. It was she who had utilized the fear of the ghost by the woman in the cheapao to expel her from room 407, which ultimately led to the latter's demise. Although the man was astounded by Jiang Cheng's conclusion, he held no doubts about her assertion, for he understood that she never jested regarding such matters. How had she accomplished this? The man suddenly became animated, exclaiming, "How could she, a mere novice, dare to do such a thing?" The suave gentleman's carefully crafted persona was evidently inferior to hers. He shrugged, acknowledging that in comparison, he was nothing but a complete fool. Chapter 39. The reasoning virtuoso, how did you awaken this morning? Jiang Cheng inquired. Without hesitation, the man replied, I was roused by the woman's screams. She was shouting that someone had died. And what did you see when you rushed outside? Where was the woman in pajamas? He contemplated seriously for a moment. She was sitting on the ground, seemingly terrified, screaming incessantly. Eventually, she was silenced by a slap from the man in the duck-billed cap. Do you recall her exact position? Jiang Cheng pressed. The man vividly recounted the scene. What of it? He continued. Indeed, there is a matter at hand, Jiang Cheng replied calmly. Her position was amiss. The room where the incident occurred bore no room number, but upon sequential inspection, it must have been room 414. This implies that the room where the tragedy unfolded was the nearest to our room 407. By the time dawn had broken, it is only logical that the woman in pajamas would have swiftly noticed the large pool of blood at the door of room 414, resulting in an immediate scream. How could she have waited until reaching the door of room 414 to commence her screams, only to collapse there? Jiang Cheng fixed her gaze on the man. She is not blind. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Cheng. It was indeed a stark violation of reason. That is merely the first point, Jiang Cheng interjected, continuing without allowing him a chance to respond. Secondly, as a newcomer, and with her only roommate having vanished the previous night, who endowed her with the audacity to be the first to push open the door. Unperturbed by the possibility of encountering a ghost outside, Jiang Cheng continued, if I were in her position, I would never dare to do so. And the third point? Jiang Cheng paused for a few seconds before articulating slowly, the body of the woman in the qipao had been tampered with. Someone had entered before us. The rotund man pondered for a moment before lifting his head, his lips parting to speak, only to be interrupted by Jiang Cheng. I know what you are about to say. You believe the ghost could have interacted with the body, correct? The man nodded, recalling how in their last mission, Sister Nguyen's body had been taken by a ghost, suspended on a cross, while the clerk, Xiaoyu, had been wrapped in a blanket and dragged away after being frightened to death, subjected to a gruesome desecration. Yet curiously, the woman in the qipao bore only a single injury, that of her dislocated jaw. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng continued, however, the placement of the frog buttons on her qipao collar had changed. Frog buttons? The man frowned. Placement? Indeed, Jiang Cheng affirmed. The qipao worn by the woman had 3 frog buttons. When I first encountered her, only the top 2 were fastened. After the commotion in room 404, she too was disturbed and emerged, still with only the top 2 buttons fastened, the last one left undone. Yet, on the corpse of the qipao woman, all 3 buttons were neatly secured. I find it implausible that a ghost, having committed murder, would take the time to fasten her last button. Thus, I deduce that someone meticulously examined her body post-mortem, but in the process of restoration, overlooked this inconspicuous button and hastily secured it. Doctor, the rotund man interjected, I must express that I largely concur with your deductions, yet this last button. He hesitated. Could it not have been fastened by the qipao woman herself? Why not? Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, placing her hands on her chest and making an ungraceful gesture. Simply put, if she had secured this 3rd frog button, it would have constricted her breathing. Her face was unremarkable, yet regarding her figure, the rotund man nodded vigorously. Doctor, you are absolutely correct. I fully endorse your assertion. If all the preceding points were merely grounded in logical reasoning, then the final piece of irrefutable evidence is that which implicates the woman in pajamas. The rotund man suddenly felt Jiang Cheng's stature grow more imposing. He then heard her declare, there are bloodstains on the soles of her shoes, which I happened to notice while she was seated on the ground. I understand, the man said excitedly, finally feeling aligned with Jiang Cheng's thoughts. Given her persona, she would certainly not dare to tread upon a bloodied area. She and T entered the room prior to our arrival, thereby rendering her persona indefensible. She must be the one who tampered with the corpse before we reached the scene. No, Jiang Cheng shook her head. The blood on the soles of her shoes is not the crux of the matter. It could merely be interpreted as an inadvertent step or an unconscious reaction due to fright. This does not constitute irrefutable evidence. The rotund man's fervor waned. Then what constitutes irrefutable evidence? Her shoes bear blood, yet the edges of her shoes are pristine. Jiang Cheng slightly shifted her stiff neck, realizing that analyzing the case for the rotund man was more arduous than unraveling it herself. The edges of her shoes are remarkably clean, as if they had just been polished. The rotund man's thoughts coalesced, and moments later, he exhibited a look of sudden realization. Indeed, Jiang Cheng is correct. The blood on the soles is not of significant concern. Both he and Jiang Cheng undoubtedly have blood on their soles as well. Moreover, it is not just the soles. He looked down and noticed a layer of bright red on the edges of his shoes. Jiang Cheng's were too. Anyone who had entered the room would have, to some extent, picked up some blood, as the blood of the Qipao woman had pooled upon the floor, with some areas even forming small puddles. However, intentionally cleaning the blood from the edges of one's shoes speaks volumes. She harbors a guilty conscience. Why else would she do such a thing? As old questions were resolved, new inquiries emerged. Doctor, the rotund man, bit his lip, raising his gaze. Why did the woman in pajamas do this? The disadvantages of killing a teammate are glaringly apparent, especially since the woman in the Qipao was no novice. Wotuntman, Jiang Cheng replied solemnly. Do you not find that the woman in pajamas bears a striking resemblance to someone we know? Who? As soon as the man uttered the word, a figure immediately materialized in his mind. He stammered, You mean the innocent girl? Yes, Jiang Cheng shot him a glance. She claims her name is Chun Xiaoming. But I suspect it is an alias. The rotund man seemed to have grasped something, his lips beginning to tremble unnaturally, so that means. Jiang Cheng nodded, her complexion also shifting unnaturally. She twisted open the remaining half of a bottle of mineral water, taking a sip without swallowing. The woman in pajamas is indeed Chun Xiaoming transformed. The rotund man bellowed. Jiang Cheng, unable to contain herself, swallowed the water in her mouth, subsequently breaking into a fit of coughing. She had choked. Chapter 40. The camera doctor, the rotund man, scratched his chubby face, his expression growing somewhat awkward. Do you mean to say that the woman in pajamas shares the same objective as Chun Xiaoming? Jiang Cheng shot him a withering glance. Indeed, upon reflection, there are indeed similarities in their behaviors. Both have exploited the rules of the tasks to betray their teammates. In the previous mission, Chun Xiaoming betrayed family. Had it not been for Jiang Cheng's cleverness, both he and the rotund man would have followed in Fan Li's footsteps. Now, in retrospect, Sister Nguyen's death may also have an inexplicable connection to this woman. Conversely, the woman in pajamas has betrayed the woman in the Qipao from the same dormitory. In the mere 2 missions they have undergone, they encountered nearly identical betrayals of their teammates, which cannot simply be attributed to coincidence. The woman in pajamas, like Chun Xiaoming, must harbor some ulterior motive. Upon recalling the corpse of the woman in the Qipao being searched, Jiang Cheng's immediate reaction was that they were in pursuit of something significant. The portly man also grasped this notion. Their willingness to take such substantial risks indicated that this object was of utmost importance, likely connected to the dire predicament they currently faced. Could it be some artifact that might aid in extricating them from this nightmare? The portly man inquired cautiously, suggesting that at the onset of their mission, this item would be randomly assigned to one among them, and whoever obtained it would survive and ultimately escape, akin to the mechanics often found in games. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. It was plausible, albeit not entirely accurate. It would be more precise to assert that acquiring this object would enhance their chances of survival. At this juncture, there was no method to validate their conjecture, so they refrained from delving deeper into the matter. They continued their journey towards the equipment room. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, they swiftly located the equipment room, situated at the far end of the school in a relatively secluded area. A modest single-story building bore a sign indicating it was the Equipment Management Center. The windows, designed with an antiquated push-open mechanism from decades past, were adorned with rusted iron bars. The metal door, too, bore signs of age, with its edges curling, though it was fortunate not to be as corroded as the bars, having been coated with a thin layer of galvanized metal. Time seemed particularly enamored with this place, as traces of its passage were ubiquitous. The portly man blinked, remarking that it resembled his grandmother's house in the county town when he was very young. Jiang Cheng surveyed the surroundings, choosing not to elaborate further as he led the portly man inside. Just as they were about to step through the entrance, the door was unexpectedly pushed open from within, revealing a woman's face. "Come in," said the woman with a ponytail from room 406. Her voice had a slightly husky texture. It was not harsh. A strange sensation surged within the portly man. He felt an uncanny harmony between the woman and the environment, reminiscent of a gloomy afternoon many years ago at his grandmother's house, with damp sand in a red clay flower pot. Jiang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. The space inside the equipment room was more expansive than Jiang Cheng had anticipated. They traversed a courtyard strewn with fine sand, where a haphazard pile of student desks and chairs lay in one corner, seemingly abandoned and devoid of repair value. Against the wall stood a shattered glass blackboard, its surface marred, obscuring much of the content except for the faint beginnings and endings of two characters. No income. Doctor. The portly man gently called to Jiang Cheng, pulling him from his contemplative state. The ponytailed woman, along with a middle-aged man in a vest and another man, were present. The woman in pajamas, whom the portly man had been thinking about, cowered behind them, her demeanor anxious and fearful, nervously tugging at the hem of her nightgown, her eyes brimming with drama. However, the man in the suit and the one in the duckbill cap were conspicuously absent. You can come with as many people as you like, but at one team matter, a man's voice boomed, aged yet robust, clearly not a comrade from this mission. I've already said what needs to be said. Your equipment is just as it is, and it has nothing to do with me. The dim lighting made it difficult for the two to immediately discern the figures in the shadows. Jiang Cheng squinted suddenly. It was an elderly man, likely around 65, with skin displaying an abnormal pallor, as if he had not seen sunlight in ages. He walked with an unnatural stoop, yet his gaze conveyed an unmistakable intensity. The old man took a step towards Jiang Cheng, at which point they noticed that his legs seemed to hinder his movement, making walking laborious. With a wooden cane grasped in his left hand, we came to retrieve the equipment only to find the camera malfunctioning, the ponytailed woman stated succinctly. Apart from her, the expressions of the others were grim, particularly the middle-aged man in the vest, whose clenched teeth suggested he might unleash his frustration on the old man. Upon hearing about the camera's issue, the portly man moved closer, inquiring, "What seems to be the problem?" The ponytailed woman gestured for another man to bring over the equipment. After opening the camera, the man pointed at the lens, stating, "Moisture has entered it." The portly man blinked in surprise. "Is this serious?" "Indeed," the man exhaled, indicating the gravity of the situation. This would severely affect the quality of their filming. If it were only a minor issue, it might be manageable. But now tiny droplets of water were visible within the lens, indicating that they might need to consider acquiring a new one. "Do you not have a spare?" "We do, but it's in worse condition than this one," the man whispered. "This is already what we've filtered through." "This is dreadful." They were there to film an anniversary celebration. Yet the camera had encountered a problem. The man bit his lip and leaned closer, whispering, "This may not be an accident. Someone may have tampered with it." He produced the camera bag from which the camera was stored, opening it to show the two, their S-desiccant silica gel inside. And this camera bag also possesses certain moisture-resistant features, so it's impossible for such damage to occur overnight. After he spoke, he glanced at the elderly man, his eyes conveying unspoken implications. Yet the old man remained unchanged, leaning on his cane, his gaze unfocused, as if veiled in mist. "What about the two people from room 405? Jiang Cheng turned to the ponytailed woman. "Why haven't we seen them?" "I don't know," she replied, appearing significantly calmer than the remaining three. "I didn't see them when we arrived. Perhaps they went elsewhere to search for clues, whether intentional or not." The ponytailed woman emphasized the word clues with notable weight, leaving Jiang Cheng with a meaningful profile. Chapter 41. This isn't right. Jiang Cheng turned his head, locking eyes with the elderly man for a brief moment before voluntarily averting his gaze. He picked up the camera and addressed the other man. "Let us go." Just as they were about to step out of the courtyard, "Wait," a voice interrupted, causing everyone to pause and turn. The elderly man, struggling with his cane, approached with a black bag in hand. "Since your camera is no longer functional, you can use this as a substitute." Before the man from room 406 could react, the old man thrust the black bag into his arms. The man, perplexed by the old man's intentions, instinctively attempted to push the bag away. Inside the bag was an old-fashioned black camera, its style quite antiquated, with some corners severely worn, exposing the metal beneath. However, it was still functional. The portly man eyed the mysterious camera with a sense of reluctance, muttering, "What is this? A reward for inadvertently triggering a side quest?" "No," Jiang Cheng replied, gazing intently at the closed courtyard door. "This is not a side quest. After all, the task background had explicitly mentioned that the equipment they required had already been delivered to the equipment room. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would come here. Moreover, the prior camera's malfunction was likely orchestrated. In other words, everything that had transpired from the moment they entered the courtyard to this point was preordained. Just like the guiding woman, the elderly man was also a part of this. His purpose was to deliver this camera to the player's hands. This was a bona fide main quest. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's analysis, the man holding the camera became filled with dread. His body trembled as though he were on the verge of dropping the camera to the ground, as if it concealed a malevolent spirit within. No one stepped forward to comfort him. In a nightmare, comfort is the most inexpensive commodity, Aside from exposing one's foolishness, it changes nothing. Here, foolishness is the original sin. At this moment, Jiang Cheng approached, first taking the camera from him, scrutinizing it carefully before stowing it away in the black bag. Then, she slung the bag over the man's neck and gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not be afraid. One must always look on the bright side. I believe you will be all right. The man was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had felt warmth between individuals since arriving in this peculiar realm known as the Dreamland. Moreover, he perceived genuine sincerity in the eyes of the delicate-looking man before him. Thank you, the man said, his lips trembling. Just as he was about to say more, he noticed Jiang Cheng waving his hand dismissively, saying, No need to thank me. I merely think you have the potential to survive. But the ultimate outcome depends on your resilience. After all, in the last task, I believe 2 people would make it. Yet one had his neck twisted by a ghost, and the other nearly had his head torn off. The man? Everyone. The chubby one. Basic skills, don't go overboard. All right. The chubby one, concerned that Jiang Cheng might be ostracized as an abnormal person, quickly shifted the topic. Now that we have the camera, what should we do next? The woman with the ponytail pondered briefly and replied, Let us find a few random people on campus to take some photos and see if the camera functions properly. This was undoubtedly a wise approach, for no one knew whether the camera might be a trigger for malevolent spirits. Using students as test subjects was the best course of action. Coincidentally, as they exited the equipment center, several female students approached from the side, dressed in remarkably avant-garde attire. The man retrieved the camera, knelt on one knee, and was about to take their picture. Isn't this inappropriate? A soft voice came from behind, delicate and endearing. It was the girl in pajamas. She slightly tucked in her chin, her feet together, seemingly aware that her suggestion might not be well received. Yet she mustered the courage to continue. After all, they are innocent. We are the outsiders in this world. The latter part of her statement was uttered in a barely audible whisper, requiring careful listening to catch her words. Just as the chubby one silently cursed the White Lotus for her exceptional acting skills, a middle-aged man in a vest, lurking at the edge of the crowd, jumped into the fray. The chubby one vaguely recalled his name was Zhou Taifu. He approached, pointing an accusatory finger at the pajama girl, berating her with wild gestures like a monkey that had lost its banana. His repetitive refrain conveyed, If you want to die, do it alone. Don't drag others down with you. It was evident that the man taking the photos was also feeling quite agitated after being interrupted. However, his attention remained primarily fixated on the woman with the ponytail, seemingly the one capable of giving orders. Yet, the ponytail woman was not in a hurry to speak. Her gaze gradually shifted towards the pajama girl, a fleeting glimmer of scrutiny in her eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Jiang Cheng. His internal doubts began to ease somewhat. Gentlemen, the voice of the man in the suit resonated, still maintaining his cultured demeanor, with a hint of nonchalance in his gaze. This is not the time for disputes. He emerged from a narrow path through the trees, followed closely by a sullen-faced man in a flat cap. Jiang Cheng turned to face the direction from which the suited man approached. This side of the woods was quite dense, and the path was well concealed. We agreed to meet here at noon. The chubby one initiated. Where have you been? The man in the flat cap let out a cold laugh, about to retort, only to be interrupted by the suited man. The smile on the suited man's face faltered. Don't push your luck. The man in the flat cap, evidently in a foul mood from whatever had transpired, was ready to lash out at Jiang Cheng's words. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Cheng quickly waved his hand, retreating behind the ponytail woman with an expression of fear, stretching his neck to exclaim, I meant no disrespect. I merely suspect that you are not human. You bastard. At that moment, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the ponytail woman had no choice but to step in. To everyone's surprise, she chose to stand by Jiang Cheng. Addressing the suited man and the advancing man in the flat cap, she stated, I believe his suspicions are valid. You need to prove that you're not ghosts, but indeed human. Chapter 42. I am Hao Shuai. The expression on the suited man's face had already soured considerably, but he managed to suppress his anger, his demeanor unfriendly as he retorted, How can we prove that? The ponytail woman countered sharply, That is a question you should contemplate. Meeting at the Equipment Maintenance Center was a prearranged plan. This location, as one of emphasis, undoubtedly concealed certain clues. Correspondingly, it harbored unknown risks. The suited man and the man in the flat cap clearly did not wish to take such risks, which was why they chose to reveal themselves only after the others had emerged. Even Zhou Taifu had caught on to this. The expressions of the others turned increasingly frosty as they regarded the suited man and his companion. I have a solution, Jiang Cheng declared, stepping out from behind the ponytail woman. We all know that the ghosts in our tasks are insurmountable entities. They are terrifying, bizarre, and bloodthirsty, embodying the aggregation of all extreme negative emotions. As he spoke, he cautiously approached the position of the suited man and the man in the flat cap, his timidity inciting irritation in the latter. What exactly are you trying to say? He could not help but inquire. Jiang Cheng licked his lips. What I mean is that the fundamental difference between ghosts and humans lies in the fact that ghosts are driven by instinct. They lack emotions and cannot control themselves. In contrast, humans, particularly those of noble character and cultivation, can rationally manage their emotions regardless of the situation. He raised his head, gazing at the suited man with a look of profound admiration. I believe that a true guardian, sir, can certainly achieve this. The sudden flattery left the suited man increasingly perplexed regarding Jiang Cheng's intentions. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Cheng, and questioned so. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Cheng raised his right hand, and a palm suddenly loomed large before the suited man's eyes. Slap! In the blink of an eye, he had no time to react. By the time he felt the searing heat on his left cheek, he could hardly believe what had just occurred. He had been slapped. Jiang Cheng had actually dared to slap him. But soon he realized he was mistaken. It was not just a single blow. His right cheek received the same treatment as his left. Both cheeks swelled at a visible pace, and as he touched his once proud face, his fingers trembled uncontrollably as if he had gone mad, ready to charge at Jiang Cheng. He bellowed in fury, "I'll kill you." Seeing the situation turn dire, Jiang Cheng turned to flee. The chubby one cupped his hands in a trumpet shape and yelled to the astonished others, "Everyone run! The man in the suit is a ghost." He paused, then continued shouting, "He can't control himself." This uproar only came to an end when the man in the flat cap managed to restrain the furious suited man. Leaning close to the suited man's ear, the man in the flat cap whispered something, and the latter's anger gradually subsided. After casting Jiang Cheng a warning glare, he no longer acknowledged him. Subsequently, the man in the flat cap took over for the suited man and explained the reason for their tardiness to everyone. It turned out that while they were looking for clues in the teaching building, they encountered the school's academic dean. After a brief conversation, the dean instructed them to bring the equipment and later go to the large music classroom on the 4th floor, where a rehearsal was scheduled. "Is there a specific time?" the ponytail woman inquired. The man in the flat cap glanced at his wristwatch and replied, "No, she only asked us to find you all and head straight over." Thus, the group, having skipped lunch, followed the man in the flat cap towards the destination. Along the way, they exchanged the information each had gathered. However, as Jiang Cheng had pointed out, no valuable intel surfaced. Rather than an exchange of information, it felt more like sharing insights from a collective nightmare. The doctor leaned closer to Jiang Cheng and whispered, "Doesn't this remind you of those film appreciation classes we had back in school?" He swallowed hard and continued, "I recall that after each film, we were assigned an additional task, an 800-word reflection. Not completing it was simply not an option." The portly man interjected, by the way. Suddenly, Zhou Taifu, who had been trailing at the back, interjected, "What do you all do in the real world? Our chance encounter is serendipitous. Why not become friends?" The portly man shot him a glance, reluctant to engage, and asked, "And what do you do?" "I am Zhou Taifu, a somewhat renowned jeweler," he replied, fiddling with the sparse strands of hair atop his head in an attempt to appear more dignified. "You must have heard of me." It was evident that this individual lived a life of luxury in reality and took great pride in his identity and wealth. Since Zhou Taifu had broached the subject, the others followed suit. The man in the duckbill cap introduced himself as Luo Yi, a rather uninspired pseudonym, claiming to operate a supermarket. Accompanying him was a sharply dressed man named Zhen Jianren, who was said to work at a prestigious law firm and had already reached the position of vice president at a young age. Upon hearing Zhen Jianren's name, the portly man paused for a moment, while Jiang Cheng responded with a curious The doctor, observing Jiang Cheng, whispered, "Honestly, are you recalling something? What are you two whispering about?" Zhen Jianren asked darkly, harboring a desire to eliminate both Jiang Cheng and his insufferable companion. "It's nothing," Jiang Cheng quickly clarified. "Brother Jianren, please don't misunderstand. I merely find the name our aunt gave you to be quite splendid." The woman with the ponytail couldn't contain a giggle, finding Jiang Cheng increasingly amusing. "What's your name?" she inquired with interest. "What do you do?" Despite her plain appearance, she possessed an undeniable air of charisma, unmatched by the average woman. The portly man remarked, "Modeling, perhaps?" The ponytailed woman seemed further intrigued, resting her chin on her hand and suggesting, "Do you earn your keep with your looks?" "No, Jiang Cheng replied with conviction. I also rely on my physical strength and the affection of the ladies. Chapter 43. I remember you. How shui is it? The ponytailed woman noted. I'll remember you. Remember my name is of little use, Jiang Cheng retorted, raising his head earnestly. You should remember my number. I am from the high-end group, number 49. The woman then introduced herself as Yuan, an expert in international relations. This marked her fourth assignment. Lastly, there was another man with a camera, the only other newcomer alongside Zhou Taifu. His ill-fitting shirt and straight-cut bangs made him appear rather awkward. Hello, everyone. He introduced himself. I am Long Tao, currently working as an extra in a film crew. Now, it was the portly man's turn. Just as he was about to introduce himself with great ambition, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke up. His situation is rather special. He has no name because... He pressed his lips together, his eyes filled with sorrow. He is an orphan. So he has been without parents since childhood? Zhang Yinin's face was etched with sympathy. How pitiful. You could just call him the portly man, Jiang Cheng instructed. That is how everyone at the orphanage refers to him. The portly man grumbled in discontent. After a while, they found themselves standing before an academic building, where occasionally, fresh-faced and stylishly dressed girls entered and exited. The interior space was even larger than Jiang Cheng had envisioned. The corridors on either side led to various classrooms, with melodies and sounds of instruments wafting through the air. Though there was an elevator, they tacitly chose to ignore it and opted for the staircase on the right to ascend. The grand music classroom was located at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. As they approached, a woman clacking in high heels hurried towards them. She appeared to be in her early 30s, wearing light makeup, and upon receiving confirmation of their role as photographers, she sighed in relief. During their subsequent exchange, the woman explained that she had been assigned by the director to wait for the photography team. Today marked the first rehearsal. Yuan pondered and then asked, how many rehearsals will there be before the celebration, and when will they commence? Right now, the woman replied, ushering them into the music classroom. While it was termed a music classroom, it resembled more of an auditorium, with a well-prepared choir stage under the spotlight, already occupied by students in their costumes. It was evident that the school placed great importance on this anniversary celebration. Jiang Cheng and the others had already set up their cameras, with the location chosen by Long Tao, who, being part of the film crew, had more knowledge about filming than the rest. Upon noticing this, the portly man questioned, what do you intend to do with that? The camera's lens had fogged up. Although it could still take pictures, the quality would be compromised. With time on his hands, Jiang Cheng pulled out his camera, opened it, and began capturing images of the choir stage, experimenting with various angles while appearing quite serious. To the portly man's surprise, both Zhen Jianren and Yuan approached Jiang Cheng simultaneously upon seeing him with the camera. Jiang Cheng stretched his shoulders, raised his head, and teasingly asked Zhen Jianren, would you like to give it a try? However, his focus was elsewhere. The first class's performance concluded swiftly, and the students exited in an orderly fashion as another class entered. Thanks to the tripod, Jiang Cheng no longer needed to hold the camera up continuously. After positioning the lens towards the choir stage, he began observing the students on stage. They wore matching outfits, pure white on top and bright blue on the bottom, adorned with ribbon bows at the collar and sleeves. The well-tailored dresses accentuated the slender waists of the girls, while the lotus-like skirts evoked a classic British academic charm. Jiang Cheng scanned their faces, occasionally locking eyes with the girls, whose gazes would crumble upon contact, in stark contrast to his unabashed demeanor, which lacked the expected modesty. As the second group of students exited, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, the portly man leaned in and whispered, Doctor, what on earth are you doing? Jiang Cheng, dissatisfied, pursed his lips and retorted, Don't be absurd. What if a ghost overhears me? The portly man responded with admiration, Doctor, I truly admire you. Even at a time like this, you remain in the mood for banter. Jiang Cheng, without sparing him a glance, succinctly remarked, I doubt we would inadvertently damage our equipment. So I suspect something is amiss. The portly man was taken aback. What could possibly be wrong? Unclear for now, Jiang Cheng replied, glancing at the portly man with a serious demeanor. You need not worry about me. Just keep an eye on the other camera and ensure no one meddles with it. The portly man nodded, acknowledging, understood, Doctor. Soon, the third group of students concluded their performance, and the grand finale was about to commence. At that moment, Long Tao, responsible for the filming, furrowed his brow, clutching his stomach, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Luo Yi, who had been monitoring the same camera, was the first to notice the anomaly and asked, What is wrong with you? I have a stomachache, Long Tao stammered, his face contorted in pain. I might have eaten something that didn't agree with me. Could you not endure it? Zhou Taifu inquired, somewhat irritated, as he found the atmosphere here highly unsettling. Although everyone appeared normal, that very normalcy exuded an inexplicable eeriness. As for what was eerie, he could not articulate. I fear I cannot. Long Tao trembled, cold sweat appearing on his cheeks. The pain is unbearable. Perhaps my previous enteritis has flared up. Chapter 44, Knock, knock, knock. With no better course of action, it was ultimately Yuan who stepped up to find the woman responsible for coordination. The woman momentarily displayed an expression of awkwardness before delicately informing everyone that the men's restroom on this floor had been temporarily closed for certain reasons. If there were no objections, she would lead Long Tao to an alternative. At that moment, Long Tao's countenance grew increasingly grim as a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his abdomen, akin to a knife twisting within. It was evident that he would not voice any objections. As the woman spoke, she began to guide Long Tao towards the restroom. Yuan instructed Zhou Taifu and the timid Zhang Yining, who was lurking nearby, to accompany them. Although Zhou Taifu was exceedingly reluctant, he ultimately dared not offend Yuan and thus steeled himself to follow, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Zhang Yining trailed behind like a shy little tail. Before long, the final choral performance commenced. The girls from the three classes were arranged haphazardly on the stage, their voices alternating between melodious and powerful, crescendoing under the direction of the conductor. The sharp clacking of high heels echoed against the marble floor, a stark reminder that she would bear the brunt of any mishap. Upon rounding a corner, the woman paused, pointing ahead and speaking rapidly. The restroom is just ahead. It is somewhat secluded, hence infrequently visited. Turning back, she reassured Long Tao. Your friends are waiting outside, so you need not worry. Thank you, he stammered, glancing at his phone as if something urgent demanded her attention. Once she departed, an abrupt stillness enveloped the scene. Zhou Taifu, already unwilling, now hastened Long Tao to move quicker. All right, I'll head in first, Long Tao declared, taking a couple of hurried steps before suddenly stopping. He turned back, a pleading look in his eyes, imploring, you must wait for me to come out. Do not leave without me. We understand, Zhou Taifu waved dismissively. Only then did Long Tao continue running forward. The restroom was farther than he had anticipated, tucked away at the end of the left corridor. Along the way, he passed numerous classrooms, their doors tightly shut, covered in dust, as if long abandoned. He felt like a mere passerby, merely lingering, yet utterly incapable of effecting any change. Curiosity about the school's past began to gnaw at him, and as he pondered, his thoughts drifted further afield, awakening countless scenes from his subconscious. Finally, he arrived. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, his peripheral vision refusing to relent, irrationally fearing that a door might suddenly swing open, releasing some ghastly apparition. Even as he stood before the restroom door, his heart raced uncontrollably. To his left lay the women's restroom, the very destination of his endeavor. He exhaled deeply. Is anyone there? Just as he was about to step inside, his right eyelid twitched unexpectedly, causing him to halt abruptly. An image from a long-forgotten horror film flashed through his mind. While the title eluded him, a particular scene remained vividly etched in his memory. The female protagonist, lured into a restroom by her companions, met a gruesome fate at the hands of a ghostly figure, her lower half missing, who gouged out her eyes. The horror was excruciatingly vivid. To him, nightmares were no different from horror films. They were merely the chosen protagonists of such tales. Thus, he slowly began to retreat, turning to glance behind him. Opposite him was the men's restroom, evidently long and used. The pale blue iron door ajar, its surface marred with rust. He turned back. The women's restroom appeared far better maintained, its door wide open, revealing milky, white tiles within. From his vantage point, he could even discern a relatively tidy sink area, complete with a conveniently placed pump bottle of hand soap in the corner. A large mirror reflected a soft glow. Truly, it seemed excessively well disguised. This, in turn, heightened his sense of trepidation. Resolutely, Long Tao pushed open the iron door of the men's restroom. The hinges emitted a prolonged, grating sound, yet he found himself unfazed. On the contrary, this bizarre facade felt to him like a signal of safety. It was a trap set within the mission. If he heeded the woman's words and entered the women's restroom, genuine danger would ensue. A sense of bravado, neither mere confidence nor arrogance, had accompanied him through significant milestones in his life. Satisfied, he adjusted his pants, preparing to depart. However, Before he could push open the stall door, an odd sound interrupted him. Thud, thud, thud. The noise was neither loud nor particularly close. Yet Long Tao looked up in confusion, his gaze fixated on the slightly yellowed ceiling. A drumbeat? No, it seemed heavier than that. But his unfamiliarity with instruments rendered him unable to identify it. Thud, thud, thud. He involuntarily swallowed hard. This sound jolted him awake, for it was different from all the preceding noises. It emanated from the women's restroom. The performer. No. Who would perform in a restroom? Could it be that thing? That entity was in the women's restroom? He could scarcely utter the thought. Hood, hood, hood. The sound soon halted just outside the men's restroom door. At that moment, an overwhelming terror seized Long Tao, causing his body to stiffen as a realization struck him. The floor he occupied had merely 4 levels. From where had that entity descended? Chapter 45. It has departed. Creak. The sound of a door being pushed open, the first stall door. Long Tao clamped his mouth shut, terrified to make even the faintest sound. The restroom was small, containing only 5 stalls, each low enough that one could see into the adjacent one by standing on tiptoe. He was hidden in the 4th stall. Thud, thud. Creak, creak. The 2nd and 3rd stall doors were opened in succession. The eerie sounds finally paused outside his stall. Time stood still, just as Long Tao resolved to dash out the moment that entity pushed through the door next to him suddenly swung open. The innermost stall, the old hinges emitting a painfully grating noise. That thing had inexplicably abandoned the stall he occupied. Moments later, the thudding resumed. That entity exited the restroom, the strange rhythmic sounds gradually fading away. Departed? It had left. The relief he felt was beyond verbal description. Long Tao's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. Half a minute passed before he forced himself to stand. Leaning against the door, he listened intently for a moment before quietly pushing open the stall door. The restroom was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. A surge of joy filled Long Tao as he hurriedly tiptoed toward the exit. He walked on his toes, barely making a sound. Closer, closer, just as he was about to step out of the restroom. An absurd yet chilling wave of dread washed over him, causing him to shiver violently. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Almost instinctively, he turned to glance behind him, his neck creaking like a rusted screw. Behind him was emptiness, nothingness. No one, certainly no grotesque specter as he had imagined. In the next instant, he felt as though struck by lightning. The mirror in the men's restroom, dull and dusty, bore a crack that resembled a spiderweb, sprawling across much of the surface. It was evident that it had long been abandoned. However, these matters had become inconsequential in Long Tao's eyes. His pupils constricted sharply, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently, as if they were on the verge of splitting apart. Through the reflection in the mirror, he beheld a pair of legs suspended above his head. A chilling breeze swept through the confined space, the atmosphere laden with foreboding, and those legs began to sway gently. Creak, creak. Long Tao trembled, mechanically tilting his head back, only to meet the gaze of a pair of blood-red, vengeful eyes. These eyes were hidden beneath a dense curtain of black hair, resembling a knife capable of piercing the soul. Long Tao's mouth gaped wide, yet no sound escaped his lips. His mouth stretched further, surpassing the limits of human capability, the corners tearing apart, a crimson spray of blood erupting forth. With one final crack, all fell into silence. A drop of blood splattered into those unblinking eyes, slowly diffusing like vermilion. After a moment, Jiang Cheng responded, "Perhaps the situation is rather dire," pausing before murmuring to herself. But indeed, too much time has elapsed. The term dire instilled an ominous premonition in Zhou Taifu, prompting him to extinguish the cigarette between his fingers. His brow furrowed as he sensed the corridor behind him grow increasingly profound. How long had he been gone? It was uncertain. Jiang Cheng's voice retained its frail quality. Yet it must have been at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Zhou Taifu's expression darkened. He hastened towards the music classroom. Jiang Cheng, startled by his sudden action, anxiously inquired, "Mr. Zhou, where are you going?" I dare not." She realized the gravity of the situation, trailing behind Zhou Taifu like a timid shadow. An eerie atmosphere descended, the two of them hastening their steps, ultimately breaking into a run, as if the last one would be dragged away by a ghost. The rehearsal had just concluded, and Jiang Cheng and the others were packing up. Ultimately, it was Jiang Cheng who elucidated the unfolding events. "Did you not go to check?" Luo asked. This was a rather redundant query, given that no one had anticipated a ghost could appear in broad daylight, especially with so many people gathered. "Do not panic," Jiang Cheng interjected. "The situation is still uncertain." Yet even he harbored the belief that Long Tao's fate was grim. "Do you know where the restroom is?" Yuan asked. "I do." At that moment, Zhou Taifu cast a glance towards the choir stage, weakly suggesting, "Should we bring that woman?" He referred to the woman responsible for coordination. Zhou Taifu reasoned that they could allow her to enter first. If Long Tao was unharmed, that would be ideal. If not, they would remain safe outside. In their handling of the matter, Jiang Cheng, Yuan, and Jin Jianren found themselves in rare consensus. After a brief exchange, they stealthily made their way towards the door. Unexpectedly, just a few steps out, the coordinating woman rushed out, bluntly asking, "Where's your friend?" A collective silence enveloped the group. The woman's expression shifted, revealing her rising anxiety, her damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks. "He hasn't gotten into trouble, has he?" "Oh." The woman's pale cheeks gradually regained some color, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. A stream of students emerged, among them a bespectacled girl with a leadership demeanor, her gaze darting around before settling on the woman. "Teacher Foam?" Upon hearing this, the woman responded affirmatively, explaining to Jiang Cheng and the others that she had work to attend to and could not accompany them. "When is the next rehearsal?" After leaving, the group headed straight to the restroom where Long Tao was located. As they walked, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Even Zhou Taifu and Zhang Yining, who had previously visited, sensed something was amiss. Chapter 46. The Mark. The corridor felt endlessly deep and eerily silent. It seemed to stretch on without end. When they arrived, guided by a woman, it had not seemed so foreboding, but now it resembled a standard horror film opening. Upon rounding the last corner, they finally reached the end of the corridor. To the left lay the women's restroom, while to the right, Jiang Cheng turned to the right towards the battered, half-open iron door, a flicker of strange emotion crossing his features. "Here," Yuan raised her chin, indicating the door to the men's restroom. "Let's take a look." No one questioned her decision, for nearly all had caught the unmistakable scent of blood. The closer they approached the men's restroom door, the stronger the stench became. Ultimately, it was Luo Yi who reached out to push the door open. The moment he did, he swiftly stepped back, as the interior was shrouded in darkness, and they hesitated, allowing their eyes to adjust to the dim surroundings. Gradually, the scene within came into focus. Zhou Taifu, who had been at the forefront, felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. Zhang Yining paled, her lips turning white. She trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Long Tao stood before them, his head slightly raised, his body rigid, as if he had just emerged from a bloodbath. Much like the woman in the Chi Pao, his chin was missing. The exposed gums were grotesque and horrifying. Shattered teeth embedded in the muddled flesh, reminiscent of maggots writhing within decaying meat. The portly student who had shared breakfast with Jiang Cheng felt his stomach churn. Blood sprayed in jets, splattering everywhere. On the mirror, the sink, even the moldy ceiling. Clearly, the tragedy had unfolded in an instant, perhaps in mere fractions of a second. As a tremendous force had wrenched Long Tao's chin away, the flesh was contorted, the tearing wounds unmistakably visible. One could even glimpse the pale esophagus and other mangled tissues. Yuan was the first to step forward, with Jiang Cheng closely following her. They advanced cautiously, meticulously choosing where to place their feet. The sound and slickness of their shoes sinking into the pool of blood stirred a profound discomfort within them. The corpse's arms hung limply at its sides. When Jiang Cheng touched one, he found the muscles in the forearm taut. There were no signs of struggle. The scene remained eerily pristine. "Doctor," the portly student said, trembling. Look at his eyes." The corpse's eyes were wide open, the eyebrows dramatically arched upward, suggesting that in his final moments, he had witnessed something overwhelmingly terrifying. Even in death, his face bore an expression of indescribable dread, with blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. This led some to speculate if she was accustomed to dealing with corpses, as she remained unusually composed, especially with the body before them. In nightmares, death is commonplace. Their task was to ascertain the cause of death, as well as the taboos surrounding it. At this moment, Zhou Taifu, whose complexion had slightly improved, hastily exclaimed, "How did Long Tao end up in the men's restroom?" According to our prior discussion, he was supposed to go to the women's restroom. Indeed, Zhang Yining murmured in agreement. "I recall that woman directing him to the women's restroom." Luo Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that Long Tao entered the women's restroom, discovered something dangerous, and then moved to the men's restroom?" "Unlikely," Jiang Cheng replied, surveying the surroundings. "Long Tao never entered the women's restroom. He went straight here. What evidence do you have? To their surprise, Jiang Cheng merely shot a dispassionate glance at the speaker before stating, if he had indeed noticed something amiss in the women's restroom. Do you think he would have had the opportunity to escape and enter the men's restroom? Perhaps the ghost intentionally drove him to the men's restroom, Zhang Jianren sneered. That is also a possibility. Jiang Cheng's demeanor was deeply irksome to him. Jiang Cheng raised his hands in feigned innocence. If Mr. Guardian insists on this interpretation, I shall not argue with you. Mr. Hao's words resonate with me. Yuan reflected for a moment and continued. What we must do next is to ascertain the identity of this specter, thereby unraveling the tale that lies behind it. Upon hearing Yuan's declaration, Zhou Taifu's expression turned animated. You still intend to seek out the ghost? Wouldn't it be wiser to hide? After all, the task concludes in 7 days. Luo Yi, with a flick of his tongue across his lips, suddenly burst into laughter. In nightmares, there is never a shortage of the Navi, which is quite distressing. For one cannot use the term Navi to describe foolishness. Zhou Taifu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Mr. Zhou Taifu, the jeweler. Luo Yi tilted the brim of his cap to the right, revealing a scar upon his forehead that transformed his entire demeanor. Are you truly certain that you can depart from here safely after 7 days? Zhou Taifu gazed at the young man who had shed his disguise. No, he was not young. He appeared to be at least 30. The malice in his eyes was not feigned, as if it were etched into his very bones. Just then, Jiang Cheng crouched down, fixating on a corner of the restroom. Hearing his voice, the others approached. Following Jiang Cheng's gaze, they discovered an irregular mark upon the disordered floor, difficult to discern at first glance. What is this? The stout man inquired, puzzled. Simultaneously, Yuan and the others also noted the anomaly on the ground. The marks were predominantly concentrated around Long Tao's corpse, resembling traces left by some creature. Yuan reached out, feeling the impression, which was still quite fresh, easily distinguishable from the older stains on the floor, akin to hoof prints. Evidently well-versed in such matters, Yuan concluded after observing for just a few seconds, it resembles that of a goat or a gazelle. The stout man gaped at Yuan, stammering, You don't mean to suggest that a goat tore off his jaw, do you? That's absurd. This isn't ancient Greek mythology. Ignoring him, Yuan continued to follow the trail of marks, realizing that whatever had left them had circled extensively within the restroom. After pushing open each stall door, they discovered a pile of excrement in the fourth stall. It was still quite fresh. It must have belonged to Long Tao. He was killed by the ghost just as he was about to exit the restroom after relieving himself. The stout man inhaled sharply, recognizing the obviousness of the situation. Although prepared for such an outcome, the atmosphere among the group became stifled upon the emergence of the second victim. This was partly due to the mysterious deaths of the woman in the Qipao and Long Tao. However, a larger part of the tension stemmed from the enigma of that goat. Chapter 47. No one has ever deceived me. His jaw is also missing, Luo Yi remarked, his expression peculiar, as though he were ensnared in a perplexing quandary. After a moment, he continued, just like the woman who died before. It's the woman in the Qipao. No trace of her missing jaw had been found at the scene. Zhou Taifu seemed to connect this to an abundance of dreadful possibilities, shuddering violently and stammering, It's the ghost. The ghost took their jaws. While this was evidently the case, vocalizing it only deepened the already eerie atmosphere. At that moment, Jiang Cheng stood beside the corpse, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After surveying the scene, Yuan approached him and inquired, What are you thinking? He stared at the corpse, and after a brief pause, said, Look closely at his eyes. Long Tao's eyeballs were nearly bulging from their sockets. His pupils dilated, the corners of his eyes taut, fine blood vessels spidered throughout, radiating an intense fear. His gaze was exaggeratedly directed upward. His death was undeniably horrific, yet someone noticed something else. Almost instantaneously, Yuan and Zhang Jianren seemed to realize something, abruptly tilting their heads to gaze at the ceiling. The ceiling was eerily vacant, where there ought to have been a light fixture. Only a tangle of disordered wires remained, along with a mysterious, pale yellow stain. This scene was not unfamiliar. Indeed, it was identical to the first deceased woman. In their final moments, their eyes were also directed upward, as if something incomprehensible and unresistible loomed above them. Having been in this world for less than 24 hours, only 7 of the original 9 remained. 2 individuals had perished in ways utterly inconceivable to the group. The most terrifying aspect was that, as of now, they were still completely at a loss. Those peculiar hoof prints, reminiscent of a goat's, could hardly be deemed evidence. The return journey was steeped in a suffocating atmosphere. The stout man attempted to voice his thoughts several times, only to be silenced by Jiang Cheng's gaze. Once back in their room, the first thing the stout man did upon closing the door was rush to Jiang Cheng's side. "Doctor," he said, shaken, "the ghost was able to kill during the day. It's terrifying." Jiang Cheng, seated on the bed, nodded, indicating that the ghost in this task was unlike the one from the previous assignment. Their natures were different. The stout man licked his lips, glancing up at the ceiling with instinctual trepidation, and upon finding nothing amiss, continued, "Do you think the ghost could emerge from the ceiling?" Jiang Cheng stared toward the doorway, as if he could see through it to the outside. "I don't know, but at the very least, the two who died have sounded a warning bell for us. The danger may very well come from above." After a few seconds, the stout man wrapped his arms tightly around himself, suppressing the terror within, and asked, "So what do we do next?" "Wait." The stout man was taken aback. "Wait for what?" Turning to face him, Jiang Cheng's gaze concealed something the stout man could not comprehend. After a moment, he parted his lips. "Wait for the next person to die." "What?" To his astonishment, Jiang Cheng disregarded him entirely, lying down on the prepared bedding. He wrapped himself in the covers, pulling them up to his chin, then closed his eyes. "I'm tired. Do not disturb me until before 5. Room 406. Long Tao was dead, and in his place was Zhang Yining. She did not demand the bed, but only sought a spot to rest. She curled up on a chair in the corner, trembling, whether from fear or cold. She could not tell. The legs of the chair clattered against the floor, producing a rhythmic sound. Zhou Taifu occupied an entire bed, frequently surveying his surroundings, particularly the door and ceiling, appearing exceedingly tense. "Sister," Zhang Yining's voice was laced with an unusual tremor as she cautiously regarded Yuan. "Aren't you afraid?" Yuan, holding her camera and reviewing the footage from that day, looked up at the question and replied coolly, "I am. I thought you were unperturbed by such things." Given your calm demeanor, Zhang Yining's emotions began to stabilize under Yuan's influence, and gradually, she ceased trembling. A glimmer of light shone in her eyes, akin to hope reborn. Yuan smiled at Zhang Yining. "Little sister, ghosts aren't as fearsome as you might think. They embody the most primal malice, yet they are traceable. Unlike..." Zhang Yining tilted her head, puzzled. "Unlike what?" "Unlike certain individuals who are masters of disguise and commit murder invisibly." As she spoke, Yuan's eyes suddenly shifted, as if she had plummeted from the warmth of a spring day into the biting chill of midwinter. She fixated on Zhang Yining's face, and after a prolonged silence, continued, "Thus, I fear people more than I fear ghosts." Room 405. Stop swaying. Zhen Jianren, seated in a chair with his legs draped over the bed, rubbed his temples. "My head is pounding from all this walking." This statement struck a nerve with Luo Yi, who halted in his tracks, his expression agitated. "Have you not realized? This task is growing increasingly abnormal. It's only the second day, and the ghost has already manifested in daylight to kill. I do not wish to hear your ramblings." Zhen Jianren let out a sigh. "All right, I understand what you desire. Once this task concludes, I shall fulfill every promise I made to you." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression brightened somewhat. He ceased his restless pacing and turned to sit opposite Zhen Jianren, exhaling, "Go on, you are a perceptive individual. Surely you have discerned something." Zhen Jianren extended 2 fingers to gently massage his neck, his eyes narrowing slightly. In stark contrast to the agitated Luo Yi, he appeared as though he were on holiday. The matter rested in Yuan's hands. As for Yuan, this outcome was well within Luo Yi's expectations. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "But how can you be certain it isn't those two from 404? They seem quite suspicious to me." Zhen Jianren took a sip of water and shook his head. "It cannot be them. That fellow named Hao Shuai is far too ostentatious. Someone carrying sensitive items would not act so foolishly. Could he not be playing a ruse?" Luo Yi furrowed his brow, pressing further. "What I mean is, he could be doing this intentionally for our benefit." "Do not question my judgment." Zhen Jianren raised a finger, his lips curling into a confident smile. "You should know me well enough. No one has ever deceived me. Not once." He paused, suddenly noticing Luo Yi staring at him with an odd expression, his lips pressed together as if he had something to say but found it inconvenient. At that moment, Zhen Jianren felt a sharp sting on his face. Then it struck him. "What a fool!" he exclaimed indignantly, "a complete buffoon." Chapter 48, Choir. At precisely 5 o'clock, the portly man approached and gently patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. "Doctor, wake up, it's time." Slowly opening his eyes, Jiang Cheng sat up, utterly exhausted from a deep slumber. "Is there a situation?" he asked while shaking off the remnants of sleep. Turning his head, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Why did you not wake me? And how dare you give him? The portly man, anticipating the rest of his sentence, hurriedly explained, Doctor, rest assured. I've already probed the matter. They pose no threat. You're probing? Jiang Cheng felt a headache coming on, beginning to seriously contemplate whether the portly man had devoted all his skills to culinary arts. Indeed, Doctor, the portly man declared earnestly, I too doubted the identity of the fellow outside, so I had him bark 3 times as a test. He paused before continuing, You know how fierce ghosts can be, so I figured it highly unlikely that a ghost would stoop to such antics. Jiang Cheng paused for a second, and then the portly man shrugged. He didn't sound very convincing. It seemed he was quite reluctant. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng sidestepped the topic. What did he say when he came in? Jiang Cheng shot a sideways glance at the portly man for a long moment before clicking his tongue in annoyance. Doctor, the portly man looked towards the door. A hint of fear in his voice. You don't think the one who came is truly a ghost, do you? Jiang Cheng shook his head decisively, no. The portly man, dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng's dismissive response, muttered, You weren't even there. How could you possibly know? Listen, Jiang Cheng stepped forward, patting his shoulder reassuringly. If I were you, I would start praying right now that the one outside is not a ghost. Well, Jiang Cheng contemplated seriously. Rest assured as long as I am here. The portly man's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang Cheng continued, I will figure out a way to take your ashes with me. Seizing the moment before darkness fully enveloped the surroundings, Jiang Cheng opened the door and made his way towards room 406. The corridor was eerily silent. The portly man followed closely behind, almost glued to Jiang Cheng's side. As they passed room 405, Jiang Cheng paused momentarily. The portly man appeared alarmed, but managed to control his voice, asking cautiously, What's wrong? Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing a face adorned with a duckbill cap, the brim pulled low, concealing a pair of indistinct eyes. It was Luo Yi from room 405. Shifting his gaze into the room, he noted that everyone capable of breathing was present. Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng and remarked, We've been waiting for you. She sat poised on the edge of the bed, her posture as straight as a spear. Zhen Jianren lounged casually in a chair, upon seeing Jiang Cheng approach. A flicker of resentment crossed his face, yet he ultimately remained silent. Miss you, Jiang Cheng addressed her calmly. I understand you sought me for something. I had previously sent him to find you, but your companion did not open the door, Yuan replied, casting a glance at Zhou Taifu, who had shrunk back against the bed, her meaning clear. To Jiang Cheng's surprise, this simple exchange stirred the portly man into excitement, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Brother, did you really learn to bark like a dog? That's fantastic. Zhou Taifu's expression darkened immediately. After all, he was a person of some stature in reality and had never endured such indignity. However, he possessed a clear understanding of his current predicament. Thus, aside from his sour expression, he refrained from uttering anything excessively offensive. Jiang Cheng retrieved the camera and handed it to Yuan. I reviewed it and found nothing unusual. Yuan took the camera and opened it for a thorough examination. Zhen Jianren exchanged a glance with Luo Yi, then joined Yuan at her side to scrutinize the footage recorded by the camera. Luo Yi turned his head slightly, his gaze lingering on Jiang Cheng with an almost imperceptible intensity. Simultaneously, Jiang Cheng picked up another camera from room 406 and began watching the footage. This was the one lent to them by the elderly caretaker of the equipment room. The portly man also leaned in, hiding behind Jiang Cheng, his eyes narrowed. The advantage of this positioning was that even if something frightening appeared in the video, he could quickly shut his eyes. Given that it was a rehearsal, many steps had been simplified, resulting in a total video runtime of just over 20 minutes. After watching the video, Yuan lowered the camera, her expression gradually becoming neutral. Just as Jiang Cheng had stated, there were no valuable clues to be found. The two cameras bore nearly identical footage apart from differing angles. Could it be that their initial hypothesis was flawed? She could not help but question her own deductions. Yet, based on experience, there must be significant clues hidden within these two gifted cameras. Otherwise, it would be too implausible. After all, there had never been a case in prior tasks where a ghost manifested and committed murder in broad daylight the following day. This was exceedingly irregular. After a fruitless contemplation, she took a deep breath, instinctively glancing at Jiang Cheng, only to be taken aback by his unusual demeanor as he continued to fixate on the camera, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Mr. Hao, Yuan suddenly spoke up. Jiang Cheng ignored her, still engrossed in the camera screen, his right hand occasionally pressing buttons. With Yuan's prompt, everyone became aware of Jiang Cheng's odd behavior. Zhou Taifu, startled by Jiang Cheng's actions, could no longer contain himself and asked what exactly are you doing? Yet Jiang Cheng paid him no mind. Instead, he raised his head, locking eyes with Yuan. The sharpness in his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. How many people are in the first choir? 15 in the second? 17 in the third? At that moment, Jiang Cheng slowly raised the camera. The screen paused on the moment when the last three groups stood together on the choir stage, ready to perform. Yuan stared at the screen, taking the uniform attire and the girl's long, lustrous black hair. In the next instant, her pupils constricted sharply, as if she had realized something. On stage, there were 49 girls. Chapter 49, The Commander. Who is the extra individual? At this moment, Luo Yi also recognized the issue at hand. However, quicker to react was a girl named Zhang Yining, who reached for the other camera, her movements direct and attention-grabbing. After a pause, no sooner had she set down the camera than her countenance darkened, and the words that followed instilled a profound unease in everyone present. Zhou Taifeng, whose body trembled incessantly, fixed his gaze intently on the camera in Jiang Cheng's hands, his voice rising uncontrollably. So, we have a camera that captured a ghost? The answer was indisputably affirmative. At that moment, the utterance served solely to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Indeed, it aligned closely with initial conjectures. These two cameras bore tales of their own. One of them, the gifted device, had the uncanny ability to capture entities invisible to the naked eye. A palpable silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing oppressively tense. Enough, Luo Yi interjected, meeting Zhang Jinren's eyes and noting the latter's lack of objection. Let us not be so pessimistic. At least we have identified the ghost within our task. He paused momentarily before continuing. Next, we must ascertain the identity of this specter. Unexpectedly, Yuan interjected. How do we confirm that? First, we'll compare photographs to discern the ghost's appearance. And once we have the images, Luo Yi regarded Yuan, his expression one of perplexity. It was hardly difficult to grasp. After all, Yuan was no neophyte. How could she pose such a question? As his words hung in the air, Jiang Cheng extended the camera toward her, saying, Then it is your responsibility. Although somewhat bewildered, Luo Yi accepted the camera and began to compare, seeking the additional figure among them. Before long, Luo Yi seemed to uncover something, his expression growing peculiar. The portly individual inquired about his findings, yet Luo Yi remained silent, instead retrieving another camera from Zhang Yining's possession. The second camera was functioning normally, albeit the lens had succumbed to moisture, resulting in unclear footage. How could this be? Yuan looked at Luo Yi, whose emotional state was spiraling out of control, her gaze mirroring Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor. He paused both cameras at the final chorus interface, attempting to identify the extraneous figure. Strangely, however, he met with failure. Luo Yi appeared to be driven to desperation, his eyes reddening as he scrutinized each individual, from the first row to the last, in a left-to-right sequence, leaving no one unexamined. Yet the final outcome revealed that every person present in the first photograph could be located in the second. There was no additional figure. Yet this was impossible, for the first photograph clearly depicted 49 individuals, whereas the second contained only 48. Upon noticing the discrepancy in numbers, Jiang Cheng astutely deduced that it was a consequence of the task's constraints. Enough, Zhang Jinren intervened, recognizing that Luo Yi's mental state was becoming increasingly precarious. The photographs might conceal further dangers unknown to them. As they stepped away from the camera, Luo Yi visibly withered, resembling a being drained of vitality. After guiding Luo Yi to a nearby bed to rest, Zhang Jinren glared at Yuan, inquiring what their next course of action should be. He was certain that the key lay within her grasp. Mr. Hao, Yuan turned to Jiang Cheng. What are your thoughts? Jiang Cheng did not hesitate, contemplating briefly before stating, Since the ghost manifests in this manner, I surmise she must have been a student here, likely involved in the choir. He paused, adding, in life, that is, before her untimely demise. Thus, it followed that her restless spirit returned to the rehearsal site, replaying her former experiences. Zhang Yining furrowed her brow and then interjected, Jiang Cheng, I believe the term grievance is more fitting. Everyone nodded in agreement. Do you recall what the woman in charge of the rehearsal mentioned? Yuan raised her head, her expression curious. At that time, Longtao merely spent a bit too long in the restroom, yet she immediately suspected something was amiss. The portly individual nodded vigorously. Indeed, I remember. It frightened me to my core. Therefore, Zhou Taifeng mused, stroking his chin, she must know something. We could approach her next time we meet, subtly probing about what she meant by something went wrong. In that moment, he seemed transformed, not only keeping pace with the group's thoughts, but also proactively offering his insights. With the lines of thought clarified, the subsequent steps became considerably more straightforward. Drawing from their gathered clues, the group pieced together the narrative surrounding the task. The ghost had been a female student who had perished under some unknown circumstances. Rather than a mere act of violence, this seemed more akin to a premeditated vendetta. Yuan boldly proposed a hypothesis, suggesting that the girl may have suffered violent abuse before meeting a gruesome end. The rationale was that within such a vast institution, there were remarkably few males, with even the security personnel being female, which was decidedly abnormal. However, if the incident involving the girl had resulted in immense pressure on the school, leading to the dismissal of numerous male staff and teachers, it began to make sense. Thus, our immediate focus should be on verifying the girl's identity, Jiang Cheng stated. Seated upright in his chair, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a seasoned bureaucrat, I shall outline our task assignments. First, we should have a team visit the woman in charge of the rehearsal to gather information. Next, another team should delve into the student body to discern if any rumors exist. He paused. Such matters are likely to be vigorously concealed by the administration. Yet it is improbable that whispers have not reached the students, who tend to be particularly inquisitive about such occurrences. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the group. Lastly, we must address the equipment center, as the camera capable of capturing the ghost originates from there. Thus, another team, upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened. The first two tasks were tolerable, but the final one, the mere thought of the old man's pallid visage and frail appearance, evoked a visceral discomfort. I concur with your plan. Yuan's complexion shifted, her eyes locking onto Jiang Cheng's. After a moment, her lips parted, yet no sound emerged. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianren scoffed. You're quite calculating, using the guise of leadership to send others to probe the equipment center. With the initial comment made, others chimed in, indeed. The equipment center is the most perilous. Those who wish to go may do so, but I certainly will not. Fearing exclusion, Zhou Taifeng tightened the scant vest he wore. Raising his voice, I have no objections to the first two tasks, but the last one I shall not go either. Luo Yi leaned back against the bed, his pallor slightly easing. He had originally been alongside Zhang Jianren, hence their views were naturally aligned. The portly individual glanced anxiously at Jiang Cheng, aware that the current situation was anything but promising. Do not misconstrue, Jiang Cheng replied calmly. No one is being coerced into visiting the equipment center. If none of you are willing to go, then I shall undertake the task myself. The portly individual trembled at this proclamation, turning to Jiang Cheng, convinced he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Yet, Jiang Cheng showed no signs of jest. Sitting upright, his gaze was as tranquil as still water, exuding an aura of steadfastness. Calm, unwavering, and dependable, so starkly different from the calculating demeanor of others. No one had anticipated that Jiang Cheng would shoulder this responsibility himself. Zhang Jianren and Luo Yi exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. They could not fathom Jiang Cheng's true intentions. It is now your turn, Jiang Cheng continued. Who will seek out the woman responsible for the rehearsal? He shifted his gaze in another direction. And who will approach the students? Moments later, I shall seek out that woman, Yuan suddenly declared, her gaze towards Jiang Cheng evolving. I know where to find her. And we should be able to communicate effectively. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Zhang Yining and Zhou Taifu were naturally inclined to accompany her, particularly Zhou Taifu, who even rose to his feet and positioned himself behind Yuan. Ever since Jiang Cheng had committed to the task at the equipment center, Zhang Jianren's expression had taken on an odd demeanor. He couldn't help but question his previous judgment of Jiang Cheng. However, at that moment, all attention shifted from Jiang Cheng to him, and he could only respond vaguely. Then we shall be responsible for finding students. Very well, Jiang Cheng stood up. It is settled then. We will act separately tomorrow. As the doctor had just closed the door, the hefty individual rushed forward eagerly. What do you think you're doing? The equipment center is obviously the most perilous place, he exclaimed excitedly. You actually intend to go there? He utterly failed to comprehend Jiang Cheng's actions, much like how, at times, Jiang Cheng struggled to understand him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng leisurely twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a small sip, then tore open the chocolate wrapper, breaking off a small piece to pop into his mouth. After completing these actions, He languidly addressed the hefty man. There are potential dangers at the student's location and with the women during rehearsal. The hefty man's eyes widened. Is that even comparable? Rest assured. Jiang Cheng responded, seated on the bed, chewing on the chocolate. Then, as if recalling something, he glanced at the hefty man and said, if you feel it's too dangerous, you can join Yuan's group. The hefty man abruptly stood up, his brows knitted tightly, his face flushed with indignation as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. At that moment, Jiang Cheng noticed that the man was surprisingly robust, blocking a significant portion of the light. What do you take me for? The flushed hefty man seemed to feel insulted and retorted angrily. As long as you, doctor, remain alive, she will forever be my backup. Jiang Cheng's chewing abruptly ceased. In room 405, Zhang Jinren's expression was as cold as ice, and Luo Yi was not much better off. One stood, the other sat, with Luo Yi appearing particularly troubled. Biting his lip, Luo Yi suddenly rose from the bedside, violently tossing the half-burnt cigarette to the ground, and coldly remarked, what on earth is Hao Shui up to? Why would he voluntarily request to go to the equipment room? Luo Yi found it incomprehensible. It was obvious there was something amiss. Exquisite, meticulous, and fastidious. Since he had taken such an action, he must have had a purpose. What purpose? Luo Yi could not grasp what he was trying to convey. He had only a vague recollection of that statement. Had Zhang Jinren not mentioned it, he would surely have forgotten. What on earth do you want? Zhang Jinren cast a glance out the window, his tone laden with an indescribable implication, yet no one had arrived. Like a flash of lightning, Luo Yi suddenly comprehended Zhang Jinren's meaning. The school placed such importance on this upcoming gala. How could they have yet to send someone to retrieve the video? Did they not need to know about the rehearsal? And what the school leaders mentioned by the women? Thus, Luo Yi began. The school leader's interest in the video is merely a erode. The true objective is to make us value this video, for only we have access to it. Zhang Jinren discarded the cigarette, but, waving his other hand to disperse the smoke lingering before him. His nails were evidently well-groomed, reflecting a soft glow under the dim light. It was difficult to imagine that such a man wielded authority in the same room with them. He stared at the deep green metal cabinet before him, casually extending his left hand to slowly pull open a half-ajar compartment. Inside, there was nothing. He was well aware of this, and his face bore no expression of surprise. He merely continued to repeat this mechanical action, accompanied by an unpleasant scraping sound. Luo Yi found this quite displeasing, yet he did not intervene, only slightly furrowing his brows. For this was the man's habit. Many individuals engage in repetitive, albeit meaningless, actions when deep in thought. For instance, an author whose creative flow has faltered might scratch their head, or a suspect frequently adjusts their glasses when questioned by the police. Zhang Jinren's habit was to repetitively open and close cabinet doors or drawers. Perhaps this was linked to his past experiences. However, Luo Yi held little interest in that. Finally, the irritating scraping ceased. Luo Yi regarded Zhang Jinren earnestly, signifying that the latter's inner confusion had found its answer. Two possibilities arose. Zhang Jinren's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly spoke. The individuals from room 404 have uncovered a lead we have yet to recognize, and it is of utmost importance, even warranting their risk. Luo Yi pondered for a moment, lowering his voice to ask, what about the second possibility? The individuals from 404 have reached some form of agreement with the women from 406. Zhang Jinren glanced at his teammate, then continued, they have begun to collaborate. What transpired earlier was merely a performance they staged together. Luo Yi's pupils trembled violently. Chapter 51. The Handprint. The following morning, just as dawn broke, the door of room 405 creaked open slightly. Subsequently, the door was pushed wide enough for one person to exit. Two figures slipped out in silence. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if the occupants of rooms 404 and 406 were still in slumber. Luo Yi turned his head toward the end of the corridor. The first rays of morning light had yet to grace the area, shrouded in a faint darkness that resembled a layer of mist. An unsettling scent lingered in the air. Just as Zhang Jinren turned to close the door, something caught his eye, and he furrowed his brow in confusion, slowly inclining his face closer. In the next instant, he froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. A handprint remained on the door. The vivid red blood had yet to congeal, glimmering with an eerie hue. A sight that was shocking. This was a bloody handprint. What was even more terrifying was that the fingers imprinted were slender, yet twice the length of an average person's. Luo Yi also noticed the handprint on the door, trembling violently, his eyes bulging, rendered speechless, unsure whether he had lost the courage to speak. It was unfathomable that not long ago, Such a terrifying figure had silently awaited outside the door. They may have even attempted to push it open. "Go fetch some water," Zhen Jianren whispered hoarsely. "Knock, knock, knock." Accompanying the sound of knocking was Jiang Cheng's comfortable groan. He lay on the floor, rolling about with ease. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating everything with a glorious radiance. So beautiful and real. "Hey, fatty," Jiang Cheng squinted, the light reflecting on his face. His slightly protruding backside full and firm. "Do I resemble a lazy angel?" As the hefty man moved to open the door, he turned his head and remarked, "Doctor, don't you think you seem a bit too self-satisfied?" Upon opening the door, there stood 3 individuals from room 406. Yuan occupied the nearest position to the door, clearly taken aback by the scene within. She was all geared up, as if preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, who should have been the most anxious, appeared as though he was off to vacation. "Miss you," Jiang Cheng feigned panic. "My apologies. I was meditating. I hope I didn't embarrass you." "Is there something you need?" he asked, adjusting his pants. "The people from 405 have already left." Yuan turned her head, continuing, "Did they come here?" "No." "Then I shall take my leave. Safe travels." Zhang Yining was the last to move, her gaze fixed on Jiang Cheng's eyes, as if searching for something within, yet it was apparent she failed. "Miss Zhang." Jiang Cheng greeted her warmly. "Are you preparing to join us?" Zhang Yining hesitated momentarily. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng approach her, she instinctively took a step back. Realizing her lapse in composure, she glanced toward the direction Yuan had departed, astonished to find that even the shadow of the latter had vanished. Jiang Cheng gazed at the empty doorway, his smile gradually fading. Observing the scene before him, the rotund man became increasingly vigilant, lowering his voice to inquire, "Doctor, have you discerned something? Do you think she resembles someone we know?" Jiang Cheng stared intently out the door, responding with an evasion. "Are you referring to Chen Xiaoming?" The plump man recalled Jiang Cheng had previously remarked on their similarities. Indeed, Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply, his gaze unusually earnest, their objectives aligned. A chill coursed through the rotund man's heart at this revelation. Poor Fan Li had fallen victim to her machinations. "Doctor," the man exclaimed in panic. "Is this Zhang Yining intent on exterminating us all?" "No." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "That is merely a minor target. Their ultimate goal is me." The rotund man gasped in astonishment. "They wish to kill you?" After a prolonged hesitation, Jiang Cheng slowly replied, in a manner of speaking. He gazed out the window, his eyes growing increasingly distant. The rotund man had never witnessed such a melancholic Jiang Cheng, who exuded an aura of profound sorrow, as if his eyes concealed clouds and distant mountains. Moved, the rotund man urged, "Do not be so pessimistic, doctor. I believe we shall escape this place alive." Jiang Cheng sighed abruptly, shaking his head. "No, you do not comprehend women. They would rather destroy what they cannot possess. Love for them has always been thus." In the main teaching building, 2 figures traversed the corridor. Luo Yi remained ensnared in thoughts of the bloody handprint incident, his steps unsteady and his mind elsewhere. Zhen Jianren, too, had lost his previously composed demeanor. Strands of hair clung to his forehead, dampened by cold sweat. If the strange sounds heard on the first night could be attributed to coincidence, the bloody handprints unequivocally indicated they were indeed being haunted. Upon departing, he had inspected rooms 404, 406, and even the unoccupied 407, yet only their door bore the handprints. Why? Had they inadvertently triggered some forbidden taboo, attracting the ghost's attention? Or was it an issue inherent to room 405? Questions cascaded, leaving him in turmoil, with scant evidence at hand. Now that it was clear they were being haunted, the only recourse was to uncover critical clues before the spirit acted, thus concluding their mission. They needed to act swiftly, even if it meant taking considerable risks. What manner of entity was that ghost? Luo Yi's voice trembled as he spoke. "It leaves hoofprints reminiscent of a goat, and a terrifyingly large hand." Zhen Jianren, now exasperated, interrupted, "Enough. Regardless of what it is beyond our capacity to confront. This idle chatter is futile." Presently, the sole source of his relief was that he had managed to wipe away the bloody handprints from the door with a damp cloth. He understood that if the occupants of rooms 404 and 406 were to see them, his predicament would become far more dire. In this mission, those targeted by the ghost would inevitably be forsaken by their companions. He had already discarded his tie, not knowing where it had landed. In this moment, Zhen Jianren resembled a desperate gambler. Indeed, he was prepared to gamble. Meanwhile, Luo Yi appeared resigned to a fate of self-destruction. He was a sadist, preying upon the solitary white-collar workers and lone female students of their world at midnight. He fancied himself a solitary wanderer of the night. Chapter 52. The Frog. He was a devotee of insatiable primal desires, a murderous demon nicknamed the Rainy Night Frogman. His first victim was a doctor who candidly pointed out his affliction. He vividly recalled that fateful midnight when torrential rain fell from the heavens. The alluring silhouette of a beautiful doctor, alone beneath an umbrella and illuminated by streetlights, beckoned him irresistibly. From that moment forth, every victim bore the shadow of the female doctor. He believed himself invincible, both physically and mentally, until he encountered the man before him, Jiang Cheng. He had now set his sights on an intern at a prestigious law firm. The target was, as always, youthful and striking, exuding an air of aloofness. After disguising himself, Luo Yi seized the opportunity under the pretense of seeking counsel. In their exchange, he felt that familiar sensation rekindle. Yet upon revealing his circumstances, he was met with barely concealed disdain in her eyes, followed by polite distance and an insurmountable chasm of superiority. After multiple reconnaissance missions, he finally awaited her arrival. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Cheng had already seen through his every scheme. In the quiet underground parking lot, there were not merely one hunter, but many. A cold leather shoe pressed against his face. The delectable yet detestable prey before him appeared starry-eyed, yearning to leap into Jiang Cheng's embrace. The archetypal hero saving the damsel, a cliché yet effective trope. Was he once again caught in a familiar predicament? He mused, his mind echoing with the disdainful expression of the female doctor as she diagnosed him. Damn it. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng looked down at him, an unreadable expression on his face, and asked, "Do you desire her?" He was taken aback. The girl, who had survived this ordeal, was equally stunned. Regaining his composure, he desperately attempted to speak, but found himself unable, the metallic taste of blood exploding on his tongue. "My apologies," Jiang Cheng smiled. "I had forgotten." He lifted his foot from Luo Yi, who finally gasped for air. "Think." Luo Yi glared, his eyes bloodshot, droplets of crimson liquid trickling from his lips. "However, after this, I need you to accompany me to a certain place." Jiang Cheng tilted his head, unabashedly meeting the girl's terrified gaze, which was laden with disbelief. He awaited Luo Yi's answer. "All right. Do you not wish to inquire about the nature of this place?" Jiang Cheng, seemingly intrigued, gazed intently, his eyes ablaze with something from another realm. Under the weight of his stare, Luo Yi, who had always prided himself on his madness, felt a pang of fear. He suddenly realized that, in comparison to this man, his own transgressions paled to those of a law-abiding citizen. "I will come for you." The man's voice echoed through the darkness. Following this encounter, Luo Yi found himself ensnared in some grotesque cycle. He behaved uncharacteristically, disposing of the woman's body far from sight, even selecting a secluded spot deep within the mountains for burial. He changed cities, retreating to a remote town to evade capture. He had never experienced such terror, even when facing the police. Only this man had become his nightmare. The tranquility and madness in that man's eyes were beyond his ability to challenge. After several bus rides, he rented a basement in a community named Warm Home from an elderly recluse. He had grown accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle, making the damp darkness inconsequential. However, when the first midnight arrived, it began to rain lightly. And then, echoing through the rain-soaked night, came the approach of those black leather shoes. "Hello." The figure remained clad in a pristine white suit, a wet black umbrella hanging beside him, dripping incessantly. Luo Yi raised his head, greeted by a hauntingly familiar smile. The suppressed madness in the man's gaze strikingly vivid. "I have come for you." Luo Yi's mental defenses crumbled. He did not even think to resist or flee again. It was just him and that woman in the parking lot that night. What followed felt like a dream, as he was led by Jiang Cheng into a wholly unfamiliar realm. Here lay the purest embodiment of evil, accessed through a door that should not have existed, an abyss of nightmares, as the inhabitants refer to it. The latter possesses a uniquely meticulous thought process and an extensive network of connections, surrounded by a circle of affluent and influential friends. It is precisely due to this protection that he has managed to remain unscathed until now. The two have successfully navigated numerous missions together. Yet this time, he senses that even Jiang Cheng is beginning to falter. He gazes blankly at Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, seemingly lost in contemplation. Jiang Cheng halts, stating that time is of the essence and that they must split up. He turns to Luo Yi and declares, "You will go to class 1 of the 3rd grade, while I will seek out class 2 of the same grade. Remember to leverage our identities and avoid arousing their suspicions." The choir comprises students from several 3rd grade classes. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression subtly shifts, questioning whether this is too reckless. Is it wise to dive directly into the narrative, fearing the specter of unforeseen consequences? He refrains from voicing his concerns. "I understand what you're implying," Jiang Cheng replies. "First, casually inquire in a few classes, then systematically investigate based on the leads we have. However, time is no longer on our side." He inhales deeply, asserting that their greatest adversary at present is time itself. They have already drawn attention. "All right," Luo Yi nods, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, before turning to depart. "Wait." Luo Yi pivots to face Jiang Cheng. He hesitates momentarily, responding, "Luo Yi, after all, it is merely an alias." Jiang Cheng shakes his head, fixing his gaze upon Luo Yi's eyes as he slowly utters, "You will tell them your name is Zhou Taifu." Luo Yi's eyes widen in shock. Then he nods, understanding the implication. "And what about you?" He retorts, "The fatty claims to be an orphan with no name. Hao Shu likely also uses a pseudonym. And as for Yuan, it goes without saying." Luo Yi muses, contemplating the situation of his companions. "Regrettably, Zhang Yining is a female name. Otherwise, you could have adopted hers." "I have a plan," Jiang Cheng assures him. "We will reconvene in front of the building in 2 hours." "Understood," Luo Yi replies, striding away. Jiang Cheng remains stationary for a moment, watching Luo Yi until he disappears around the corner of the corridor, his previously tense countenance suddenly relaxing. Zhou Zhanfei. Chapter 53. Regulations. After departing from the dormitory building, Yuan and her companions proceed towards the southern side of the campus. Zhang Yining lingers at a distance behind them. The area is relatively desolate, and aside from a few girls exercising in the morning, they encounter no one else. The girls cast peculiar glances, entirely bypassing Yuan and Zhang Yining and fixating on Zhou Taifu, who stands in the center. The intensity of their gaze sends a shiver down her spine. "What do they want from me?" Zhou Taifu wonders, clutching her scant clothing, her face as pale as parchment. Fortunately, the girls merely observe from afar, without engaging in any inappropriate actions, contrary to Zhou Taifu's fearful imaginings. This world is terrifying. She silently swallows hard. If she were to be alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. The path eventually reaches its terminus. The group halts before a tennis court, its towering fence rusted and weathered. The court lies empty and silent. Morning light filters down, and the air is tinged with a fine layer of particles. The scent of dampness pervades, as if it had rained the previous night. The court surface is composed of aged concrete, faint traces of white paint remnants barely visible. Most of the net has vanished, leaving only the barren posts. Alongside the fence, a row of tiered seating stands, cracked and faded under the sun. It is evident that this tennis court has long been abandoned. Zhou Taifu looks to Yuan for clarification, her eyes reflecting confusion. Zhang Yining seems poised to speak, but as they notice Yuan veering into a nearby path, her expression becomes increasingly peculiar. The path, scarcely more than a narrow trail of sand, can accommodate only one person at a time. After a brief pause, the three of them raise their heads to find a building that bears an uncanny resemblance to their own dormitory. Zhou Taifu stares intently at the structure, swallowing nervously. In stark contrast to their dilapidated residence, this building appears to be occupied. Some windows display potted flowers, while others are adorned with clothes and even basin-like items. Clearly, people reside here. Knock, knock, knock. The internal layout mirrors their own dormitory, and Yuan easily locates the desired room, rapping on the door. The sound resonates hollowly, evoking a distinct nostalgia. Creaking, the old hinges emit a harsh squeal, akin to that of a decrepit elder. The youthful face that emerges from behind the door starkly contrasts with the aged wood. The woman gazes at them, momentarily startled. "Is it you?" Yuan smiles. "Teacher phone. I apologize for the intrusion." She is the one responsible for the rehearsals. After a moment's hesitation, the woman remains positioned at the door, seemingly deliberating whether to grant them entry. "Teacher phone." Yuan gestures toward the room, continuing, "Would it be possible for us to sit for a while?" The woman appears conflicted. "Thank you." Yuan nods and steps inside. The woman instinctively shifts aside, followed by Zhang Yining, with Zhou Taifu entering last. Once inside, Zhou Taifu surveys the room, which mirrors the layout of their own, though it appears to be occupied solely by a woman, as evidenced by the solitary bed. The remaining space is cluttered with her personal belongings. A hanger dangles from the wardrobe, adorned with a few intimate garments. The floor, made of dark concrete, still bears evident water stains, suggesting recent washing. The woman now sits on the bed, scrutinizing the trio. Just as Yuan prepares to speak, the woman interrupts. I know what you wish to inquire about. Zhou Taifu is momentarily taken aback. Then, as if fearing eavesdropping, the woman lowers her voice, asking, have you encountered that sort of incident? Please continue. Yuan neither confirms nor denies, simply nodding in response. She then retrieves her notepad and pen, ready to document the conversation. However, the woman appears to glean something from this, her expression taut as she inquires, is that person all right? Yuan contemplates briefly, realizing that all right may not be the most accurate description, but to avoid alarming the woman, she nods, saying, they're doing okay. Oh my God, they are truly fortunate. The woman exclaims, wrapping her arms tighter around herself in fear. After a pause, she fixes her gaze on Yuan, cautiously stating, after yesterday's rehearsal, seeing you so flustered, I suspected you might have encountered that situation. Many teachers here have experienced such occurrences. Her voice trails off, diminishing to a whisper. Yuan lifts her head, halting her writing, and coolly inquires, including you, teacher phone? The woman flinches slightly at the question, but eventually nods, taking a long moment before replying, yes, well, it happened during my first year at this school. One day, like the other teachers, I left the office after work. I was in quite a hurry because the sky was nearly dark. She pauses, adding, there is an unwritten rule in our school. One should avoid lingering on campus after dark, especially near the teaching building. However, the woman's expression darkens as she continues. My office is located right there. Hearing this, Zhou Taifu instinctively gulps. At that time, I had just arrived here, the woman recounts. I had heard of this notion, but did not understand the reasons behind it. I once curiously inquired with some of the more seasoned teachers, but they remained tight-lipped, merely telling me it was a rule that must be adhered to. After all, the narrative must progress. Indeed, the woman sighs, turning her face to gaze out the window, as though wishing to conceal her eyes from view. As I arrived at the teaching building, the night had completely enveloped the surroundings. She paused for a moment before whispering, that building too. It was the kind of darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face, devoid of any luster. Not merely merging with the surrounding night, but rather, it felt as if it was consuming the very essence of the darkness. Can you comprehend that sensation? The woman fixed her gaze upon Yuan's eyes, suddenly becoming animated, exclaiming, that building. It feels alive. It possesses a spirit, waiting for me to walk into its trap. Chapter 54, Rainy Night. It was raining heavily that day, and the woman remarked on the downpour as I held an umbrella, yet half my body was drenched. However, when I folded my umbrella and dashed to the entrance, I discovered that it was locked with 2 thick iron chains. Zhou Taifu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to say something to Yuan, but she did not even glance his way. I felt a surge of anxiety. Having just arrived, I lacked close friends to impose upon for shelter. Perhaps unwilling to yield, I approached the heavy door and pushed it, contemplating that perhaps the security personnel had overlooked locking it. At this juncture, the woman's expression suddenly altered. Yuan paused her writing, her face devoid of emotion as she regarded the woman, coolly stating, it seems that if it truly happened. After a lengthy silence, the woman nodded, affirming, indeed. Both locks were open, as if someone deliberately left them ajar. Yet, my mind was preoccupied with the hope of obtaining the key, sparing myself the trouble of troubling others. And I hurried to the office without further thought. Which floor is the office on? Yuan inquired. The 3rd floor, the woman replied, room 304. Yuan jotted it down in her notebook, recognizing the significance of this information. The entire building was eerily silent, all the classrooms shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a faint glow down the corridor, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhou Taifu listened attentively, immersing himself in the account of that rainy night. As the woman recounted the strange occurrences, he too became tense. I had no choice but to switch on my phone's flashlight and dashed up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the office door, I opened it and swiftly locked it behind me. I was uncertain why I felt compelled to do so. If I were to explain, it would be merely instinct. The previously silent Zhang Yining suddenly spoke. What did you discover? Yuan halted her writing, her expression finally shifting as she regarded the woman. The sound? Zhou Taifu, nestled between Yuan and Zhang Yining, asked in a wavering tone, What sound? That was not merely the sound of my footsteps. The woman exclaimed. You mean someone was following you? Yuan furrowed her brow. The woman shook her head. I don't know. I saw no one. Then how do you know the footsteps were unusual? Zhang Yining interjected, her tone gentle, coupled with her charming demeanor, leaving a favorable impression. Yet, the woman's next words caused Zhang Yining's smile to freeze instantly. Impossible. The woman abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with crimson veins. I was wearing sneakers. Yet distinctly, there were the sounds of high heels. Zhou Taifu froze for several seconds, a chill creeping down his spine. However, once I closed the office door, all sounds dissipated. I crouched behind the door, not daring to move, listening intently for about 10 minutes. The outside was indeed very quiet, devoid of any noise. I turned on all the lights in the office, illuminating the room brightly. Did you ultimately choose to stay in the office for the night? Upon hearing this, the woman slowly shook her head. I considered it, but ultimately abandoned that notion. As she spoke, she glanced out the window, her brow knitting in unease. I couldn't. The atmosphere of this building felt too strange, and I was reluctant to remain even for a second longer. After locating the key, I contemplated for a long while before deciding to leave, planning to use my phone for illumination and making a dash for it. But just as I gathered the courage to open the door, the office phone rang unexpectedly. You may not realize it, but at that moment, I nearly fainted from fright. After much hesitation, I moved towards the phone. Fortunately, the displayed number was familiar. It belonged to the school's security department. Upon answering, I learned they had noticed the office lights were on from afar and called to inquire about the situation. I felt tears welling up. It was the first time I felt such joy at receiving a phone call. After understanding the situation, they assured me they would come to fetch me, instructing me to remain in the office and not wander about. Yuan's face momentarily betrayed an unnatural expression, which quickly faded, failing to attract the woman's attention. And then, soon, I heard hurried footsteps approaching, approximately 3 or 4 individuals, growing nearer. Then, someone knocked on the door. Upon opening it and seeing them, I felt as if I'd been reborn, tears and snot pouring uncontrollably. Leading the group was a man, bald and robust, exuding a formidable presence. Following him were 2 other men and a woman, all clad in security uniforms, who immediately reprimanded me for not adhering to school regulations. At that moment, I was oblivious to anything else, only knowing to apologize profusely, especially since I had caused them trouble on such a dismal night. Additionally, I hoped they would refrain from reporting my actions to the school. Having just begun my tenure, I wished to avoid leaving an impression of insubordination. Seeing me, a young girl, in distress, they ultimately chose not to press the matter further, although the bald leader occasionally cast wary glances into the pitch-black corridor, as if on guard against something. As she recounted this, the woman suddenly fell silent, her expression growing peculiar as she stared at the few individuals before her, her complexion paling gradually. I suddenly realized something. The woman began to tremble uncontrollably, her pupils constricting, and the next words escaped her throat with great difficulty. They did not carry umbrellas or wear raincoats. Their clothes appeared pristine, completely devoid of any signs of being wet. Chapter 55. High Heels. Even more terrifying was the fact that the woman wore a pair of red high-heeled shoes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yuan and Zhang Yining shifted dramatically. They immediately recalled the woman's earlier mention of the sounds of high heels hidden within the footsteps. Could it be? The woman did not afford them the time to further ponder. Her voice now hushed. It was from that moment onwards that I began to doubt their identities. Although I had only recently arrived at the school, I had encountered the security personnel a few times, and to my recollection, I had never seen these individuals before. Moreover, security personnel are prohibited from wearing high heels during their shifts. I deliberately delayed, claiming to search for something, while they stood outside waiting for me. Yet shortly thereafter, the leading man, the menacing bald figure, became increasingly hostile, his demeanor darkening as if he were to unleash a torrent of wrath. Though I was paralyzed with fear, I firmly resolved to not leave until I found what I was looking for. They remained outside, without entering the office, correct? Yuan inquired. The woman nodded, her face reflecting a similar perplexity. Indeed, I could never understand why, with the door open, they would not come in, opting instead to wait outside for me. And then, Zhang Yining could no longer contain herself. How did you manage to escape? Once I realized they were not likely to force their way in, I regained some composure and concocted an excuse to retrieve document from the director's office, intending instead to find refuge within. At this juncture, the woman elaborated. Our office was quite spacious, accommodating all the faculty members of our department, with a separate enclosed room at the back designated for the department head's office. I paid little attention to their reactions. After all, I'd already made up my mind to go to the department head's office and call for help from other teachers using her phone. The door bore a large mirror, specifically hung for the teachers to adjust their attire. Just as I pulled the door open halfway, the angle of the mirror allowed me to catch a glimpse of the entrance, and I instinctively glanced over. The woman ceased her narration at this point, and Yuan noticed her eyes widening slowly, filled with an expression of sheer horror. Zhou Taifu was so frightened that he almost burst into tears, clutching his shoulders and exclaiming, "Don't speak in half-truths. What exactly did you see?" Standing at the door were 4 individuals. The woman gasped violently, the confined space resembling a dilapidated old bellows. Zhang Yinin suddenly furrowed her brow. This contradicted her assumptions. Yuan also paused her writing, looking at the woman in front of her with confusion. After a long silence, she stated, "They have no chins." The woman lifted her head and articulated each word distinctly. "Doctor." The hefty man, slurping his millet porridge, enthusiastically remarked to Jiang Cheng, "You're truly remarkable. How did you know those 2 in room 405 would quietly erase the blood handprints?" Jiang Cheng chewed thoughtfully, eventually leisurely extracting a fishbone from his mouth. The fried fish from yesterday had been delightful, and in a good mood today, he ordered another portion. "Anyone targeted by the ghost will inevitably be abandoned by others," Jiang Cheng explained. "This task is not easy. I cannot manage alone." Outside, darkness prevailed. The hefty man leaned against the wall, his head tilted, soundly asleep. In the next moment, a chill suddenly crept down his neck. He jolted awake, instinctively fearing that a ghost was about to snap his neck. "Doctor." The hefty man stared at Jiang Cheng, who was holding a bottle of mineral water and occasionally casting an assessing gaze at him, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammering, "I swear I just fell asleep. I had been keeping watch before that." Jiang Cheng, uninterested in holding it against him, simply instructed him to be quiet and to accompany him outside shortly. Jiang Cheng had already gathered the necessary items and turned to ask, "How about I go alone? And you wait for me?" The hefty man pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "All right, but you be careful." The hefty man shivered. "Of course," Jiang Cheng continued, "it's also possible that I misperceive things." At this, the hefty man was completely alert. His pupils constricted as he distanced himself from the bed. "Doctor," he said, his expression filled with fear, yet too afraid to raise his voice, his face a mixture of anxiety. "Don't frighten me. I may appear robust, but I am particularly fragile inside." "It's all right. Don't take it to heart," Jiang Cheng reassured him. "Always think positively, even if it is a ghost. It doesn't necessarily mean it intends to harm you. Who knows, it might just want to dismember you and yank out all your teeth, hanging you upside down from flagpole as a talisman." The hefty man trembled and hastily grabbed his coat, saying, "Doctor, please stop talking. I think I'll go with you. Do you need to reconsider?" Jiang Cheng never forced others into decisions, seeking the hefty man's own opinion. "No need." The hefty man shook his head. "Even if I don't go with you, I doubt I can stay in this room any longer." "Very well then." However, to the hefty man's astonishment, the 2 did not leave the dormitory building, nor did they stray far from the room. They stood in front of the door to room 405. With the faint light, the hefty man observed Jiang Cheng retrieving a small white bottle from his pocket. It was the kind typically used for medication, quite common. Then came a protracted wait. The hefty man's task was to keep watch for Jiang Cheng. His eyesight was commendable. During school, he could see the answer sheets of top students from a distance. Now, his neck turned with agility, resembling a sturdy human radar. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept through the corridor, rustling the debris on the ground and some ajar doors, producing indescribable strange sounds. Jiang Cheng promptly inverted the medicine bottle into his right palm. The hefty man, keen-eyed, noticed it contained a slightly viscous liquid, dark in color, with a pronounced metallic scent laced with a hint of sweetness. It was blood. His pupils dilated. He then witnessed Jiang Cheng spreading the blood across his palm before gently imprinting it on the door of room 405. Once his hand lifted, a distinct blood handprint remained. The hefty man's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Following this, Jiang Cheng turned the bottle upside down again, tapping it, and continued to smear the remaining blood, elongating each finger to twice its normal length. Chapter 56. Intelligence. Once back in their room, the hefty man was still reeling from shock. Yet, given the late hour, he could not speak loudly and could only lower his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. "Doctor, what are you doing?" "Nothing much," Jiang Cheng replied. Wiping his hands with a damp cloth while muttering softly, I felt they were too unmotivated, so I wanted to apply some pressure. You know, it's for their own good. The hefty man had grown accustomed to Jiang Cheng's tactics and asked, "So this blood is exactly as you think?" He shrugged, borrowed from Long Tao. The hefty man's expression grew even more animated. He hesitated for a moment, as if pondering his deduction, and said, "Doctor, I suspect you aim to create the illusion that they have already caught the ghost's attention. If they do not solve the task in time, they will be the first to perish." The hefty man licked his lips, following Jiang Cheng closely. "I understand this point, but why go so far as to elongate the fingers? Is there some significance?" He looked at Jiang Cheng, puzzled. "You intend to mislead those two in their investigation, making them believe the murderer must possess an enormous hand." The hefty man seemed to have an epiphany, his tone becoming fervent. "Is that right, doctor?" The hefty man's mouth twitched. "I'll thank Long Tao on your behalf." "You're welcome." After a while, the hefty man softly called out, "Doctor, are you asleep?" "I was just helping you out, and you woke me up," Jiang Cheng replied, turning over while munching away. "Don't worry, he should arrive soon. It won't be much longer." "My dear doctor," the hefty man lamented, almost in tears, wishing to sew Jiang Cheng's mouth shut. "Could you please be quiet?" With roughly 2 hours until dawn, Jiang Cheng figured the hefty man, having heard the story, would likely not fall asleep again. "Doctor," the hefty man said stealthily, "I have a question I'd like to ask. I just thought of it. You were not afraid of being attacked by a ghost while we were in the corridor, were you? After all, the woman in the cheap out died right there." Jiang Cheng pulled the blanket up to cover his chin, which caused his voice to become even more muffled. To the hefty man, it sounded almost eerie. "It's precisely because the woman in the cheap out died in the corridor that I am not afraid." The hefty man's eyes widened. "What did you say, doctor?" "Nothing." Jiang Cheng turned his back again, presenting the hefty man with an outline of his figure. Tired. Oh, all right, doctor." The hefty man nodded like a chick pecking for grains. "You sleep peacefully. I'll wake you if anything arises." After saying this, the hefty man dared not disturb Jiang Cheng any further and sat cross-legged on the bed. If it were not seen with one's own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the hefty man's stout legs could indeed fold into such a position. Were Jiang Cheng to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim in awe at the wonders of creation. In the cafeteria, Jiang Cheng leisurely picked at his teeth. Most students had gone to class, leaving only a sparse number still having breakfast. The hefty man, thinking about the impending need to gather information at the equipment center, furrowed his brows as if they might merge into a single line. He blinked his small eyes and suggested, "How about we wait until around noon at 12 o'clock to go? The yang energy will be stronger then, and those things might be somewhat subdued." "Not a chance," Jiang Cheng replied, holding a toothpick and casting a sidelong glance at him. "Do you recall when Long Tao died?" The hefty man thought for a moment, his face suddenly turning grim. Jiang Cheng was not mistaken. Long Tao's time of death was not far from noon, suggesting that the constraints imposed by time on the Spectre in this mission were rather negligible. At this juncture, the rotund fellow began to whine, adopting a tone laden with lamentation. "Doctor, what compelled you to show off your capabilities by insisting on approaching the equipment center? It was evidently the most perilous location. And now, here we are," he sighed. "Never mind, doctor, I shall refrain from chiding you further. Where shall we set out?" Jiang Cheng lifted his gaze. "Set out for what?" "To the equipment center, of course." The plump man queried in astonishment. "Have you lost your memory? You are aware that it's south the most dangerous place. Why on earth would we go there?" The rotund fellow was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, stammered, "No. Doctor, wasn't that what you decided in yesterday's meeting?" You paused for a moment, while Zhang Jianren and Luo Yi were to seek information from the students, and the trio from room 407 were to find the woman rehearsing. "We were to head to the equipment center." "Ah," Jiang Cheng nodded in sudden enlightenment. "So that is what you meant." "I merely mentioned it offhandedly." "Offhandedly?" "Indeed." Jiang Cheng stirred the tofu pudding before him with a spoon, though he was not inclined to consume it. The equipment center was undeniably a hazardous locale. Only a fool would venture there. His apprehension was not unfounded. They would inevitably convene later to share the day's findings. Should he emerge empty-handed? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Cheng laughed, prompting the plump man's right eyelid to twitch, accompanied by a tightness in his lower regions as a chain reaction. "Doctor, please cease your laughter," the rotund man implored, pressing his right eyelid, realizing with exasperation that he could not control it. Jiang Cheng, however, adopted a serious demeanor. Lowering his voice and earnestly addressing the plump man, We ventured to the equipment center this morning, but just as we approached the entrance, before we could step inside, we spied a woman within. The woman was disheveled, hunched over, striking an exceedingly eerie pose. More terrifying still, she possessed an abnormally large hand. We dare not approach. Thus we concealed ourselves behind the door, peering cautiously. Before long, the woman departed with a dispassionate gait. And it was then that we realized she was engrossed in creating a portrait. A portrait? Jiang Cheng blinked of a person. The rotund man appeared as though he were hearing a fantastical tale, yet he was oddly captivated by Jiang Cheng's fabricated narrative. He turned to Jiang Cheng and inquired, "Who was depicted in the portrait?" "Huh." Jiang Cheng exhaled deeply, raising an eyebrow. Zhen Jianren. Chapter 57. The Source. "What troubles you?" Luo Yi inweited, observing Zhen Jianren by his side. Not long prior, they had just convened in front of the main teaching building to exchange the information they had gathered, only for Zhen Jianren to abruptly halt. In the next moment, he scanned the surroundings with a keen, vigilant gaze. Luo, he seemed to sense something amiss as well. He followed Zhen Jianren's line of sight, searching slowly. Before them lay a modest park, with a pond at its center. The pond had long since dried up, bordered by a low fence. To the right of the fence, a flower bed had been constructed with red bricks. Aside from the occasional passing teachers and students, no anomalies were apparent. The prolonged tension had rendered Luo utterly fatigued. He summoned his strength and quietly asked, "What aspect?" After a moment of silence, Zhen Jianren shook his head. "I don't know. In any case, we are likely being targeted by a ghost. We must quickly uncover clues and depart from this cursed place. What are our next steps?" "We shall split up." Zhen Jianren rose, addressing Luo Yi. "You go to the archives and see if you can find any information on the girl they mentioned. I will notify the others. We will reconvene at the music classroom at 2 in the afternoon." Zhen Jianren was the last to arrive. As he entered the cafeteria, he observed Jiang Cheng and Yuan huddled together at a table. The rotund man, with his keen eyesight, warmly beckoned him over as soon as he spotted Zhen Jianren. "Guardian, we've been waiting for you." Yuan was in the midst of relaying information obtained from teacher Feng Lan, who was responsible for the rehearsals. He and Luo had separately visited classes 3-1 and 3-2 to gather insights. Both classes were involved in the rehearsals. In the footage, the ghostly woman had been seen in close proximity to them. According to Zhen Jianren, a legend circulated among the students of this school regarding the music classroom. It was said that the ambience at night was starkly different from that during the day. Strangely, no matter how thick your clothing, one could not shield against the pervasive chill, which seemed to emanate from the depths of your heart, gradually spreading outward, especially on rainy nights. At this point, Zhen Jianren suddenly glanced at Yuan, his expression betraying an inscrutable complexity. After all, in her narrative, there had also been a rain-soaked night. On that fateful evening, Feng Lan, having just arrived at this institution, was confronted with an indelible vision of horror, for disembodied heads, bloodied and grotesque, staring at her from outside the door. "What transpires on a rainy night?" Yuan queried coldly. It was evident that this typically composed woman was no longer her usual self. The slight chill in her tone was but a veil for her underlying fear. The clues were fragmented, yet time was not on their side. It was rumored that on a rainy night, an individual might ascend the building, and as they traversed the staircase from the 3rd to the 4th floor, peculiar occurrences could unfold. The originally 48 steps would inexplicably transform into 49. Alongside this, the surroundings would alter, be it walls, floors, hallways, classrooms, or furniture. Everything would appear pristine, as if never utilized, akin to a reversal of time and space. In this space, one might encounter various individuals. Zhou Taifu swallowed hard, whispering, "What sort of individuals?" "Any manner of person." Zhen Jianren fixed his gaze on Zhou Taifu, teachers, students, and even individuals clad in security uniforms. Upon hearing this, Zhou Taifu froze momentarily, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He cast a pleading glance at Yuan, yet her attention was wholly elsewhere. "You haven't yet mentioned the music classroom," Jiang Cheng interjected. Zhen Jianren recalled that the girl who had shared this information had gradually lowered her voice until it was nearly inaudible. However, he had still discerned her final words, which were, "Otherwise, you shall remain here forever, like the others." As this statement resonated in the air, not only did Zhen Jianren's countenance darken, but the faces of all present also fell. Jiang Cheng contemplated the fact that the place must now be occupied by both the Qipao woman and Long Tao. That girl was performing ballet? Zhang Yining broke her silence for the first time after a prolonged pause. Indeed, It seemed that this girl was the very source of their current task, with the ghost now identified. The hoof prints discovered at the scene of death had also found their explanation. They were, in fact, not the prints of a goat, but rather the marks left by the pointe shoes of the ghostly dancer. The specter had danced ballet while simultaneously dispatching the Qipao woman and Long Tao. The very thought of this scene sent shivers down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Regarding this mission, they promptly established two rules, or rather, taboos for this undertaking. First, during the filming in the music classroom, all individuals must remain together and not separate. Unless absolutely necessary, one should never venture into such places at night. What about your companion? Zhou Taifu suddenly recalled something, and in the next moment, his complexion turned pale. He won't be. No, Zhang Jianren interrupted him. He went to the archives to see if he could uncover information about the girl. He will join us shortly. The rotund man interjected sarcastically. Is Luo Yi going alone? Isn't that a tad perilous? Rest assured, my dear brother, Zhang Jianren smiled. I have full faith in my friend. It is you all I worry about. He shifted his gaze from the rotund face and settled it upon Jiang Cheng with a malicious intent. What discoveries have you made at the equipment center? Chapter 58, Mockery. Upon hearing this, an unnatural expression suddenly flitted across Jiang Cheng's face. He fidgeted, his eyes darting about, as if he were deliberately concealing something. After a prolonged silence, Hao Shuai and Zhang Jianren exchanged knowing smirks. Everyone is waiting for you. Surely, you're not afraid of danger, and chose not to go? Zhou Taifu fixed his stare on Jiang Cheng, whose uneasy demeanor only intensified his suspicions. His voice grew louder, tinged with a sharp edge. You promised us. At that moment, Yuan also chimed in, her gaze locked onto Jiang Cheng as she slowly articulated. Both of our teams have fulfilled the task as agreed, Mr. Hao. You two ought to honor your word. Jiang Cheng's inner turmoil seemed to reach a conclusion. He gritted his teeth and declared, I, Hao Shuai, a man of my word, will not renegotiate or shy away from the commitments I have made, but he turned his head towards Zhang Jianren, an inadvertent hint of reluctance betraying his expression, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, with Zhang Jianren being the most perplexed, especially since the last glance from Jiang Cheng was directed toward him. An ominous premonition from earlier struck him suddenly. Could it be that it was destined to happen here? Why do you sigh at me? Zhang Jianren felt a growing sense of unease. Unexpectedly, the rotund figure joined the conversation, first patting Jiang Cheng on the shoulder as a gesture of consolation. He then turned his gaze towards Zhang Jianren, filled with an air of resignation. Guardian brother, the rotund man said with a heavy tone, initially, we had no intention of disclosing this matter to you, but since you inquired, we shall not conceal it any longer. You, the rotund man, bit his lip. Please brace yourself. Zhang Jianren's anxiety magnified, yet he managed to maintain an outward semblance of calmness. The implications of the rotund man's words eluded him, and he instinctively harbored distrust towards both Jiang Cheng and the rotund man. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhang Jianren furrowed his brow, his tone severe. Speak plainly. I am not one to fall for your tricks. Just as the rotund man was about to reveal the details of Jiang Cheng's previous statements, a hand reached out, effectively silencing him. Allow me to speak. Jiang Cheng's expression brightened slightly, yet his tone remained sorrowful. Zhang Yining regarded Jiang Cheng with a puzzled look, as if attempting to unearth the truth hidden beneath his facade. After we had breakfast, we arrived at the equipment center. The gates were wide open, the courtyard was desolate, and the old man was absent, as was anyone else. Thus, we stealthily entered, hoping to uncover some clues while the coast was clear. The rotund man immediately played along, shaking as if the very table was quaking beneath him. With the backdrop of Yuan and Zhang Jianren's accounts, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. What room? Zhang Jianren inquired softly. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, signaling for silence as he hesitated. The location of that room was exceedingly concealed. We stumbled upon it by mere chance. The rotund man trembled even more at these words. Yes, what he says is true. The feeling at that moment was particularly strange, as if my heart was being lifted, he said, placing a hand over his chest. His expression grave. We wound our way to that room, where the door was secured with two heavy chain locks, exuding an air of antiquity. Upon hearing this, Yuan interjected, were they the thick, interlocking iron chains? Jiang Cheng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it must be that kind you described. Yuan's expression shifted, and she refrained from further comment. Could there be a connection between them? Jiang Cheng continued. As we approached, the sense of dread intensified, compelling us to tread lightly, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Jiang Cheng's narration was so vivid that it conjured an almost palpable sense of immersion among the listeners. At that moment, we heard an indescribable sound emanating from within. Zhou Taifu tilted his head in surprise. Is there a man and a woman inside? No. Jiang Cheng clarified. There was only one woman. I caught a glimpse through a crack in the door. He added, or rather, a female student would be more accurate. She was clad in a tattered school uniform, unlike any style of today. Her hair hung loosely, her posture bent, exuding an eerie aura. We dared not approach, relegating ourselves to hiding behind the door for a distant view. Eventually, after the girl departed with a gait markedly different from the norm, we discerned that she had been bent over a drawing. A drawing? Zhang Jianren frowned. More precisely, a portrait. Jiang Cheng lowered his voice and turned to Zhang Jianren, his gaze shifting subtly. The subject of the drawing is a person. What person? You should be asking who? Jiang Cheng corrected him. Zhang Jianren blinked, struggling to grasp Jiang Cheng's implication, yet reluctantly inquired, who is it? Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Cheng replied after a few seconds, the likeness depicted is you. Like a bombshell detonating in their midst, all eyes converged upon Zhang Jianren's face. Expressions of shock, confusion, doubt, and even a hint of schadenfreude mingled, blurring the distinctions among them. However, beneath it all, an undercurrent of pure fear persisted. In that moment, fear reigned supreme. In a dimly lit, secluded room, a specter was meticulously rendering portraits of a living. The thought alone sent chills down one's spine. Could it be? Zhou Taifu stammered, gazing at Zhang Jianren. Is he the next target of the ghost? Those who have been drawn will meet their demise. Yuan and Zhang Yining remained silent, opting instead to observe with detached interest. Zhang Jianren pressed his lips together, his complexion paling alarmingly, his gaze fixated on Jiang Cheng. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. It was a laughter that emerged from an extreme effort to suppress it, yet could no longer be contained. It began as a low chuckle, but crescendoed into an exaggerated, almost piercing cacophony. His eyes gleamed with mockery. At that moment, Yuan and Zhang Yining began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their glances toward Jiang Cheng grew increasingly frigid. The rotund man's heart sank. This is bad. Just as panic began to engulf him, Jiang Cheng nonchalantly raised his right hand, speaking with a slow yet resolute tone. That ghost's right hand is twice the size of mine. The laughter ceased abruptly. Chapter 59, 304. The journey was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhou Taifu, wrapped in borrowed clothing, walked on the right side of the group, glancing furtively at Zhang Jianren from time to time. The latter's face was ashen, and he remained wordless. In stark contrast, Jiang Cheng strode confidently at the forefront, leading the way for the others. The rotund man followed closely behind, taking small, hurried steps. Yuan and Zhang Yining trailed at a distance, neither too far nor too close. The former appeared somewhat better off, while the latter had undergone a striking transformation. Her previous fragility had vanished, replaced by a pair of cold, piercing eyes. The situation was more complex than she had anticipated. She could not ascertain the veracity of Jiang Cheng's account. However, she was certain that the portrait and the ghost were indeed real, particularly the ghost's hand. She remembered how, upon hearing that the ghost's hand was twice the size of that of an ordinary person, the previously arrogant Zhang Jianren instantly wilted. His bravado evaporated, and the fear in his eyes was palpable. This was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Zhang Yining speculated on two possibilities. Either they had learned of the ghost's unusually large right hand, or more directly they might have encountered this ghost before, thus recognizing its physical characteristics. Zhang Yining's gaze gradually shifted behind Zhang Jianren, her eyes growing increasingly frigid. Could it be that he was involved? Each of the three groups received their notifications while acting independently. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a second rehearsal was scheduled, necessitating their presence for filming at the unchanged venue, the music classroom. The remaining living souls were only missing Luo Yi. According to Zhang Jianren, he had ventured alone to the archives to search for clues about the female ghost. Before they even reached the classroom, a figure came into view from afar. The chubby one, with keen eyesight, was the first to discern the individual, a woman. At last you've arrived, the woman exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Cheng and his group approach, hastening to greet them. She was the rehearsal coordinator they had encountered previously. According to Yuan, her name was Feng Lan. One of your friends had a conflict with the security personnel. Feng Lan said urgently. The individual has been restrained, and the school is preparing to contact the police. Luo? I don't know his name, Feng Lan replied, evidently anxious, as she introduced the situation while urging everyone to ascend the stairs. He was wearing a hat, and there are several scars on his forehead. It was undoubtedly Luo. Aside from him, everyone else who could still breathe was present. What prompted the altercation? Zheng Jianren feigned ignorance, fully aware that Luo Yi was on his side, both as a companion and a shield. He would not abandon him unless absolutely necessary. After mentioning this, she seemed to hesitate slightly, her tone peculiar as she continued. The person was apprehended on the 5th floor of the teaching building. Logically, there are only a few empty classrooms filled with old archives that haven't been visited for years. What would he possibly be doing there? Where are they now? Jiang Cheng inquired. Everyone halted in their tracks. They had arrived at a room on the right side of the corridor. Even without Feng Lan's words, they could see the sign hanging on the door, blue background with white lettering, displaying the numbers 304. From the arrangement, it was evidently an office. However, what struck them most was that it had been mentioned in the story told by Yuan. Standing there, they could distinctly hear the sounds of an argument emanating from within. How many times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? A voice boomed from inside, accompanied by the sound of a table being struck, followed by the clatter of furniture. The scene was intensely heated. Zheng Jianren's expression hardened. It was unmistakably Luo Yi's voice. The individuals inside seemed to sense someone's arrival, turning in unison towards the door. Indeed, it was an office, rather antiquated in style. Several dark wooden desks were pushed together, capable of accommodating 3 to 4 teachers simultaneously. The desks were cluttered with textbooks and various educational materials. In a corner of the floor, several large cardboard boxes were stacked, revealing unopened performance costumes within. Luo Yi sat behind one of the desks, on a chair beside the boxes, surrounded by 3 burly middle-aged women, some standing and others seated, all adorned in security uniforms with menacing expressions. Feng Laosher, these individuals are. The leading middle-aged woman spoke with a hostile tone. They are photographers hired by the school for the anniversary celebration. Feng Lan promptly interjected. This gentleman is one of them. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between you. It is indeed a misunderstanding. Luo Yi exclaimed, his agitation escalating. I was simply in urgent need of a restroom and inadvertently stumbled into here. The leading woman sneered, with so many restrooms downstairs. Why did you specifically go to that one? The commotion inside escalated, but curiously, Jiang Cheng and his party outside had no intention of intervening. They stood silently, observing with cold indifference. You all. Feng Lan frowned, unable to contain her urgency. Why don't you go in and assist him? The response she received was still one of apathetic gazes and prolonged silence. Cold sweat trickled down the chubby man's flushed cheeks, yet he dared not move. It seemed the people inside were equally unprepared for such a scenario, as the argument gradually subsided. The 2 groups, separated by a mere door, exchanged glances. Slowly, Jiang Cheng made a move. He unzipped his crossbody bag, retrieving his camera, and aimed it at the interior. Before the occupants could react, he clicked the shutter. In the next moment, everyone gathered around him, peering at the camera. The device, gifted by an elder from the equipment room, was known to possess the ability to capture ghosts. The resulting image was remarkably clear. Upon viewing it, the expressions of the onlookers gradually returned to normal. The chubby man exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his face. The individuals in the photograph appeared entirely normal, devoid of any sinister elements. The leading security woman even widened her eyes, seemingly perplexed by their actions. Sir, Feng Lan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she regarded the camera in Jiang Cheng's hands. What are you? Reports of similar incidents were not uncommon in the news. Her physique rivaled that of the chubby man, and it was likely that if a confrontation ensued, the 3 security women would be formidable foes. Just as the female security officer stepped out, Jiang Cheng prudently raised his camera and deleted the photograph before her eyes. The woman paused, taken aback, as if she hadn't anticipated that this man would be so accommodating. It's all a misunderstanding. Zheng Jianren was the first to speak up, finally feeling relieved upon witnessing the security woman exit. My friend must have merely lost his way. By the way, he feigned curiosity. Did you misplace something? Zheng Jianren continued. If nothing was lost, how can you label him a thief? Another woman emerged from within, appearing slimmer than the leading woman, but more robust in stature. A baton clipped her waist. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. We don't wish to escalate matters, but this is the directive from our superior. Her narrow, elongated eyes conveyed a sense of resignation. Which superior? Yuan suddenly interjected. The woman hesitated momentarily before appearing to conclude that revealing the information would bear no consequences. It's Director Li. Director Li is our academic supervisor, Feng Lan explained, seemingly learning this for the first time. She has been at the school for many years, and it's said that the school's current progress owes much to her. Her words carried significant weight in that context. Director Li. Everyone etched the name into their memories, recognizing its importance. Where is Director Li? But we must take our friend with us. Zhang Jianren slightly bowed, exuding warmth as he gazed at the woman before him. We have been invited by your esteemed school to film the anniversary celebration, and there is a rehearsal this afternoon. I believe any delays caused by this misunderstanding could lead to unnecessary complications. The female security personnel exchanged troubled glances, well aware of the impending anniversary celebration. They understood that such an event, held once every 10 years, was of great significance, with all school leaders in attendance. The repercussions of hindering such an occasion were daunting to even contemplate. Yet, strict enforcement was also Director Li's directive. Feng Lan perceived the dilemma faced by the security personnel and spoke up. How about this? Release him for now, so he can attend the rehearsal. If you find concrete evidence later that proves he stole something, you can come back for him. And if he runs away, one of the previously silent security officers asked, her voice somewhat somber. I will keep a close watch on him, Feng Lan promised. After considerable deliberation, the group of female security officers reluctantly agreed. Then we must trouble you, the leading security woman said, addressing Feng Lan before gesturing for Luo Yi to depart. In a few strides, Luo Yi reached his companions, and after Zhang Jianren expressed their gratitude on behalf of the group, they turned to leave. It was a mirror. The mirror was exceedingly irregular, its edges sharp and jagged, resembling fragments left behind after a large mirror had shattered. She lifted the mirror, turning her back to room 304, and through its reflection, observed the security guard inside. After a moment, she exhaled slowly, relieved that the worst-case scenario she had anticipated had not come to pass. Just as she was about to stow the mirror away and turn to leave, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the mirror's edge. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. A colossal face suddenly emerged in the reflection, looming closer and nearly filling the entire surface of the mirror. More terrifyingly, the face bore a gaping maw, dripping with blood. She screamed in terror, her hand trembling as the mirror slipped from her grasp, shattering into countless shards upon the floor. Standing behind her, Jiang Cheng closed his bloodied mouth, stroking his chin with a hint of dissatisfaction, and remarked, Miss Zhang, I merely want to take advantage of her mirror gazing to inspect my molars. I've been experiencing some inflammation due to puberty, but Yuan fixed her gaze on Jiang Cheng and Zhang Yining, instinctively directing her attention to the visibly flustered latter. In nothing, Zhang Yining stammered, her body trembling as if she had yet to regain her composure. What else with the screaming? Zhou Taifu had long harbored annoyance towards Zhang Yining. The sudden outburst had nearly caused him to tumble down the stairs. All right, Jiang Cheng interjected, stepping forward to alleviate Zhang Yining's distress. Miss Zhang didn't mean to cause a commotion. She was simply overly anxious. Let South not place blame. At that moment, someone noticed the glimmering shards scattered across the floor, their expression gradually turning peculiar. Feng Lan glanced at her watch, suddenly exclaiming, It's 2:10. The rehearsal is our primary task, and even without my prompting, no one dares to delay. They all rushed to the music classroom on the 4th floor. Although it was only 1 floor apart, the office and music classroom were situated at opposite ends of the building, making the distance quite substantial. Upon reaching the door, they found several students resembling officials waiting outside, and upon seeing Feng Lan, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Feng, one girl with round glasses, jogged forward, greeting her, We've been waiting for you. Teacher Wu said their equipment is ready and inquired when we would begin. Please inform them that we have arrived. We shall commence in 5 minutes. The girl nodded in response, and then pushed the door open. I'll check on the other groups and verify the attendance list, Feng Lan said, turning to Yuan. She had a favorable impression of this woman, who was one of those rare individuals possessing an appealing appearance but not eliciting disdain from other women. Dignified, reserved, and composed, she appeared exceedingly reliable. Very well, Yuan acknowledged with a slight nod, her expression neutral. Feng Lan then departed. Once she left, everyone's gaze subtly shifted towards Luo Yi. His involvement in this matter was undoubtedly not coincidental, especially given the targeted nature of the situation. The so-called academic director was likely someone privy to the underlying circumstances. Yet, the most pressing concern for everyone was what information he had acquired. Perhaps he had already discerned the identity of the female ghost, or even the truth of her death. As the group scrutinized Luo Yi, his complexion gradually became less natural. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a scene that left them all feeling overwhelmed. The spacious music classroom was filled to capacity, with numerous students not in class squeezing in to witness the spectacle. A glance revealed a sea of youthful faces. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Where there were more girls, the chatter was incessant, while student leaders scurried about, struggling to maintain order, clearly fatigued. The situation only began to improve when a female teacher responsible for the lighting lost her temper. 2 cameras were present. One capable of capturing the ghost was in Jiang Cheng's hands, while the other was slung over Yuan's shoulder. Jiang Cheng, holding the camera, addressed the group. "Shall I take the lead, or would you like to?" A tripod had already been set up nearby. No one reached for the camera, nor did anyone speak up. Everyone was acutely aware that Long Tao had died shortly after filming the choir, using this very camera. Zhang Yining, having regained her composure, shot Jiang Cheng a furtive glare, which did not escape Jiang Cheng's keen observation. He craned his neck, fixating on Zhang Yining, and in a melodic tone, inquired, "Miss Zhang, are you perhaps interested in giving a try?" And no, Zhang Yining hastily shook her head. "I'm not." Drawing from the experience of the previous occasion, this rehearsal proceeded smoothly. The first 3 groups' performances concluded swiftly, leading into the final grand chorus. Yuan removed the camera bag from her back, retrieving the second camera and setting up the tripod beside the first. As she adjusted angles, she ensured all 3 groups were captured within the frame. The 3 groups of girls, now in disarray, stood intermixed on the choir stage. From a distance, their heights, hairstyles, and attire appeared almost uniform, creating a bizarre illusion of them being the same individual. The melody fluctuated between soft and powerful, and under the conductor's guidance, the final note crescendoed to its peak. In stark contrast to the atmosphere on stage, the mood among the filming crew was tense. Zhou Taifu's complexion drained of color as he fixated on the camera screen, trembling uncontrollably. "Where are the people? Why are they missing?" The images displayed on both cameras were identical. There were 48 individuals on the choir stage. The extra person was gone. No, it was the ghost. The ghost had vanished. Zhang Jianren gritted his teeth, snatching the camera and turning towards the door, taking with him the one capable of capturing the ghost. After the second rehearsal concluded, the students, along with the teachers responsible for equipment and lighting, gradually departed. As they stepped out of the music classroom, they involuntarily noticed a camera aimed at them from around the corner. Jiang Cheng and the others explained that they hoped to gather some behind-the-scenes footage. "Thank you all for your assistance," Feng Lan said wearily after seeing off the last batch of observing teachers. She first glanced at Luo Yi to confirm he was still there, then shifted her attention to Yuan. "Miss Yu," her voice took on a peculiar tone. "May I speak with you privately for a moment?" "Whatever you have to say can be said here," Yuan replied coolly. "This place is not convenient?" "Not at all." Feng Lan quickly shook her head, glancing down the corridor to see that most people had left and the few remaining were oblivious to their conversation. Yuan's expression finally shifted, albeit only for a fleeting moment before returning to normal. "Yes, prior to our arrival, our equipment was stored there. You must not go there again." Feng Lan appeared somewhat anxious. "Why not?" Upon hearing mention of the equipment center, Zhang Jianren could no longer restrain himself. After all, he was the man marked by the ghost. "I'm not certain, but just avoid it. Everyone at the school is steering clear of that place." Feng Lan's voice grew softer. "If the school leadership finds out you've been there, they won't be pleased." Yuan pondered for a moment, nodded, and replied, "Understood. Thank you. Goodbye." After Feng Lan hurriedly walked away, Zhang Jianren, seemingly unwilling to give up, lifted his camera and aimed it at her retreating figure. Regrettably, no anomalies were captured. They had filmed almost everyone present that day, but had yet to find that additional girl. The ghost had seemingly vanished into thin air. Zhang Jianren's expression grew increasingly grim. He had become the ghost's target, fearing that in the next moment, he might meet the same fate as Long Tao and the woman in the Chong Sam, having his jaw torn apart by the ghost. The time was now past 3 in the afternoon. With the daylight still holding, Jiang Cheng clamored to head to the cafeteria for a meal. He had been eyeing the menu posted outside the cafeteria since noon. By 4 o'clock, dishes such as braised pork, black pepper steak, shredded chicken, and spicy sauce, and spicy duck heads began to emerge from the kitchen. "You all go ahead and order." Zhang Jianren casually found a table to sit down. However, Jiang Cheng urged him to adopt a more relaxed attitude. as this might be the last meal they would share. Just as Zhang Jianren picked up his chopsticks, his hand trembled, nearly dropping them to the ground. "You all go ahead," he said, setting his chopsticks down. "I'm not hungry." The others, too, engaged in half-hearted conversation, nibbling at their food, their faces etched with concern. "I truly admire you," Zhou Taifu remarked, trailing behind Jiang Cheng, his worry almost bringing him to tears. "How can you still manage to eat at a time like this?" Strangely enough, the disappearance of the ghost felt more unsettling than its presence. "What does my appetite have to do with the ghost?" Jiang Cheng countered, holding a duck head in one hand and a large bottle of iced tea purchased from the supermarket in the other. "I'm eating for myself. I'm still growing. Not for the ghost." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Taifu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. As everyone fell silent, all eyes turned to him, revealing Luo Yi's rising anxiety as he sat in the chair of room 406. The chair was positioned centrally, surrounded by the others like an exhibit in a zoo. "I know what you're all curious about," Luo Yi sighed, "but you will be disappointed. There is nothing in the archives, just a collection of old books and materials." "Just some books and materials?" Luo nodded. "Yes." Yuwen's face betrayed no emotion, yet her tone had grown slightly colder. "Then why did they capture you?" "You should ask them," Luo Yi replied. "What did Director Li say to you?" Luo Yi frowned. "What Director Li?" "The one who led the effort to capture you." The Academic Affairs Director, Zhou Taifu, interjected, providing clarification. "Her surname is Li, Director Li." Luo Yi looked even more perplexed. "There was no director. It was just those 3 female security guards you've all seen." Hiss. The heavy-set man inhaled sharply, sensing something was amiss with the unfolding narrative. Yet, since Luo Yi had stated it so plainly, they had no other course of action, though no one appeared to trust his words, all convinced he was concealing something. The meeting ended on an unsatisfactory note. Upon returning to their room, Zhang Jianren pressed himself against the door, listening intently for several minutes until he was sure no one was eavesdropping. He then approached Luo Yi's bedside and sat down. He tilted his chin slightly and said, "Now you may speak." Unexpectedly, "I am speaking nothing but the truth," Luo Yi replied, his expression one of resignation as he spread his hands. "There were truly no clues there. Just as I was about to leave, I was apprehended by a few security guards who burst in. They shut the door and wasted no time in giving me a thorough beating. After that, you all arrived." Thud! Jiang Cheng tossed the gnawed duck bone into a bag and turned to the heavy-set man. "Hey, could you help me unscrew the iced tea? My hands are greasy." The heavy-set man twisted open the bottle and handed it over. Jiang Cheng took it and gulped down several large mouthfuls, alleviating some of the spiciness in his mouth. "Hey," Jiang Cheng said, wrestling with the duck head, "aren't you going to eat?" The heavy-set man shook his head, worry etched across his plump face. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Doctor, do you think Luo Yi is telling the truth?" Jiang Cheng set down the duck head, pondering for a moment before nodding. "It should be true. Why do you say that?" "He has no reason to lie," Jiang Cheng explained. "They believe they're already being targeted by the ghost. So their most pressing concern is to escape. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't engage in actions that could jeopardize the team's interests. They would rather that others find clues quickly to conclude the task. You can understand it this way," Jiang Cheng continued, glancing at the adjacent room, 405, with a solemn expression. "Zhang Jianren and Luo Yi are currently our most loyal allies." Although Jiang Cheng's metaphors often seemed peculiar, the heavy-set man pondered for a moment and realized there was logic in his words. Upon hearing that question, Jiang Cheng's expression subtly shifted. He paused, seemingly out of respect for the ghost, and discarded the half-eaten duck head. The heavy-set man's eyes widened slightly. "You mean rules?" Family had previously mentioned something akin to that, but regrettably, he had only spoken half of it before meeting his demise. His body had even been exposed in the newspapers, awaiting identification. "Yes," Jiang Cheng nodded. "Every task has its own set of rules, which bind us as well as the ghosts within the task. However, as the deadline approaches, these rules become increasingly blurred. Take this task, for example. During the first rehearsal, the ghost had to be captured on film without fail. This means that within a set time frame, the ghost must appear, otherwise the narrative cannot progress. But as you have seen," Jiang Cheng continued, "the ghost has vanished, and to this day, we remain unclear as to its whereabouts. Furthermore, since the task has established a deadline, I suspect that when the time is up, it will signify our demise. But will we be erased by the imposed rules?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I don't believe so. I think the most plausible scenario is that the ghost will break free from all the rules imposed upon it and confront us in the most brutal manner, disregarding time, space, terrain, and all conditions, eliminating all survivors. Afterward, there will be a total annihilation, and the task will conclude. The heavy-set man felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard. Doctor, you really don't need to explain it to me in such detail. I only want to know how to survive. As for dying, I'm far more experienced. Heavy-set man? Jiang Cheng cautioned. No matter what happens tonight, do not leave this room. All right. Okay. The heavy-set man swallowed hard again. Another rainy night. Jiang Cheng gazed out the window, his eyes seemingly harboring an inscrutable depth that eluded the heavy-set man. After a while, he slowly turned his head and said, "You should sleep. I will keep watch all night." The night grew increasingly dark. There was no thunder or lightning, just a late autumn rain that arrived fashionably late. The raindrops were neither too large nor too small, tapping against the window with a dull sound. The heavy-set man curled himself up under the blanket, revealing only his small eyes as he glanced around anxiously. A wind, seemingly seeping in from nowhere, swept through the corridor and whistled through the crack beneath the door, producing a mournful sound reminiscent of a dying person's lament. The heavy-set man was wide awake. Jiang Cheng sat alone on the prepared bedding, quietly gnawing on the duck head. Half of his face was shrouded in darkness, his deep-set eyes appearing even darker than the night itself, provoking an inexplicable sensation within the heavy-set man. This night, someone would die. The thoughts surged unbidden, intensely. The darkness in the room was almost overwhelming. The only source of light was the camera beside Jiang Cheng, its screen flickering, likely playing a video, yet no sound emerged. The entire building seemed to be enveloped by the storm, devoid of any sounds of life. Rooms 405 and 406 were eerily silent. Jiang Cheng discarded the last duck head, pulled out a wet wipe, and meticulously cleaned his hands. He then slowly rose to his feet. "Heavy-set man," he called softly, as if he knew the latter was truly asleep. But what frightened the heavy-set man the most was Jiang Cheng's unnaturally calm voice. He had never seen this side of the doctor before. Jiang Cheng paused before continuing. "Something has happened." The heavy-set man sprang upright, his first instinct to look towards the door and window, yet he noticed nothing amiss. Then, as if a realization struck him, he swallowed hard. The next moment, he jerked his head back, staring at the ceiling. Chapter 63, Shadows. The night grew thicker, yet it was still possible to discern the countless mottled stains on the ceiling through the darkness. But aside from the stains, there was nothing else. It was already midnight, and Jiang Cheng, holding the camera, directed his gaze towards the door. The heavy-set man was increasingly perplexed. "Yesterday, no one died," Jiang Cheng stated. Upon hearing this, the heavy-set man's body stiffened momentarily, then trembled uncontrollably. He stared at Jiang Cheng's face and remarked, "Doctor, isn't it good that no one died?" The expression on Jiang Cheng's face was inscrutable, yet it hinted at something amiss. Was it truly normal for someone to perish every single day? The portly man raised his voice abruptly. Yes, Jiang Cheng would undoubtedly concur. At the very least, one life was lost. They'd spent 3 full days engaged in this task. The woman in the Chi Pao had met her demise on the first night, and Long Tao had succumbed the following afternoon. Now, it was already the 4th day. Indeed, no one had died yesterday. "Doctor," the portly man swallowed hard and murmured, "Could it be that you're simply too anxious? Even ghosts must rest." Jiang Cheng chose to ignore him. After a brief pause, the portly man continued, "Doctor, you have done remarkably well. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure." Jiang Cheng repeatedly scrutinized the camera in his hands, reviewing the footage over and over. Zhang Jianren had thoroughly documented the music classroom, capturing every corner, even the teachers and students, yet the specter remained elusive. The ghost seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered to life. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened, immediately directing his attention to the door. The switch for the chandelier was situated right by the entrance. The portly man, standing before the switch, was startled by Jiang Cheng's sudden look. "Doctor," he hastily explained, "I sense something is off as well. I have a dreadful premonition. We should turn on the lights." That seemed prudent, especially since he had no intention of sleeping tonight. With the portly man as company, the atmosphere would not feel so dreary. However, just as he lowered his head to review the video once more, his body abruptly stiffened. The chandelier above continued to emit a dim yellow glow. Following his line of sight, he noticed a small shadow beneath him, resembling a mist that could never be dispelled. The portly man, sensing Jiang Cheng's unusual demeanor, inquired, "Doctor, are you all right? Doctor?" He emphasized his anxiety mounting. Just as he was about to lose his composure, Jiang Cheng suddenly moved. He set down the camera and retrieved a black camera bag from the side, stowing the camera inside. "Portly man," Jiang Cheng said while packing. "Hurry up and gather your things." "Doctor, I only have these few belongings, all in my clothes," the portly man responded, glancing outside at the inky night sky. His throat tightened, and confusion filled his eyes as he stammered, "But isn't it too perilous to leave now?" He felt somewhat bewildered, especially since just a few hours prior, it was Jiang Cheng who had insisted that they could not leave under any circumstances that night. He looked at Jiang Cheng with uncertainty. After finishing, Jiang Cheng first tidied the litter on the floor, then bundled the empty bottle of iced tea he had just consumed and placed it behind the door. The portly man watched in disbelief as Jiang Cheng stripped down to his last pair of boxers. "Doctor," he exclaimed, eyes wide, "what are you doing?" In the next moment, Jiang Cheng swiftly dove under the covers like a fish. "Portly man," came Jiang Cheng's muffled voice from beneath the blankets. "Hurry up and finish packing. Turn off the lights. I'm going to sleep." For the portly man, that night was an ordeal. He was filled with questions, but before he could voice them, Jiang Cheng had already fallen into a deep slumber. Though he suspected Jiang Cheng might be feigning sleep, he remained dressed, ready for a sudden escape. He waited anxiously until the dawn began to break. Footsteps echoed outside the door. "Who is it?" the portly man asked warily. "It's me," came the reply. "Luo Yi." It was indeed Luo Yi's voice, and moreover, the portly man turned to the window, realizing that dawn had arrived. Jiang Cheng also poked his head out from under the covers, groggily muttering, "Tell him to wait a moment. I'm not accustomed to dressing in front of men." A hiss escaped from outside, as if Luo Yi had lost his temper with the two of them. "Is there something you need?" the portly man inquired. "We're having a meeting in our room shortly to discuss our next steps." "All right." Upon hearing the portly man's agreement, Luo Yi departed to inform those in room 406. Unexpectedly, the door to room 404 swung open, and Jiang Cheng's head peeked out, calling Luo Yi, "Please hold on." Luo Yi turned around, regarding Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression. "Let us still have the meeting in our room," Jiang Cheng said confidently. "This way, I will feel more valued." Luo Yi paused, seemingly puzzled by Jiang Cheng's intention, yet he nodded and replied, "Fine, just make sure to hurry." 20 minutes later, everyone gathered in room 404. The rain from the previous night had given way to a rare fine day. The first rays of morning light broke through the clouds, evenly spilling into the room. Upon opening the window, one could still savor the refreshing scent left by the rain. Given their previous impressions of Luo Yi, the members of room 406 were not particularly fond of him. Zhou Taifu did not hide his skepticism towards him. As the deadline for their task loomed closer, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Time was running short, and Luo Yi's complexion was notably poor. He could sense the group's aversion towards him, yet he refrained from explaining, knowing it would only complicate matters further. "We don't need you to tell us that," Zhou Taifu grumbled, emboldened by Yu's presence beside him. "By the time the celebration begins, we'll all be dead here." Luo Yi's face darkened at his words. Zhang Jianren shot Zhou Taifu a sidelong glance and scoffed. "I fear Mr. Zhou's optimism is misplaced." "What do you mean by that? Do you think we have any hope of surviving until then?" Zhang Jianren unbuttoned his shirt and stared at him, declaring, "The ghost vanished after the second rehearsal, which indicates that it has undergone some transformation. The rules that once constrained it can no longer hold it. I believe the third rehearsal will be our last chance. If we do not conclude this task before the third rehearsal, we shall all perish." The portly man swallowed nervously and asked softly, "Then who knows when the third rehearsal is?" He felt slightly reassured. "Tomorrow," Yuan suddenly spoke up, pulling a small red phone from her pocket and waving it. "Feng Lan informed me just 10 minutes ago." Her expression shifted slightly as she continued, "The location remains unchanged, but the time is midnight." "Midnight?" Zhou Taifu exclaimed. Clearly, Zhang Jianren was correct. Their time was running out, and the third rehearsal was the final deadline. 3 potential suspects emerged. Yuan pondered aloud first. "There is Director Li. We have never seen her, yet she lurks in the shadows, observing our every move. I believe she is at least privy to the events from years past. Second, the music classroom, where we first captured a glimpse of the ghost. It holds extraordinary significance for the specter. Third, the equipment center." At this point, Yuan turned to Jiang Cheng, adding, "Last time, Mr. How mentioned encountering a painting ghost there." "Indeed." Jiang Cheng earnestly nodded, then pointed at Zhang Jianren, exclaiming, It was him in the painting. I saw it with my own eyes. The artwork was magnificent. Zhang Jianren glared at him, seething, "Speak clearly and stop pointing." Having reached her limit of patience, Yuan continued her analysis. The clues should lie among these three elements. Time is of the essence. We must split up. Her proposal sounded reasonable, and no one voiced any objections. Jiang Cheng and the portly man chose to seek out Director Li for information, while Yuan and her group headed to the music classroom to search for clues. The remaining task of investigating the equipment center was left to Zhang Jianren and Luo Yi. With the task nearing its conclusion, no one was concerned about the dangers involved. If critical clues were not uncovered before midnight tomorrow, the mission would end, and all would perish. With that, Yuan and her group departed first. As Zhang Jianren approached the door, he suddenly paused, as if a realization had struck him, and turned to glance back at room 404. Gradually, a hint of perplexity flickered in his gaze. Here, he slightly furrowed his brow, as though something essential was amiss. "Guardian brother," a voice called out, and Jiang Cheng greeted him with enthusiasm. "After locating your portrait, please pay attention to the lower right corner of the painting." Zhang Jianren's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, his countenance shifting slightly. "What do you mean?" He inhaled deeply, sitting up straight, his expression solemn, as if preparing to honor his ancestors. Zhang Jianren couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. The mere aura emanating from Jiang Cheng made him profoundly uncomfortable. Only the plump fellow sensed a familiar scent. "Perhaps the name of the ghost will be left there," Jiang Cheng remarked. Zhang Jianren's pupils involuntarily constricted, and gradually he became agitated. "You mean, it has a signature on the painting?" He muttered to himself. "We can obtain the ghost's name from the painting. Then we can confirm it through the name." Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng straightened his posture and shook his head. "No. What I mean is at least let you die with clarity." The path, muddy from the recent rain, felt slippery beneath Zhang Jianren's feet. The painting Jiang Cheng mentioned haunted his thoughts like a nightmare. "Are we really going there?" Luo Yi's tone was somewhat peculiar as he followed behind. Zhang Jianren focused on the road ahead, not sparing him a glance. This question was not worth discussing. Luo Yi fell silent. Their footsteps echoed on the slick surface, producing a creaking sound. Passing by a supermarket, they bought some bread and ham, gulping them down with bottled water as they walked, the hunger from the previous night still lingering. Zhang Jianren rubbed his brow. Since yesterday, an ominous premonition had not left him, as if unseen eyes were watching him. The equipment room was situated in a rather secluded spot on one side of the old playground, which had long been abandoned. After the rain, it resembled a quagmire. They navigated through the playground, attempting to choose a cleaner path, yet still managed to soil their shoes. Finally, they halted. Zhang Jianren looked up. A dilapidated sign leaned to one side, with black letters on a white background proclaiming Equipment Center. The door stood ajar, but no one was visible inside. "Is there no one here?" Luo Yi furrowed his brow, peering inside. At this time, they should be having breakfast in the cafeteria. "Are you implying he's still here?" "He should be." Luo Yi's expression grew more serious. This elderly man did not appear ordinary and seemed to be a crucial lead. Zhang Jianren remained vigilant while circling with Luo Yi, discovering that this vast equipment center had only this one entrance. It was a small side door, but it was barred shut from the outside with wooden planks. They refrained from entering recklessly, opting instead to observe from outside. Holding their breath, they waited cautiously for a while, noticing the profound silence within, as if it were a grave. "What should we do?" Luo Yi whispered. Standing there, Zhang Jianren's unease intensified. According to Yuan, an old man resided within. However, he was also a man. At this point, he was the only male in the school aside from them. Moreover, Zhang Jianren glanced at the imposing door, which was secured with a thick chain and a dark iron lock that appeared exceedingly sturdy. Luo Yi also grew tense, as Jiang Cheng's description exuded an indescribable sense of terror, and standing there, he couldn't help but recall the ghostly woman who painted. Even more terrifying were the enormous, eerie blood handprints. "Strange," Zhang Jianren suddenly spoke. Luo Yi swallowed hard and asked in a hushed tone, "What is strange? Where does this old man usually reside?" He had previously scouted schools with a predominance of female students and was aware that some teachers, due to health reasons or otherwise, chose to remain at school to perform manageable duties, such as dormitory supervisors or less demanding roles like janitors or librarians. The old man should fall into this category. However, Zhang Jianren pointed at the lock on the door, his expression turning peculiar. "This lock is on the outside." Luo Yi paused for a moment, then his brow slowly furrowed. "Indeed, this is quite suspicious." If the old man resides here at night, he should lock it from the inside. How could the lock possibly be on the outside? Unless... Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled the small door, which was secured from the outside with wooden planks, surrounded by nails the size of a baby's finger. He is not here of his own volition. Jiang Cheng turned to Luo Yi, frowning. This is imprisonment. Chapter 65. Do you wish to live? Luo Yi pondered for a moment, realizing the validity in his companion's words. He fixated on a massive lock on the door, lost in thought, but who was imprisoning him, and why? The one capable of such actions within the school must be among the higher echelons, Jiang Cheng stated. As for why he's being held captive, I believe we need to go in and inquire. Right now? Luo Yi recoiled slightly. Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, right now. Wait. Luo Yi turned to Jiang Cheng, frowning. If he is truly imprisoned, why hasn't he escaped? Or called for help? Jiang Cheng halted, clearly. Luo Yi's words struck a nerve. After a few seconds, Jiang Cheng pressed his lips together, gazing at the empty courtyard inside the door, and calmly replied, I believe I understand how his leg was broken. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi, who was following closely behind, shuddered. Zhou Taifu, wrapped in borrowed clothes, cautiously followed Yuan. Zhang Yining trailed at a distance from the two. The trio walked in silence. Having eaten nothing in the morning, Zhou Taifu felt both hungry and cold. Passing by a supermarket, he hurriedly dashed inside to purchase 3 cups of hot soy milk. Emerging, he noticed several female students in line staring at his back, their expressions increasingly peculiar. Holding the hot soy milk in his hands bolstered Zhou Taifu's confidence, his pale face gradually regaining some color. Miss Yu, he tentatively asked, do you think it will be dangerous for just the 3 of us to go to the music classroom? Perhaps we should call Feng Lan instead. Feng Lan seemed to possess some knowledge about the school's history and appeared relatively easy to converse with. Most importantly, Jiang Cheng had tested her with a camera. She was not a ghost. Yuan ascended the steps, sidestepping the puddle at the low point ahead. She despised the damp feeling, which reminded her of her time in the rainforests of Southeast Asia with her companions. Just as Zhou Taifu thought he was making a fool of himself, Yuan's voice rang out, the ghost in this mission has already changed. Yesterday's Feng Lan was not a ghost, but that doesn't guarantee she isn't one today. Startled, Zhou Taifu paused, eventually stammering, in no way. Before he could finish, Yuan, who was leading, halted first. She slowly raised her head. Before them stood an unfamiliar building, appearing more grand than the one housing the music classroom. Once Zhou Taifu steadied himself and gazed at the edifice, he found himself at a loss. Where's this? Zhou Taifu inquired, instinctively glancing at Yuan. Aren't we supposed to go to the music classroom? He paused, reminding the one with the music. It seems we've taken a wrong turn. Zhang Yining, who had remained silent, suddenly chuckled. Her laughter was rather strange, subtly revealing an indescribable quality that left one feeling uncomfortable. Zhou Taifu turned to look at her, only to find her staring back at him. Then you may leave. Zhang Yining removed the dinosaur pajama hood, revealing a head of neatly cropped hair with slightly curled ends, devoid of any sweetness. In short, we've arrived at our destination. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds, Zhou Taifu grasped the situation. He fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yining's eyes, incredulously exclaiming, you never intended to go to the music classroom at all? Yuan, resembling a monk in deep meditation, slowly turned her back, her gaze sweeping past Zhou Taifu and settling upon Zhang Yining. After a prolonged silence, she uttered 4 words. Do you wish to live? Her tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as bland as a handful of plain water. Zhang Yining, shedding her youthful naivety, retorted sharply, you have no right to question me. Present what you possess, and I may consider collaborating with you. This way we can all survive. Yuan shook her head slowly, reiterating, I ask again, do you wish to live? Zhang Yining's expression grew cold, realizing that the situation was far less optimistic than she had envisioned. The woman before her was far more formidable than any clad in a cheongsam. What do you mean? Zhang Yining's demeanor turned menacing. Yuan remained as frigid as ever, stating, I must undertake a perilous task where any misstep could prove fatal. I might consider taking you along, but only if you desire to live. Zhang Yining laughed derisively. You think you can control me? Yuan paused, raising her gaze. Do you wish to die? Don't presume you're the only one. The mocking smile on Zhang Yining's face suddenly faltered, her disdain frozen in place. In the next instant, a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, words unspoken lingering on her lips. She trembled as she turned, only to meet a face of icy indifference. You. Disbelief filled her eyes. Zhou Taifu meticulously wiped the blade on the lining of his clothes. His movements practiced, and his expression as calm as if he had merely slain a chicken. Zhang Yinin's body swayed before collapsing to the ground, her consciousness gradually fading as blood oozed from her back. Yuan, looking down from her elevated position, observed the unblinking Zhang Yinin, her dinosaur pajamas soon to be stained red. There's no need, Yuan shook her head. This place is secluded. The body will vanish if left here for a while. After a pause, she continued, Did you not hear her? She still believes the item is in my possession. Zhou Taifu furrowed his brow slightly, gasping. Then whose possession is it? Currently, only 2 teams remained. The portly figure from Jiang Cheng searching for Director Li, and Zhen Jianren heading to the equipment center. Forget it. Yuan interrupted. That Director Li and the equipment center team will likely encounter difficulties. They may even perish there. We did not seize the initiative this time. But as long as they are all dead, her gaze turned icy. The item will belong to us next time. Zhou Taifu straightened his posture, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Throughout the days spent on this task, he had remained hunched and downcast, presenting himself as a pampered aristocrat. Foolish and absurd, lacking in skill. Yet at this moment, he straightened up, revealing a few rolls of flesh around his neck, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I believe we should move her body to the woods. Zhou Taifu licked his lips, surveying the surroundings. I am concerned that students or teachers might pass by and cause trouble. To his surprise, Yuan shook her head, first scanning the vicinity, then speaking with a peculiar expression. There's no need. Haven't you noticed? The number of teachers and students appearing has dwindled. Is the mission nearing its conclusion? Zhou Taifu furrowed his brow. It seems so. Yuan gazed up at the teaching building, a hint of unease crossing her face. We are killing right under their noses, and no one is reacting. 2 hours prior, in room 404. Doctor. The portly figure stared wide-eyed as Jiang Cheng retrieved a camera from beneath the bed, exclaiming, When did you put that in? I had no idea. The portly figure stammered. However, having spent considerable time with Jiang Cheng, his resilience to shock had significantly improved. He quickly wriggled his body closer. Doctor, when do we set off? Just a little longer. Time waits for no man. The portly figure, unusually anxious, cast a glance out the window. Dawn had already broken, and the other groups had set off. Tomorrow at midnight is the final deadline. If we can't find any clues by then. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's body suddenly trembled uncontrollably, interrupting the portly figure's speech. Doctor, he observed Jiang Cheng's suddenly pallid complexion. Are you all right? After a moment, Jiang Cheng quietly set down the camera, his expression returning to normal. Portly one, Jiang Cheng said slowly, I now understand why no one died yesterday. The shift in topic caught the portly figure off guard, and he remained silent for a while before responding. Why? Jiang Cheng handed over the camera, explaining that due to the shooting angle, it only captured from the shoes to the calves. The portly figure frowned, puzzled by Jiang Cheng's intent until he spotted a pair of athletic shoes among 7 legs. The foot arched dramatically, toes poised against the ground. The steps were extraordinarily light. The portly figure tightened his grip on the camera, staring at the screen, exclaiming, Luo Yi. The person who died yesterday was Luo Yi. Suddenly, realization struck him. The current Luo Yi was a ghost in disguise. You discovered it yesterday, didn't you? The portly figure said, somewhat belatedly, excitement surging. That's why you could sleep soundly and even dared to undress. You already knew the ghost's location. Jiang Cheng raised his head, giving him an understanding look. The portly figure immediately felt deflated. Doctor, after a moment, he complained, I'm not as clever as you. Next time you figure something out, could you please let me know? I was on edge all night. My eyes are practically bloodshot. First, I merely speculated last night, and that speculation was only confirmed moments ago. Second, Jiang Cheng pulled out half-eaten chocolate and stuffed it into his pocket, turning away with a sigh. Portly one, think carefully. If I had told you the truth last night, would you have been able to sleep? The portly figure pondered for a moment and realized Jiang Cheng was indeed correct. If he had known a ghost was sleeping next door last night, he probably wouldn't have dared to close his eyes, let alone sleep. The portly figure quickly adjusted his mood, stuffing anything he deemed useful into his pockets and addressing Jiang Cheng. Doctor, what is our next move? After all, the ghost has infiltrated our ranks. Jiang Cheng considered for a moment before replying. For now, that ghost likely hasn't had the time to deal with us. He is with Zhen Jianren, and they are heading to the equipment center. The portly figure bit his lip, his tone devoid of sorrow. It sounds like the Guardian brothers are in trouble. Jiang Cheng had little interest in the man, so he didn't concern himself with Zhang Jianren's fate. He merely hoped Zhang Jianren could stall the ghost for a while longer to buy them time. The post-rain sky was pleasant, albeit a bit chilly. The portly figure tightened his coat, feeling cold air seeping through the seams. Occasionally, a gust of wind would rustle the trees overhead, showering them with a light drizzle. "Doctor." The portly figure trailed closely behind Jiang Cheng, their footsteps synchronizing as they advanced in a straight line. "Where shall we find directly? What do we need her for?" Jiang Cheng huffed in discontent. After a moment, the portly figure hesitated. "Doctor, the two in room 405 are likely done for, but I think the one in room 406, named Yuan, is quite decent. She seems honorable and even shared information with us." He paused, looking up. "I believe it wouldn't make sense to target her if we were to collaborate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng halted, turning to face the portly figure, causing him to shiver. "Doctor," the portly figure gulped. "What are you trying to say?" Jiang Cheng fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes growing increasingly perplexing to the latter. Just as the chubby man was on the verge of losing his composure, Jiang Cheng inquired, "Do you harbor feelings for her?" The chubby man was taken aback, taking a while to regain his composure before responding, somewhat bashfully, "Doctor, what are you insinuating?" "You do not have feelings for her." Jiang Cheng nodded, as if confirming something, and continued to probe. "Then, are you acquainted with her?" "No, I don't know her." "Surely, you must have some understanding of her," Jiang Cheng said with a slight nod. No. The chubby man hastily waved his hands. "I never claimed to know her. This is our first encounter here, and I swear I've never seen her in real life." He raised his hand, fervently affirming his statement. Jiang Cheng's demeanor grew strange, an instinctive fear creeping in. After a few seconds, Jiang Cheng suddenly smiled, reaching out to pat the chubby man's shoulder. Just as the chubby man thought everything would soon improve, his collar was yanked forcefully forward. In the next moment, Jiang Cheng stared at him, his pitch-black eyes looming above. "I am quite curious," he remarked. "How do you dare to vouch for a person you neither like nor know, claiming she is a person of integrity, to the extent of even wagering your life on it? I wish to hear your explanation, chubby." Chapter 67. The Mirror. Here, Luo Yi cautiously traversed the equipment center, moving in tandem with Zhang Jianren, both ears perked, attuned to the sound surrounding them. The interior was far larger than anticipated. While the exterior appeared simplistic in structure, upon entering and navigating a few turns, they found themselves somewhat disoriented. The intermingling brick walls towered over 4 meters high, as if they could slice through the sky. Zhang Jianren couldn't help but admire Jiang Cheng for managing to infiltrate such a place, encountering a ghost and emerging unscathed. Now, even finding the way back seemed an arduous task. The only solace he found was the presence of another person beside him. Ghosts, in most instances, could only claim one life at a time. This meant that even if a ghost were to attack them, one person could potentially survive. Zhang Jianren felt that he was the most deserving of that survival. The reasoning was simple. He was more adept than Luo Yi, with greater physical stamina. Moreover, Luo Yi's real name had already been exposed by him, Luo Zhanfei. The ghost involved in this task was particularly unique, and Zhang Jianren believed she would not overlook this detail. As they peered into room after room, most contained discarded tables and chairs, along with outdated basketballs and footballs. It seemed these items had been stored away for quite some time, a thick layer of dust accumulating atop them. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from not far away. The cadence of the footsteps was markedly different from that of an ordinary person. It was evident that the individual was likely leaning on a rather heavy cane. The cane occasionally struck the ground with a crisp thud. However, in that moment, it sounded like the tolling of a death knell. An old man. Zhang Jianren's heart raced. Uncertain of the old man's identity, Zhang Jianren decided against making any rash moves. He turned to locate Luo Yi, only to find that he had vanished. But with no better options at hand, Zhang Jianren hastily moved a few steps, seeking a room to hide in. After attempting to open several doors, he discovered they were all locked, most yielding only a narrow crack. The footsteps grew nearer, causing Zhang Jianren to panic. The area he occupied was a dead end, with towering brick walls providing no possibility of climbing over them. To make matters worse, time was not on his side. At that moment, Zhang Jianren silently cursed Luo Yi, exasperated by his apparent inability to navigate. Just as despair began to envelop him, he felt a tremor in his ears, faintly hearing a strange scraping noise. Creak. Following the sound, he noticed an old door ajar not far away, at the end of the corridor, leading into the largest room. The footsteps grew ever closer, as if the two were merely a corner apart. Seconds later, the peculiar old man with the cane would appear before him. This was an exceedingly tangible threat. Compared to it, the suddenly opened door seemed trivial. Zhang Jianren steeled himself and dashed towards the room at the corridor's end. He cautiously pushed the door open. Air rushed in, stirring countless specks of dust. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, uniformly spread, bearing the marks of time. The room appeared even larger than it did from outside, with red curtains hanging around, resembling an auditorium abandoned years ago. Finding no immediate anomalies, he shut the door behind him. Not far from the door, there was a large, red-painted wooden box, reminiscent of those used decades ago to store bedding, though it was empty. Despite the room's size, it offered no concealment. Anyone entering would easily spot him. With no other option, Zhang Jianren reluctantly opened the box and hid inside. He held his breath, listening intently. The footsteps slowly entered a nearby room, followed by the sound of heavy objects being dragged, a jarring noise that grated on his nerves. It must have been chairs or tables. Thankfully, the old man seemed not to be moving the furniture away, but merely rearranging it. After more than 10 minutes of commotion, he locked the door and departed. Once the footsteps faded, Zhang Jianren slowly exhaled. But just as he was about to open the box, a series of peculiar knocks resounded. The sound was not loud. It was alarmingly close, as if right outside the door. Zhang Jianren's heart sank. The rhythm? His pupils dilated, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. The knocking grew faster and more lively. Zhang Jianren clenched his teeth, even feeling the elegance of a woman's dance. Indeed, it was the sound of ballet slippers striking the floor. Outside, there was a ghost. Just as Zhang Jianren thought he was on the brink of death, the eerie sounds finally halted outside the box he occupied. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Creak! The sound of a door being pushed open echoed, the old door hinges emitting a grating noise that sent shivers down his spine. Knock, knock, knock. The female ghost inexplicably abandoned the box he was hiding in. The strange footsteps receded into the distance. Had she left? Had she truly left? The overwhelming relief he felt was beyond words. Zhang Jianren felt utterly drained, his legs giving way, collapsing within a box. After a moment, he heard a rustling sound. This time, Zhang Jianren felt far less anxious, for through the gap in the box, he spotted the long-missing Luo Yi cautiously entering the room. He lifted the box lid, exhaling a long breath. I'm here. Startled, Luo Yi was about to shut the door when he recognized Zhang Jianren, allowing himself to relax. You scared me to death. Just now. He shivered slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Do you know what I just saw? After climbing out of the box, the two leaned against the door to catch their breath. Surviving the ordeal, Zhang Jianren scrutinized the uniquely arranged room, pulling back a corner of the red curtain, only to discover that the fabric concealed enormous mirrors. He lowered his head, using his shoe to wipe away the dust, revealing the wooden floor hidden beneath the grime. One side of the room held a toppled structure resembling parallel bars. Zhang Jianren recognized it as a ballet bar, designed to aid dancers in mastering the basic movements before training. This was a dance studio. Just as Zhang Jianren continued to ponder, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the corner of the lifted red fabric, revealing the mirrors behind it. In the mirror, he stood upright, while Luo Yi beside him stood on tiptoe, his arms hanging awkwardly, his chin. Zhang Jianren's eyes widened in shock. He bore no chin. The lower half of his face drenched in blood, and a pair of eerie pupils reflected through the mirror, colliding with his own gaze. Chapter 68, Partners. Hood. Is this truly the place? The suave and worldly demeanor of Zhou Taifu had vanished. Now, his voice was deep and hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. Naturally, walking beside him was his partner, Yuan, who was also, in truth, his lover. Unlike the hedonistic revelry so familiar to men and women today, their acquaintance blossomed amidst the mire of the Southeast Asian rainforests. There, bullets rained down, and snakes and ants thrived. White maggots crawling from the eye sockets of the deceased fell into the mud, writhing and staining their corpulent bodies. Both were mercenaries, engaged in the business of selling their lives to the highest bidder. Whether it be government forces, rebels, or various warlords, religious leaders, and tribal chiefs, all were their employers and targets. They longed for tranquil and stable lives. Yet, 2 million, 3 million for million. As their skills and cooperation grew ever more refined, they rose to prominence in this line of work. Employers favored individuals such as them, silent, cold-blooded, and efficient, leaving no survivors. be they soldiers laying down arms or the elderly and children caught in the crossfire. Bodies were thrust into the mire for concealment, blood splattering across the dense forest. All awaited the arrival of a torrential rain. The downpour would wash away all traces, even sins. This assured the employers of their peace of mind. Gradually, they had long forgotten the promises of their past, flourishing amidst the carnage, the gunfire at night tracing beautiful trajectories. Human life was as ephemeral as grass. Only in those moments could the two find complete tranquility. Beneath the embrace of a giant tree, they nestled together, inhaling the potent air, still thick with the mingling scents of blood and gunpowder. Mangled corpses, riddled with shrapnel, lay scattered about, blood dripping from the tips of leaves like a gentle rain. Near the horizon, the setting sun bled crimson. It was only at this moment that they finally understood. It was not merely money they sought, but the fleeting satisfaction that arose from such extreme madness. Yet, the human heart is as deep as an abyss. This was still far from enough. Until one night, in their dreams, they pushed open a strange door. "Are you certain the archives are here?" Zhou Taifu furrowed his brow, asking for the second time. His mercenary career had endowed him with heightened perception, rendering his demeanor increasingly paranoid. "It should be correct," Yuan replied, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The doors nearby were all locked, indeed suggesting a lack of frequent visitors. She continued, confirming, "I asked Feng Lan." It took a great deal of persuasion before she finally told me. Zhou Taifu tilted his head, inquiring, could Feng Lan be a problem? Yuan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know, but better safe than sorry." She pulled out her phone, glancing at the time, urging, "We need to move quickly. Zhen Jianren likely won't be able to hold out for long. We wouldn't want to summon the students and teachers later." A glint of ferocity flashed in Zhou Taifu's eyes. If they dared come, it would be their misfortune. "Try not to kill anyone." Yuan's expression soured, turning serious as she admonished. "Don't forget, there are rules here." "All right, I understand." Just as they turned a corner, a peculiar room appeared before them. From the outside, it occupied the space of 3 or 4 ordinary rooms. Yet the door was quite peculiar, a relatively new alloy security door, evidently replaced less than 6 months ago. It was worth noting that many other doors along this corridor bore rusted locks. Simultaneously, their expressions shifted. After a moment, Zhou Taifu spoke coldly. "Do you smell that?" Yuan nodded, gazing at the door with an uneasy demeanor. "It's the scent of blood. There seems to be something going on inside." Zhou Taifu positioned Yuan behind him, grasping the door handle with his left hand, while his right wrist flicked, revealing a glinting dagger in his palm. After years of collaboration, they had developed a seamless synergy, with Yuan instinctively guarding his rear. The moment the door was pulled open, Zhou Taifu immediately stepped back. Creak! The hinges emitted a sharp screech, but no danger lay in wait. As the door swung open, a nauseating stench of blood rushed forth. There, pressed against the wall, lay a figure, head facing outward, feet inward, undoubtedly Luo Yi. "It is indeed him," Yuan remarked coldly, her face betraying no hint of surprise. Much like Jiang Cheng, she had sensed that something was amiss with Luo Yi. Not long ago, during a meeting in room 404, she had noticed the camera, which should have been in Jiang Cheng's possession, was missing. Discreetly, she had searched, ultimately discovering it concealed beneath the bed while pretending to tie her shoelaces. The lens faced outward, faintly reflecting a glimmer of light. Jiang Cheng sat at the edge of the bed, deliberately obscuring it with his leg. Almost simultaneously, Yuan's brow furrowed as she deduced Jiang Cheng's intentions. Within their ranks, a ghost had likely infiltrated. This explained why, as the deadline for their mission approached, the rate of fatalities slowed, and even the ghost seemed to vanish without cause. Who could it be? She pondered in her mind. First, she ruled out Jiang Cheng. Then the overweight individual could also be dismissed. If the latter were the ghost, Jiang Cheng would have had no need to gather everyone together for this trial. He would have likely fled long ago. Of course, he could also be dead. The 3 individuals on her side could be excluded as well, for they had remained together, providing no opportunity for the ghost to kill and replace them. That left only the pair from room 405. Yuan's gaze subtly assessed Zhen Jianren and Luo Yi. Yet, no matter how she scrutinized them, nothing seemed amiss. Their actions were entirely rational, devoid of flaws. Upon hearing the analysis of the ghost, even Luo Yi's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. An idea struck Yuan, and she suddenly glanced toward Zhang Yinin's position. The latter possessed a remarkable perception, and moments later, she became aware of Yuan's gaze. Their eyes met for a fleeting instant before both discreetly averted their attention. While organizing items, Yuan caught a glimmer of light flickering across Zhang Yinin's hand, but when she focused again, nothing remained. She approached stealthily, bending down to whisper in Zhang Yinin's ear. The mirror in your hand can reflect the ghost. I saw you use it yesterday. Zhang Yinin's hands paused mid-organization. In the next moment, Yuan continued now. The ghost is already infiltrated. Chapter 69, Fingers. It was through the reflection in the mirror that Yuan and Zhang Yinin confirmed Luo Yi's identity. He was the ghost. The real Luo Yi had been slain by the specter. No one would mourn his death with the scant emotions they possessed. The next moment, both Yuan and Zhang Yinin pondered a pressing question. When had Luo Yi died? And where? The answer was apparent. They still recalled that. According to Zhen Jinren from the day before, he had arrived early to meet everyone, while Luo Yi had gone alone to the archives to investigate. Clearly, he must have encountered the ghost there and been killed, replaced in turn. The ghost would naturally not reveal its information. Zhou Taifu was the first to step into the room. It was spacious inside. Near the spot where Luo Yi had fallen lay a wooden desk, accompanied by an old-fashioned chair with its leather back worn to tatters. A thin layer of dust coated the surface. The room was elongated, and looking deeper inside revealed rows of deep green metal shelves. A few of the shelves closer to them held light blue folders, while the distant shelves overflowed with a multitude of brown paper bags, the depths of which were utterly inscrutable. The room cannot be infinitely large. It is merely an issue of lighting. The sole window is situated not far from the desk. There should be another window deep within the room, yet it must have been sealed or draped with dark curtains, obscuring the light. Under the faint illumination, shadows flicker within, inducing a sense of discomfort in Zhou Taifu, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Noticing that there was nothing amiss inside, Yuan entered as well, her steps incredibly light, as if fearing to awaken something. As she entered, she searched for a light switch by the door. With a click, she found the switch and pressed it down, but there was no response. After a considerable pause, Zhou Taifu glanced up, remarking that even if there were a light, it would likely be inoperative. Yuan leaned closer to the window, both to observe Luo Yi and because this area at least afforded some light, rendering it somewhat safer. Luo Yi lay quietly on the ground, his upper body soaked in blood, his collar torn, and his body contorted in an unnatural manner. It appeared he had struggled before his demise. Since no one had attempted to turn him over, his eyes remained concealed. Look, Zhou Taifu half-squatted, scrutinizing the lifeless Luo Yi, his expression subtly shifting. What does his posture remind you of? Yuan glanced at him before turning her gaze toward the desk. Luo Yi's head was oriented towards the door, while his feet pointed inward. He must have been attacked just as he was about to leave. After a moment, Yuan continued, thus, he fell into this position. Indeed. Zhou Taifu nodded. His chin is also missing. Yuan tilted her head, glancing at Luo Yi's profile, and added, it seems this is the habit of ghosts. However, Zhou Taifu touched the severed elbow of Luo Yi, his complexion turning grim. It had been twisted off by immense force, and the bones within were nearly shattered. He raised his head, pondering why only Luo Yi had suffered such a fate among the corpses we had encountered. Was there something particularly unique about him? Yuan's gaze trailed down Luo Yi's elbow, and suddenly she paused. Look, she spoke, his fingers appeared to be. At her words, Zhou Taifu crouched down and lifted Luo Yi's fingers. Half of them were submerged in the pool of blood, the scene appearing utterly horrific. His fingers had been broken. Zhou Taifu exclaimed in shock. He then quickly lifted Luo Yi's right hand, which had been pressed beneath him. Apart from the bloodstains, the right arm was intact. The fingers, too, were unharmed. If I recall, Luo Yi seemed to favor his left hand, Yuan remarked while staring at the corpse. Zhou Taifu seemed to grasp something suddenly and turned his attention to the depths of the archive room, where countless manila envelopes were arranged. In the dim light, they appeared somewhat eerie. I understand now, Zhou Taifu stated. Luo Yi must have discovered clues regarding the ghost and was preparing to leave with them when he was unexpectedly attacked. In the ensuing struggle, the ghost crushed his left arm. Since he is left-handed, he would have been holding the materials with his left hand at the time. Yuan nodded, affirming. That must be the case. Damn it. Zhou Taifu gritted his teeth, furiously exclaiming, now the materials have been taken by the ghost, and they may have even been destroyed. This leads us to a dead end. Then we can only head to the equipment room or take our chances elsewhere, but regardless, the risks are exceedingly high. Yuan stated, especially in the equipment room, where the ghost may have already dealt with Zhen Jinren, waiting for us to walk into its trap. Don't be so pessimistic. Yuan said slowly, I believe that even if the ghost has taken the materials, it is unlikely that they have been destroyed. We may find them elsewhere. Zhou Taifu furrowed his brow. How so? Rules, Yuan replied, glancing at Luo Yi's body once more before turning to meet Zhou Taifu's gaze. I believe the rules will not permit the ghost to act in that manner. Otherwise, it could have eliminated Luo Yi before he discovered the information about her, rather than waiting until he had obtained it and was ready to leave. Or, to take it a step further, it could have destroyed all clues related to her before Luo Yi even arrived. Wouldn't that be more straightforward? She continued. Upon hearing this, Zhou Taifu's expression improved significantly. He stood up and asked, "Are you suggesting that the rules of the task prohibit the ghost from doing so?" "Of course," Yuan replied. "We all understand that while the ghosts in each task possess different abilities, methods of killing, and preferences, there is one commonality. They are all bound by the rules of the task. Although, as the deadline approaches, they may unleash more terrifying abilities. Akin to the gradual unsealing of their restraints, they are not invincible until the very last moment. In other words, they can only conceal clues more deeply and subtly, but cannot eradicate them at their source." After articulating this, Yuan turned to Zhou Taifu, her tone earnest. "This is the final path of survival left to us by the rules of the task." Zhou Taifu contemplated briefly and recognized the wisdom in Yuan's words. He raised his head and inquired, "Based on your deductions, where do you think the ghost would hide the clues? The music classroom?" Zhou Taifu stroked his chin, hypothesizing, or perhaps the equipment room, or even some completely irrelevant corner. Chapter 70, The Archives. Standing before an archive shelf, Zhou Taifu wore a peculiar expression, while Yuan stood beside him. The area was shrouded in darkness, with the only source of light emanating from the mobile phone in Yuan's hand. Their faces were obscured by shadows. How could this be? Yuan gazed at the scene before her delicate brows furrowed, the composure in her expression now absent. The archive shelf was divided into 4 levels, from top to bottom. Apart from the first level, which showed no signs of disturbance, the other 3 levels were in disarray, with numerous manila envelopes scattered on the floor. Zhou Taifu crouched down and touched one. The paper bags bore no dust, indicating recent activity. In other words, it was Luo Yi who had done this. Clearly, he had retrieved clues regarding the female ghost from here. Yet, they had just searched and found nothing. Zhou Taifu slowly stood up, his voice cold. It seems the ghost has taken the clues. This was the situation he dreaded the most. Midnight tomorrow marked the final deadline. Their time was running short. "Let us go," Yuan decided without hesitation, turning to exit. Zhou Taifu followed closely behind, hesitating. "Where to?" "The equipment center?" "The music classroom," she replied. After closing the door, the two swiftly vanished down the corridor, restoring the area to an eerie silence. Minutes passed. A faint sound of friction emerged as a door across from the archive room was pushed open slightly, revealing a seemingly inconspicuous sight. After a while, a blood-streaked eye gradually appeared at the crack of the door. The eye scanned the surroundings before turning away, whispering, "Doctor, they have left." Jiang Cheng rose from a dusty wicker chair, brushing off the dust from his backside while clutching a manila envelope under his arm. Upon closer inspection, bloodstains could be seen on one corner of the envelope. "Doctor," the portly figure swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Cheng with an expression of flattery and admiration. "You are truly remarkable. How did you know they would come to the archive room for clues?" "Luo, he was replaced by a ghost, so they naturally would suspect he died in the archive room, leading them to consider he might have discovered some crucial clues and was silenced by the ghost." Jiang Cheng replied succinctly. "But," the portly man pondered for a moment before looking up, "how did they confirm that Luo was impersonated by a ghost without a camera?" Jiang Cheng held up the manila envelope, its seal already torn, indicating that Luo Yi had perused its contents. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng mention Zhang Yining, the portly man suddenly realized that he had not seen her earlier. "Doctor." The portly man glanced towards the door, his tone peculiar, that Zhang Yining separated from them. As if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting she is dead?" "Yes." The portly gentleman was momentarily taken aback. However, it was clear that the specter was not of his doing. As Jiang Cheng closed the booklet, a noticeable shift in his demeanor became apparent. It was the presence of Yuan and Zhou Taifu that had triggered this change. He directed his gaze towards the door, as if his eyes could penetrate the barrier and unveil the scene beyond. Time was swiftly approaching, although he could not fully comprehend Jiang Cheng's words. The portly man instinctively sensed that they were intertwined with profound and intricate matters. Moreover, he understood that even if he were to inquire, Jiang Cheng would remain reticent. This was a man both peculiar and exceedingly self-absorbed. The principles governing his actions were beyond the portly man's grasp. During their journey, when Jiang Cheng had seized his collar and gazed down upon him, the portly man had even felt a chilling premonition that the former might take his life. Doctor. He cautiously shifted the topic, craning his neck to observe the booklet in Jiang Cheng's hands. What does it contain? Jiang Cheng casually handed the booklet over. It was modest in size and not particularly thick, bearing the embossed title 2009 Dance Department Student Profiles in gilded lettering. Regrettably, their detour and the entanglement with Zhang Yining had consumed an excessive amount of their time, allowing Jiang Cheng to arrive first and procure the records. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, he had hidden himself in the small room opposite the archive. This space had once served as an office. Modest yet well-furnished, Jiang Cheng's gaze swept the surroundings. The sole window in the room was obscured by dark curtains, allowing only a sliver of light to seep through the gap in the middle. A deep brown bookshelf stood against the wall, adjacent to a white water dispenser, which was now devoid of water, with 4 or 5 empty barrels strewn across the floor, their original colors indiscernible due to grime. A row of red clay pots, intended for nurturing plants, was neatly arranged beneath the window, yet the flora within had long since withered beyond recognition. Just behind the portly man stood a wooden coat rack bearing several garments. An antiquated desk housed a calendar, a relic Jiang Cheng had not encountered in ages. Upon examining the calendar, he noted that the final date recorded was December 2009. Doctor, the portly man also observed the calendar atop the desk, his brow furrowing in contemplation. It appears the occupant of this office left in a hurry, as none of their belongings were taken. December 2009. Jiang Cheng seemed deep in thought. The portly man, holding the file in hand, queried, "Is there truly a dance department at this institution?" He recalled that this was a specialized music academy, as their initial instructor had introduced it. The portly man was momentarily taken aback, flipping through the file to indeed find the name of Yueying Art Academy within its pages. When had it changed its name? 10 years ago, he mused, I discovered record from 2010 in the archive, and by then, the name had already been altered to Yueying Music Academy. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at the portly man. The dance department has also been dissolved. An inkling of realization dawned upon the portly man. The sudden renaming of the school, the disbandment of the dance department, the esoteric nature of the files, all seemed to suggest that a hidden secret lay beneath the surface, especially when he recalled the ghostly figure performing ballet. It was the death of that girl that precipitated this series of events, the portly man asserted, clutching the dossier with conviction. Chapter 71, Group Photograph. According to the records, the dance department of the class of 2009 consisted of only 2 classes. The first class boasted 11 students, while the second held merely 9. As the portly man perused the details of the first class, Jiang Cheng interjected, flipping several pages to arrive directly at the second class's section. The first class specialized in modern dance, while the second was dedicated to ballet. At the forefront lay a group photograph. The second class comprised 9 female students, all youthful and fresh-faced, filled with aspiration for the future. The 9 girls squatted in the front row, clad in ballet attire, striking a perfect split, while several instructors stood behind them. Judging by the backdrop, it appeared to have been taken in a rehearsal studio, with a wall-sized mirror behind them and a row of bars in front. The photograph seemed rather ordinary, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. As he flipped back, he encountered the specific details of the students. However, what should have been 9 pages in the file was reduced to 8, with the last page conspicuously torn away, leaving behind jagged remnants. Why is a page missing? The portly man inquired, his brow furrowing in surprise. It was evident that this page had been deliberately removed, and his immediate suspicion fell upon Luo Yi. Soon, he turned to the last page, which revealed yet another group photograph. Beneath the image, a line of small text read, "Commemorative graduation photograph of the 2009 Dance Department Classical Ballet class." The timestamp in the bottom right corner indicated it had been taken in December 2009. Graduation. The portly man fixated on these 2 words, his eyes widening in realization after a moment. "Doctor." He turned sharply, exclaiming, "This doesn't add up. They're students of the class of 2009, meaning this cohort entered in 2009. How could they have graduated that same year?" After uttering this, he abruptly halted, as if struck by a revelation, swiftly glancing towards the desk where the calendar rested, its last date also lingering in December 2009. Could it be? Continue. Jiang Cheng interjected, interrupting the portly man's train of thought. At first glance, this graduation photograph appeared unremarkable, yet gradually, the portly man's expression grew more perplexed. It was a graduation picture, yet only 8 students remained in the frame. It went without saying that the absent girl was the one whose file had been torn out. The portly man evidently arrived at this conclusion, holding the front and back photographs together, swiftly identifying the missing girl. She was a sweet-faced girl with a charming smile. Even in her youth, her beauty was apparent. Given time, she would undoubtedly blossom into a striking figure. Jiang Cheng retrieved his camera, capturing all pertinent information. "Doctor," the portly man furrowed his brow. "I believe the missing girl is the ghost from our task. She must have perished due to some unforeseen circumstances. Her lingering attachment leading her to become a specter." Jiang Cheng set aside the camera and, after a brief silence, remarked, "But is it solely her?" The portly man was taken aback, and as if suddenly grasping something, he stared at the 2 photographs in his hands, his expression darkening. In addition to the missing girl, there was also a man absent from the group, the only male figure in the photograph. He stood inconspicuously at the edge of the back row, dressed in what appeared to be an instructor's attire. "Miss Yu," a voice resonated, belonging to Feng Lan, tinged with an odd quality. "Is that item truly so significant? We could wait a bit longer." It was evident that she harbored a degree of trepidation. The trio was ascending the staircase. "I apologize for the inconvenience," Yuan replied. "During our last rehearsal, we accidentally misplaced a lens, likely within a music classroom." Her tone was polite, yet carried an unmistakable air of detachment. Upon hearing this, Feng Lan's expression faltered slightly, yet she refrained from further comment. Having found nothing in the archive, they had no choice but to proceed to the music classroom in search of clues. For safety's sake, Yuan had summoned Feng Lan, as she was a teacher familiar with the premises, and more importantly, could scout for potential dangers. Observing Feng Lan's apprehensive and constrained demeanor, Zhou Taifu, walking along the wall's edge, could not help but chuckle softly. He had long discerned that this teacher, named Feng Lan, harbored a subtle affection for his beloved Yuan. Due to her past experiences, Yuan exudes a unique air of heroism, and with her newly cropped hair, she appears particularly capable. Upon her first entry into Feng Lan's dormitory, she immediately noticed the plethora of posters adorning the walls. However, unlike most young women who favor posters of their beloved male celebrities, Feng Lan's walls are decorated exclusively with those of female stars, and notably, they are rather niche selections. The themes of short hair, competence, and a sense of valor resonate throughout this space. Among the posters, one profile bears a striking resemblance to Yuan. If the aforementioned observations were merely conjectural, then the gestures of gifting a mobile phone and willingly escorting them to a music classroom could hardly be dismissed as mere platonic kindness. Since their arrival, they had yet to encounter another soul. Zhou Taifu, fixating on the array of ajar doors, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Teacher Feng," he whispered, "is there no class here today?" It was still far from dusk, yet the silence enveloping the place felt unnervingly excessive. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Lan too appeared anxious. She reached for the keys in her pocket, but the clattering sound startled her. The scheduling of classes was the responsibility of another instructor. Clutching the keys, she hurriedly lowered her head, intent solely on locating the misplaced lens and departing from this unsettling environment. However, after a brief hesitation, Feng Lan turned her head and murmured to herself in a puzzled tone, "It does seem a bit strange. Today, it feels different here." Chapter 72. Disappearance. Yuan raised her brow, halting in her tracks, and inquired, "What did you say?" Under the intensity of Yuan's gaze, Feng Lan suddenly felt self-conscious, instinctively sensing that her earlier remarks had displeased Miss Yu. Perhaps due to the daylight, the entire building remained unlit, which caused Feng Lan to stumble on the dimly lit staircase. Had it not been for Yuan's quick reflexes to steady her, it could have been quite embarrassing. Thank you, Miss Yu," Feng Lan stammered, grasping Yuan's arm, a fleeting blush crossing her face as her fingers tightened around Yuan's arm. "Be careful," Yuan cautioned. The trivial exchange between them irked Zhou Taifu, whose growing impatience rendered him increasingly agitated. He withdrew a dagger from his pocket and concealed it within his sleeve, resting it against his wrist. His eyes scanned the surroundings, ever vigilant for any potential threats. They had ascended to the 4th floor, where the music classroom was located. Yet, for safety reasons, Yuan opted for a more cautious route, leading them on a longer path that required navigating a couple of turns along the corridor before reaching their destination. The corridor seemed to stretch interminably, shrouded in dimness that resembled a veil of mist. They were, step by step, walking into this haze, I am sorry, Feng Lan murmured, glancing at the nearby restroom. A slight frown etched on her face. Zhou Taifu's expression mirrored her concern. Let us just find the lens in the music classroom and leave. He insisted in a hushed tone. Then you can. Feng Lan clutched her stomach, her pallor worsening. Mr. Zhou, please wait for me a moment. No sooner had she finished speaking than she dashed into the restroom, leaving Zhou Taifu and Yuan outside. The mere act of entering the restroom evoked memories of Long Tao, those unblinking eyes and the severed jaw. Zhou Taifu quietly asked, what now? In an eerily silent environment. One's mind often wanders, particularly in a place where unsettling events had transpired, as an unsettling emotion festered, corroding their mental fortitude. Yuan surveyed the dim surroundings before turning to him. Let us go inside. They entered the ladies' restroom one after the other. This restroom was not the site of Long Tao's demise. It was more centrally located at the intersection of two corridors with superior facilities. The sink area was tidy and clean. A half-empty bottle of hand soap rested in the corner, and a black hair tie lay discarded, a stark contrast against the pristine white sink. Yuan surmised it must have been accidentally left by a girl. Lifting her gaze, she noticed a large, well-maintained mirror hanging on the wall, its frame artfully distressed, creating a comforting aesthetic. The interior featured glossy marble flooring, so reflective it could cast shadows. 2 rows of stalls lined the walls, totaling over 10, all painted a deep blue, exuding an air of cleanliness. The stalls were equipped with doors, rising about 15 centimeters above the floor, leaving a narrow gap. The air was imbued with a pleasant jasmine fragrance. Unlike the male restroom where Long Tao had met his end, this facility was vastly superior in both size and cleanliness. Yet, there was no relief on the faces of Yuan and Zhou Taifu. They stood near the sink, leaving the restroom door ajar to keep watch over the entire space, ready to escape at the first sign of danger. Miss Feng, Yuan suddenly called out toward the stalls. All the stall doors were closed, leaving her uncertain of Feng Lan's whereabouts, especially since, upon entering, she had yet to hear any sound from Feng Lan, which was quite unusual. Yuan took a step towards the stalls, crouched down, and peered through the gap beneath one of the partitions. Normally, from such an angle, one could see the feet of anyone inside. To the left, there was nothing, only the bottom of the toilet. She tilted her head to the right, checking the first stall, then the second. She remained crouched, inspecting each stall until the last one. Nothing. The realization struck her. Feng Lan seemed to have vanished. Yuan sprang to her feet, about to signal Zhou Taifu to flee, when suddenly, with a creak, the door of the stall on the right swung open, followed by the sound of the toilet flushing. Feng Lan emerged on tiptoe from within, startling Yuan, who stood merely a few steps away. Zhou Taifu, bewildered, immediately questioned, "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Yuan could not intervene in time. In her initial speculations, one of the conditions for a ghost to claim a victim was presumably the victim's need to produce sound. As Yuan covered her mouth, preparing to confront the grim reality of losing her companion, she was taken aback when Feng Lan bowed slightly. Then, lifting her head with a hint of shyness, she said, "I'm sorry. I know Miss you came in to keep me company out of concern, but I find conversing while using the restroom to be quite impolite, so." Feng Lan nodded, but as she suddenly realized Zhou Taifu had followed her in, her expression shifted to one of confusion. "Mr. Zhou, why are you?" She glanced curiously at the restroom door. It stood wide open, and from her vantage point, she could clearly see the skirt symbol marked on it. It was unmistakably the ladies' restroom. Zhou Taifu was momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was Yuan who came to his rescue. She took a moment to compose herself before calmly stating, "I invited him in." She paused, refraining from elaborating, but a hint of concern flickered in her eyes, however fleeting. It did not go unnoticed by Feng Lan, whose gaze sparkled with a newfound light. Chapter 73. The Peculiar. It was thus that Feng Lan felt her heart race. Her cheeks flushed, yet she feigned calmness as she pinched her fingers and said, "Thank you, Miss Yu." Zhou Taifu gazed at Feng Lan, who had almost forgotten him, as if 1,000 crows had flown overhead. Miss Yu, too, found the current atmosphere unsettling. It was peculiar, both the people and the surroundings. She swiftly shifted the topic, turning around and urging, "Let us depart, Miss Feng." "All right." However, just as Feng Lan brushed past her, Yuan took a few steps forward and positioned herself in front of the stall. At that moment, the stall door swung open, revealing its contents in full view. 2 shoe prints marked the pristine white edge of the toilet, one on the left and one on the right. Feng Lan had stepped on the edge, which is why she hadn't noticed her own feet when she bent down to look. "Miss you?" Feng Lan had nearly exited when she realized Yuan had not followed. Turning around, she saw Yuan standing at the stall door. "Oh," Yuan quickly responded, stepping outside. "What are you looking at?" "I think I just saw a mouse." Yuan replied nonchalantly, feigning a look of fright as she patted her chest. "I'm particularly afraid of such things, so I was momentarily caught off guard." It was unclear whether the characters in the task had been unintentionally made less intelligent, or if Feng Lan herself was simply lacking in wit. But this flimsy explanation somehow garnered her trust. Zhou Taifu could not help but muse that it would be wonderful if future tasks were this easy to deceive. Just as they were about to exit, Feng Lan seemed to recall something and dashed to the sink, turning on the faucet to wet her hands before squeezing out a bit of hand soap. Yuan and Zhou Taifu observed her silhouette, feeling a sense of relief, as this could be considered a rare external advantage. At least they were ahead of teams 404 and 405 in this regard. Speaking of which, the faces of Jiang Cheng and his words surfaced in Yuan and Zhou Taifu's minds. "My hands are twice the size of yours. I'm still growing through puberty and the like." It seemed that Zhen Jianren might have met his end, but they were uncertain about how far Hao Shuai and that chubby man had progressed. Would they manage to locate the director of academic affairs, surnamed Li? And what information could they possibly extract? Or were they, like Zhen Jianren, simply out of luck and already eliminated by the ghosts? Yuan recalled that, according to a senior who had experienced nightmares, more than half of the missions ultimately ended in total annihilation. After all, in a nightmare, both luck and strength are indispensable. She hoped. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her throat involuntarily tightened. This time it wouldn't. Just as Feng Lan meticulously dried her hands and lifted her head, the faces of the three appeared simultaneously in the mirror. It was as if a subtle chemical reaction had occurred, their gazes instantly locking onto their reflections. Staring across the mirror at someone who was entirely identical to oneself was an exceedingly bizarre experience. More accurately, it was profoundly eerie, especially in such an environment. As time trickled by, Zhou Taifu found his reflection becoming increasingly unfamiliar. His skin gradually paled, as if drained of all color. His body was cooling at an uncontrollable pace. He was a person of considerable cold tolerance. To be more specific, he was insensitive to both heat and cold. His years spent traversing the rainforests of Southeast Asia and the desolate northern tundras of Siberia had honed not only his exceptional skills in killing, but also his resilient physique. Yet, at this moment, his once proud skills and physique were utterly useless. He stared blankly at his reflection, his body unresponsive, while his consciousness drifted away. A sense of unfamiliar palpitations surged from his core, his pupils slowly constricting, vitality gradually peeling away from his robust frame. Distortion, resentment, silence, and chill, along with an endless darkness, surging like a tide, threatening to engulf him. His world was devoid of light and hope. He felt as if he had plunged into the depths of the sea, surrounded by countless bubbles, yet devoid of any assistance. Crack! The crisp sound resonated like the tearing of silk, causing the entire darkened world to tremble. Zhou Taifu frowned. Crack! 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 More sounds followed. Hiss! His face suddenly fell to blaze. Only then did he realize that his cheeks were flushed, a clear imprint of a hand branded upon them, as if he had just engaged in some shameful act of performance art. In the next moment, crack! Another slap struck Zhou Taifu's face, just regaining his senses. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Yuan, slightly angled in front of him, rolled up her sleeves, beads of sweat beginning to appear on her forehead. "Mr. Zhou has awakened." Feng Lan's voice rang out, laced with a mixture of joy and confusion. Just moments ago, as they prepared to leave the restroom, Zhou Taifu stood as if enchanted before the mirror, unresponsive to calls or pulls, utterly motionless. His gaze was fixed, silently confronting his reflection. The scene was profoundly unsettling. Only when blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth did he finally snap back to reality. Seeing Zhou Taifu revive, Yuan felt a wave of relief. Her concern for him was undeniable. Had it been anyone else in such a predicament, she would have long since escaped. Yet, her joy had to be concealed, and her expression remained composed. He twisted his neck, finding his body somewhat stiff, and queried Yuan with confusion. "What just happened to me?" Yuan glanced at the mirror before quickly averting her gaze. "Something's off. We should leave here." She tugged at his arm, and his legs felt a certain stiffness, a tingling sensation, rendering his movements uncoordinated. As they moved closer together, Yuan briefly recounted the recent occurrences to him. Upon learning that he had stood like a lost soul before the mirror, locked in a gaze with his reflection. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Could it be that he had been targeted by a ghost? Chapter 74, The Ocean of Women. Or perhaps this building concealed other secrets. Whichever the case, it was not good news for them. He couldn't fathom why the ghost would seek him out rather than Jiang Cheng's chubby companion. Stop overthinking, Yuan cautioned. Her focus fixed on the path ahead, appearing very cautious. From now on, avoid all but the essentials. However, Zhou Taifu, still recovering from his fright, his complexion pale, replied, there are some matters we cannot. Yuan shot him a look, and he followed her gaze, noticing a small, slender figure. Leading the way, Feng Lan held her phone for illumination, lowering her voice to warn, Miss you, Mr. Zhou. It's quite dark ahead. Watch your step. You should worry about yourself. Zhou Taifu muttered in a tone only the two of them could hear. Creak, creak, from the intersection of the two corridors. Sounds of friction occasionally echoed from the women's restroom. The sounds were faint, yet strangely, they possessed an indescribable allure, a sensation that made one feel as though their very soul might slip away. The silent wind swept through the restroom, and a black leather strap forgotten at the edge of the sink stirred and began to roll, just as it was about to fall to the ground. It inexplicably halted midair, as though an invisible hand had caught it. Moments ago, Yuan, Zhou Taifu, and Feng Lan had hurriedly departed. Yet, had they not been so hasty, had they been more observant, they would have noticed that while the two women had indeed left Zhou Taifu, the sky gradually darkened, and the women's restroom became increasingly obscure, with all things transforming into deep black silhouettes, as if everything had been crushed and then recast into darkness. A faint light spilled over the mirror's surface, resembling a dagger glinting with a chilling sheen. The dagger was within the mirror, held by a shadowy figure whose face remained obscured. The rotund man fixated on the sole male figure in the dossier, his mind awash with countless enraging images. The deceased ballet dancer, the vanished male instructor, students who graduated in mere months, the renaming of the school, the disbandment of the dance department, and the lifeless, joyless graduation photographs. Merely piecing together these clues destined the outcome to be a tragedy. Such a heinous event would significantly impact the school's reputation and enrollment. Consequently, in an effort to prevent such incidents from recurring, they hastily abolished the dance department, hastily graduated the enrolled students, and even altered the school's name. This elucidates why not a single man could be seen within the institution. It seems they ceased hiring male instructors after that incident. The rotund man appeared to recollect something, raising his head to look at Jiang Cheng, promptly exclaiming, Moreover, Doctor, do you remember that the security department at the school is entirely staffed by women, as is the cafeteria? Apart from us, this place is a veritable sea of women. The rotund man licked his lips, and Jiang Cheng tilted his head, casting a glance at him, the expression in his eyes causing the rotund man to feel a twinge of unease. Doctor, he said, nervously clutching the dossier, you can speak your mind, but please don't look at me like that. My back hurts. Why are you licking your lips? Jiang Cheng inquired earnestly. The rotund man was bewildered, furrowing his brow as his chubby face contorted. Doctor, what are you talking about? I mean, why are you licking your lips when you mention that this school is filled with girls? Jiang Cheng replied. Is that so? The rotund man was taken aback. Indeed, Jiang Cheng affirmed, nodding. If you don't believe me, repeat the phrase, this is a sea of women. Apart from us, it's all women. This is a sea of women. The rotund man recited, pausing briefly before licking his lips again. See, Jiang Cheng exclaimed, you did it again. The rotund man protested, Doctor, I don't think now is the time to discuss my lip licking. The situation we face is quite dire. Something dreadful must have happened to that girl, resulting in her immense resentment. Jiang Cheng shook his head, stating that that's not correct. Not correct? The rotund man's gaze shifted as he perceived Jiang Cheng's unique perspective on the incident, suspecting he had uncovered something significant. Doctor, do you think the issue lies not with that girl? He inquired tentatively. No, Jiang Cheng continued to shake his head. I'm referring to your previous statement being incorrect. Is it the matter of licking lips that you find unacceptable? The rotund man glared at Jiang Cheng, sulking. No, I mean the statement before that. Before that? The rotund man blinked, slowly articulating, apart from us, it's all women. This is a sea of... That's enough, Jiang Cheng interjected, leaning forward and employing a notably distinct tone. This school is not solely comprised of women. Aside from us, there is indeed one man. The rotund man fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, an image of an elderly, pale face surfaced in his mind. There was indeed another man, one entirely devoid of motive or capability to commit a crime. Doctor, the rotund man said, his expression somewhat awkward. Do you think that person can still? Who knows? Jiang Cheng shrugged. I developed quite late, currently in my adolescence, just starting to sprout acne. Perhaps he developed even later than I did. He may look old, but his spirit remains youthful. The rotund man retorted, Doctor, that's just nonsensical. I doubt a peculiar individual like you would emerge in a century. Don't hold him in such high regard. Moreover, if he possessed even half your cunning, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The rotund man stated with conviction. Regrettably, the man in the photograph was positioned at an angle, and due to the limitations of the camera and conditions at the time, his visage was not clear, only a vague outline discernible. With the clues being so scant, there was little point in continuing their discussion, so they secured the camera and dossier, preparing to depart. After checking, they found that the camera only had 10% battery remaining, the indicator glowing red, indicating it would not last much longer. Furthermore, they searched through the camera bag, but could not locate the charger. Let's go, Jiang Cheng said, stowing the camera and patting the bag. It seems we must go to the equipment room. Perhaps we can find an old charger. Doctor, I admire your optimism, the rotund man grumbled, trailing behind Jiang Cheng. I just fear we won't acquire the charger and end up in trouble ourselves. As Jiang Cheng proceeded, he suddenly halted. The rotund man, puzzled, turned to look ahead. The door had been pushed open by Jiang Cheng, but the scene beyond left him utterly astonished. 3 burly female security guards stood before the door, their expressions icy, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Thieves! The lead security guard brandished a dark baton, her eyes gleaming with fury, gritting her teeth in anger. 2 of the female guards were familiar to them, having previously encountered them in room 304, where Luo Yi had been apprehended. At that time, the rotund man had secretly ridiculed Luo Yi for being too inept. How could he not outpace them? In hindsight, that judgment had been rather hasty. Moments later, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and shouted, Fatty, run! The rotund man nearly leaped into action, barreling forward heedlessly. His solid physique granted him considerable momentum. As he ran, he resembled a human tank. However, in the face of his reckless charge, the remaining 2 female security guards remained unmoved. Only the lead guard stepped forward, effortlessly blocking his path. The rotund man collided with her, while she merely took half a step back, her expression unchanged. Yet, the rotund man was propelled backward by the immense force of the impact, a coppery sweetness flooding his throat. The collision nearly knocked the breath out of him. Dazed, he staggered backward, landing in a corner, his vision blurring, making everyone appear as double images. The female security guard before him seemed to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. He struggled to turn his head, still concerned about Jiang Cheng, wishing to see if he had managed to escape. In his mind, he harbored an inexplicable trust in Jiang Cheng. He was a man who played by his own rules. Surely he would find a way to break free. He was a man with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Whenever faced with danger, he would. The rotund man's thoughts began to well with emotion, his eyes moistening as he felt moved by his own resolve. For the sake of their unyielding love, friendship, Doctor, he whispered, but unexpectedly. The figures before him fluctuated between clarity and distortion, and he beheld a familiar silhouette surrounded by the 3 female security guards. That figure stood unflinching, spine straight. First, he calmly removed the camera, then proceeded to take off his jacket. Just as the rotund man widened his eyes, believing Jiang Cheng was about to showcase his true prowess, he witnessed Jiang Cheng raise his hands high, kneeling along the wall, and with a thud, went down on one knee, occasionally pointing in the rotund man's direction. Babbling incoherently, the rotund man, his ears ringing and vision swimming, strained to listen until he finally discerned the words. It was that fat man who stole the items. He came up with a plan, and I was merely keeping watch. Jiang Cheng knelt on the ground, his face animated as he accused the rotund man. Righteous indignation radiating from him, entirely embodying the role of a wayward youth deceived by a wicked uncle. Sisters, he pounded his chest in assurance. I can be a witness to testify against him. Let us sentence him to 10 or 8 years. The rotund man nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he completely lost consciousness. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, a female security guard indeed discovered the missing file folder from the portly man. It appeared that he was not involved in the matter after all. The leading security guard looked down upon Jiang Cheng, her gaze softening involuntarily. He was quite a handsome man, and his adorably naive demeanor was utterly disarming. Moreover, he exuded a rare, scholarly aura. You may rise, she said. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "We still need to consult the school authorities regarding how to handle this matter. This minor issue hardly warrants troubling my sisters," Jiang Cheng replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he stood up and brushed the dust from his knees. This series of actions caused one of the female guards to blush deeply, her throat involuntarily swallowing. However, she quickly turned her head away, feeling embarrassed by her earlier reaction. After all, she was nearly 40 years old. "Sister," Jiang Cheng lifted his gaze, his eyes twinkling like a galaxy. "What happened to your hand?" "And no, it's nothing," the security guard said, biting her lip. "I just moved too quickly and accidentally." She paused, realizing that they were on the 5th floor. If they were to throw this hefty man down, he would surely not survive. The unconscious man twitched slightly. "Before you toss him, you ought to stab him 100 times, Jiang Cheng suggested with a progressively sinister expression. "Just aim for the kidneys. Even if he doesn't die, his life would be ruined." "Let it be. It's not a significant issue," the security guard exclaimed, startled by Jiang Cheng's thoughts. Her initial intentions of punishing the two men diminished considerably, and she even began to persuade Jiang Cheng, "You don't seem like a bad person. This man may look repugnant, but..." All right, the lead security guard interjected, waving her hand as a mediator. "Let's consider this matter settled for today. He hasn't stolen anything of value. You may leave, but let's not have this happen again." "Are you really just going to let him go?" Jiang Cheng pressed, unwilling to relent. "Shouldn't we reconsider? Once you miss this opportunity, it may not come again." "Enough. That's enough." The lead security guard began to grow impatient. "Are you leaving or not? If you're not, I certainly will." With that, she turned and left with the other two security guards, their hurried footsteps echoing down the stairs, as if they were the ones who had committed a crime. In truth, they were merely security personnel, earning a meager salary and passing the days. They could hardly act, as Jiang Cheng suggested. A slight reprimand would suffice if they truly caused harm. The school would not compensate them and would disavow responsibility, claiming they were merely temporary workers. They were acutely aware of this reality. Once the footsteps faded, Jiang Cheng moved closer to the portly man, about to rouse him when he suddenly froze mid-motion. A faint sound of friction reached his ears, slow and deliberate, as if a door were being quietly opened. Behind him lay the archives room. Whatever emerged from there would not be easily dealt with by mere security guards. Was it that ghost? Or had the deceased Luo come back to life? Jiang Cheng dared not dwell on it further, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. For the second time that day, he slowly raised his hand. Regardless of who it was, they were not someone he could contend with, especially since the enemy was aware of his presence while he remained in the shadows, having lost the element of surprise. The chilling aura drew nearer, and he could hear the heavy breathing of the approaching figure. Gradually, a shadow fell against the wall opposite him. Chapter 76, The Arrival. The shadow appeared slender, devoid of any grotesque dismemberment. Jiang Cheng remained motionless, fixated on the silhouette. "You may rise," the newcomer instructed. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Cheng involuntarily shuddered. It was a relatively youthful voice, female, likely around 30. For reasons unknown, her voice bore a muted quality, as if she were always suppressing it. Jiang Cheng slowly stood up, yet he did not speak or turn around, merely rising to his feet without shifting his position. "You may turn around," the woman urged. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "You must promise not to kill me." "Very well," she replied, "I promise." However, mere promises might not suffice. Jiang Cheng raised his hands with practiced ease. Even if he held them aloft for an extended period, his posture remained impeccable. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "How about you swear an oath?" The woman began to cough violently, as though her throat were irritated. Once her coughing subsided, she continued, "This is rather troublesome. I think it would be better to just kill you." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Cheng swiftly turned around. "Forget the oath. I can tell from your voice that you are a beautiful woman. Beautiful women never lie, for the consequences of their deceit are particularly dire. I once knew a beautiful woman who was crushed by a steamroller for lying." The woman fell silent for a moment, then remarked, "Actually, you can open your eyes." Jiang Cheng kept his eyes tightly shut, maneuvering to the side of the portly man. He delivered several forceful kicks to the man, and, as the portly figure began to stir, he asked, "How are you feeling, fatty?" "Aye," the man mumbled, as if just awakening, his voice soon turning to panic. "Who is this woman? What happened to those 3 security guards?" "Doctor, I'm here," the portly man stammered, scrambling to his feet, the dust on his clothes forgotten as he stared at the peculiar woman before him. She was a stranger, someone he had never encountered at school. "Fatty, are you all right?" Jiang Cheng queried for the third time. Why you're still alive? Had it not been for the presence of this strange woman, the portly man would have been shouting by now. Instead, he managed to contain himself, casting a glance at Jiang Cheng's position. Doctor, can we act like normal people? You're not blind. Then I shall be at ease. Jiang Cheng finally opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the portly man seemed to realize something, and his expression turned ghastly, as if he had swallowed a fly. Jiang Cheng began to scrutinize the woman before him. She was enveloped in a beige trench coat, her figure unremarkable, lacking the striking presence of a cheap how-clad woman. Curiously, her face was concealed by an oversized mask, obscuring much of her visage. Furthermore, the mask appeared quite thick, making each breath seem labored. She wore sunglasses that conveniently shielded the upper half of her face. Who are you? The portly man inquired. The woman tilted her head slightly, perhaps due to the portly man's position. This is Fatty. Then you must be. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Cheng. Mr. Hao Shuai, correct? You are. As someone well acquainted with various circles, Jiang Cheng understood that assessing a woman's age by observing her hands was often more accurate than merely examining her face. It was evident that she was a woman of means, as her attire and demeanor suggested a life of comfort. While the wealthy were a rarity, Jiang Cheng knew a few, and they all shared a similar air. My surname is Li. The woman introduced herself, Li Yanwei. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted slightly as he took in her appearance from head to toe, suddenly exclaiming, You can't possibly be the school's academic director, Director Li? The woman nodded. With her mask obscuring her face, it was impossible to gauge her expression, yet she affirmed, That is correct. She appeared to be in her early 30s at most, and Jiang Cheng was certain of it. You are really Director Li? The portly man furrowed his brows, clearly incredulous that a woman in such a position could be so youthful. Jiang Cheng shared his skepticism, but ultimately logic prevailed. The presence of Director Li was imperative to their task. She had been repeatedly mentioned in connection with their mission, marking her as a key figure. With only a day remaining in their task, her appearance was becoming increasingly essential. The first mention of Director Li comes from Fenglan. Therefore, if the so-called academic director, Li, cannot be found near the archives, Jiang Cheng will seek out Fenglan to further supplement his clues. Encountering Director Li here is something Jiang Cheng had anticipated from the very beginning, especially after the appearance of the 3 female security guards. According to Luo Yi, who was rescued from the guards, the direct supervisor of these 3 security guards is none other than Director Li. The conversation Jiang Cheng had with the guards was actually aimed at escalating the situation to a level beyond their control, necessitating that they seek assistance from their superior. Director Li. However, Jiang Cheng was taken aback by the guards' cowardice. Although he had expected Director Li's arrival, the manner of her entrance was indeed unexpected. He first cast a few glances at the former, then turned his gaze towards the door of the archives behind Director Li. A hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. When did she arrive? Was it alongside the female guards? Jiang Cheng quickly dismissed this possibility for a simple reason. If the female guards were aware of Director Li's presence, today's incident would likely not have concluded so smoothly. Dedication and a sense of responsibility. One must still put on a show in front of superior. This implies that Director Li had been in the archives even before the female guard arrived. But when exactly? As his thoughts deepened, Jiang Cheng's expression gradually became grim. The fatty, observing the shift in Jiang Cheng's demeanor, found himself trembling involuntarily. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him. Was this woman truly a ghost? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Cheng entertained a bold conjecture. Might she have arrived even earlier than he had imagined? Earlier than the security guards, earlier than Yuan and Zhou Taifu, perhaps even before himself. She could have been silently lurking in the deepest shadows of the archives, perceiving everything that transpired, both human and spectral. Chapter 77. Chun Yao. Her name is Chun Yao. Director Li fixed her gaze on Jiang Cheng and, after a lengthy pause, spoke. The fatty, just regaining consciousness and still somewhat dazed, initially failed to grasp Director Li's meaning and instinctively asked, Who are you saying is called Chun Yao? The girl missing from the archives? Director Li suddenly paused at this point, then turned her head and with a voice laden with suppressed emotion, slowly stated, In other words, the ghost you were looking for. Upon hearing the word ghost, the expressions of both Jiang Cheng and the fatty transformed instantaneously. There were indeed some individuals who had sensed the existence of the supernatural during the mission, such as Fenglan. Yet, facing someone directly and uttering that term, Director Li was the first. Jiang Cheng scrutinized her and inquired, Do you know her? From the current clues, It was known that the incident involving the girl in the archives occurred 10 years ago, and the woman before them, now occupying the position of academic director, must have been employed at this school for a considerable duration. They might indeed have crossed paths. The fatty seemed to have reached a similar realization and hesitantly asked, "Have you ever met her? Or was she once your student?" The fatty's eyes widened in anticipation. Director Lee's face was obscured by sunglasses and a mask, making it impossible to discern her expression, yet a subtle tremor in her voice indicated that she was not as composed as she appeared. The fatty became increasingly convinced that his deduction was accurate. Director Lee lifted her head, and the sunglasses imparted to the fatty an unprecedented feeling. Locking eyes with her felt akin to gazing into an abyss. He involuntarily shivered. "I was her classmate," Director Lee replied, "a classmate in the same class." The fatty's eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Cheng hesitated momentarily, but soon masked it with a casual demeanor. He regarded the woman before him, tilted his head slightly, and asked in an ordinary tone, "The 2009 dance department, class 2, majoring in ballet?" "Indeed," Director Lee nodded. After uttering this, the fatty regretted it. Given the woman's current appearance, she could easily be mistaken for a complete stranger, even by her own mother. Moreover, a decade had passed since the photograph was taken. When the woman shifted her gaze to the fatty's face, his complexion instantly paled. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng timely took over the conversation, drawing the woman's attention back to him. "Could you elaborate?" "You are correct," the woman began. "I am not in the album. I transferred in. My previous major was bel canto, and later I switched to the dance department, class 2, majoring in ballet. My detailed records are in the archives." She looked at Jiang Cheng, taking a small step back to clear the path to the archives, her dark sunglasses resembling a still pool. "If you don't believe me, you may verify it." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No need, I believe you." Given the recent events, the fatty wisely chose to remain silent, his ears perked up, and his small eyes darting about. "Why did you switch majors?" Jiang Cheng continued to inquire, his voice rising with curiosity. "I suspect it may be related to this Chun Yao." At the mention of Chun Yao, Jiang Cheng immediately scanned the surroundings, particularly the shadows and corners untouched by sunlight. He then quickly remarked, "Don't say that. From my perspective, that girl was quite admirable. Who knows, she may have had her reasons." Seeing that there was no response from the surroundings, Jiang Cheng and the fatty finally felt a sense of relief. A misunderstanding? The woman seemed incensed by their seemingly indifferent remarks, her entire body trembling. "That wretched girl seduced my fiancé. Is that also a misunderstanding?" Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, pausing for several seconds before responding. "Your fiancé is Chun Yao's dance instructor." Indeed, there was a man missing from the group photo. The woman's chest heaved violently, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. It seemed this matter had struck her deeply, leaving her harboring resentment even after a decade. She took a deep breath, subtly nodding yes. "What is your fiancé's name?" The fatty interjected. "Suyu." Jiang Cheng frowned and then remarked, "Is he the one from the equipment management center?" He abruptly halted, then corrected himself after a few seconds. "That male instructor?" The woman appeared taken aback that Jiang Cheng was aware of this detail. She fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Yes, he's my fiancé, Suyu. The root cause of the turmoil appears to be this missing girl, Chun Yao." The woman's gaze flitted back and forth between the two men, her movements peculiar, her neck shifting angles repeatedly. The fatty suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. This sudden appearance of Director Lee resembled a cobra poised to strike its prey. The emergence of this thought startled the fatty. He swallowed hard, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Cheng. To his surprise, Jiang Cheng moved even faster, having unknowingly positioned himself behind the fatty, revealing only a fraction of his body to engage with the woman. As Jiang Cheng conversed, he also seized the opportunity to discreetly assess their surroundings. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Cheng, the fatty began to discern his strategy. This guy was likely plotting an escape route for himself. Should the negotiation falter, he would be the first to flee. How did Chun Yao die? Jiang Cheng cut to the chase. Upon hearing this question, the fatty felt a surge of anxiety. He dreaded the possibility that Director Lee might respond with a chilling confession of culpability. He envisioned a typical scene from a crime film where the villain declares, "You know too much. I only trust the dead to keep secrets before drawing a gun to silence them." If matters were to escalate to such a point, although they held a numerical advantage, they knew that if Director Lee dared to confront them alone, she must possess some formidable trump card. The fatty scrutinized Director Lee, assessing her with a watchful gaze that grew increasingly peculiar. Indeed, the demeanor of this woman exudes an unsettling peculiarity. Her gestures, while not entirely incorrect, convey an unmistakably disjointed sensation. Prolonged observation of her movements can even evoke a sense of the uncanny, as though her upper and lower halves were hastily assembled from two distinct individuals. Chapter 78. A Solo Dance. The Doctor. The portly man began to tremble once again, speaking in a barely audible whisper, seemingly attempting to alert Jiang Cheng. However, a sharp pinch at his waist compelled him to immediately cease his utterances. Jiang Cheng's intentions could not have been clearer. Subsequently, the portly man felt a sense of relief. If he could discern the anomalies indirectly, it was unlikely that Jiang Cheng had not already devised a plan for escape. How did Chen Yao die? Jiang Cheng inquired for the second time. Director Li lifted her head, and the face behind her sunglasses appeared strangely unfamiliar after a lengthy pause. Her hoarse voice resonated once more. She hanged herself. Suicide? The woman nodded in affirmation. To be frank, the portly man harbored doubts about the woman before him. He even questioned whether she was truly Director Li. The name Chen Yao might be genuine, the name of the girl who transformed into a ghost after her demise. Yet, the portly man pressed his lips together, cold sweat trickling down his neck, dampening his collar. Who could confirm that this woman was not Chen Yao? Perhaps she is a specter. Instinctively, the portly man reached for the camera draped across Jiang Cheng's body as a means of testing the waters. But as he extended his hand, he met Jiang Cheng's murderous glare. He felt a jolt and hastily withdrew his hand. When he looked back, Jiang Cheng's expression remained composed. The latter gazed at the woman, his lips pressed tightly, seemingly awaiting her words. Chen Yao was a freshman of the 2009 cohort. The woman began slowly. Her raspy voice was rich with evocative resonance, instantly transporting the two men back to their shared era. I was a year ahead of her, thus I was her senior. She was exceptionally beautiful, gifted in both song and dance, and dazzled at the orientation gala, capturing the attention of many. I recognized her inherent grace and greater aptitude for ballet, hence I suggested she switch to the ballet program. She paused, elaborating, when she first arrived at the school. She had enrolled in modern dance. The first dance class? Jiang Cheng probed. Yes. The woman nodded, then fell silent for a moment before continuing. This is the most regrettable decision of my life. Her voice was low, her lips forming a peculiar curve. To have personally delivered her rival to her fiancé's side. The portly man mused. This woman possesses quite the audacity. Naturally, such sentiments were unutterable. His face mirrored the woman's, feigning righteous indignation. Initially, it was tolerable. I did not misjudge her. She surpassed modern dance with her classical ballet prowess. In just a month, her posture, form, and footwork had reached a commendable level. She continued. Even my fiancé praised this girl, and some teachers privately remarked that Chen Yao was destined for classical ballet. The 2009 freshmen were fortunate, as they arrived just in time for the school's anniversary celebration. Not only would all faculty and students attend, but also distinguished alumni, celebrities, and executives from film companies would be invited. You may not comprehend, but for those of us in the arts, the importance of connections and opportunities often surpasses the level of one's craft. Many talented individuals who devote their lives to the pursuit of artistic excellence remain obscure due to a lack of opportunity. The woman raised her head, her gaze towards Jiang Cheng seemingly altered. Have you ever ventured into the circle? The portly man felt a surge of anxiety for Jiang Cheng, thinking he ought to let her speak uninterrupted. Otherwise, if he faltered, both their corpses might soon reek. No. The only advantage here is that the bodies won't rot. They might simply vanish without a trace. Quite so. Jiang Cheng straightened his posture, casually unfastening several buttons of his shirt, exuding an air of remarkable composure. The portly man felt a shiver run down his spine, a foreboding sense of unease rising within him. I'm a star performer at our nightclub, Jiang Cheng stated with utmost formality. Do you understand what that entails? Once a customer selects me, they hardly glance at anyone else. In the next moment, Jiang Cheng slowly extended his right hand, forming a fist directed at the woman before him. His expression so solemn that it made the portly man feel as if he were conversing with a normal individual. The portly man was rendered speechless, his teeth chattering in confusion, unable to fathom what had compelled Jiang Cheng to adopt such a bizarrely passionate demeanor. Until Jiang Cheng exclaimed the next line. They say I am perfect, aside from being expensive. The portly man, the woman too, seemed momentarily bewildered by Jiang Cheng's odd declarations, taking a while to register his words. And upon realization, she swiftly distanced herself from him. I'm also an artist, Jiang Cheng retorted indignantly. I have even sacrificed for the arts. The portly man. Sacrifice for the arts, indeed. Ms. Howe. The woman inhaled deeply, so profoundly that her mask shifted slightly. In any case, we are not the same. The peculiar aura that had enveloped the woman appeared to diminish significantly, and her movements became increasingly coordinated, shedding the marionette-like quality from earlier. It was as though he suddenly grasped something, turning to look at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, in contrast to before, remained unchanged, occasionally responding to the woman, feigning interest. However, the portly man, keenly observant, detected a glimmer upon Jiang Cheng's forehead as he nodded along. A bead of sweat trickled down from the corner of his eye, and within a mere minute, numerous beads of perspiration had inexplicably formed on Jiang Cheng's brow, rendering the description of him as drenched in sweat quite apart due to Chen Yao's rapid progress. The school planned to select her for a performance. The woman said through gritted teeth it was a solo dance opportunity, a rare chance. And then, Jiang Cheng inquired. Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly lifted her head, and even through her sunglasses, one could sense the chilling glare emanating from her eyes. Yet she declined, stating that she hoped to find a dance partner to join her. Chapter 79. A Scheme. There was no need to ask. Even the portly man could surmise who Chen Yao's desired partner was. It was none other than her teacher, Su Yu, who was also Li Yanwei's fiancé. Li Yanwei's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. Recounting this tale was a torment for her. From that point onward, Chen Yao initiated a close relationship with Su Yu under the pretense of rehearsing dance. During the day, she concocted various excuses to delay, all in an effort to ensure that Su Yu would remain after dark to practice with her, thereby creating opportunities for their solitude. The school administration placed great emphasis on the success of this performance. At that time, Su Yu had only recently joined and was eager to prove himself, and Li Yanwei paused, gritting her teeth. Who would have thought that such a seemingly innocent girl harbored such profound machinations? I was truly blind. Jiang Cheng and the portly man silently listened, offering no commentary, nor did they attempt to console her. Compared to the woman's experiences, a few hollow words of comfort felt utterly inadequate. Li Yanwei composed herself for a few seconds, gradually regaining her composure, and continued, as Chen Yao's conduct grew increasingly intimate. Even crossing the boundaries of physical contact, Su Yu began to sense something amiss. Chen Yao's feelings for him had surpassed the acceptable limits of teacher-student affection. Realizing this, Su Yu began to distance himself from Chen Yao, even experiencing a sense of fear. Postponing their scheduled rehearsals and making an effort not to visit the dance studio at night to guide her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng suddenly interjected. "Where's the dance studio?" Seated, Li Yanwei gazed upon Jiang Cheng, her tone laden with implication as she remarked, "You all have been there." It was the music classroom where the rehearsal took place. Following that incident, the school, succumbing to pressure, disbanded the entire dance department, terminating all male staff and sealing the dance studio. It wasn't until last year, under the directive of the newly appointed leadership, that it was renovated and transformed into the music classroom we see today. The stout man swallowed hard, hesitatingly inquiring, "Chen Yao, she committed suicide in the dance classroom?" "Indeed," Li Yanwei nodded after a prolonged silence, the veins on her forehead protruding ominously, rendering her appearance quite frightening. Chen Yao was insane. She was utterly deranged. When her seduction attempts failed, she resorted to threats. She warned Su Yu that if he did not break up with me and pursue her instead, she would report him to the entire school, accusing him of misconduct against her. At this, the stout man's expression grew peculiar, and he mused inwardly about the bizarre nature of such events. Upon reaching this juncture, Li Yanwei abruptly halted her narration, only to continue after an extensive pause, but Su Yu refused. While he appreciated Chen Yao, it was merely a teacher-student bond, and he decisively rejected her advances. On a rainy night, Chen Yao, waiting alone in the dance classroom for Su Yu, ultimately hanged herself. Her body was discovered the following day during a security patrol. Li Yanwei shook her head slightly, her emotions evidently complex at that moment. The stout man wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. "By the way," Li Yanwei sighed, directing her gaze towards the two before her. "What about the others who were with you?" "3 have already been confirmed dead," Jiang Cheng interjected, seamlessly continuing, "It was Chen Yao's doing." The stout man's face momentarily displayed terror as he stared incredulously at Jiang Cheng, questioning the propriety of discussing such matters. He was particularly concerned that Li Yanwei might be a mere guise for Chen Yao, and that speaking of murder in the presence of a ghost might provoke its wrath. To his surprise, Li Yanwei exhibited no signs of shock. She nodded calmly, inquiring, the deceased all had their jaws torn off. Indeed, she affirmed after a brief silence. She could not swallow her anger. What do you mean? In an attempt to coerce Su Yu into submission, she reported him to the authorities, alleging that he had acted unethically during dance practice. However, unbeknownst to her, her attempt to seduce Su Yu in the dance classroom was witnessed by a patrolling security guard, and it was only through the testimonies of multiple guards that Su Yu was ultimately exonerated. This can be seen as poetic justice, Li Yanwei remarked, a hint of relief coloring her words. One must learn virtue before mastering art. Such a resolution was anticipated by both parties. It seems her artistic career has been utterly destroyed by this incident, the stout man lamented. Not merely her artistic career, Jiang Cheng mused, stroking his chin with a tone of amusement. For a young woman, her entire life may have been irrevocably shattered. An inexplicable atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the dimly lit corridor. The stout man harbored a profound disdain for the act of usurping another's fiancée, even going so far as to fabricate lies and threats. Yet, contemplating the tragic fate that befell Chen Yao, he could not help but feel a twinge of pity. If humanity is a strange contradiction, then the degree of contradiction within the stout man must be proportional to his size. Thus, all of this is Chen Yao's retribution, Li Yanwei asserted. For shortly after Chen Yao's death, those guards who had testified against her found themselves in dire straits. Jiang Cheng and the stout man had previously heard about the guard's fate from Yuan, who had relayed the tale told by Feng Lan during a visit to the teacher's dormitory. At that moment, the two threads of inquiry converged. Were there any other victims apart from the guards? Li Yanwei nodded, adding, there were several teachers and 2 instrumental students. The stout man frowned, questioning, did they also participate in testifying against Chen Yao? The 2 students were responsible for playing the accompaniment music. They had previously been involved in Chen Yao's ballet rehearsal, and their accounts were largely consistent. Jiang Cheng pondered, is there a confirmed count of the deceased? In total, there are 9, Li Yanwei asserted confidently. All met with the same fate? Indeed. What about the time of death? Jiang Cheng pressed on relentlessly. Starting from the day after Chen Yao's suicide, people began to die. It was those guards, Li Yanwei nodded, elaborating, and the deadline. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to recall something and quickly added, it was before the 3rd rehearsal. The 3rd rehearsal was scheduled to commence at midnight. She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I remember it vividly. The midnight performance, a total of 9 lives lost. The stout man felt a surge of anxiety within. According to the information they had received, the upcoming 3rd rehearsal was indeed set for midnight. Coincidentally, the number of individuals involved in their current task was also precisely 9. The color drained from the stout man's face as his pupils gradually constricted. Could it be that they were destined to relive the horrors of the tragedy from a decade prior? Miss Li, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke. The stout man's train of thought was interrupted, and he turned to find Jiang Cheng, an enigmatic figure, possibly the last straw in their precarious situation. He was uncertain about the others, but for him, there was no doubt. The stout man bit his lip, resolute in his determination. Even if I must perish, I shall die alongside the doctor. His conviction unwavering. As Li Yanwei turned her attention toward him, Jiang Cheng unexpectedly adopted a gentler tone. May I address you in this manner? Miss Li? As he spoke, he tightened the buttons of his coat, adding, I have a question that may be somewhat intrusive, but I hope you will bear with me. Li Yanwei's brow furrowed slightly, but after a few seconds, she resumed her initial, emotionless tone, saying, please, go on. Jiang Cheng tilted his head, slowly articulating. If Chen Yao truly acted out of vengeance to kill so many, then he raised his gaze to meet Li Yanwei's eyes concealed behind her sunglasses. Why are you still alive? As Su Yu's fiancée, I find it difficult to fathom why she would spare you. The atmosphere thickened, and the stout man, sensing a shift, held his breath. Jiang Cheng's inquiry had come as a startling revelation. Until that moment, the stout man had believed Jiang Cheng was merely biding his time, waiting to secure the woman's trust before plotting their escape. Now positioned between both parties, the stout man felt the weight of pressure mount. He discreetly attempted to shift his legs, only to discover that his calves had begun to cramp. In the next instant, the woman before them extended her hand and removed her sunglasses. As she did so, the stout man's body stiffened. He gaped, his face paling to an ashen hue. Beneath the sunglasses were not eyes, but rather a pair of flesh-colored hollows, deeply sunken and hollow. If Mr. Hao considers this leniency, then I would rather she had not shown me such mercy, Li Yanwei coldly declared, directing her gaze toward Jiang Cheng. Suddenly, A splashing sound echoed as an unexpected puddle appeared beneath their feet, its expanse stretching across the corridor leading to the music classroom. Tomorrow. Yuan stared at the puddle, her throat involuntarily constricting. The ambience here felt ominous. The dim corridor seemed devoid of the protective embrace of light. The water rippling beneath their footsteps, creating dark, undulating circles. It felt endless. Otherwise, she recalled Fenglan's words, "We should leave and wait." Time waits for no one. The current abnormalities were becoming increasingly evident, the ghost continually transforming, growing stronger with each metamorphosis. The constraints imposed by the rules were rapidly diminishing. If they lingered any longer, only a bleak chance of survival awaited them. She declined Fenglan's proposal, her reasoning quite sound, stating that the camera is delicate, and any accidental contact with water would spell disaster. It seemed that the intellectually enigmatic Fenglan harbored no doubts. They could even hear each other's heartbeats. "Miss you. Please hasten, retrieve the key, and unlock the door to the music classroom," Fenglan urged. In the dimly lit surroundings, her face flickered in and out of visibility, and prolonged gazing at her evoked an unfamiliar sensation. "Where are the lights?" Zhou Taifu inquired, turning around. The sky outside had darkened, and the music classroom was quite expansive. Without illumination, Zhou Taifu slowly surveyed the interior, which was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, larger objects discernible only in faint outlines. An ominous premonition brewed within him. "Mr. Zhou," Fenglan's voice sounded urgent. "We cannot turn on the lights. At this hour, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to be present." She paused before adding, "If the lights are switched on and the security personnel see us, they will come to investigate." Those female security guards, Zhou Taifu pondered, ultimately discarding the thought. Although, should a confrontation arise, a few female guards would undoubtedly be no match for him and Yuan, former mercenaries, yet it seemed unnecessary to raise an alarm. Moreover, there existed an unspoken rule within nightmares. Unless absolutely necessary, one must not turn against teammates or take action, for such acts might trigger unforeseen consequences. This was also the reason why, until mid-mission, they had only just resolved to eliminate Zhang Yining, a destabilizing presence lurking nearby. She was far too unscrupulous, often plotting against the two. Had it not been for Yuan's timely warning on one occasion, Zhou Taifu might have been the next victim of the malevolent spirit. Chapter 81. The Point of No Return. Fortunately, one end of this music classroom was terraced, and the encroaching water remained confined to the first tier. Ascending the steps, they finally bid farewell to the peculiar sensation of treading in water. The incessant splashing sounds were driving them to the brink of madness. Zhou Taifu shook the water from his shoes, surveyed his surroundings, and instinctively lowered his voice. The space was too vast, and if they wished to conduct a thorough search, time was of the essence. They would first attempt to search, and if nothing turned up, they could reassess. Yuan also preferred not to separate. Standing in their position and gazing around, darkness nearly consumed the entire area, shrouding everything in a haze. The two began their search from the far left. With less than 30 hours remaining until their midnight return for the third rehearsal, their movements quickened. After a cursory search, they found nothing of significance. They pressed deeper into the room, and luckily, besides Yuan's phone providing some light, Zhou Taifu had borrowed a miniature flashlight from Fenglan, which she had detached from her keychain. Its feeble beam illuminated only a small radius, but it was better than nothing. Zhou Taifu carefully navigated his steps, avoiding a tangle of colorful wires sprawled across the floor, reminiscent of a spider's web in a silk-spinning cave. He lifted his feet high to avoid tripping on them. 10 minutes passed, and they had only searched a minuscule area. At this pace, they would surely be unable to depart before darkness fell. "This won't do," Zhou Taifu straightened. "Let's spread out a bit to cover more ground." He nodded in agreement. "All right, let's maintain a distance of 10 meters. Just as Zhou Taifu prepared to turn and search another area, Yuan suddenly called out towards the door, "Miss Feng." After a brief pause, they moved to the opposite side to continue their search. However, the gap between ideals and reality always exists in their race against time. They gradually and bizarrely began to neglect the distance between them, resulting in an ever-widening separation. The eerie and inexplicable atmosphere slowly eroded their patience, causing their movements to become increasingly frantic. Zhou Taifu rolled up his sleeves and moved aside a cabinet that appeared questionable, only to find it exceedingly clean inside, devoid of any contents. Even the crevice beneath the cabinet bore no signs of anything unusual. Creak! A sudden, Jarring sound of friction caught Zhou Taifu's attention as he panted heavily. He turned to scan his surroundings. Aside from a flickering light from Yuan's phone on the other side, nothing seemed amiss. What was that sound? He furrowed his brow. Creak. It was as if something were playing hide-and-seek with him. Just as he bent down, he heard it again. This time, it sent chills down his spine. The sound was not that of an old door hinge being pushed, but rather that of a rope, as if it were on the verge of snapping due to unbearable strain. As a former mercenary, mastering the art of assassination was a requisite skill. He had once personally strangled a traitor with a rope, and in those dying moments, it had emitted this very sound. He chose not to act immediately, and instead called out towards Yuan, raising his voice. Did you hear anything? The light on the other side flickered, and Yuan's calm response followed. No. Zhou Taifu let out a sigh of relief. Stay alert, he cautioned, glancing around. The darkness here was denser than before. Areas that had once revealed outlines were now merely shadows. Zhou Taifu fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, having absent-mindedly brought them along while purchasing soy milk that morning. He was not addicted to tobacco, but rather possessed an inexplicable obsession with it, stemming from the relentless mosquitoes that plagued the jungles of Southeast Asia. Their veterans rolled their own cigarettes, adding crushed leaves of a certain plant. A puff of it invigorated them, allowing them to stay awake for a day and night without fatigue. He once inquired about the name of that plant, but the old veteran with his yellow, decayed teeth chuckled and told him it was called sangjiji in their local tongue, also known as dead man's grass. This peculiar grass sprouted in the putrid mud of mass graves and only thrived where fresh corpses lay. The veteran, with his calloused hands gripping Zhou Taifu's arm, recounted how he had witnessed this grass emerging from the arms of the deceased. At that moment, Zhou Taifu felt a shiver. It began as a small sprout, gradually extracting nutrients from flesh and blood until it grew to a height of 20 centimeters, vividly red. It could be seen from a distance, as it was nourished by human remains. The veteran's smile faded, and he sat with his mud-caked legs crossed, staring into the distance, his eyes concealing something Zhou Taifu could not comprehend. The veteran seemed to sense Zhou Taifu's evasiveness, and with a sigh, he ceased his speech. The rough, homemade cigarette crackled between his fingers, the flames burning with a hue reminiscent of blood. A drag filled his nostrils with the sweet, metallic scent of blood. His pants, stained beyond recognition, had one leg rolled up while the other trailed in the muddy water, producing a series of splashes. Just as Zhou Taifu prepared to rise and leave, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, a stone beneath where the veteran sat. No, upon closer inspection, it was not an ordinary stone. It was a stele engraved with local characters. Weathered by countless years, the inscription bore signs of significant erosion. Zhou Taifu, unfamiliar with the local script, squinted and painstakingly deciphered it, one character at a time. Blood-stained, the way of no return. Chapter 82. Please begin your performance. The way of no return memories began to surface, each fragment of the past, some shattered, some agonized, some filled with terror, unwavering before his eyes. Ragged individuals knelt helplessly before him, weeping and wailing, imploring the man before them to spare their lives. Zhou Taifu reveled in this sensation, grasping the power of life and death. One stands as if a deity, exalted above all, while mere mortals are relegated to groveling at their feet, helplessly whispering prayers. In the next moment, gunfire erupts. The sound of blades slicing through flesh resonates, and the thud of bodies collapsing is heard. A symphony akin to celestial music. Suddenly, a violent cough escapes Zhou Taifu, his pupils constricting in alarm. The scenes from his memories, like a spider's web, are riddled with cracks before shattering into oblivion. He fixates on a half-burned cigarette in his hand, an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. A familiar scent wafts through his nostrils. It's the scent of dead man's grass. No, it can't be. This is not the rainforests of Southeast Asia. How could such a thing possibly exist here? Just as he is engulfed in sheer terror, a glimmer of light catches his peripheral vision. Positioned close to the wall, he feels an inexplicable urge to follow its beckoning. He takes a step, then another, crouching down to discover a wrinkled piece of wallpaper. The dampness has caused one corner to lift, revealing a reflective object behind it. He reaches out, slowly peeling back the wallpaper. Behind it lies a large mirror, nearly 1.5 times his height. Its width obscured, but certainly more than its height. Due to the moisture, a veil of mist shrouds the mirror. Gazing into the indistinct reflection, Zhou Taifu is struck by an unfathomable sense of unfamiliarity. In haste, he averts his gaze. In one corner of the mirror, several sheets of paper resembling notes are affixed. He stands up and carefully removes them. The reverse side bears writing, the elegant script suggesting it belongs to a demure and gentle girl. This is a diary, but the reason for its concealment here remains a mystery. As he reads through the pages, his pace quickens, and the expression on his face shifts dramatically. Upon reaching the final line of the last page, his eyes linger on the signature in the bottom right corner, causing his pupils to leap. Chen Yao. Although Zhou Taifu has never heard this name before, the contents of the diary, combined with the clues he has gathered, are sufficient for him to piece together much of the narrative. The enigma has already begun to unravel. Just as he is about to turn with excitement to inform you, one, that he has found the key to their quest, he suddenly realizes that, unbeknownst to him, silence has enveloped the space behind him. He whirls around. Darkness greets him. The light from Wen's phone has vanished. He glances toward the doorway, only to find Feng Lan has extinguished her phone as well. In this vast music classroom, it seems he is now the sole living soul. He refrains from calling out to either of them, instead making a swift decision to lower himself and extinguish his own mini flashlight. Holding his breath, he melds into the shadows. Something must have gone awry. A chill runs down his forehead, and he is certain of it. As for Feng Lan, he knows not. But the only two possibilities for Wen's extinguished phone are glaringly clear. First, she has sensed something amiss nearby, most likely a ghost, and extinguished her phone to conceal herself. Second, a pang grips his heart, perhaps. Wen is already dead. Regardless of which scenario is true, one certainty remains. The specter must be lurking nearby. Creak. A sudden sound of friction sends a jolt through his scalp. The noise is alarmingly close. Not more than 5 meters away. He fights to suppress the terror clawing at his insides, his gaze cautiously sweeping the dim surroundings. Nothing. Nothing at all. Where is that sound emanating from? Until, creak, his body stiffens. This time he comprehends it entirely. The eerie sound is coming from behind him, but isn't that where the mirror is? Mechanically, he turns, granting himself time to adjust. The reflection staring back at him is wide-eyed and pallid, clearly filled with dread. Though frightening, he finally confirms that the figure in the mirror is indeed himself. Just as relief begins to settle, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of something vague and shadowy behind his reflection. The shadow stands significantly taller than he does. Creak. The shadow sways slightly, and in that instant, Zhou Taifu's eyes widen in horror. His pupils nearly popping from their sockets, he gapes, unable to utter a sound. It is a corpse, a body, neck ensnared by a noose, dangling from the ceiling. The corpse is clad in white ballet shoes, the feet taut, toes pointed downward. In the still enclosed space, a gust of wind inexplicably breathes life into the body, causing it to sway gently, the rope creaking with a familiar sound. Creak. After that, the music classroom plunges back into silence. The sky has darkened. The campus is sparsely lit, with streetlights few and far between, each casting light only over a small area. Beneath one such lamplight, two figures hurry along side by side. The doctor, the plump companion, wears a conflicted expression, hesitantly voicing, "Do you think we can trust Li Yanwei's words?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng replies, "No." The stout man falters, his gaze towards Jiang Cheng shifting to one of confusion. He had expected Jiang Cheng to suggest that only part of it could be trusted, or something along those lines. But he did not anticipate such a straightforward dismissal. "Please begin your performance," the stout man implores earnestly. As they walk, Jiang Cheng raises 4 fingers, shaking them before declaring, "For points." "Wait." The stout man urgently calls for a halt, rummaging through his pockets before finally producing a notebook and a pen. He uncaps the pen, flips open a notebook, and then turns to Jiang Cheng, saying, "Go ahead, doctor." Jiang Cheng casts a glance at the stout man preparing to take notes, clicking his tongue. He first elongates his tone, and the stout man sincerely feels that Jiang Cheng possesses the commanding presence of a teacher delivering a public lecture a decade ago. Back then, Li Yanwei was merely a student. She could transfer classes at will, and while she transferred herself, she even facilitated Chen Yao's transfer. Who did she think she was? Was the school her family's establishment? Moreover, the significance of the anniversary celebration is self-evident. Whether it involves a solo dance or the inclusion of a partner, such decisions cannot possibly rest in the hands of a newcomer like Chen Yao, who has only been enrolled for a few months. As the stout man listens, he jots down notes, somewhat bewildered yet refraining from interrupting Jiang Cheng. He marks points in anticipation of clarifying later. Chapter 83. The Ball of Paper. Once more, Jiang Cheng chuckles, lifting the strap of the camera bag, saying, "Does Chun Yao truly have to resort to such measures to coerce her teacher? Is she willing to gamble her reputation, even her life?" He shakes his head, exclaiming, "Come on, this is reality, not some cliché, mindless Mary Sue narrative." Just as the stout man is about to interject with some flattery, Jiang Cheng continues, "You've seen Chen Yao's appearance and figure. Even I barely measure up. What about Su Yu? I'm a man working the night shift, and I'm a top-tier lead of the high-end group. Doctor." The stout man nearly wishes to cover Jiang Cheng's mouth. "There are no outsiders here. Can you please stop at the theatrics?" Jiang Cheng pouts in discontent. "All right. What about the fourth point?" The stout man retrieves his small notebook, cradling it in his palm, jotting as they walk. The pen looks increasingly diminutive in his chubby fingers. Jiang Cheng grunts. "The fourth point is rather significant. Indeed, the most crucial." He lowers his voice, recalling. Li Yanwei mentioned she later transferred to the ballet class. "Do you remember that?" The stout man ponders for a moment before nodding, affirming, "Yes, she did say that." "Have you ever considered why she wanted to transfer classes?" "It must be for Su Yu." The plump fellow scratched his chin with the other end of his pen and declared without hesitation, "If my boyfriend were to be tempted like that every day, I would have to keep a watchful eye." Jiang Cheng paused for a moment, and, after a few seconds, subtly stepped to the left, widening the distance between himself and the plump man. The pen in the plump man's hand faltered. "If memory serves, Chen Yao also took her life only after Li Yanwei transferred classes." Jiang Cheng gazed into the night ahead, an inexplicable melancholy suddenly coloring his tone. The plump man seemed to grasp something, putting away his notebook and pen, and addressed Jiang Cheng. "Doctor, if that's the case, Chen Yao would undoubtedly not spare Li Yanwei. So, do you think Li Yanwei might already be dead? Is she a ghost?" The plump man's voice trembled slightly. "Is she being controlled by Chen Yao, used to deceive us? The ultimate aim being to eliminate us all," he added, after a moment of silence. Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I doubt it." "And the reason?" Jiang Cheng halted, turning to face the plump man. His gaze possessed a captivating intensity that rendered the plump man speechless. "We are still alive," Jiang Cheng stated in a flat, cold tone. "That is reason enough." There was no wind, no sound. Only the coldness, the silence, and the boundless darkness intermingled with fear. Yuan surveyed her surroundings, her throat involuntarily constricting. She crouched on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Zhou Taifeng's conjecture was not unfounded. Yuan indeed extinguished her phone upon discovering the ghost, falling silent, and crawling in the dark. What was more terrifying was that when she first spotted the ghost, it was silently suspended behind Zhou Taifeng. It moved in tandem with Zhou Taifeng, its seemingly rigid body exhibiting an eerie agility. Yuan questioned her own affections for Zhou Taifeng. Yet that did not imply she wished to accompany him in death. In a nightmare where one is targeted by a ghost, a fatal outcome seemed inevitable. Yuan would not be foolish enough to share Zhou Taifeng's demise, for it held no meaning. She believed that even if Zhou Taifeng faced the same peril, he would resolutely choose to abandon himself. There she lay, watching helplessly as the ghost tore off Zhou Taifeng's jaw, dragging his lifeless body, eyes forever unseeing, slowly into the mirror. On tiptoe, it executed a graceful, noble dance akin to a haughty swan. The ghost vanished. It had been gone for quite some time. Now, Yuan slowly shifted her body and, with the utmost delicacy, began to rise. Not a sound escaped her lips. Not even a ripple in the air was disturbed. She bent low, hastening toward the door, walking on tiptoe, barely allowing her toes to touch the ground, striving to minimize any noise. She dared not glance at the mirror, fearing it might invoke dire consequences. All she could think of was escape. The farther, the better. With her head lowered, she meticulously navigated the obstacles in the dark. When suddenly, her steps faltered, she spotted a white object on the ground, positioned sideways to the mirror. She had searched this place upon arrival and could swear there had been no such white mass. Was this left by the ghost? Could it be? She fixated on the white clump beneath her feet, uncontrollably bending down to pick it up. It was a crumpled piece of paper. The texture and weight confirmed this to her. With no intention of opening it here, she hastily departed. The door was ajar, with no light seeping through from outside. She was unsure if Feng Lan had hidden like her after witnessing the ghost, or had already fallen victim to it. Exercising precise control over her movements, Yuan managed to leave without making much noise. The only issue was the puddles beneath her feet, which splashed with each step. Just as she reached the corner, Ready to exhale in relief, the door of a classroom beside her quietly opened, and a hand landed on her shoulder. At that moment, she froze, paralyzed with fear, her face draining of color, as pale as the paper in her hand. Until Miss You, came Feng Lan's voice, low and laced with a hint of tears. Clearly terrified, just now behind Mr. Zhou Yuan turned around, swiftly covering her mouth. If you wish to survive, close your mouth and follow me. The sudden display of firmness from Yuan stunned Feng Lan, compelling her to obediently follow, hardly daring to breathe. The two cautiously treaded through the puddles, slowly making their way outside. The night had fully enveloped the area, the pitch-black water swirling ominously, resembling an unfathomable sea. At some point, an odd sensation stirred within Yuan, unrelated to fear, merely a nagging peculiarity, as if she had overlooked something of great importance. Moreover, that something felt extraordinarily close. Almost within reach suddenly, a splash echoed. Yuan shivered, momentarily misjudging her footing, her left foot plunging into the puddle. A realization dawned upon her. This was bad Chapter 84 coincidence. At the corner of the corridor, near the stairs, two figures, one stout and one slender, stood transfixed, their gaze fixated on the ground, not far away. The plump man's tongue seemed to falter, his speech quivering. This is about 2 meters ahead. A severed arm hung limply from the ground. From their vantage point, they could discern the twisted muscles and shattered bones at the... It's Yuan, Jiang Cheng nodded. The plump man swallowed hard, averting his gaze to the walls, where large splatters of blood were evident, even on the ceiling. Though they had not witnessed Yuan's corpse with their own eyes, it no longer mattered. The plump man peered into the darkness ahead, pondering. So Yuan intended to go to the music classroom, but didn't he anticipate being killed by the ghost en route? Just as the plump man frowned. Perplexed about Jiang Cheng's conclusion, a sudden ringing pierced the air, the sound of a phone. They looked down, realizing the sound emanated from the palm of the severed arm. It was a red phone. Its color, too similar to the blood, had caused it to go unnoticed at first. The plump man trembled uncontrollably. Had Jiang Cheng not been by his side, he might have fainted from fear. Jiang Cheng stepped forward, prying open the fingers that clutched the phone, then lifted it to his ear, promptly pressing the answer button. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Due to the distance, the plump man could only discern that the caller was a woman, her voice peculiar. I'm not. Jiang Cheng listened for a while before speaking for the first time. Yuan, his peripheral vision caught sight of the severed arm on the ground, and he continued in a steady tone, She's with me. She's fine. So don't worry. She's just currently unable to take the call. The plump man wanted to approach, but Jiang Cheng's serious gaze halted him. Only after they had left the area did the plump man seem to regain his composure, inundating Jiang Cheng with questions. Doctor, who was the caller just now? Jiang Cheng tucked the phone into his pocket, which appeared bulging, concealing who knows what. Of course, it was not from someone who had already met their demise outside the music classroom. As if struck by a thought, the plump man's expression suddenly turned tense. Doctor, he glanced at Jiang Cheng, his voice trembling. The one who called, Feng Lan, couldn't he be a ghost in disguise? Could she? Jiang Cheng stroked his chin. I doubt it, but we cannot completely rule out that possibility. Then you must be cautious, the plump man advised. Perhaps answering the call is one of the triggers for the vengeful ghost-esque killing mechanism. You might have already been marked by the ghost. At these words, Jiang Cheng turned, patting the plump man's shoulder, touched, My good brother, you need not worry for me. I've already anticipated this and prepared countermeasures. The corpulent man grew increasingly in awe of Jiang Cheng, believing that encountering such a remarkable individual in the midst of a nightmare was indeed a blessing earned from a previous life. He too extended a hand, patting Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, and with palpable excitement inquired, Doctor, how did you manage to accomplish this? The other party finally inquired about my identity, to which Jiang Cheng responded in an unhurried manner, My name is Wang Fugue. Doctor, I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. Beneath the old dormitory building, a woman wrapped in a scarf exhaled warmth into her hands. While not particularly tall, she had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. The collar of her pink sweater was turned outward, lending her an adorable charm. Her light blue jeans cascaded straight down, complemented by a pair of white, wide-mouthed leather shoes adorned with a small red heart insignia, a subtle touch of femininity. She had been waiting there for an interminable duration, yet the person she awaited had yet to make an appearance. As dusk descended, the temperature dropped further. She withdrew her hands from her coat pockets, gazing at her phone, her expression suddenly becoming distant. Miss You, She murmured almost inaudibly, "Why is it that the phone I gifted you is now in the hands of another man?" Clutching her phone tightly, her demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve as she stared into the encroaching night, her lips forming a straight line. "Wang Fugue, the corpulent man, known as Fatty," queried Jiang Cheng. "Do you feel any better?" After leaving their seats, Jiang Cheng and Fatty walked along the lamplight path towards the equipment room. Passing by the cafeteria, Jiang Cheng caught a whiff of a savory aroma, and under the pretense of treating Fatty to a welcome feast, he forcibly ushered him inside, generously inviting Fatty to order whatever he desired, declaring it was his treat. "Why do I feel that something is amiss here?" Fatty remarked, his face paling as he surveyed the empty cafeteria. Not a soul was present, yet all the lights were ablaze, and the glass partition at the food counter was lined with dishes just out of the pot. Jiang Cheng reached out and found them still piping hot. The two men seized the opportunity to explore the kitchen, where the door stood ajar and several chefs' uniforms were draped over the backs of chairs. Everything appeared meticulously organized, as though all had departed simultaneously just before their arrival. Lifting the lid of a pot, they found a bubbling meat stew, the steam carrying its savory aroma into the air. Jiang Cheng, fixated on the pot, seemed to have a sudden thought, prompting him to search a nearby cupboard for a clean spoon to taste the stew. Fatty was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's actions, bewildered as to what the latter intended. But soon after, Jiang Cheng's complexion shifted dramatically, his expression contorting in discomfort. "Doctor," Fatty exclaimed, "what ails you?" Instinctively glancing at the pot. His years of cinematic experience led him to suspect that the stew might be poisoned. Yet, Fatty pondered, could a ghost truly poison something? Is that even necessary? While Fatty contemplated how to rescue Jiang Cheng, the latter suddenly spoke, "It's so hot." Jiang Cheng gasped, fanning himself with his hand while taking deep breaths. "Huh?" Fatty's eyes widened. "I believe it's cool enough now," Jiang Cheng said, covering his mouth and setting down the spoon. He then picked up a ladle used by chefs to serve soup, scooping some out while informing Fatty, "Let's serve it first and wait for it to cool a bit before drinking." Fatty was momentarily speechless. Turning to him, Jiang Cheng asked, "Aren't you going to drink?" After a moment of silence, Fatty earnestly replied, "Doctor, have you ever considered that perhaps your status as an orphan is not merely coincidental?" Chapter 85, The Outside World. The meal was exceedingly sumptuous, perhaps due to the absence of cost. Jiang Cheng brought forth as many dishes as he could. With a drumstick from a marinated duck in his mouth and his hands busy peeling shrimp, the pile of shells in his plate resembled a small mountain. "Fatty, no matter what, you must eat a little too." With a sigh, Fatty felt helpless against Jiang Cheng's insistence. However, he could not stomach the lavish feast, opting instead to lift a corn cake with his chopsticks and chew it slowly. "Doctor," he glanced around and quietly asked, "do you think this is truly the real world?" It seemed these thoughts had been bottled up within Fatty for a long while, and he finally voiced them. He pursed his lips and continued, "If you say it isn't, everyone I encounter here feels remarkably real, just like in our world, but if it is real, such a situation would not arise in our world without reason," Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly, spitting out a bone. "Exactly," pulling out a complimentary napkin to wipe his hands. Jiang Cheng looked at Fatty. "I too have pondered this question. If the essence of nightmares is a reversal of time and space, then each time we open a door, we should arrive at a place that was genuinely experienced by someone in the past." Fatty listened, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "What are you suggesting, Doctor?" "If all of this is merely a reflection of the past, then we cannot alter the outcome. In other words, whether we come or not. It has no impact on this world." "I don't quite understand what you mean," Fatty began, but was interrupted by Jiang Cheng, who gazed intently at the door where the night was deepening. "But we have changed things here, haven't we? Look around. How could such a scene exist in the real world?" Here he paused, his voice shifting, as if it were prepared just for them. Fatty's pupils gradually constricted. "Are you implying that this world is specifically tailored for us?" "I do not know. The evidence I possess is insufficient to substantiate my hypothesis. Everything at present remains conjecture." Jiang Cheng extracted 2 clean napkins, folded them neatly, and tucked them into his breast pocket with precise care. The man before Fatty exuded an entirely different aura, akin to a finely tuned machine. Each gear, each bearing, every fundamental component was operating flawlessly within its designated track. "Fatty," Jiang Cheng suddenly called, snapping the contemplative Fatty back to attention. "What do you think, Doctor?" Fatty nodded earnestly, eager to listen. "Have you ever considered the outside world?" Jiang Cheng fixed his gaze on the door, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "What might it be like out there?" The words Jiang Cheng uttered had never crossed Fatty's mind until that moment, and he finally recognized the fundamental difference between himself and Jiang Cheng, or rather, between them and Jiang Cheng. Most people were solely preoccupied with surviving this mission, scheming both overtly and covertly. They had exhausted their efforts to ensure their survival within the task. Yet, Jiang Cheng's considerations transcended the mission itself. He contemplated the deeper layers submerged beneath the surface of the nightmare, the true rules embedded within the task. He was an exceedingly earnest person, both in life and work, diligently earning what he deserved without undue aspirations or fantasies. However, he was not foolish. It was undeniable that Jiang Cheng's words had opened a new door for him. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Fatty, with his head bowed, heard the sound of keys being pressed. He looked up, puzzled, to find Jiang Cheng sitting upright, his right hand clutching a phone, dialing a number. The plates and bowls on the dining table were pushed aside, revealing a piece of paper underneath. The paper appeared to have been torn from somewhere, its edges jagged and uneven. Upon closer inspection, it was densely filled with names, each accompanied by a corresponding telephone number. Fatty's eyes widened slowly in realization. Is this? He recognized the texture of the paper, reminiscent of the commemorative book they had found in the archives, that oily, frosted feel. Placing the phone to his ear, Jiang Cheng remained silent, and Fatty instinctively held his breath. Once again, Jiang Cheng remained silent. Yet the rotund figure gradually discerned that. As the conversation persisted, Jiang Cheng's expression began to subtly transform. Despite his impatience, he dared not interrupt Jiang Cheng. It was evident that, while the latter could be somewhat unreliable at times, he could also be astonishingly dependable. After all, the reason his hefty frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was still lively and thriving was largely due to Jiang Cheng's influence. Subsequently, he tucked away the papers before him. Doctor, the portly man swallowed hard. What did the other party say? Jiang Cheng rose to his feet, casually slinging his camera bag over his shoulder. He had been unable to connect, stating that the other party was out of service range. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? I didn't consciously track the time Jiang Cheng spent on the call, but it had surely exceeded a minute. Does it really take that long to fail a call? Although perplexed, he merely offered a vague murmur, wisely refraining from speaking further. Even if Jiang Cheng occasionally exhibited sudden lapses in judgment, uttering nonsensical remarks like claiming to be the night shift star, he still maintained a certain level of trustworthiness. As Mr. Lu Sun once remarked, trust is a kind of absurd affection. The portly man wholeheartedly agreed. Let us go, Jiang Cheng declared, ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything before stepping towards the door. No. He paused before the cafeteria entrance, briefly discerning the direction before pointing to one side. Let us head this way, to the equipment center. The rotund man's demeanor darkened as he hesitated. But it's already dark outside. Are we really going now? Portly man, Jiang Cheng turned to face him, his gaze intensely fixed on the other's eyes. Since we left the archives, have you seen any students? The rotund man pondered deeply, swallowing involuntarily. No. Do you know why? Jiang Cheng's expression elicited an ominous premonition within the portly man, who tremulously inquired, why? Jiang Cheng tilted his head back, surveying the night sky. The darkness was thick, as if it were an inky smear, devoid of moonlight or twinkling stars. The sky will not brighten again, Jiang Cheng stated. Chapter 86. The Wooden Door. The campus was eerily silent. The once audible lament of autumn insects had vanished into silence. Jiang Cheng and the portly man wasted no more time, hastening westward along their chosen path. Throughout the journey, the contorted features of the portly man reflected his unease. He glanced at Jiang Cheng, repeatedly opening and closing his mouth, ultimately voicing his concern. Doctor, do you think that apart from us, everyone else has been killed by the ghosts? Upon hearing that there might still be survivors among their companions, the portly man's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Perhaps a few were caught by the ghosts, Jiang Cheng continued as they walked, and then had their limbs torn off and kept his companions for entertainment. At this, the portly man nearly faltered on the verge of tears. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally spotted a courtyard situated on the open ground ahead. In the night, it should not have been so visible, yet two large red lanterns hung prominently at the entrance. The lanterns emitted a crimson glow, appearing eerily vivid, resembling the eyes of a colossal beast lurking in the wilderness, watching the approaching living with malevolence. Doctor, the portly man crouched behind a tree at the side of the path, his voice transformed by shock. Are those really 2 lanterns? Jiang Cheng crouched beside him, pressing down a branch with his hand to peer through the gaps towards the equipment center. Thank you, portly man, Jiang Cheng said. The portly man was momentarily stunned, then looked at Jiang Cheng with confusion. What are you thanking me for? I'm grateful that you pointed out those are lanterns. Jiang Cheng replied calmly, without meeting his gaze. The portly man could only respond with a non-committal sound. After observing for nearly 10 minutes, the direction of the equipment center remained unsettlingly quiet. Aside from the 2 glaring red lanterns, nothing else seemed amiss. Since being silenced by Jiang Cheng, the portly man had grown cautious in his speech, striving to avoid unnecessary exclamations. Doctor, he licked his lips. What do you plan to do next? Let us take a look. Jiang Cheng contemplated for a moment before responding. Upon arriving at the entrance to the equipment center, they noticed further anomalies. These were not merely ethereal sensations, but tangible irregularities that appeared within their field of vision. A huge lock secured the door from the outside, encircled by thick iron chains, the dark sheen of the lock suggesting formidable strength. Strange, the portly man widened his eyes. Why is the lock on the outside? Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment before saying, let us walk around the vicinity. Not long after, they discovered a hidden side door concealed among the trees. It was a wooden door, comparable in size to a typical household door, yet it bore the marks of age. Its corners were weathered and worn. However, what truly captured Jiang Cheng's attention was that the door had been firmly sealed from the outside with sturdy wooden boards, bristling with large nails, some as thick as an infant's finger. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and gently pushed it, but it did not budge. The portly man, keen-eyed, noticed a hint of yellow peeking from the ground-level gap of the door. He cautiously reached out and extracted it. Upon unveiling it, they discovered it was a sheet of yellow paper, tightly folded. Doctor, he called softly to Jiang Cheng as he carefully unfolded the paper. Look, what is this? The paper bore a crimson drawing of an indeterminate nature, its strokes sharp, indicating that it was no mere doodle, but rather a work that had required considerable effort. Jiang Cheng stood still, gazing at the wooden door, gradually lowering himself to examine it more closely. Soon, the portly man heard him take a deep breath. Following his gaze, he discovered that the gap of the door was stuffed with these yellow papers, and even more bizarrely, each sheet had been folded into relatively standard triangular shapes. The portly man's hand trembled as he clutched the yellow paper, an ominous premonition rising within him. It seemed that something strange had transpired in this courtyard. Jiang Cheng stated with an unyielding tone, "This is a Taoist talisman, placed here to ward off ghosts." The portly man had also begun to suspect this. Yet out of fear, he had refrained from voicing it. In the next moment, he suddenly tossed the yellow paper to the ground. Recalling the scene from earlier, his heart raced. So, that was why he went to knock on Su Yu's door every day, but Su Yu, in fear, sought these talismans and locked himself in this courtyard, refusing to come out. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows slightly. Then why doesn't he leave this school? Staying here will inevitably lead to being found by Chun Yao. Have you considered, Jiang Cheng continued, that Su Yu is merely an equipment center administrator, with no significant standing within the school? Transforming the equipment center in such a manner is no small feat. It certainly cannot be done solely at the nod of an administrator. It must have the tacit approval of higher authorities. The portly man's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and suddenly a flash of realization crossed his mind. He looked at Jiang Cheng, exclaiming, "Doctor, are you suggesting Lian Wei? Is all of this sanctioned by her?" Both Jiang Cheng and the portly man immediately held their breaths, quietly concealing themselves behind a nearby low wall. As the surroundings fell silent, the sounds grew increasingly distinct. Hiss, hiss. It bore a resemblance to the sound of a snake flicking its tongue. Yet upon closer inspection, it was something else entirely. Just as they prepared to approach the door to listen intently, a sudden click echoed from the door. Chapter 87. Peering. Something is lurking behind the door. This realization sent a chill down the spines of both Jiang Cheng and the portly man. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's mind raced, contemplating how long that entity had been behind the door. Perhaps it had sensed their presence the moment they arrived. The entity had been patiently awaiting their approach. The doctor, a rotund figure, endeavored to suppress the terror churning within him. Yet his corpulent frame trembled uncontrollably, beyond the realm of his control. Could it be that it was Chun Yao? Was she awaiting us? His teeth chattered as he spoke, his words tumbling over one another. Tomorrow, we need not face death. Jiang Cheng turned to glance at the portly man, who was now solely filled with dread, his remaining rationality completely submerged by the former's presence. Jiang Cheng harbored a disdain for such individuals, unable to fathom their mindset. To him, danger and fear were disparate concepts. Danger pertained to the situation at hand, while fear represented one's attitude towards that situation. Yet, fear does not dispel danger. Rather, it serves as an impediment to resolving it. Thus, Jiang Cheng rarely experienced fear, and even the slightest hint of it would be swiftly quelled, ensuring that his own trepidation would not cloud the judgment of his companions. This was not an emotional outburst. It was akin to murder. "Are you not leaving?" The portly man seemed taken aback. The current circumstances were glaringly evident. The specter lurked just beyond the door, fully prepared. If the apparition bore a weapon, he could easily envision it wielding a finely honed blade, reveling in the anticipation from its concealment. The mere thought of those two words instinctively tightened the portly man's heart. Should he part ways with Jiang Cheng, or if Jiang Cheng were perish here, he would be left utterly alone. He swallowed hard, speculating that whatever fate the specter had in mind for him would be inescapable. He pondered whether he might, as Jiang Cheng suggested, become one of the chosen children of the ghost, first imprisoned, then dismembered, and ultimately displayed in a grotesque manner. Thus, Jiang Cheng emerged from behind the low wall, his figure illuminated by a faint crimson glow, his eyes seemingly aglow as he regarded the portly man, softly inquiring, "What is your decision?" The portly man inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, "I will follow you, doctor." The two proceeded cautiously towards the grand entrance, with the portly man suggesting in hushed tones that perhaps they should seek a more secluded route to enter, for their conspicuous approach felt rather unwise. Jiang Cheng's reasoning was clear. After a brief contemplation, the portly man acquiesced, realizing that encountering a ghost in a desolate, shadowy, and unfamiliar terrain would likely be far more perilous. As they neared the door, the portly man's unease intensified. Yet a glance at Jiang Cheng's composed demeanor alleviated some of his fear. Standing before the door, Jiang Cheng appeared to be attuned to the atmosphere within. He remained still, his breathing settling into a calm rhythm. The portly man noticed a damaged spot in the wooden door, holding his breath as he inspected it closely. It was a keyhole, remnants of a lock that had been removed for some reason. This keyhole remained as a vestige of the past. The portly man took a deep breath, unable to resist his curiosity about what lay beyond the door, and leaned closer, oddly finding that his substantial frame emitted no sound. He swallowed again, steadying his nerves. The horrifying image he had conjured of a ghost with disheveled hair or a shadow with a gaping maw did not materialize. Instead, it seemed as though a dense fog enveloped the courtyard of the apparatus center, thick and white, obscuring all visibility. However, the portly man paused, noticing a faint yellow hue within the fog, interspersed with countless crimson threads. The more he observed, the more peculiar it became, compelling him to draw nearer. Suddenly, the dense fog quivered, then receded, allowing a dark red light to filter through. As the mist withdrew, clarity emerged, transforming his initial confusion into sheer horror, ultimately culminating in an overwhelming dread. The terror within him erupted, shattering the fragile composure he believed he had maintained. There was no fog. Instead, a pair of eyes brimming with envy and malice, glowing with a spectral white light, stared back at him. They were the eyes of Ghost. The murky yellow irises were laced with blood vessels. The entity behind the door mirrored the portly man's position, peering through the keyhole into the courtyard, separated only by the rusted iron door. The portly man was paralyzed by the sudden revelation, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground, his legs flailing like sausages as a singular thought consumed him. Escape. Flee as far as possible. Even if he were to die tomorrow, it would be preferable to perish at the hands of a ghost today. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Cheng advanced swiftly and forcefully pushed the door. The door was locked, of course, and did not yield. However, the chain securing it was not as robust as it appeared, creating a gap the size of a human head. Through this opening, Jiang Cheng beheld the true form of the entity beyond the door. Even in his calm demeanor, a tempest stirred within him. It was a man limping on one leg, supported by a cane, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, his body awkwardly positioned, clad in clothing that fit yet appeared exceedingly worn, reminiscent of a long-forgotten doll. This was the overseer of the apparatus center, Chen Yu, the betrothed of Li Yanwei. He was a witness to the events of a decade ago and the nexus of all known clues. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng's gaze settled upon Chen Yu's face. His complexion was unnaturally pale, although Jiang Cheng had noted this during the day. Now his pallor was disturbingly ghostly. More alarming were his eyes. The black pupils had nearly vanished, and his eye sockets were filled with murky, yellowish whites, riddled with blood vessels, harboring an abyss of resentment. Could this still be considered a human? Suyu, was he truly a specter? They had been ensnared. The portly man's mind reeled as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, witnessing Suyu advance with an eerie gait, reminiscent of a spider with a limp. Chapter 88, Iron with Suyu. Suyu's body twisted as he squeezed through the small gap in the door, a withered arm extending outward, as if to grasp the portly man's foot, his gaze radiating a bizarre light. Just as the portly man felt utterly helpless, believing death was imminent, a thunderous crash echoed, and Suyu's half-emerged form halted abruptly, his head tilted as if the strength had been sapped from him, collapsing to the ground. The portly man's eyes widened in shock. He caught a glimpse of Jiang Cheng standing beside Suyu, raising a second flower pot high above his head before bringing it crashing down. Bang! The fingers before him twitched violently, then fell still. The series of shocks overwhelmed the portly man, causing his vision to blur, and with a final tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the courtyard, leaning against a pillar. Not far ahead lay a patch of sand, in the center of which stood a chair, reminiscent of the hard-backed ones from his student days, low and uncomfortable, but most notably, it was bound to a person, Suyu. The moment he laid eyes on Suyu, clarity returned, and he immediately strained his stiff neck in search of Jiang Cheng. After a while, a rustling sound approached, and Jiang Cheng's figure emerged from around a corner, each arm cradling a circular object. As he drew closer, the portly man discerned that they were two red flower pots. Doctor! The portly man's voice trembled with excitement. Jiang Cheng glanced in his direction and nodded. You're awake. The portly man seemed to have a myriad of questions, yet struggled to articulate them, overwhelmed by the realization of the doctor's formidable prowess, capturing a ghost with merely two flower pots and binding it. Jiang Cheng, sensing the portly man's unease, placed the flower pots on the ground and pointed at Suyu, saying, he won't awaken any time soon, so you need not worry. The doctor, upon hearing these words, saw the plump man unleash his voice with fervor, his face flushed with extreme agitation. You are truly ruthless. How dare you strike a ghost with a flower pot? Jiang Cheng paused for a moment, then turned to the plump man with a peculiar gaze. Are you out of your mind? He is a human, not a ghost. How could he be anything else when he looks like that and reaches out to grab me? The plump man shook his head, expressing his disbelief. Hey! Jiang Cheng stepped forward and gently patted Suyu's face. Wake up. I have questions for you. The plump man stood up and trotted over eagerly. Once awake, Suyu no longer bore the eerie expression he had before. His hands were tied behind the chair, his legs bound together, and his pallid complexion suggested he might faint again at any moment. You shameless accomplices. You all deserve to die? His words were uttered with a feeble tone, yet the underlying ferocity reminded the plump man of a crab bound for the pot. What a mess! He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, he confirmed that Suyu was indeed human, not a ghost, especially since blood continued to flow from the wounds on his head, which had been struck by two flower pots. Jiang Cheng found a towel and wrapped it around Suyu's head, tying it with a flamboyant bow. It was evident that he harbored immense resentment, with the most frequently mentioned words being accomplice, deserve to die, pervert, possessive, dog, Chen Yao, and, finally, Li Yanwei. Heh! Heh! Suyu, with blood on his cheeks, lowered his head and sneered. You are all in cahoots. None of you can escape. Chen Yao will come for you. Prepare to meet your end. Here, you shall gain nothing. She will not spare any of you. Hearing this, the plump man swallowed hard, nearly confirming that Chen Yao was indeed a ghost, but regarding what Suyu had said. You may be mistaken. Jiang Cheng interjected suddenly. We are not in league with Li Yanwei. We merely seek to uncover the truth from that time and restore the deceased name. The plump man chimed in. Exactly. We are not part of that group. We are the heralds of justice. Suyu lifted his head, a sardonic smile curling his lips as he rasped. Do you think I will be fooled by you? Do you think I am unaware that you have already been ensnared by Chen Yao? How much longer do you think you can survive? That vile Li Yanwei. Jiang Cheng, seemingly losing patience, addressed the plump man. You should step outside. I need to speak with Suyu alone. The courtyard was left with only Jiang Cheng and Suyu. The departing plump man dared not wander far, hiding in a nearby room. This was Suyu's resting place, furnished with a dilapidated old table and a relatively clean bed. There was no light in the room, save for a solitary white candle flickering dimly, casting a feeble glow. On the table lay a large piece of glass, The plump man curiously approached and discovered several photographs pressed beneath it, depicting a man and a woman together in dance attire, moving in perfect harmony, their motions elegant and fluid, exuding an air of intimacy. The man's identity was obvious, but the woman's? The plump man's eyes widened in realization. It was Chun Yao. Brief images began to piece together in his mind. He seemed to grasp something significant and turned to leave, only to collide with Jiang Cheng, who had come looking for him. "Doctor," the plump man spoke rapidly. "Seizing the initiative, I've got it. You were right. Li Yanwei is indeed lying. Su Yu was not seduced by Chun Yao. They were in a consensual relationship. And Li Yanwei was the one meddling." Jiang Cheng nodded impassively. The plump man wore a curious expression, then seemed to come to a realization, cautiously asking, "Doctor, did Su Yu confess everything?" "Yes." The plump man sighed, glancing toward the courtyard, lamenting, "It must have taken you considerable effort to get him to speak." "Fortunately," Jiang Cheng mused, stroking his chin, "it's a shame about those 2 flower pots." The plump man remained silent. As Jiang Cheng began to share Su Yu's testimony, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment. He never expected Su Yu to cooperate to such an extent, recounting every detail meticulously, even presenting the diary that Chun Yao had given him. The stark contrast between this behavior and that of the previously resolute man was striking. According to Su Yu, the one with psychological issues was not Chun Yao, but Li Yanwei. She had exploited her status as the principal's daughter to bully others at school, forcefully intruding upon the relationship between Chun Yao and himself. She was a pervert with severe psychological problems and an overwhelming possessiveness. Chun Yao was accused of being promiscuous simply because she refused to break up with him according to Li Yanwei's demands. In the end, Chun Yao, unable to defend herself, was driven to a desperate fate. The so-called testimonies were also orchestrated by Li Yanwei, and those who had committed perjury, security guards, teachers, and 2 students, ultimately met tragic ends at Chun Yao's hands, their jaws and tongues mercilessly torn away by the vengeful ghost. The plump man shuddered at the thought of the 3 female security guards. After being captured again, Li Yanwei, fearing he would escape, not only confiscated his phone, but also instructed the guards to break his legs. Subsequently, she arranged for someone to deliver meals to him daily, treating him like a dog. The locks and talismans on the doors were also set by Li Yanwei, designed to prevent any contact between him and Chun Yao's ghost, ensuring that even in death, they would not achieve their desires. The plump man grit his teeth, fuming. That woman is truly wicked. Jiang Cheng reached into his pocket and retrieved a small notebook, a gift from Chun Yao to Su Yu, which he had kept close all along. The plump man slowly flipped open a page. September 17th, sunny. Today was a background knowledge class. I learned a lot from Teacher Su and felt very happy. September 24th, light rain. It rained outside, and the scheduled performance was canceled, leaving the students in low spirits. But Teacher Su encouraged us, saying there would be another opportunity next time, urging everyone to do their best. September 29th, cloudy. The first performance was a resounding success. Teacher Su is truly a gentle person. Each day's entry featured Su Yu, showcasing the prominent place he held in Chun Yao's heart. As he flipped through more pages, the plump man's expression shifted slightly. "Doctor," he held up the diary, puzzled. "Why is there only half of it? Where did the latter half go?" The diary had been torn in half, leaving only the first part, with the entries ceasing on October 27th. The plump man glanced at Jiang Cheng, questioning in confusion. "Wait, doctor, I can understand why someone would steal the diary. But why would they take half of it and leave the other half? Surely Su Yu wouldn't tear a diary in 2 and keep them separately?" The plump man clutched the half diary tightly, following Jiang Cheng unsteadily. They traversed the courtyard, and the plump man was astonished to find that Su Yu remained tied to the chair, his head bowed, seemingly either awake or unconscious once more. Nearby, there was some dirt and remnants of flower pots. After turning a couple of corners, they arrived at a very narrow corridor. The corridor was long, flanked by doors on both sides. It appeared to be a storage area of sorts, with small windows clearly meant for hiding unsightly items, unsuitable for long-term habitation. The plump man walked cautiously, glancing up at the tall walls, which seemed to split the sky. "Doctor," he whispered, "it's so dark here." At the end of the corridor, Jiang Cheng casually pushed open a slightly ajar wooden door. It was dark inside, yet the space felt quite expansive, spacious enough for dancing. "Do you remember that blackboard we saw last time we were here?" Jiang Cheng inquired. He quickly scanned the room for anything amiss before stepping inside. "Yes." Su Yu mentioned that the writing on it was left by Chun Yao. The plump man's face displayed disbelief. "That was left by Chun Yao." Jiang Cheng nodded. At this moment, as if he had sensed something, he lightened his footsteps and gradually approached a certain direction. Do you remember what was written above? He shyly scratched his head. The last character is come, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke, and then he pulled down a piece of red silk cloth in front of him, revealing a blackboard, one corner of which had already cracked. The chubby man paused, immediately recognizing it as the very board they had seen before. Indeed, the first character is no, and the last one is come. Judging by the size of each character, there should be two more in the middle, but for some reason, they had been erased. Just as Jiang Cheng unveiled the red cloth, the chubby man suddenly felt a chilling gust of wind rush towards him. This peculiar wind was eerie and bone-chilling, convincing him that these characters were indeed left by a ghost. Chen Yao. The chubby man stared at the blackboard, his small eyes darting about. A sense of inexplicable dissonance gradually swelling within him. It felt as though something was amiss, but he could not articulate it. Before Jiang Cheng could react, the chubby man began to deduce on his own. It seems this task has become clear. The true culprit is Li Yanwei. 10 years ago, to satisfy her possessive desire for Su Yu, she wrongfully accused Chen Yao, leading to the latter's tragic demise. And after becoming a ghost, Chen Yao retaliated against those who had harmed her, marking a cycle of cause and effect, a fitting retribution. The chubby man stroked his chin and spoke in a slow yet emphatic tone. Doctor, it appears that the ultimate path to survival lies with Li Yanwei. I remember Chen Yao committed suicide in the music classroom. Perhaps if we capture Li Yanwei and escort her to the music classroom, this task will be deemed complete. He rambled on, but Jiang Cheng remained squatting in front of the blackboard, showing no reaction, which dampened the chubby man's spirits. He tiptoed and asked Jiang Cheng, Doctor, what do you think of my reasoning? Jiang Cheng remained unmoved. His voice, however, was entirely different from before, evoking an indescribable feeling in the chubby man. Look at this character now. Is its position slightly off? Is it? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the chubby man moved closer, and gradually, he began to notice something peculiar. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off, he said, extending his hand to gesture, mumbling, it seems to be slightly higher. Jiang Cheng removed the bag from his shoulders, took out a half-full bottle of mineral water, poured some into his palm, dipped his fingers into the water, and slowly drew a curving line on the blackboard. The chubby man's expression shifted from initial confusion to surprise, and finally to shock. Jiang Cheng added a stroke beneath the character no, transforming it into return. Instantly, the dissonance on the blackboard dissipated. Return, come, the chubby man exclaimed. It has returned my life. Chapter 90, Blind to Truth. How could this be? Jiang Cheng displayed no particular emotion as he slowly rose. Half of his face shrouded in darkness, his voice remaining calm as ever. Chubby, he said, have you ever considered what Su Yu was doing at the time when Chen Yao was falsely accused? The chubby man's eyes narrowed and then suddenly widened. It was a revelation. Without Su Yu's direct testimony, how could Chen Yao have been so easily driven to despair? The chubby man's lips trembled, realizing he too had participated in the testimony. It was he. He was the one who provided the most direct false evidence against Chen Yao, claiming she had seduced him. In other words, he was the crucial factor in driving Chen Yao to her death. But why? A perplexed expression crossed the chubby man's face. Why would Su Yu do such a thing? Did he not love Chen Yao? Chen Yao was so young and beautiful. Certainly, he must have liked her. Jiang Cheng interjected, his tone tinged with a wistfulness that the chubby man could not comprehend. However, to forsake the principal's daughter for Chen Yao would evidently be unwise. If I am not mistaken, Jiang Cheng paused. Li Yanwei may not have been lying. Doctor, I do not quite understand your meaning, the chubby man admitted candidly. From the beginning, Li Yanwei was also a victim. She was deceived by Su Yu. In her mind, it was indeed Chen Yao who first seduced her fiancé. As Su Yu had told her, the chubby man seemed to grasp part of it, his expression turning peculiar as he shifted his gaze from Jiang Cheng to the blackboard. As if deep in thought, you mean Su Yu seduced Chen Yao, rather than the other way around? Indeed, Jiang Cheng affirmed, continuing, and Li Yanwei's claim that she arranged for Chen Yao to join Su Yu's ballet class through connections is likely true. She merely saw Chen Yao's immense talent. And the decennial anniversary celebration was approaching. If the newcomer Chen Yao were to shine, then Su Yu, as her teacher, would also gain recognition in the vast campus, benefiting his career. After a pause, Jiang Cheng sighed lightly. She is not a bad person, just foolish. Jiang Cheng raised his gaze, a faint light shimmering in his eyes. I have been pondering why the security guards, teachers, and those 2 students, all who provided false testimony, are now dead. Yet Li Yanwei merely lost her eyes. It appeared that Chun Yao had come to understand the reason behind it. She only harbored hatred for this foolish woman who had been blind to the truth, misjudging Su Yu and naively believing his one-sided account. Those who provided false testimony were not summoned by Li Yanwei, but by Su Yu. She had been kept in the dark throughout. Su Yu's motives are also clear. Perhaps he became infatuated, and after repeatedly expressing his feelings for Chun Yao without success, he feared exposure. Thus, before Chun Yao could reveal the truth, he preemptively accused her, distorting the facts, claiming it was she who seduced him, while he, due to his teacher's identity and having a girlfriend, was compelled to refuse. Yet Chun Yao persisted, even fabricating lies about his inappropriate behavior to threaten him. He painted himself as the victim, while Chun Yao became the object of public disdain. This is why he only dared to produce the first half of the diary. Jiang Cheng turned to the chubby man. I suspect the second half of the diary contains Chun Yao's complaints about Su Yu's excessive attentiveness, even disdain. I agree with you, Doctor. The chubby man nodded repeatedly. From the first half of the diary, one can imagine Su Yu's attentiveness towards Chun Yao. Otherwise, how could every entry feature descriptions of him? Also, that so-called solo dance was ultimately changed to a duet. This was likely orchestrated by Su Yu, who merely sought to create opportunities for solitude with Chun Yao, facilitating his ulterior motives. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly. The chubby man, recalling Su Yu's face, felt a surge of loathing. That heartless bastard. Why must he insist on practicing in the evenings and then accuse it as a request from the young girl? At this juncture, the chubby man suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Cheng, astonished. Doctor, you must have thought of all this long ago, right? Just as the chubby man turned around, a hand unexpectedly rested on his shoulder. He jumped in surprise until he heard Jiang Cheng's voice. Don't move. In this nightmare, following the doctor's instructions was the only way to survive, a truth firmly ingrained in the chubby man's heart. Upon hearing this, he truly stood still. Gradually, the chubby man began to notice the abnormality around him. His gaze swept toward the door, and his expression quivered slightly as he was astonished to find that, at some point, the door had closed without a sound. The blackboard is here. Jiang Cheng's voice dropped low, and it was also Su Yu who informed me. The corpulent man's throat convulsed violently upon hearing those words, his thoughts racing with unprecedented speed. He recalled that the blackboard had previously been placed in the courtyard. Yet now it mysteriously occupied this room, clearly moved by someone, without a doubt by Su Yu. This was a trap. It was likely that Su Yu had anticipated that he and his companions would seek him out. Simultaneously, a more alarming question struck him. Where had Jin Jianren and Luo Yi gone? According to their prior plan, the two should also be at the equipment center at this moment. But where were they? It was already established that Luo Yi was a ghost. Thus, had Jin Jianren met his demise, or had something even more horrifying than death transpired? Fear coursed through the corpulent man, causing his body to tremble like ripples on water. What was certain was that they had fallen into Su Yu's cunning trap, ensnared in this distinctly peculiar room. Upon entering, the corpulent man had scrutinized the wooden door of the room. Its age and erosion from the elements rendered it wholly inadequate to withstand him and Jiang Cheng. Chapter 91. Surprise. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water resonated within the room. Though exceedingly faint, it pierced the absolute silence, capturing the attention of both Jiang Cheng and the corpulent man. They turned towards the source of the sound, which emanated from a dimly lit corner of the room, shrouded in an almost fog-like gloom. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng stepped forward. The corpulent man instinctively reached out as if to stop him, yet ultimately did not even graze Jiang Cheng's sleeve. Gritting his teeth, he chose to follow. One step, two steps. The corpulent man's heart raced with trepidation. As they approached, he finally discerned the origin of the dripping sound. It was a massive redwood box. Its antiquated design, adorned with copper at the corners, suggested it was at least several decades old. In the corpulent man's memory, the last time he had seen a similar box was during childhood visits to his grandmother's house in the countryside. Tick-tock. Another drop of water fell. Lowering his gaze, the corpulent man noticed that the box was elevated about 20 centimeters off the ground by a wooden frame. His keen eyes immediately spotted a puddle beneath the frame. No, it wasn't merely water. It was a pool of blood. A faint scent of blood wafted towards his nostrils. Having witnessed numerous gruesome scenes, the corpulent man curiously felt little fear. If Su Yu intended to frighten them merely by the sight of a pool of blood, he could easily accept that. However, it was evident that the situation was far graver. As the corpulent man's gaze shifted from the blood back to the box, He caught sight of a drop of blood seeping from the bottom of the box, slowly dripping into the pool below, splattering it with tiny droplets. Tick-tock. Something within the box was bleeding. The corpulent man stared fixedly at the box, swallowing hard as horrifying and bizarre images flooded his mind. Just as he wavered, Jiang Cheng took a few confident steps forward and decisively lifted the lid of the box. The corpulent man's breath hitched as he beheld the contents within. Zhen Jianren. No, it would be more accurate to say the corpse of Zhen Jianren. Yet the most terrifying aspect was Zhen Jianren's eyes. Both had been gouged out, leaving behind gaping blood-filled sockets from which streams of blood flowed down the bridge of his nose, creating a truly macabre scene. Just like Li Yanwei, his eyes had also been removed by Chen Yao. Doctor, the corpulent man croaked, his voice trembling incessantly. Why was he subjected to having his eyes taken, while the others merely had their jaws broken? After a moment, Jiang Cheng slowly spoke. His eyes were not taken by Chen Yao. Huh? The corpulent man was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Doctor, are you suggesting that? Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Cheng reached into the box and pulled out one of Zhen Jianren's hands. The corpulent man noticed it was drenched in blood, clenched into a fist, as if grasping something. As Jiang Cheng gradually pried open the fingers, the corpulent man leaned in with curiosity, only to have his complexion pale abruptly, as if all blood had drained from his face. He beheld two pearly objects nestled within Zhen Jianren's hand. They were eyeballs. One of them mischievously rolled away, bouncing on the ground before coming to a stop, colliding with the corpulent man's shoe. Frozen in fear, the corpulent man found himself unable to utter a word. His instinctive reaction was to collapse to the ground. Yet the remaining shred of his rationality warned him that if he fell, he might crush Zhen Jianren's eyeballs. Shivering with terror, the corpulent man astonishingly restrained himself from making a sound or any extraneous movement. He had used his own hands. Fixated on Zhen Jianren's hand, the corpulent man felt his understanding of reality shatter. He could hardly fathom what monstrous beings his nominal teammates were. It was utterly horrifying. Zhen Jianren, Yuan, Zhang Yining. His once innocent self felt like a mere lamb among them. Despite possessing a physical advantage, he was utterly outmatched in intellect, experience, and ruthlessness. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Jiang Cheng, noticing that the latter was examining the remaining eyeball in his hand. The sight of Jiang Cheng occasionally squeezing it like a stress ball nearly suffocated the corpulent man. A singular notion erupted in his mind. If those teammates were terrifying monsters, then what did that make the doctor? He was the very man orchestrating those monsters with clarity. Not to mention, take Zhen Jianren, the unfortunate soul who had been discovered for his cunning ways and subsequently targeted throughout. First, he had been haunted by mere coin. Unable to sleep, then a blood handprint was drawn on the door, leading to rumors of a female ghost painting him. The corpulent man swallowed hard, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhen Jianren, who would never have the chance to close his eyes even in death. He suddenly felt a pang of pity for him. Although his potential seemed promising, he had unfortunately crossed paths with the doctor. Just as the corpulent man inadvertently glimpsed Zhen Jianren's blood-stained hand, his gaze became fixated. The fingers twitched slightly. Just as the corpulent man opened his mouth to warn Jiang Cheng, the next moment, that hand shot up suddenly, gripping Jiang Cheng's wrist tightly. Doctor! The corpulent man shouted in alarm. Jiang Cheng appeared equally stunned by the scene, standing frozen in place. In an indescribable fear, Zhen Jianren's body from within the box began to move, rising in an unfathomable manner. In a moment of desperation, the corpulent man swung a water bottle towards the reanimated Zhen Jianren, realizing that he had now become Su Yu's ultimate weapon. How this had come to be remained unclear. The strike was well aimed, landing squarely on Zhen Jianren's bloodied head with a resounding thud. However, being merely a plastic bottle, its impact was limited, only causing his body to sway slightly. Zhen Jianren opened his mouth, and blood tears flowed from his empty eye sockets into his mouth. Just as the corpulent man thought he was about to bite down and end the doctor's legendary journey, an unusually hoarse and bubble-filled voice emerged. Help me. I'm still alive. Cough, cough. I'm still living. He coughed forth blood bubbles, and in that dark, ominous environment, combined with such a scene and voice, it was utterly impossible to maintain a calm disposition. Chapter 92. Medium. However, Jiang Cheng's subsequent demeanor once again reshaped the fatty's perception of him. He gazed calmly at the visage obscured by blood, gently patting Zhen Jianren's hand, assuring him. I know you are not dead. Your pulse still beats. Jiang Cheng's voice resonated with conviction, and Zhun Jianren's initial agitation began to wane. Release your grip. Allow me to examine your injuries. Jiang Cheng continued after a moment's pause. Zhun Jianren gasped violently, uncertain whether it was due to pain or the weight of Jiang Cheng's words. But eventually, he loosened his hold on Jiang Cheng's wrist. His hollow, bloodied eyes fixed upon Jiang Cheng, seemingly entrusting his last glimmer of hope to him. Yet, at the moment his hand relinquished Jiang Cheng's wrist, Fatty observed Jiang Cheng's composed demeanor as he unbuckled the camera bag hanging at his waist, winding the strap around his hand several times. Fatty's eyes widened in confusion, unsure of Jiang Cheng's intentions. It was not until Jiang Cheng swung the camera bag like a meteor hammer and brought it crashing down onto Zhun Jianren's face that Fatty's astonishment reached its peak. Bang! Before Fatty could process the scene, Jiang Cheng had already sprinted to the door. Just as Jiang Cheng lifted his leg, preparing to kick the obstructive wooden door open, a sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Hud, hud, hud. The sound was not loud, nor particularly close, yet it possessed a beguiling allure. Jiang Cheng's raised leg fell back down. Fatty fared worse, rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear. Although he could not move, his mind remained sharp. A beat? No, it felt heavier. Fatty thought rapidly. This sound was weightier than a mere beat, but his lack of musical knowledge left him unable to identify its source. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm quickened, each pulse striking at his heart. He involuntarily swallowed. This sound jolted Fatty fully awake. Even Jiang Cheng's body trembled instinctively. The two men almost simultaneously raised their heads, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in their eyes. This sound was unlike any that had come before. It was near, as if it were just behind them. What could it be? His pupils dilated. Was it Chen Yao? Or something akin to what lay within the box with Zhun Jianren? He remained uncertain whether Zhun Jianren was human or some other ghastly entity. An overwhelming sense of dread parched Fatty's throat, rendering him motionless, as if he had resigned himself to fate. It was only when Jiang Cheng approached and yanked down the curtain that Fatty's eyes widened. Behind it was a vast mirror. Yet, what truly captivated his gaze was the scene reflected within it. A woman poised on tiptoe. Though merely a simple silhouette, her graceful form and impeccable control were evident. She stood in what resembled a dance studio, her figure erect but turned away from the mirror, rendered eerie by the dim light as she remained silent. It's Chen Yao, Fatty thought, unable to suppress his imagination. The ultimate spectre-esque appearance even caused him to overlook the absurdity of the scene before him. The mirror clearly depicted a music classroom prior to its renovation. The mirror's interior belonged to a decade past, while the exterior was the present. As time elapsed, Fatty gradually discerned other anomalies within the mirror. It was not just Chen Yao who occupied its depths. A dozen shadowy figures stood around her, as if in reverent worship. Facing the center where Chen Yao stood, light spilled from within the mirror, faint yet reminiscent of a small flashlight's glow. By its meager illumination, Fatty vaguely distinguished several figures dressed in security uniforms, along with two students. He slowly shifted his gaze from left to right until he caught sight of a man's half-exposed face. It was Zhou Taifu. There was no mistaking it. The flashlight emitting light lay discarded at his feet. Like the other deceased, his eyes were grotesquely rolled upward, the corners exaggeratedly raised. His expression at the moment of death inscrutable. However, it was evident that he had not died solely of fright. For all present in that mirror had lost their jaws and tongues. Gruesome bloodstains adorned their chests, resembling a macabre feast. Although not his first encounter with such a scene, the sheer concentration of corpses, arranged in this ritualistic manner, was unsettling. Terror seeped into every fiber of Fatty's being, tightening its grip around him like creeping vines. Stifling his breath, the instant his legs regained sensation, he stumbled towards Jiang Cheng, seeking solace in his presence. Doctor, Fatty gasped, about to seek reassurance from Jiang Cheng, when the latter swiftly slapped him. His control was impeccable. Just as he was about to make contact, he reversed his hand, covering Fatty's mouth to stifle any sound. Fatty's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Jiang Cheng, utterly bewildered as to what he had done wrong. Was it wrong to come closer? He noticed Jiang Cheng's gaze roamed the mirror, seemingly unfocused, and he detected a flicker of seriousness etched on his face. This frightened Fatty immensely. In his mind, the doctor epitomized calmness in the face of danger, often able to jest in the presence of the deceased. He cast a bewildered glance back at the mirror. Almost instantly, His complexion drained of color. The center of the mirror was empty. Chen Yao had vanished. And from the expression on Jiang Cheng's face, Fatty realized he too had failed to ascertain Chen Yao's whereabouts. What could be more terrifying than the appearance of a ghost? It was the ghost's sudden disappearance. You had no inkling of where it might materialize next, perhaps from your wardrobe, the bathroom, or even beneath your bed within your blankets. The most profound fear stemmed from the unknown. Creak. The two turned almost in unison, having heard an eerie scraping sound behind them. It resembled a frayed rope, burdened beyond its limits. Chapter 93, My Eyes Are Beautiful. Behind them, there was nothing. Yet this did little to alleviate Fatty's dread for following Jiang Cheng's gaze. He spotted a shadow upon the wall. He could not quite articulate the nature of the shadow. It was tall, exceedingly so, as if drawn upward by some unseen force. The shadow swayed slightly. Creak. His pupils constricted sharply as Fatty suddenly recognized the shadow's identity. It was that of a person who had hanged themselves. Yet beside the shadow, there was nothing at all. It was Chen Yao. She had departed the dance studio of 10 years past and arrived in this very room. Through a mirror. More alarming was the fact that he could not see her with his naked eye. Creak. The shadow swayed once more, and strangely, it seemed to draw closer to them. Under such extreme circumstances, Fatty could not be certain if it was merely his imagination or something tangible. Regardless, Chen Yao's presence catapulted the already convoluted narrative into a climactic frenzy. Creak. Creak. The shadows swaying accelerated, and beads of cold sweat streamed down Fatty's brow, paralyzing him to the point where he dared not even blink. He was now convinced the shadow was indeed approaching them in an unfathomable manner, and the inevitable outcome would be their demise, just like the figures in the mirror. With this thought, Fatty instinctively cast a sidelong glance at the mirror behind him, and the horrific scene unfolded. The deceased figures within the mirror had turned to face him unbeknownst to him and approached the glass, their lifeless eyes fixed upon him. Resentful, distorted, and frenzied, it felt as though if he reached out, they could drag him into their realm. The corpulent man was so frightened that his eyes bulged from their sockets, nearly popping out, yet his mouth was covered by Jiang Cheng, leaving him only able to emit helpless whimpering sounds. It was evident that Jiang Cheng had also sensed the anomaly behind them, his gaze darting around restlessly. According to the accounts of other players and his own understanding of nightmares, a situation of certain death would never manifest. There would always be a path to survival. However, as time progressed, the hope of survival grew increasingly tenuous. Where, indeed, lay their escape? The shadow was now less than 3 meters away, its speed escalating incessantly. The creaking sounds echoing like a death knell. At most half a minute, no. In 20 seconds at most, the shadow would reach them. The corpulent man could no longer restrain himself. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He frantically signaled to Jiang Cheng with his eyes. The direction of the shadow was opposite to that of the door. If they could move swiftly enough, they could undoubtedly break free. Yet Jiang Cheng remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of those around him. An exceedingly self-centered individual, a trait that could very well lead to his demise, or so the corpulent man thought. As Jiang Cheng's gaze swept across a certain direction, it suddenly halted. There lay a large wooden chest, its lid ajar instead of closed, and within, Zhen Jianren was nowhere to be found. A thick trail of blood marked the ground, beginning at the chest and extending to the mirror, as if Zhen Jianren had been dragged into the mirror by some unseen force. A glimmer flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Creak. The tangible sound of friction resonated once more, drawing near. The corpulent man broke free from Jiang Cheng's grip, clutching his wrist in a desperate attempt to flee with sheer strength. But to his astonishment, he could not budge Jiang Cheng. The latter's body seemed rooted to the ground. Instead, he found himself pulled backward by that tremendous force, tumbling directly into the mirror. Beneath him was a patch of sand. He braced himself against the ground and scrambled to his feet. After rising, the corpulent man paused, slowly lowering his head to inspect his palms, which were covered in sand and viscous blood. Staring in shock at the sandy ground, he was horrified to discover a mangled corpse lying beside him. His immediate thought was that the doctor had been ambushed by a malevolent spirit while trying to save him. Just as he was about to crouch down to see if he could render aid, Jiang Cheng's voice came from behind him. It was Zhen Jianren, doctor, the corpulent man exclaimed, filled with joy. At that moment, even he, despite his dim-wittedness, understood that the doctor's choice had been correct. The mirror, though terrifying, was indeed the only avenue to survival. Had they chosen to break through towards the door, both of them would likely have lost their heads by now. Realizing this, the corpulent man gazed at the prostrate Jiang Cheng, his expression momentarily vacant as he inquired, "Doctor, how did he die here?" After a brief silence, Jiang Cheng replied, "He crawled out on his own." The corpulent man's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy was in such a state, yet he could still crawl out? It was precisely his condition, Jiang Cheng stated calmly, that allowed him to escape. Gradually, the corpulent man seemed to grasp something. "Doctor," he said with an odd expression, "do you mean to say that because he lost his eyes and could not see those horrific sights, he was able to choose the correct path and ultimately escape?" "Yes," Jiang Cheng affirmed, turning to look at the room they had just fled. The corpulent man followed his gaze, astonished to discover that the door was wide open, having never been closed, and moreover, the dark red curtains within the room bore no signs of having been drawn back. His massive frame began to tremble, and after a prolonged pause, the corpulent man managed to utter, "So what we saw before was all an illusion?" A clear trail of blood spread out before the door. The remnants of Jiang Cheng's crawl, grotesquely vivid. The corpulent man belatedly comprehended that Luo Yi was a spirit, and that Jiang Cheng had followed Luo Yi into the perilous machinery center, yet had not perished. The reason behind this was worthy of further investigation. It now appeared that the spirit's method of killing predominantly involved the use of mirrors to create illusions, ultimately leading to the demise of those ensnared in their deceptions. So it was the mirror was the greatest taboo in this mission. "Doctor," the corpulent man spoke with a tone laden with anguish. "Does that mean we must?" He glanced at the lifeless Jiang Cheng, his expression fraught with fear. After a few seconds, he added, "I have beautiful eyes. Many customers are drawn to me for them. They praise me, saying my eyes shine like their dream man, and they wish to bear." "Doctor," the corpulent man, who had narrowly escaped death, felt his head spinning, wishing he could sew the man's mouth shut. Jiang Cheng was still here. Could he not show some respect? Chapter 94. Does it hurt? At that moment, the corpulent man suddenly noticed that Jiang Cheng, having turned around, was gripping something resembling a spear. Narrowing his eyes, he observed that it bore a striking resemblance to Su Yu's cane. "Doctor, this is..." When I emerged, this item was embedded in Jiang Cheng's body. Jiang Cheng lifted the cane, gesturing to Jiang Cheng as he attempted to recreate the scene for the corpulent man. "You see," he prodded the corpse, then looked up at the corpulent man, indicating it was jabbed in here. Ignoring Jiang Cheng's callous actions, the corpulent man raised an eyebrow, pondering. "Are you suggesting that he wasn't killed by a spirit, but rather by Su Yu, who was waiting outside the door? Su Yu used the cane to stab Jiang Cheng to death?" The corpulent man's tone shifted to one of incredulity. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, then raised the cane, swiftly stabbing the corpulent man. Completely unprepared, the corpulent man felt a solid jab in his rear. "Doctor, why did you stab me?" he exclaimed, clutching his backside. To his surprise, Jiang Cheng acted as if nothing had occurred, tilting his head to look at him and slowly asking, "Does it hurt?" At that moment, he also realized that the pointy end of the cane had become dulled from years of friction against the ground. Thus its lethality was minimal. "Doctor," as if he had come to a realization, the corpulent man shouted excitedly, "I understand your meaning now. This was a deliberately staged false scene. The dull-headed cane cannot kill." Jiang Cheng regarded him with skepticism, pausing before asking, "You figured that out and are this excited? What else would you expect?" The corpulent man replied, "If the murderer could use the blunt-headed cane to kill, then the required strength and skill were far beyond that of an ordinary person." He pointed at the corpse. "Look, there's only one fatal wound on the body, right at the back, a single lethal strike. I surmise the murderer must have hidden behind the wall, then launched a sudden attack. The murderer doesn't resemble Su Yu, the dance instructor." Jiang Cheng shook his head, but rather seems like a professional assassin. After pondering for a moment, the corpulent man looked up and said, "Doctor, now that you mention it, I recall seeing someone in the mirror who was killed by Chun Yao." Jiang Cheng turned to look deeper into the room, which had unknowingly fallen into darkness again. "Not counting Chun Yao, that makes a total of 15 people," he stated with conviction, as if he had verified it. Clearly, aside from a 9 who died 10 years ago, the others were all individuals from this mission. The corpulent man seemed to grasp Jiang Cheng's implication, his complexion becoming slightly unnatural. "You mean, aside from us, there's one more teammate alive?" They had already encountered the corpses of Chi Pao woman, Long Tao, Luo Yi, and Jiang Cheng, thus ruling them out. By that calculation, Only Yuan, Zhou Taifu, and Zhang Yining remained unaccounted for. Doctor, the corpulent man suddenly said, Zhou Taifu should be dead. I saw him in the mirror earlier, and since he had a flashlight under his feet, I could see him quite clearly. In truth, when Jiang Cheng mentioned the term professional assassin, the corpulent man's first thought was of the enigmatic Yuan. Her aura was strikingly similar. Although the body of Yuan has yet to be discovered, the two present have indeed encountered one of her severed arms. Based on the grotesque wounds upon the dismembered limb, it is unequivocally inferred that a malevolent spirit was responsible, leading to the likelihood that Yuan has met her demise. This leaves only Zhang Yining remaining, absent in life and unseen in death. The doctor, after a moment's hesitation, voiced a thought. Could it be that Zhang Yining was not killed, but has instead gone into hiding? Jiang Cheng, pondering over the cane in his hand, reflected deeply. The progression of the task has rendered time itself meaningless. Jiang Cheng had once foretold that the sun would rise no more, and it seems that prophecy is now manifesting. The fears within the stout man burgeoned as he gazed into the pitch-black night. What shall we do next? He inquired, his voice lowered as he swallowed hard. In my opinion, the music classroom must hold some secrets. We will go to the music classroom. Jiang Cheng interjected decisively, eschewing any further discourse. The stout man, trailing behind, found himself struggling to keep pace with Jiang Cheng's strides. Shouldn't we bring Suyu along? He queried, perplexed. He is undoubtedly linked to unraveling this task. He is already in the music classroom, Jiang Cheng replied casually. The stout man's steps faltered momentarily, and then clarity dawned upon him as he speculated. I understand now, Doctor. Given that Zhang Yining was able to wield the cane to fatally strike Zhang Jianren, she must have also found Su Yu, who, as a pivotal figure, was surely taken by her. The only place they could possibly be heading is the music classroom, which is not only where Chen Yao met her tragic end, but also the venue for the third rehearsal. Whether it was disdain for the stout man's ramblings or some other sentiment, Jiang Cheng chose silence. As they passed through the courtyard, the stout man discovered that Su Yu, previously bound to a chair, had indeed vanished. Departing the equipment center and making their way to the music classroom, the stout man's steps became markedly lighter. The narrative of their mission had become increasingly lucid, commencing with lust and culminating in deceit, ultimately resulting in the tragic loss of numerous lives. Doctor, the stout man's voice broke through. There's something I can't quite grasp. Why did Chen Yao murder so many, yet refrain from targeting Su Yu, the one who should be condemned most? Was it truly the efficacy of those talismans at play? His tone grew more bewildered. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly. It is the rules. The stout man was no stranger to this term. Every time they faced an insurmountable conundrum, Jiang Cheng would invoke this cryptic concept, which had become a form of evasion. I don't understand. The stout man admitted candidly, all I know is if it were me, I would not hesitate to eliminate Su Yu, exhausting all my resources. In nightmares, there are no absolute dead ends. The rules afford everyone a glimmer of hope for survival. Jiang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at the stout man, his tone growing unfamiliar. When I say everyone, I do not refer solely to participants like us, but also to the inhabitants of this world, and even the spirits. The stout man abruptly raised his head, exclaiming, spirits? If one must employ the term task, then it is not just we who bear a mission. Su Yu, as a key individual, and Chen Yao, now a spirit, are equally burdened by their own tasks. Our missions intertwine with intricate connections, yet there is one unifying aspect. Jiang Cheng halted abruptly, raising his gaze to behold a colossal, shadowy edifice before them. We are all constrained by the rules. Chapter 95, Clouds of Suspicion. The music classroom is situated on the 4th floor. Standing here and looking up, one can glimpse its windows. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a dance classroom now. Jiang Cheng did not immediately enter, but instead fixed his gaze upon the inky darkness of the building, stating, I suspect that the third rehearsal serves as a deadline for us. Uncovering the truth before that time will allow us to conclude our task. He paused, continuing, of course. Our task. The stout man, momentarily dazed, blurted out, what about the tasks of others? Realizing his question lacked clarity, he hastily elaborated. Su Yu and in the spirits. Su Yu's task is easily comprehensible. It must be to thwart those within the mission from discovering the truth, evading the pursuit of spirits, and continuing to survive. The stout man was intrigued by the notion of a deadline. Could it be that his deadline differed from his own? Do you recall what was said at the beginning of the task? Jiang Cheng prompted, the woman who guided us? You mean the anniversary celebration? The stout man finally grasped the implication, his eyes widening in realization. The anniversary celebration is indeed Su Yu's deadline. This explains why Chen Yao has yet to strike against him. She prioritizes her reputation over revenge, seeking the opportune moment to unveil the truth of that fateful day. And what better occasion than the anniversary celebration? Of course, Jiang Cheng continued. After that, Su Yu will undoubtedly perish. In that instant, the stout man connected the dots, comprehending many previously perplexing matters. He took a moment to digest this revelation before hoarsely stating, "Doctor," he lifted his gaze, "so, this is what you mentioned before, that no matter what we do or how we do it, even our presence or absence, we cannot alter the outcomes of events that have already transpired in this world. We can only influence the process. In other words, regardless of whether we complete the task, Su Yu will ultimately fall victim to Chen Yao's hand." The stout man's expression contorted as he paused, before slowly articulating at the anniversary celebration that is soon to unfold in this world. "Indeed," Jiang Cheng replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, the half-hidden visage in the shadows striking fear into the stout man. "The past is immutable. All we can do is strive to survive and reshape our own destinies." In that moment, Jiang Cheng's stature loomed larger in the stout man's mind. Not only grand, but shrouded in mystery. The stout man straightened his posture, anticipating that Jiang Cheng would soon reveal his true self, perhaps uttering grandiose proclamations such as, "I belong to the old world. The new world has no vessel that can bear me. I cannot perish," Jiang Cheng declared, puffing out his chest. "Many beautiful ladies are enamored with me. I must take responsibility for them." The stout man nearly jolted with surprise, almost straining his back. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they entered the music classroom. The spacious room was devoid of light, only faintly revealing 2 figures, one seated, the other standing. The seated individual appeared utterly terrified, their emaciated body quaking like a withered tree, blood trickling down their forehead. Some of it flowed into their eyes, making each blink a Herculean effort. Yet, they dared not close their eyes, not for a moment, their fearful gaze fixated on the scene before them. Not far away stood a massive mirror, shrouded in a dreary haze, reminiscent of the noxious vapors rising from the depths of hell. No, he was not seated. Rather, he had been cruelly incapacitated, his legs shattered. At this moment, he knelt before the mirror in an eerie posture, akin to a penitent seeking forgiveness in a confessional. A chilling presence lurked beside him, akin to a pair of vengeful eyes. Please, let me go," he stammered, his voice a strained whisper of desperation. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, revealing the severity of his injuries, with scarcely any unscathed skin upon his body. The woman at his side remained unmoved. Instead, growing irritated by his pleas, she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing him to spew forth another mouthful of blood. The woman was agile, yet her movements bore an unsettling awkwardness. As if her balance had faltered, she extended her left hand, tightening the bandage wrapped around her right arm. The pained expression on her face lasted but a fleeting moment before she resumed her cold demeanor. Her own wounds could heal entirely yet. She bit her thin lips, her eyes clouded with darkness. From her pocket, she produced the crumpled papers left to her by Zhou Taifu before his demise, the wrinkles not hindering their readability. That is the diary left behind by Chen Yao. Although it comprises only the latter half, the clues she has already gathered are sufficient to reconstruct most of the narrative. Su Yu is a deceiver, frustrated by unfulfilled desires. He spun a grandiose lie that ultimately led to Chen Yao's demise, unwittingly opening a portal to hell for himself. Dozens of lives were abruptly extinguished, in an exceedingly horrifying manner. This mission is exceptionally challenging. Including herself, only 3 individuals remain alive. Yet ultimately, the sole survivor who can escape this nightmare must be her alone. Only in this way can she obtain that object, completely, wholly possess it. She gazed at her severed arm, her expression a perplexing blend of tears and laughter. It was precisely because of that object that she was able to endure the onslaught of the specters. However, without that object, she might have been reunited with her beloved by now. She has never regretted her choices, acting upon her thoughts. For regret resolves nothing and only adds to one's burdens. Yet this time, she felt remorse for not warning Zhou Taifu when he was targeted by the ghost. She had faltered. In that instant, fear overwhelmed everything, for at that moment, she was still uncertain of the benefits that came with the hard-earned object, if given another chance. Yet life offers no such possibilities, especially in nightmares. She has witnessed countless exceptionally talented individuals wither away in the realm of nightmares, merely due to a slight misstep. Nightmares differ vastly from the muddy, chaotic jungles of Southeast Asia or the frigid, barren Siberian steppes. Here, the perils are concealed, akin to lurking venomous snakes, ready to strike when one feels most secure. This is the essence of Nightmare's horror, as well as its allure. She is one of the few who consciously ventured into the nightmare. Slowly, she raised her head, the clouds of uncertainty dissipating before the mirror, revealing a multitude of pallid faces. At last it has arrived. Chapter 96, A Path to Survival. When Jiang Cheng and the portly man stealthily ascended to the fourth floor and pushed open the door to the music classroom, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. From the outside, the room appeared shrouded in darkness, yet within, a soft halo of light enveloped it, casting an enchanting and eerie ambience as the shadows danced. Swallowing hard, the portly man's gaze extended into the depths of the classroom. There lay the source of the light. The entire wall covering had been violently torn away and trampled underfoot, exposing a massive mirror behind it. Light streamed from the mirror, illuminating the entire classroom. They could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Within the mirror, a grand performance was underway. The leading girl on stage stood on tiptoe, her figure tall and graceful, her movements ethereal and fluid, surrounded by more than 10 partners, each stepping in either clumsy or sprightly rhythms to accompany her. Strangely, there was no sound at all, reminiscent of a silent film from many years ago. Compared to the lead girl, the dance of the partners was undeniably lackluster. Particularly, one rotund, middle-aged man evoked skepticism regarding whether he might crush his strained feet with his considerable bulk. At the moment he turned around, the portly man's pupils constricted sharply. Zhou Taifu, the blood on his chin had already congealed, yet the gaping wound remained a horrifying sight. The portly man turned his stiff neck, scanning the room, and each once vibrant face now appeared as withered as a specter. The qipao-clad woman, Long Tao, Luo Yi, Zhan Jinren, Zhou Taifu, and Zhang Yinin. Zhang Yinin is dead. Thus, the identity of the remaining individual was all too apparent. However, at this moment, no one was concerned about that, for they could see Yuan seated in the audience, one of the two guests witnessing the performance. The other was the bloodied Suyu. Of course, they too were within the mirrored realm, that world from 10 years ago. The portly man stammered for a long moment before finally articulating a complete thought. This is indeed the true third rehearsal. Not inquiring, he was already certain. Jiang Cheng gazed at the bizarre performance unfolding in the mirror, and after a few seconds, he stepped forward. The portly man hesitated but chose to follow closely behind him. The instant Jiang Cheng reached out to touch the mirror, an incredible scene unfolded. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, and in the next moment, his body appeared within the mirror. The portly man mimicked him, gritting his teeth and plunging in after him. Upon opening his eyes, the portly man stared in disbelief at his surroundings. The decor here was entirely different from the music classroom, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the fundamental structure of both spaces was fundamentally consistent. The music classroom, indeed, had been transformed from the dance studio after that incident. Yuan also noticed these two unwelcome guests, her expression gradually darkening. It was unclear whether Suyu still harbored any delusions. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng and the portly man materialize out of thin air, he emitted muffled sounds. Most of his teeth had been knocked out by Yuan, and were it not for the rag stuffed in his mouth to staunch the bleeding, he likely would not have survived to this moment. This was not due to Yuan's cruelty. She simply lacked the energy to waste on a dying man, as Suyu had been excessively unruly. Upon seeing that familiar face appear in the mirror, he became frenzied, struggling desperately, even attempting to bite Yuan's neck. Jiang Cheng feigned surprise upon noticing Yuan quietly approaching her. "Miss you," he said, leaning against a nearby seat, his tone small, yet brimming with excitement. "It is truly wonderful to see you here." He glanced at Yuan's severed arm, his gaze momentarily pausing. "Your hand." "It's nothing," Yuan replied, "Mr. How? It's truly a relief to see you. I thought you." The two exchanged polite banter in hushed tones. The portly man, uninterested in their theatrics, yet too intimidated to gaze at the bizarre performance on stage, could only glare angrily at the barely conscious Suyu. Reflecting on Suyu's actions only fueled his ire, prompting him to deliver a forceful blow to his head. A strange tremor suddenly reverberated through the previously silent space, startling the portly man, who feared that his strike had caused it. A faint ghostly glow flickered, and a door materialized in the back corner of the stage, shrouded in a layer of mist. Jiang Cheng squinted, barely making out that it was a solid black iron door. It was at this moment that they realized the performers on stage had all ceased their movements, turning their backs to them in unison. The scene rendered surreal by the interplay of light and shadow. Fortunately, the leading figure, a girl, no, more accurately, Chen Yao, remained still, standing quietly at the center of the stage. She seemed to be awaiting something. As for what that might be, the portly man was uncertain. He speculated that perhaps Jiang Cheng knew, but given the current circumstances, it was not an opportune moment to inquire. Mr. Hao, Yuan turned her head towards Jiang Cheng. The door has appeared. The portly man looked at Jiang Cheng, perplexed. Yuan took a deep breath, knowing that this moment was the most perilous. To reach the iron door, they would have to maneuver past this group of clearly unfriendly actors. The path to the door would not be easy, yet the road to survival lay before them, and she was determined to make the attempt. Seizing Su Yu, she dragged him along the ground. Mr. Hao, I hope you don't mind my bringing this fellow along, she said, taking half a step back to distance herself from Jiang Cheng and the portly man. Jiang Cheng graciously extended his hand. Miss Yu, please proceed. The blood pouring from Su Yu left a vivid stain on the floor, resembling a broad brushstroke. At first, Yuan managed to keep part of her attention on Jiang Cheng behind her, but once she stepped onto the stage, facing those once vibrant individuals now turned away from her, she realized just how terrifying the situation truly was. As she passed by one person after another, the door drew ever closer, leaving only Chen Yao standing in her path. Su Yu was paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide open, limbs limp, yet unable to utter a sound. With a thud, Yuan cast Su Yu behind the back of Chen Yao. The next moment, a scene of delight unfolded before her eyes. Chen Yao's figure wavered and inexplicably vanished right in front of her. Along with him, the collapsed Su Yu also disappeared. Indeed, unraveling the truth and bringing Su Yu to the former dance studio, entrusting him to Chen Yao, was the hidden path to survival within this mission. The door stood just within reach. However, after the initial joy, Yuan abruptly halted her steps, a trace of unmasked resentment slowly surfacing in her eyes. As long as I can escape alone, that is sufficient. Chapter 97. Rescue? Doctor, the stout man said, his throat tightening with urgency. Are we not leaving yet? To him, Chen Yao's disappearance signified the end of the task. The time that the door afforded was limited. He had previously discussed this matter with Jiang Cheng. What would happen if they were left behind? At that time, Jiang Cheng, wearing headphones, had been furtively engrossed in something on the computer, seemingly exhilarated, thus brushing off the stout man's concerns. You would be erased by an unknown force, Jiang Cheng had said, his exact words. He explained that the past could not be altered, so only those of us who suddenly entered that world could be changed. And the simplest form of change was to be erased without a trace. When the term erasure was mentioned, the stout man shivered involuntarily, licking his lips as he softly inquired, "What does that erasure entail?" Unclear, Jiang Cheng replied. Perhaps you would suddenly ascend into the heavens, turning to ash. Or if you were fortunate, you might leave behind a corpse. He added, albeit a disfigured one. Are you referring to Fan Li? The stout man suddenly recalled seeing an obituary for Fan Li when they first left the task. His remains listed, albeit with an unrecognizable face. Enough, Jiang Cheng said, removing his headphones and dismissing the stout man. Do not disturb me. I am studying. With no other option, the stout man stood up, patting his backside. And as he left, he casually asked, Doctor, are you watching videos on how to treat psychological illnesses? Movement? Jiang Cheng straightened up, suddenly serious. After all, you all know I am the star. I must use my flamboyant moves to nurture the impoverished hearts of those who adore me. Upon hearing this, the stout man paused for a moment, then turned back toward Jiang Cheng, saying, Doctor, I too wish to learn, as my childhood dream has always been to become a distinguished psychiatrist. As time passed, the stout man grew increasingly anxious until he noticed you when it came to a halt. He could not fathom what she intended to do. Did she not wish to escape? The distance between them was neither too far nor too close. The stout man longed to shout a few questions at her, but was restrained by Jiang Cheng's gaze. After all, only Chen Yao and Su Yu had vanished. While 15 eerie figures remained on stage, their backs turned to the two, heads bowed, motionless and silent. Mr. Hao, Yuan turned to Jiang Cheng, calling out in a tone just loud enough for him to hear, the door is about to disappear. You must hurry. Doctor. The stout man's voice cut off as he met Jiang Cheng's eyes. The look did not convey a threat. Rather, it communicated that he needed to silence himself immediately. Jiang Cheng then averted his gaze, focusing on an entirely inconsequential direction. The frightened stout man instinctively followed his gaze. It was a mirror. Through the mirror, corresponding to the position of the dance studio from 10 years ago, an iron door also appeared in the music classroom. The door, enveloped in a faint, eerie glow, was pitch black. The stout man's eyes widened slowly. At that moment, Yuan also perceived the anomaly regarding Jiang Cheng and the stout man. Her initial plan had been to draw them over, for the actors between the two groups seemed off. She speculated that the actors would only allow the person carrying Su Yu to leave safely and would unhesitatingly kill anyone else who approached. But now, just as she shifted her gaze to look where Jiang Cheng and the stout man were focused, her line of sight was obstructed. It was a figure with its back to her, relatively tall, adorned in a blood-stained white suit. She instantly recognized who it was. Zhang Jianren. The next moment, the confusion in Yuan's eyes was gradually dispersed by fear. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to stand with the other actors behind her? The scene unfolded like ripples in water. The door was within arm's reach, yet it felt entirely different to the stout man, instantly making him aware that this door was the true one. The door in the mirror was a mere illusion, the final and most deadly trap. He swallowed slowly, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to the mirror, where the door had already swung open, revealing Yuan on the ground, scrambling backward on all fours. Her eyes filled with terror, almost tangible. Upon realizing the anomaly surrounding Zhang Jianren, she dashed toward the door. But she did not expect that upon opening the door, she would not be greeted by her familiar home, but rather Zhang Jianren, facing away from her. How could this be? She was utterly bewildered. How could he be inside the door? What about the one behind her? Thud. A searing pain shot through her ankle, radiating throughout her body as Zhang Jianren, wielding a cane like a spear, swiftly pierced through her ankle. The precise and clean motion spoke of a killer's proficiency, a skill Yuan had likely mastered countless times. Blood gushed forth, with a drop landing in Yuan's eye, resembling a spot of vermilion on rice paper. After collapsing, Yuan frantically crawled backward, while Zhang Jianren remained with his back turned, leisurely following her, the scene eerily reminiscent of a horror film. Thud! The other ankle was pierced as well, the sound of shattering bones jarring to the ears. The cries of anguish were incessant. Yuan's endurance surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and the torment she faced was unimaginable. Through the mirror, she caught sight of the stout man and Jiang Cheng, and upon seeing the door outside the mirror, she instinctively understood she had chosen the wrong path. "Help me!" Yuan cried out in agony, her once heroic face now etched with despair. She crawled toward the mirror, her words muffled by blood. "Please, please save me. Doctor!" "Stutman!" Jiang Cheng exclaimed. "The mirror, the mirror!" He was abruptly shoved from behind. "Go ahead," Jiang Cheng instructed. "I will rescue her." Chapter 98. Let's discuss. Rescue? The stout man stared at Jiang Cheng as if seeing him for the first time. Without further ado, Jiang Cheng dashed toward the mirror. The stout man contemplated for a moment, realizing that his presence would not be of any assistance, only hindering the doctor. Resolutely, he plunged forward as the door opened. In a whirl of light and shadow, the stout man found solid ground beneath his feet. Outside the window lay a deathly silence of night. "Doctor," the stout man murmured, a pang of regret washing over him for not stopping Jiang Cheng. He stood rooted in place, gritting his teeth. "You fool." Jiang Cheng stepped back through the mirror, dragging the blood-soaked Yuan out with him, the process surprisingly smooth. The puppet-like Zhang Jianren followed suit, but did not attack. Jiang Cheng supported Yuan, allowing her to lean against him. "Miss you. How are you?" Yet at this moment, Yuan was barely clinging to life, her remaining arm impaled by the cane, the torn wound revealing stark white bone beneath. Her legs and one arm lay rendered useless. Now, she was a veritable shell of a person, reliant solely on Jiang Cheng to escape this place. Her earlier cries for help had merely been an instinct for survival. "Thankfully, Mr. Hao, you did not come with me," Yuan remarked, gasping in pain. "Otherwise, you would have been embroiled in this predicament as well." The sincerity in Jiang Cheng's eyes was palpable. A low hum emanated from the true door, faint signs of impending collapse already manifesting. The door was about to close. "Mr. Hao." Yuan inhaled deeply, urgency in her voice. "We must leave quickly. The door is closing." "There's no rush," Jiang Cheng said, gently wiping the blood from one side of Yuan's face, his tone considerate. "I still have a few questions for Miss Yu. I hope that is not inconvenient." Yuan hesitated. Jiang Cheng tilted his head, speaking to himself as much as to her. "Your arm must have been broken by Chun Yao, but I am curious. How did you manage to escape her grasp?" Yuan hesitated. I suggest we make haste. Jiang Cheng's voice was elegant and considerate, akin to a gentleman draping a gown over a lady at a soiree. He glanced at the door, reminding her, the door may not hold for long. Obtain an item that can repel the spirits. Yuan said quickly, not pausing for breath. Really? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he reached out to search her body. Where is it? Yuan lacked the strength to resist, shaking her head as she replied, that item was a one-time use. I have already utilized it. Mr. Hao, in my current state, is there any reason for me to deceive you? If that item were still effective, I would not be in this condition. Jiang Cheng did not dwell on this question, but asked instead, what kind of item was it? A piece of paper? A newspaper? No. Yuan swallowed the blood rising in her throat, her voice weak, just a blank piece of paper. Where did you acquire it? From the last mission. I have also completed a mission, Jiang Cheng inquired. So why was I not informed? Yuan's expression grew grim. Is it only possible to obtain this life-saving item if all teammates perish, leaving only one survivor? You know, Yuan coughed violently, blood escaping her lips. Understood. Jiang Cheng mused, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. He had suspected this all along. The probability of success should have been maximized by collective effort. Yet, the individuals in the task had evidently not acted thus. Chen Xiaoming from the previous mission, and Zhang Yining, Zhen Jianren, and the present Yuan. He stroked his chin, a playful tone in his voice. So, you killed Zhen Jianren? Yuan felt a chill at Jiang Cheng's gaze, her throat tightening. He was going to kill me first. I acted in self-defense. Would a severely injured person, crawling out and blind to everything, willingly commit murder? Such a lie lacks sincerity. Thus, those who kill in nightmares will be avenged by the slain, Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, nodding firmly. Is that not so? Yuan's complexion turned ashen. When Zhou Taifu died, she had vaguely seen a hand extending from the mirror, stabbing him in the back, only to be subdued by Chen Yao, drawn into the mirrored world. The method of murder mirrored that of Zhang Yining's demise. The true killer of Zhou Taifu was Zhang Yining, her posthumous self. Sensing Jiang Cheng's suspicions, Yuan swiftly changed the subject. Mr. Hao, she began, if you can help me escape, I will offer you a substantial reward, an abundance of wealth. I am not interested in money. Jiang Cheng slowly shook his head, his gaze becoming increasingly audacious as it roamed over Yuan, mimicking a glutton licking his lips. Yuan instantly understood, softening her tone, imbued with an enigmatic allure. Of course, if Mr. Hao is willing to save me, I could. Hey. Jiang Cheng displayed a satisfied smile. Well said. As Yuan purposefully drew closer to Jiang Cheng, her gaze caressing him like gentle water. Her previously assertive demeanor took on an unexpected charm. Mr. Hao, she murmured, her eyes filled with emotion. What kind of person are you? Where might I seek you? What? Jiang Cheng feigned surprise, widening his eyes. Miss you. Are you perhaps plotting to bring someone to kill me? Caught off guard by his insight, Yuan stammered, and no, that is not my intention. If Mr. Hao does not trust me, then let us not meet. Just provide me with an account number, and I will transfer the money. Jiang Cheng's expression grew inscrutable, her voice dwindling, her confidence waning. Mr. Hao, Yuan nearly pleaded, I know this is a false name. I do not even know your real name. Even if I escape, I cannot find you, nor would I pose a threat to you. But unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng tilted his head and suddenly stated, my name is Jiang Cheng, Jiang of the great river flowing east, Cheng of Genghis Khan. Yuan was momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, a wave of cold enveloped her. The following moment, Jiang Cheng grinned widely. Now you know, miss you. Chapter 99, Cogito, Ergo Sum. A gentle push on her shoulder sent the unsuspecting Yuan tumbling backward. In her perception, everything slowed as Jiang Cheng stood silently, his smile obscured by the darkness, rendering it indistinct. No. Her final words, mingled with blood, abruptly ceased. A cane pierced her heart from behind, slowly extracting the cane. The light of life in Yuan's eyes rapidly dimmed. With a few final convulsions, she finally released her grip. Yuan was dead. Zhen Jianren also dissipated into a gust of black wind, vanishing into the mirror. The door began to emit its final hum. Jiang Cheng strode away, entering just moments before the door would collapse. After a familiar wave of dizziness, he regained his footing, revealing his office and the rotund figure of his colleague. Doctor, the heavy-set man exclaimed, rushing over. You nearly scared me to death. The door was about to, as he glanced toward the door. The once pitch-black iron portal suddenly cracked open, gradually disintegrating like dust, exposing an unremarkable wall behind it. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Cheng appeared notably dejected. The heavy-set man seemed to sense something and offered consolation. Doctor, you did your best. Besides, that woman was no saint. Jiang Cheng waved a hand, silencing his friend's impending remarks. Exercise caution in your words. The dead deserve respect. Even though Miss Yu has passed, we should not slander her memory. Doctor, the heavy-set man exclaimed in surprise. I never expected you to be such a person. Jiang Cheng gazed out the window, a waning crescent moon hanging in the sky, casting a melancholic atmosphere. My friend, he began softly, those trapped in nightmares, regardless of their strength, background, status, or experience, are ultimately pitiable souls. We are but drifting weeds in a chaotic world, rootless trees. We cannot foresee the beginning, nor the conclusion. If we can help, we should. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. He placed a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, sincerity evident in his words. Do you understand what I am saying? The heavy-set man regarded Jiang Cheng thoughtfully. Doctor, he finally said, I wish Brother Zhenjianren could hear your words. He would be so pleased. He might even lift the coffin lid and shatter it, just to brew you a soup. Jiang Cheng let out a soft tch, tilting his head to fixate on the rotund figure before him. After a moment, he spoke. Fatty, I believe you have made considerable progress recently. Really, doctor? Fatty scratched his head bashfully, mumbling, Actually, I've noticed a bit of it myself. Indeed, Jiang Cheng nodded. You can handle the next assignment on your own. With that, he turned and ascended the staircase, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the corridor. Just as Fatty was about to react and seek an explanation from Jiang Cheng, he was left bewildered. A minute later, with a blanket clutched in his arms, Fatty stood at Jiang Cheng's bedroom door, softly inquiring, Doctor, are you asleep? Not yet. That's wonderful. Fatty gulped. If you find it hard to sleep, I could keep you company. Save your energy for Chun Yao, came Jiang Cheng's voice from within, accompanied by a rustling sound as he turned in bed. She has been all alone for so many years. It hasn't been easy for her. That night, Fatty fell into a deep slumber, gripped by terror. In his dream, he envisioned Chun Yao attempting to twist his neck, only to be thwarted by a figure clad in black. He felt immense gratitude towards this mysterious savior, but to his astonishment, the next moment, the cloaked figure lunged at him, simultaneously attempting to twist his neck while proclaiming, His neck belongs to me. The dark figure bore the visage of a doctor. Fatty awoke in a panic at 5 in the morning, groggy yet determined to mend his relationship with Jiang Cheng. He resolved to prepare a pot of red date and barley porridge. He remembered Jiang Cheng mentioning that he was going through puberty recently, so he thought it prudent to provide some nourishment. There were still remnants of vegetables from his last purchase, so Fatty splashed cool water on his face to invigorate himself, then proceeded to chop the vegetables into strips with a terribly dull fruit knife. He mixed them with soy sauce and vinegar to serve as a side dish for the porridge. Although the fridge contained several packets of pickled vegetables, Fatty deemed them lacking in nutrition and felt that Jiang Cheng had been enduring such fare for far too long. He found himself feeling quite sorry for him. In Fatty's eyes, Jiang Cheng's profession seemed exceedingly prestigious, leading him to assume that the latter's financial situation must be quite stable. Yet, Jiang Cheng had almost inadvertently revealed that before meeting Fatty, he had subsisted on merely 2 meals a day. Perhaps I should prepare some spare ribs for the doctor, Fatty mused, recalling how much Jiang Cheng had seemed to enjoy them last time. Although Jiang Cheng rarely displayed any picky eating habits, recently, Fatty had been shouldering the majority of their meal expenses. Jiang Cheng would only make a token inquiry about the costs, reluctantly producing a few crumpled 10-yuan notes, advising Fatty to spend sparingly. However, when Fatty arrived at the market and approached the counter to pay, he discovered that among the crumpled bills, only the first and last were 10-yuan notes. The rest were 5s and a solitary 1-yuan note. Frustratingly, one of the 10-yuan notes turned out to be counterfeit. Despite Fatty's repeated explanations, the butcher's sister regarded him with a mixture of disdain and suspicion, as if he were a charlatan, hoping never to see him again. Having calculated the time it would take for the porridge to cook, Fatty set out with his vegetable basket, which he had unearthed from the kitchen. He found it perplexing that Jiang Cheng, who never cooked, would have a vegetable basket at all. The morning market offered fresh and inexpensive produce, and Fatty deliberately took a long route to avoid the butcher who had sold him spare ribs last time, as he felt quite embarrassed about it. After purchasing the ribs, he passed by a fish vendor and selected a relatively fresh fish, intending to prepare a soup for Jiang Cheng that evening. He lingered in the vicinity for quite some time, waiting for the fish to take its last breath. The vendor, a rather obstinate fellow, insisted on selling it as a live fish unless it had completely expired. Fatty squatted nearby, occasionally poking the fish until at long last it lay still. The vendor, sporting a bald head typical of a seasoned programmer and clad in a rubber apron, begrudgingly wrapped up the fish while grumbling that it was Fatty's prodding that had led to the fish's demise, whether directly or indirectly. Upon returning home, Fatty found the porridge perfectly cooked. He lifted the lid to inspect it, deemed it satisfactory, and headed upstairs to rouse Jiang Cheng. However, halfway up, he suddenly heard a noise from the bathroom. As he turned, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Jiang Cheng emerging while adjusting his trousers. "Doctor," Fatty greeted enthusiastically, "you're awake. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Fatty sensed that Jiang Cheng might have misunderstood him, so he quickly added, "I didn't mean that. I made you some porridge. Just have a bite this morning, and we can have the spare ribs for lunch." Upon hearing the words spare ribs, Jiang Cheng's complexion brightened. He had initially considered scaring Fatty by invoking Chun Yao's name, but he feared that frightening him might adversely affect the taste of the spare ribs at lunch, so he decided against it. "Then I shall manage with a bite." Jiang Cheng conceded graciously, turning toward his office. Perhaps due to the anticipation of the spare ribs for lunch, Jiang Cheng, unusually, did not finish the entire bowl of porridge, but instead shared a substantial portion with Fatty. "Doctor," Fatty managed to swallow the porridge with difficulty, waving his hand, "please don't serve me more. I truly can't take any more." "Drinking some porridge is beneficial for your health," Jiang Cheng insisted, taking Fatty's bowl and serving him another generous helping, placing it before him with a firm declaration, "It's better than eating meat." Fatty smacked his lips as a realization dawned upon him and earnestly asked, "Doctor, you're not worried that I might snatch the spare ribs at lunch, are you?" Jiang Cheng, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Nonsense. I am a respected doctor, a white-clad angel of mercy. How could I ever stoop to such behavior?" Fatty was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's reaction. In his mind, the doctor was somewhat eccentric, and it was best to avoid provoking him. He wanted to steer clear of Jiang Cheng's tales of his glorious nights on duty. "Doctor," Fatty quickly interjected, redirecting the conversation towards Jiang Cheng's interests for lunch. "Would you prefer the spare ribs braised or stewed with some greens?" At this question, Jiang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He slowly sat down at his desk, lost in contemplation. Fatty took a deep breath. Never before had Jiang Cheng appeared so serious, even amidst the direst of dreams. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Cheng finally lifted his head and inquired, "Is there any garlic in the kitchen?" Fatty nodded, "Yes, I bought a few last time. There's some left." Jiang Cheng, no longer hesitating, decisively stated, "Then let us stew it with the greens. You peel the garlic, wash it, and chop it finely. There should still be a bottle of sesame oil in the second shelf of the fridge. Add a touch of that in as well," he added, smacking his lips. "I want to dip the spare ribs in it. Do you need scallions and cilantro?" Fatty asked, jotting down notes. He then put down his notebook and looked up at Jiang Cheng, asking, "Doctor, don't you think your requests are a bit excessive? You must understand." Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I am unlike you. After all, I make my living off my looks. If the lady stopped liking me because of a pimple on my face..." Fatty did not wait for him to finish and promptly stood up to leave. The sound of running water emanated from the faucet. Jiang Cheng, tilting his head back, walked to his desk and sat down, opening his computer. He eagerly revisited familiar websites in his browsing history. Shortly thereafter, Fatty poked his head out from the kitchen. "Doctor," he called, "do you have anything to do soon?" After finishing his tasks, Fatty dried his hands and walked out of the kitchen. "Would you like some coffee?" he asked. "Just a hazelnut caramel cappuccino, please," Jiang Cheng replied, resting one hand on the desk and gently tapping. Fatty started to grin. "Doctor, you might still be half asleep. Are you not aware of your own circumstances?" His voice, slightly distorted, echoed from the kitchen. "Even with instant coffee, you can only drink it half a packet at a time, as there is only one packet left." The corpulent individual emerged, clutching the final pouch of coffee, swaying it as he emphatically declared, "You take half, and I shall take half." Although the sentiment evoked a tinge of melancholy, it epitomized the quotidian existence in Jiang Cheng. The rotund man settled across from Jiang Cheng, lifting his cup to take delicate sips of coffee. "Doctor," he set down the cup and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "I sense you ought not to live this way. Could it be?" Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he glared at Jiang Cheng, indignantly asserting, "Do those affluent women not compensate you for your services?" Jiang Cheng straightened his posture and replied with utmost seriousness, "I engage in this solely out of concern for their psychological well-being. Please refrain from tarnishing such a noble endeavor with base terminology. The corpulent man fell silent. Jiang Cheng, head bowed, distractedly stirred his coffee with a spoon before tapping it against the rim of the cup. As the crisp sound resonated, he lifted the cup to his lips and savored a small sip, culminating in a contented sigh. The rotund man, momentarily taken aback, licked his lips and gestured with a slight nod towards a coffee cup in Jiang Cheng's hand. It's merely a cup of instant coffee worth 75 cents. I believe it does not warrant such reverence. Of course, if you deem life requires a sense of ritual, then consider my words unspoken. Jiang Cheng cast him a sidelong glance. You fail to comprehend, for I. However, the corpulent man abruptly cut off Jiang Cheng's forthcoming words. His eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 101, Anticipation. You truly are remarkable, Doctor, the rotund man exclaimed, astonished. How could you have predicted that? Setting down his coffee cup, Jiang Cheng regarded him and queried, What are your thoughts? The corpulent man's expression faltered slightly, but quickly regained composure. Doctor, I recall our previous discourse regarding this matter, he reminded, during the mission. At that time, you suggested it should pertain to deciphering the task. Continue, Jiang Cheng urged, sipping his coffee. I am listening. Yet, I cannot fathom, if some among them possess clues. Why did they all succumb? A flicker of confusion crossed the corpulent man's gaze. Is it that the difficulty of this mission was insurmountable? Or did our conjectures err? For the rotund man, the first mission bore no essential distinction from the second. Without the doctor's guidance, even 3 additional lives would scarcely suffice. He raised 2 fingers to indicate his eyes, his face twitching unnaturally. That Zhen Jianren. He can be ruthless even towards himself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's expression remained inscrutable, leaving the corpulent man unable to discern his thoughts. In the presence of the former, he had always felt like a blank canvas. Yet this latest mission had reshaped his perception of Jiang Cheng. He had overestimated himself. One might even say he was more akin to a crumpled piece of paper. He even entertained the delusion that the Jiang Cheng from his nightmares was the true essence of him, while the figure before him was merely a puppet clad in a doctor's guise. As the rotund man pondered, Jiang Cheng lifted his gaze towards the door. Moments later, the sound of footsteps reached the corpulent man's ears. The footsteps were crisp and resonated with the clacking of sharp high heels against the marble floor. Tap, tap, tap. The visitor's entrance was not abrupt. Rather, it radiated sincerity and politeness. Please, come in, Jiang Cheng invited. The door swung open, and the sunlight that poured in was somewhat blinding. The corpulent man, squinting against the light, could only make out the vague outline of an individual. Gradually, as his eyes adjusted, he found himself momentarily stunned. From the bottom up, the first sight to captivate him was a pair of long, straight legs. Not only were they slender and lengthy, but they also gleamed with a radiant whiteness. Adorning her feet were silver high heels embedded with diamonds, refracting light that fractured the already dimly lit room. Dr. Jiang, the newcomer, spoke, her mellifluous voice flowing like water. Our boss requests your presence. She was a woman dressed as a secretary, in her 20s, donning a crisp white shirt and a very short black professional skirt, complemented by a pair of black frame glasses. Her face bore a gentle smile, exuding intellect without sacrificing allure. She was the secretary of the Pairuan brothers. Miss Lin, Jiang Cheng remarked, neither rising nor altering his posture. I recall the birthday banquet is scheduled for tomorrow. The woman, adorned with subtle makeup, her eyes sparkling, captivated the corpulent man with her every smile and frown, making him swallow hard as he envisioned the delights of the Pairuan brothers. A wave of regret washed over him. Perhaps the landlord, Lun Yoma, whom the doctor had initially introduced to him, was not so bad after all. Though older and more afflicted by illness, she seemed a person with whom one could share life. My apologies, Miss Lin, but I have a patient shortly. Jiang Cheng's voice was surprisingly calm, and the corpulent man detected a hint of coldness and detachment within it. Staring at him in astonishment, the rotund man thought, is this still the doctor? Has he been replaced by a specter from the mission? Yet, unexpectedly, Miss Lin appeared to have anticipated Jiang Cheng's response, smiling as she replied, Mr. Pai expresses his sincerest apologies for interrupting Dr. Jiang's work. She paused before continuing, and at 1 TB without compensation. There's a red envelope. In the next moment, as Jiang Cheng stood, he swiftly shed his wrinkled coat, revealing a tailored suit that he donned in an instant. As he walked, he elegantly fastened his tie, stating, Mr. Pai's goodwill is of little consequence, but since Miss Lin has come personally to fetch me, I find it difficult to decline. In the astonished gaze of the corpulent man, Jiang Cheng's left hand naturally encircled Miss Lin's waist, and he leaned in to whisper something in her ear that made her cheeks flush. The two stood in close proximity, sharing laughter as they departed. The rotund man stood alone at the door, a myriad of emotions coursing through him as he watched a blue sports car roar away, feeling an unsettling sense of déjà vu. After a moment, he found himself standing before the phone, the office desk cluttered with a thick, open medical file taken from the case rack. Lunyoma, 1304-288-8888 Zhaoguichin, 1388-666-6666 Ouyang Guifeng. With trembling fingers, he dialed the first number, anticipation for a new life igniting within him as he awaited the ringing tone. The sun dipped below the horizon. In the dim light, the corpulent man huddled alone on the sofa, his silhouette appearing hefty and dejected, his head bowed, emanating a sense of pity. The room was devoid of the fragrance of food. Since his departure, he had not eaten. Ribs and fish lay neatly stacked in the refrigerator. Only a solitary lamp illuminated the space. Jiang Cheng approached, turning on the desk lamp, before removing his suit, which still bore traces of perfume, hanging it on a rack. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, pausing to remove the suit once more, crumpling it into a ball and finding a bag to stow it away before placing it in the drawer beneath his desk. After completing this task, Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh. The corpulent man did not initiate conversation, prompting Jiang Cheng to sit beside him. After some time, he glanced at the desk and, with a meaningful tone, asked, "Did you not manage to get through?" The despondent, corpulent man, now indifferent to surprise, noted that the medical file detailing the preferences and ailments of affluent women lay spread across Jiang Cheng's desk, visible to any ordinary person. With his head hung low, the rotund man remained silent. A knock echoed at the door, and Jiang Cheng rose to open it, revealing a man striding in with 5 or 6 shopping bags in hand. "Mr. Jiang?" The man confirmed, glancing at the order. "Yes," Jiang Cheng replied, accepting the bags and nodding. "That would be me." The corpulent man sniffed the air, catching a whiff of a delicate, savory aroma, which was as Jiang Cheng set the bags before the corpulent man on the desk. He remarked, "I ordered some seafood. You can manage a bite." Chapter 102. Envy. Upon unwrapping the package, a box containing meticulously packed seafood was revealed. A cursory glance revealed an array of delicacies: flying crabs, mantis shrimp, spicy crayfish, and a bread crab, expertly stir-fried and cut into pieces. The doctor, witnessing the scene, felt a rush of emotion, nearly moved to tears. In that moment, the absence of a girlfriend seemed trivial, for the presence of the doctor was more than sufficient. "Let us eat while it's hot," Jiang Cheng encouraged, giving the plump man a gentle pat on the back. "Thank you, doctor." Among the various culinary delights, seafood was the plump man's favorite. However, the exorbitant prices rendered such indulgences infrequent. He seized a flying crab, audibly cracking it in half, and gazed at the golden crab roe that nearly overflowed, instantly dispelling any previous displeasure. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Cheng inquired. The plump man was about to lean toward the crab's generous opening when Jiang Cheng paused, puzzled. "What payment?" "Of course, for the seafood," the man replied, his expression shifting slightly as he looked at Jiang Cheng. 4 flying crabs, a serving of spicy crayfish, a portion of mantis shrimp, and a stir-fried bread crab. Your total is 1070. The man held up the receipt, pointing it out to Jiang Cheng. "But hasn't it already been settled?" Jiang Cheng retorted. "I merely had them packaged for takeaway." "I'm afraid, Mr. Jiang," the man said, his tone hardening as disbelief colored his voice. "Today is a private banquet, and all ingredients are fixed. We do not offer takeout. Thus, this is considered delivery." "I shall decline," he declared with a defiant lift of his chin. The delivery man was momentarily taken aback. Before the delivery man could react, the plump man ushered him out. Water splashed from the kitchen. As the plump man washed his hands, he remarked, "Doctor," his voice carried a hint of conflict, revealing his discomfort. "To be honest, whether I eat crab or not is inconsequential, but I believe you should not make things difficult for that delivery brother." He pursed his lips and shook his hands dry. "I've delivered takeout before. It's not an easy job. The weather is harsh, and they often encounter unreasonable customers who not only earn little, but may also have to cover the cost of meals." He paused, adding softly, "That crab might represent 2 days' wages for him." Seated at the computer, Jiang Cheng's nonchalant typing conveyed an air of indifference, while the plump man sighed, realizing the doctor had not absorbed his words. He was a man of his own style, rarely accepting suggestions from others, especially when it came to himself. He scrubbed his hands with dish soap thrice until the seafood odor had vanished, then dried them with a towel before emerging from the kitchen. The plump man would have preferred hand soap, had there been any. He was accustomed to using dish soap instead, likely due to its affordability. Plump man, Jiang Cheng called out. Removing his headphones, use less dish soap. Just rinse your hands in a basin of clean water. Understood, doctor, he replied. It's such a waste, he mumbled as Jiang Cheng donned his headphones. Just as the plump man furrowed his brow, perplexed by Jiang Cheng's words. The doorbell rang again. He rushed to open the door, finding the same delivery brother, whose face now radiated with joy. Is Mr. Jiang here? He asked, peering past the plump man into the room. He is, the plump man stammered, lowering his voice to inquire. What is up, brother? Did the boss refuse the return? Mr. Jiang, the delivery man exclaimed upon spotting Jiang Cheng. Could you please come here? The latter, unhurried, strolled over after removing his headphones. The man presented the large bag of seafood once more, searching his person for something. No need to look, Jiang Cheng said. Just hand me the receipt. I have a pen. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The man grinned widely. I just started delivering for this restaurant and didn't recognize you. I apologize for that. No need for pleasantries. Once the man left with a cheerful demeanor, the plump man settled at the table laden with seafood, still filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth just happened? Let us eat. Jiang Cheng's voice cut through the haze. It'll be less appetizing if it cools. The plump man picked up the crab, which had been torn apart and hastily reassembled, and his mind wandered. He recalled Jiang Cheng's seemingly casual remark. What a waste, moreover. Who paid the bill? What do you mean, you didn't recognize me? He widened his eyes and asked 3 questions in succession. Do you frequently visit places like that? Is it really possible to cover a 1,000 yuan meal with just a signature? Though this sum was not vast, it represented a significant expenditure for the plump man. No wonder, despite his thick fingers, he deftly peeled the mantis shrimp, quickly demolishing a serving, before turning his focus to the crayfish. Doctor, he exclaimed, struggling against the spice, as he opened a can of cola, I truly envy you for knowing so many wealthy friends. The plump man's statement was sincere. After years of drifting through life, changing jobs, and once dreaming of sudden wealth and entering high society, he harbored no resentment toward the affluent. Unlike many less fortunate individuals, he envied without bitterness. His fellow long-haul trucking partner often deliberately cut off luxury cars on the highway, using their truck to intimidate the wealthy, all the while hurling curses, claiming their wealth was ill-gotten, gained through unsavory means. However, the plump man held a different view. He believed that, fundamentally, good people outnumbered the bad. They simply worked harder than he did. Doctor, the plump man skillfully peeled the shrimp, occasionally glancing at Jiang Cheng with curiosity. Didn't your friend work diligently for quite some time to establish this hotel? By the way, Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled something, looking at the plump man. You know that person, Pyre 1. The plump man nearly choked on a crayfish. Chapter 103. The Key. After carefully storing the remaining seafood, the plump man washed his hands and, while shaking them dry, walked into the living room, settling onto the sofa opposite Jiang Cheng. Doctor, he hesitated. You're not busy at the moment, are you? Jiang Cheng reclined his chair, one hand holding a toothpick while the other scrolled through short videos featuring lively dancers. His face flushed with excitement. At this hour, they're likely napping, he said dismissively, and my calls go unanswered. The plump man paused, realizing the misunderstanding a few seconds later, and quickly clarified. Doctor, you've misinterpreted. I wasn't inquiring about wealthy ladies, but rather about the task at hand. Upon hearing the word task, Jiang Cheng displayed a modicum of respect, contemplating before silencing his phone and placing it on the table. The plump man, seeing this shift, adopted a more formal demeanor. He straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward. Doctor, it's regarding the same question I posed earlier. He hesitated before continuing. What does that clue signify, and whose is it? At this, Jiang Cheng raised his gaze, and his expression subtly altered as he regarded the plump man, who instinctively averted his eyes, as if fearing discovery. Go on, Jiang Cheng encouraged, slightly lifting his chin, seemingly intrigued as his fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping on the table. With determination, the plump man pressed his lips together, his voice dropping to a whisper. I believe that since Zhang Yining will be examining the corpse of the Cheongsam woman, the so-called clue must be something tangible, not merely a message. Moreover, at that time, we had only just embarked on our mission. Thus the clue could not have been discovered during the task. It must have been carried on our persons prior to our arrival. He continued his analysis. stating that the object in question would not occupy a significant volume. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why Zhang Yining would have unfastened her qipao to search, as anything concealed within such a fitted garment must either be exceedingly compact or— The rotund man suddenly fell silent, casting a complex glance towards Jiang Cheng, his expression shifting peculiarly. Exceptionally thin, Jiang Cheng smoothly interjected, reclining backward, half of his body nestled comfortably in the chair. From the rotund man's perspective, half of the doctor's face was shrouded in shadow. For instance, he gestured, approximating the thickness of a newspaper. Upon hearing this, the rotund man's pupils contracted. Indeed, although he may not be exceptionally clever, he was certainly no fool. During the mission, the heightened tension rendered him oblivious to the fragility of his own existence, leaving little room for other considerations. Certain oddities were thus overlooked. However, once removed from the mission, particularly after being jolted awake from a nightmare that very morning, he began to replay the events in his mind, and those peculiarities emerged one after another. The rotund man acknowledged Jiang Cheng's remarkable wit, yet his performance during this mission seemed rather conspicuous. He could discern that several individuals, including Zhang Yining, Yuan, Zhang Jianren, and Luo Yi, were formidable characters, yet, astonishingly, they all perished in the end. Meanwhile, the doctor, burdened with him as a liability, emerged unscathed. It became apparent that the individuals with the clues were not those others, but rather the doctor himself. The clue was the newspaper that Chen Xiaoming had presented to the doctor. Of course, the rotund man still found it hard to believe that Chen Xiaoming had delivered the newspaper. It was merely Jiang Cheng's word. The rotund man stared, dumbfounded for quite some time before finally asking, "Did you already know that the newspaper was a clue?" Jiang Cheng picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and his words plunged the rotund man into contemplation. "If I had known earlier, do you think I would have kept that newspaper on my person?" The rotund man furrowed his brow, hesitating for a few seconds before responding. "So," his voice elongated, "are we embroiled in this mission because of that newspaper?" The rotund man had always harbored doubts regarding their second involvement in the task. What could now be confirmed was that even the most terrifying nightmares would leave a path for the players who entered them. In nightmares, situations where death was inevitable were not permitted. This was the rule. Yet, the reality was that within less than 24 hours, they had been drawn into a nightmare once more during their second night as sleep. This entire scenario contradicted the premise that the rules of the task forbade the existence of situations leading to certain death. Although it was said that injuries would heal after each mission, the energy expended could not be replenished. They were effectively enduring the aftermath of several days and nights of intense mental strain, having rested for less than a day before being thrust into another mental tempest. Even more terrifying was the cost of failure in the game: death. In reality, this manifested as a bizarre disappearance. No matter how formidable a person might be, survival under the relentless torment of nightmares, without adequate rest, was impossible, not even for Jiang Cheng. The rotund man did not believe that, in his current state, he could safely navigate a third mission. The newspaper was the key to unlocking this task. Jiang Cheng's voice resonated with a flat coldness. The rotund man rarely witnessed such a demeanor from him. With his usual jesting demeanor set aside, Jiang Cheng's countenance imparted a wholly unfamiliar sensation to the rotund man, prompting him to unconsciously straighten his posture as an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tide, rendering him breathless. Chen Xiaoming. The rotund man's face flushed, and his breath became erratic. So, that newspaper was a reward from the last mission, and Chen Xiaoming came into possession of it. The subsequent events then became rather straightforward. As a fellow newcomer, Jiang Cheng was unaware of the newspaper's significance. Thus he kept it close and subsequently went to sleep. Little did he expect, by mere happenstance, to inadvertently trigger a new cycle of nightmares. Just as Jiang Cheng stated, that newspaper was indeed a key. However, unlike the first involuntary plunge into nightmares, this time they had made a conscious choice. In a sense, possessing the key conferred upon them the agency regarding whether to enter the nightmare. Despite the rotund man's extensive contemplation, thoughts are peculiar in their nature. Once one avenue is traversed, the others swiftly unravel, all within a mere span of seconds. The rotund man raised his head, pressed his lips together, and in a hushed tone inquired, "When did you come to this realization?" Jiang Cheng glanced at him, responding with indifference. "Which realization?" "The clue." The rotund man involuntarily swallowed, softly indicating the clue isn't in their possession, but rather in yours. It is that newspaper. Jiang Cheng leaned back in his chair, seemingly pondering seriously for a moment before responding. Probably the night I discerned that a ghost had infiltrated our midst. Chapter 104, Limitations. That night, the doctor had reminded himself not to leave the room, regardless of what transpired. He still vividly recalled the intensity in the doctor's eyes when he emphasized this point. Yet, not long after, the latter had succumbed to slumber as if nothing were amiss. Not only did he sleep, but he did so most comfortably, adopting a myriad of bizarre postures, which left the rotund man in awe. It seemed the doctor had already recognized that the clue lay within that newspaper, and, through it, had gleaned certain insights, thus exhibiting an air of confidence. Doctor, the rotund man leaned in, curious. I've seen that newspaper, which merely chronicles the events of the Villa massacre, but he lifted his head. How does this relate to the school task? He feared Jiang Cheng's silence far more than his penchant for jesting. As time passed, the chasm between them became increasingly apparent. Even if Jiang Cheng did not overtly express it, the rotund man understood that they ultimately hailed from disparate worlds. Should Jiang Cheng wish to integrate into his life, he could do so. Yet if he chose not to, then there would be no space for the rotund man in his other existence. Fortunately, just before the tension in the rotund man's heart reached its breaking point, Jiang Cheng finally spoke. The content of the newspaper has changed. He remarked, the previous information has vanished, and where there was once emptiness, now appears the taboos relevant to this task. A flicker of doubt crossed the rotund man's eyes. He keenly detected the term Jiang Cheng had mentioned. Taboo, not clue. The ghost within the task could not kill in the same location again. Jiang Cheng turned his head to say, the woman in the Qipao died in the dormitory. Long Tao perished in the secluded men's restroom. Luo Yi met his end in the archives. Zhan Jianren in the equipment center, and Yuan in the mirror world, which symbolized the past. Indeed, by enumerating all the players whose deaths could be confirmed, it became evident that no two individuals had perished in the same location. This was presumably the reason the doctor felt emboldened enough to sleep so freely at night. After all, the woman in the Qipao had already died there beforehand. The rotund man licked his cracked lips and quietly inquired, are there any other taboos? Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded, not concealing the information, and gazed into the rotund man's eyes. But you need not know. The rotund man hesitated for merely a second upon hearing this, then swiftly reconciled himself, nodding. I understand, doctor. He was well aware that given Jiang Cheng's capabilities, it would be unnecessary and trivial to ensnare himself. Since he had stated it, there must be a rationale behind it. Apart from the parts concerning the relevant aspects that seemed somewhat dubious, the rest of Jiang Cheng's reasoning was quite dependable. The conversation for the evening ought to have concluded here. The rotund man rose to refill the doctor's cup with warm water. But just as his fingers brushed the cup, his body trembled violently. Doctor, the rotund man looked at Jiang Cheng, his gaze betraying an unmasked urgency. That newspaper was the clearance reward from the last mission? Yes. Then what about this time's reward? The atmosphere became heavy all at once. The portly man seemed to suddenly realize something. He first unzipped his outer coat, then rummaged through several pockets. Finally, from a concealed inner pocket close to his body, he produced a slightly yellowed piece of paper. It resembled a newspaper, with jagged edges indicating it had been torn. It appeared to be a tattered fragment of a newspaper. Without even unfolding it, the man earnestly handed the paper over and placed it on the table in front of Jiang Cheng. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng did not even glance at the paper. His gaze remained fixed on the portly man's face, calm as the ocean. Under such scrutiny, the man felt as though his very soul might escape him, his legs trembling as if he were about to kneel. Doctor, the man said with a distressed expression, you must let me explain. I truly had no knowledge of this item being with me. Had I known, I would have presented it to you long ago. I assure you, I had no intention of keeping it for myself. His words were sincere, almost bordering on an oath. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng eventually averted his gaze. As soon as he was out of sight, the portly man began to breathe heavily. The immense pressure he felt had nearly stifled his breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his back drenched. He looked at Jiang Cheng with trepidation, akin to a student who had erred, lurking in the shadows, covertly observing his teacher. After picking up the newspaper, Jiang Cheng did not open it in front of the man, but instead tucked it away into his pocket. The sight of this made the portly man's heart sink. Yet, he found himself unable to offer any defense. He had lost count of how many times the doctor had rescued him from nightmares. Without the doctor, he feared he might have long since perished. Yet now, such a situation had arisen. Although he truly did not intend for this to happen. Doctor, he seemed reluctant to give up. But as soon as he lifted his head, a creaking sound echoed from the staircase, the footsteps heavy and dull, making the man feel increasingly uneasy. Lacking a plan, he waited until the sounds above faded away before he slowly made his way upstairs. He understood that he could only blame himself for the situation. After all, he and the doctor were merely acquaintances, especially in a place as nightmarish as this. The fact that the doctor had taken him in was already a great act of kindness. If he were to switch places, how would he, as Jiang Cheng, view such an occurrence? Naturally, he would suspect the other party of wanting to keep it for themselves. Trust, after all, has its limits, especially regarding something that could be life-saving. Upon reaching the second floor, he found the makeshift sleeping area he had prepared. He sighed and silently began to gather his belongings. Preparing to leave, the doctor had not forcefully expelled him, thus preserving his dignity. Fortunately, he did not have many belongings. A simple collection resulted in a small bag. He left a note on the doorknob of the bedroom, reminding Jiang Cheng not to forget the ribs and fish in the refrigerator, especially the ribs, which would not keep for long in normal conditions. Just as he turned to leave, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. A shadow loomed long. If you do not hand it over tonight, guess what will happen? Jiang Cheng's voice was as cold as ice. Dead fat man. Chapter 105, The Elderly. Having taken half a step forward, the portly man halted, suddenly struck by the gravity of the situation, his entire being freezing in place. Indeed, had he not noticed the newspaper tucked closely to him, and had he drifted into a normal sleep, what would transpire thereafter? He feared he would end up like Jiang Cheng from last night, ensnared in a nightmare. And then he would die, becoming the dead fat man spoken of by Jiang Cheng. The bag he held slipped from his grasp, landing with a thud on the ground, causing the half-full bottle of iced tea to roll out and tumble across the floor until it collided with the wall, producing a dull thud. Doctor, after a few seconds, the voice of the doctor came from within. Do not disturb me tomorrow morning. His tone was muffled, as if he were cocooned beneath the covers. Before 11 o'clock, I want to see the ribs on the table, he continued, along with the prepared garlic sauce, aged vinegar, and seafood soy sauce. The scallions must be stir-fried. The portly man appeared even more obedient than Jiang Cheng had instructed, rising early in the morning, moving his body slowly, barely making a sound. Even his footsteps down the stairs were exceedingly light. He took it upon himself to purchase some small cucumbers, no thicker than his finger, and marinated them with salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, so that when the doctor awoke, they could serve as a refreshing side dish. The ribs would be placed in the pot by 8 o'clock, and he calculated that waking Jiang Cheng at 10:50 would be just right. Wearing rubber gloves, he began in Jiang Cheng's office, tidying up the desk and chairs, the computer as he lifted Jiang Cheng's keyboard. He couldn't help but frown. The only unlocked drawer contained 2 large rolls of toilet paper. He cleaned meticulously, leaving no corner neglected. Having experience in housekeeping and a bit of knowledge about renovations, these tasks posed no difficulty for him, merely requiring some time. Just as he crouched down, one hand wielding a disinfectant spray and the other a cloth battling stubborn stains, footsteps echoed from the staircase. As the portly man raised his head, Jiang Cheng rounded the corner. Doctor, he greeted enthusiastically, you're up early. It's just past 10 o'clock, and the ribs aren't tea ready yet. Jiang Cheng, seemingly still half asleep, did not lift his eyelids, shuffling into the bathroom like a zombie. Before long, the sounds of washing up emerged from within. After a refreshing cascade of water, Jiang Cheng finally spoke slowly. It's all right. I can wait a little longer. Thank you for your hard work, doctor. Jiang Cheng's state of drowsiness only improved when he took his first bite of the ribs. Having been stewed for a considerable time, the meat effortlessly separated from the bone with a gentle poke of the chopsticks. Jiang Cheng picked up a large piece of meat, dipped it in the sauce, rolled it a few times, and then promptly stuffed it into his mouth. As the portly man served Jiang Cheng a bowl of rib soup, he cautioned, be careful. It's hot, doctor, pausing before adding, you need not rush. No one is competing with you. In less than half an hour, Jiang Cheng had nearly polished off the entire pot of ribs. After the meal, the portly man returned to the kitchen to wash the pots and dishes while Jiang Cheng lounged on the sofa, picking his teeth. Portly man, Jiang Cheng said, his eyes squinting in comfort. You're not busy, are you? The sounds of running water in the kitchen gradually diminished. Not busy, doctor, the portly man replied, drying his hands with a towel before turning to ask, Do you have something on your mind? Accompany me out this afternoon. Understood, doctor. As they prepared to leave in the afternoon, Jiang Cheng was impeccably dressed. He already possessed a face that would appeal to wealthy women, and now, at first glance, he projected an image of a young, accomplished professional. Doctor, the portly man said, standing at the door, staring at his shoelaces, gathering his courage, and hesitantly inquiring, "Do you think I need to tidy up? I am meeting a client, not a wealthy woman." Jiang Cheng adjusted his tie and decisively quashed the portly man's hesitation. Once they reached the street corner, the portly man found himself in another quandary. He had assumed the employer would send a car, or at least that they would take a taxi. Yet, Jiang Cheng led him directly to the bus stop. The portly man pursed his lips, hesitating before asking, "Doctor, are we taking the bus?" However, the portly man continued, "Doctor, do you have any change? I've spent all mine." Upon mentioning money, Jiang Cheng's expression deepened with thought, but soon his gaze shifted past the portly man to a corner nearby. Following Jiang Cheng's line of sight, the portly man noticed an elderly man, leaning on a cane, limping toward them. The old man was clad in a tattered, dark red sweater, the collar worn and frayed. Moreover, one of the old man's legs appeared to be broken. As he curled up in an exceedingly awkward position in the corner, his eyes devoid of light and clouded, clearly indicating he had lost his sight. The elderly man held a battered bowl, one corner of which was missing, and it contained a meager collection of scattered coins. He was begging. Passers-by waiting for their rides instinctively moved aside as the old man approached, with only a few individuals tossing in a 1 yuan and 5 jiao coin. The metallic clink echoing as the coins struck the bottom of the bowl. The disdain in their eyes was palpable. How pitiful! The old man reminded the stout fellow of his grandfather, instantly darkening his mood. Soon, the old man drew near the stout fellow, and Jiang Cheng, lifting his head, trembling as he held his battered bowl, and in a voice tinged with desperation, he uttered, "Thank you, kind-hearted soul. I haven't eaten for 3 days." Just as the stout fellow's eyes began to redden with emotion, preparing to offer the old man a 5 or 10 yuan note, the next moment, he selected 2 of the cleanest 1 yuan coins and clutched them tightly in his hand. The old man stood stunned. He not only felt the bowl grow heavier, but also sensed it had become lighter. He immediately grasped what had transpired. His grimy face flushed slightly with anger, and with his other arm, he seized Jiang Cheng's sleeve. His mouth opened, revealing a set of discolored teeth. Just when the stout fellow anticipated a scolding or even a physical assault from the old man, he observed Jiang Cheng calmly straighten up and leisurely clear his throat. A simple cough, yet caused the blind man's actions to falter. In an instant, the fury on his face dissipated, replaced by a wave of terror. It seemed he recognized the figure before him. The hand gripping the sleeve instantly released, retreating to rest upon his battered bowl. Finally, under the stout fellow's watchful gaze, the old man muttered curses and ambled away. Chapter 106, On Pinyin. He cast a furtive glance at the doctor, who was struggling with sweet and sour fish, swallowing hard. This was no ordinary person, at least not one he could comprehend. After dinner, unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng rolled up his sleeves and took the initiative to clear the table. This startled the stout fellow, who was waiting nearby. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, feeling as if his sole purpose for being there had vanished. Once the dishes were tidied away, Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment before adding, "You should go to bed after this. We'll sleep together, and remember to set an alarm for midnight to wake me." "You're still going out at such a late hour?" the stout fellow questioned, puzzled. However, he was accustomed to Jiang Cheng's lack of explanations. After a brief tidy-up, they ascended to rest. The stout fellow initially believed he could enter the bedroom to sleep, so he had changed into his newly purchased clean pajamas. Yet, Jiang Cheng scrutinized his new nightwear for a moment, emitted a disapproving click of his tongue, and then shut the bedroom door, leaving the stout fellow in the living room in disarray. The stout fellow's first rule of survival was to heed the doctor's advice earnestly. He carried over his good habits from his nightmares into reality. Taking the matter seriously, he set 2 alarms and then lay down to sleep. Half in slumber, he was jolted awake by the alarms. Smacking his lips to rouse himself, he went to knock on Jiang Cheng's door, only to discover, to his surprise, that it was unlocked. A gentle push opened it. Not daring to intrude, he stood at the threshold. "Doctor," he called softly, stretching his neck, "it's time. Are you awake?" Jiang Cheng lay flat on the mattress, serene as if in eternal slumber. "Doctor, are you so pleased just to tease me?" the stout fellow remarked. However, he wisely understood that the doctor had a significant reason for waking him at this hour. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Is someone coming? A client?" Following this line of thought, his pupils dilated sharply. What sort of client would not find it convenient to come during the day, needing to sneak in at midnight? The stout fellow immediately recalled the rich woman's preferences noted in the case file. Ugh, it was a diagnosis for a wealthy client. Most of them would experience ailments in the dead of night, feeling lonely and cold. His gaze towards Jiang Cheng shifted entirely. Jiang Cheng, however, seemed indifferent to the stout fellow's thoughts as he threw off the covers, slowly sat up, and then rose from the mattress. In front of the stout fellow, he changed out of his pajamas into a set of light athletic wear. The stout fellow stared at him in suspicion, gradually piecing together the implications. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Doctor, you're not planning to. Have you slept enough?" Jiang Cheng shot him a glance while kneeling down to tie his shoelaces, interrupting the stout fellow's next words. "If you've had enough sleep, don't sleep again tonight. We've just escaped from a nightmare." The stout fellow was on the brink of collapse. "Calm down," Jiang Cheng, now finished with his shoelaces, retrieved the yellowed newspaper from his previous clothing pocket, examined it closely, and tucked it away securely. "I'm not taking you along." "No, doctor. It's not about taking me. I'm going to sleep," he stated calmly. The stout fellow understood he could not sway the doctor. So even though he wished to stop him, he ultimately relented. Perhaps the doctor had his own plans. "Then please be careful," he thought for a moment before suddenly reminding him. "And this time, don't think about saving anyone. Just take care of yourself." "Understood." Jiang Cheng slowly closed his eyes. Stout fellow closed the door from the outside. "I need to sleep." In the darkness, Jiang Cheng's breathing was steady and rhythmic, bringing a sense of peace. Gradually, he truly fell asleep. In his dreams, he envisioned himself rising slowly, descending the stairs to the first floor, and once more pushing open that pitch-black iron door. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a cramped space. Above him burned a dim oil lamp. Whether it was due to the wind or the quality of the fuel, the flame flickered uncertainly. The ceiling was exceedingly low, and in the dim light, he could see that the corners were thickly coated with cobwebs. Fortunately, he had yet to encounter any spiders to match. He detested those multi-legged, furry creatures from the depths of his being. The space was low and dark, and he wrinkled his nose at the strange odors wafting around him. This scent was not unfamiliar. Gradually, he lowered his head, finally confirming his current location. He found himself in an exceedingly cramped restroom, not only confined but filthy. The walls were splattered with unknown yellow stains. In front of him stood only a flimsy wooden door, the lower section marred by numerous burn marks. Holding his breath, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. After a few steps, upon opening a green iron door, he entered what appeared to be a hall, roughly over 100 square meters in size. The floor was dark, whether made of cement or some special material. It was undeniably rough. The tables and chairs were similarly aged, with the nearest table covered in cracks and stubborn remnants of grease that could not be wiped away. In Jiang Cheng's memory, he had never visited such a place. He had only seen similar scenes in movies or television shows, all set in the 70s or 80s, filtered through a nostalgic lens. It seemed this time he had traversed a significant temporal distance. He stood still, surveying the surroundings. This was likely a moderately sized inn, with this floor functioning as the inn's restaurant. He spotted the inn's name prominently displayed, Onping Inn. With the environment identified, it was time to rendezvous with his teammates for this mission. They were likely also at this inn. There were not many diners around, and out of more than 10 tables, only 3 were occupied. His gaze slowly swept across the room. Everyone was engrossed in their meals, oblivious to his presence. He lifted his leg and walked towards a direction that was devoid of doors, merely obscured by a white curtain. This was the only private room in the inn, yet remained starkly simplistic. As he parted the curtain, 6 or 7 pairs of eyes were cast directly upon him. Jiang Cheng entered without hesitation, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. The individuals inside were dressed in attire that was clearly out of sync with the current era. Like Jiang Cheng, they hailed from a world several decades into the future. Counting Jiang Cheng, there were precisely 5 men and 3 women. Chapter 107, Acquaintances. His gaze traversed the faces before him from left to right, until it landed on the last woman, causing a subtle shift in his demeanor. The woman appeared youthful, adorned in a light, mature style, an apricot-colored top paired with a green skirt, exuding an air of elegance laced with a hint of playfulness. Her face bore a delicate touch of makeup, reminiscent of someone freshly emerged from academia into the professional world, still retaining an essence of youthful innocence. She was quiet, her light chestnut eyes giving off an illusion of fragility and non-aggressiveness. But this was merely an illusion, For Jiang Cheng could keenly sense the underlying hostility lurking within those eyes, as if they sought to pierce through him. To his surprise, he had encountered a familiar face here. Chen Xiaoming, the innocent girl from their first mission, dressed as a student. After a brief exchange of glances, they both discreetly averted their eyes. With the addition of a new teammate, the atmosphere in the room became palpably delicate, silence enveloping them as everyone silently observed one another. It seemed fortune was on their side. A refined man in his 40s surveyed the surroundings and smiled, his voice calm, yet powerful, soothing the tension in the room. Everyone seems composed. With no newcomers this time, it should be considerably easier. Jiang Cheng had noticed this man upon his arrival. Handsome and sophisticated, impeccably dressed, standing tall, his silver-rimmed glasses making him particularly conspicuous among the group. He rubbed his forehead in a wry smile, recounting a previous mission where he had teamed up with 3 or 4 newcomers. Right at the onset, 2 of them had clashed due to the pressure, refusing to accept reality, leading to such a commotion that the police had been summoned, nearly derailing the progression of the narrative. Will police really make an appearance during our mission? Inquired a woman, her demeanor exceedingly reserved, dressed rather ordinarily, perhaps around 35, with average grooming. A closer inspection revealed faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. The man seemed to discern her thoughts, casting her a glance as he replied, "Although they may be police officers, they will not directly intervene in our narrative, and their assistance will be quite limited." At his words, the light in the woman's eyes dimmed slowly. It appeared that relying on the police to solve the case and advance the mission would be futile. "How long have you all been here?" Jiang Cheng suddenly asked. "I arrived about 10 minutes ago," replied the rotund man with a chicken coop hairstyle, being the first to speak. As everyone turned to him, his tone unconsciously diminished, and he mumbled, "I pushed open the door and found myself here." Here referred to the private room. He bit his lip and pointed to a shoe print that lingered on the table, sheepishly adding, "I stepped out and stood on the table." Jiang Cheng's lips twitched. He couldn't help but recall his own chubby companion. Could it be that nightmares and chubby individuals shared some sort of arrangement? Otherwise, it was perplexing why every time a hefty player spawned, their location was so advantageous. In the last mission, his chubby friend had also found himself directly atop a table in a CAF, facing the school. This time, however, the nightmare had gone too far, placing him in a restroom. "What about you all?" Jiang Cheng, undeterred, turned his attention to the others. The answers varied widely. Some were in the kitchen, tending to a pot of braised pork, others in the upstairs bedrooms, but most had also spawned in the private room, albeit not as directly as the rotund man. "Brother, it seems the chicken coop guy just realized something," he said, glancing furtively. "You're the only one who spawned in the restroom." Jiang Cheng leaned back against the chair covered with cloth, nonchalantly remarking, "No worries." He then continued in a melodious tone, "Aren't you the one who spawned, standing on the table?" The chicken coop man looked at him, puzzled. "I have a chubby friend who also spawned on a table," Jiang Cheng retorted, "just in the last mission." The chicken coop man paused, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "And then what?" According to the refined man, they were currently situated in a town called Onping. The town was small and, even during that era, was considered quite underdeveloped. This inn was the only one in the town, appearing to be of considerable scale, yet it was merely 3 stories high. They were on the first floor, which served as the inn's dining area. The second and third floors were designated for the lodging of passing travelers. After sharing this information, he explained that he had gathered this knowledge from conversations with both the inn's guests and its owner. It seemed this was the location for their mission. Chen Xiaoming remained remarkably composed, a stark contrast to her demeanor during their first mission. A sarcastic laugh broke the silence, followed by the sultry voice of a woman. "That is hard to say. Given the current circumstances, do you dare to speak so boldly? Are you courting death?" Following the voice, Jiang Cheng beheld a voluptuous woman reclining against the back of her chair, her eyes glimmering like a beguiling serpent. Before Chen Xiaoming could retort, the refined man interjected, displaying a hint of distress. "Let us keep our comments to a minimum." Jiang Cheng understood now. It was no wonder the man had mentioned the discord during his last mission, which had impacted the storyline. Clearly, he was subtly admonishing these 2 women. Given the palpable tension, it was evident that prior to his arrival, a conflict had likely erupted between them. For the time being, let us not lose our composure, the refined man urged, his tone half soothing, half reprimanding. He exhibited a leadership quality reminiscent of Fan Li from the first book, yet with a greater finesse. After he spoke, both the sultry woman and Chen Xiaoming fell silent, prompting Jiang Cheng to regard him with renewed interest. Now, I would appreciate it if everyone could introduce themselves, your name, occupation, and any specialized skills, he requested, pausing to emphasize this is quite important. He then set the precedent, directing his gaze towards the next individual. I am Zhou Rong, Vice President of Qianshang International Group, specializing in big data analysis. He did not allow anyone a chance to decline, immediately shifting his attention to the next person beside him. This individual was a slender middle-aged man, dressed quite formally, though his small eyes betrayed signs of fatigue. Unable to withstand Zhou Rong's gaze, he quickly responded, I am Jiang Cheng, an intern pastor, and I specialize in